Chapter 227. The Champions League final commences, Zidane's calculations in comparison to their encounter last year. The Manchester City players sensed an undeniable enhancement in Real Madrid's prowess this time around. The attacking force of this Real Madrid squad is incisive, their defense robust, and their style of play remarkably diverse. They can dismantle defenses through the flanks or penetrate the midfield with intricate short passes. Moreover, bolstered by a more formidable midfield, they can even adopt a possession-based approach akin to that of Manchester City. Most crucially, their hallmark, rapid counterattacks, remains intact and has been further refined. It is no wonder they have advanced to the finals with such formidable capabilities. As the match commenced, both teams played with considerable caution, refraining from reckless offensives. After all, a year had elapsed, and both lineups and tactical approaches had evolved, rendering past impressions potentially unreliable. However, as time progressed, both sides gradually intensified their assaults. With the celebrated BBC trio within their ranks, Real Madrid possesses numerous attacking threats, making it exceedingly difficult to predict who among them will deliver the decisive strike until the very last moment. In the early stages of the first half, it was evident that Real Madrid sought opportunities along the flanks. Gareth Bale, in particular, was in fine form, consistently proving to be a lethal weapon for the team. If given the chance, he rarely disappoints. Furthermore, in Manchester City's previous match against Juventus, several goals and dangerous attacks had originated from the wings. Given that Juventus had already validated Real Madrid's suspicions concerning the vulnerabilities in Manchester City's flank defense, it was only logical for Real Madrid to exploit this weakness relentlessly. Pep Guardiola, aware of Bale's threat, had prepared accordingly. However, upon reaching the pitch, he discovered that his preparations fell short. The arrival of Toni Kroos had solidified Real Madrid's midfield, liberating Luka Modric to engage more actively in the attack. Once Modric crossed the halfway line with the ball, the threat to Manchester City's defense escalated significantly. In the opening moments, Modric's several passes nearly created scoring opportunities. Particularly in the 8th minute, Modric delivered a precise through ball, allowing Bale to seize possession and dash down the wing. Instead of opting for a cross, Bale chose to cut in and unleash a powerful long-range shot. The quality of this strike was exceptional, compelling Manchester City's goalkeeper to make a spectacular save, deflecting the ball away. Cristiano Ronaldo, charging in from behind, was poised to capitalize on a potential opportunity, yet Bale's decision to shoot left Ronaldo exasperated, gesturing in frustration. However, Zidane, observing from the sidelines, was not displeased. Rather, he applauded Bale's initiative. Bale's finishing ability is far from lacking, and to regard him solely as a mere tool for delivering crosses would indeed be a gross misallocation of talent. Moreover, from a defensive standpoint, the more options Bale has, the greater the challenge for the opposing defense. To effectively cover the gaps he presents, they must divert resources from other areas to provide reinforcement. On the field, the number of players is fixed, each position is accounted for. When one side reallocates personnel, the defensive strength on that side diminishes, presenting an opportunity for the Real Madrid players in that direction. With multiple attacking linchpins at their disposal, Real Madrid remains unperturbed by potential targeting from the opposition. As there are simply too many threats to neutralize, Guardiola refrained from any rash actions. Although Bale's advance posed a significant threat, Manchester City's defense exhibited little in the way of vulnerabilities. If one were to nitpick, the fullback may have exhibited a slight lapse in concentration, attempting to intercept but failing, thus granting Bale the chance to bypass him. Fortunately, the two central defenders proved dependable, particularly Van Dijk, who swiftly closed in, compelling Bale to abandon his dribbling endeavor and resort to a long-range shot from outside the penalty area. Given that the goalkeeper's line of sight was unobstructed and his positioning was sound, such a long-range attempt is unlikely to succeed unless executed with an exceptionally acute angle and great velocity. Thus, he opted to wait and assess the quality of Manchester City's counterattack. In the stands, Real Madrid supporters reveled in witnessing their team mount a threatening offensive. Their spirits lifted as they jeered at the Manchester City fans. The event organizers had prudently separated the two fan bases early on, erecting iron barriers and stationing numerous security personnel to prevent overly zealous supporters from breaching the barriers to instigate conflict. Such incidents are not without precedent. English football hooligans have garnered a notorious reputation, with victorious fans provoking altercations and defeated ones seeking to vent their frustrations through violence. Before Manchester City fans could retaliate, The players on the pitch had already addressed the situation. In the 10th minute, Manchester City executed a rapid counterattack down the flank, with Lin Quan, De Bruyne, and David Silva's interplay piercing through Real Madrid's defensive line. Lin Quan, bearing down on the edge of the penalty area and confronted by Ramos, seized the opportunity to thread the ball through the defender's legs to Aguero, positioned behind. The pass was exquisite, yet another Real Madrid central defender, Varane, delivered a commendable defensive effort, tightly marking Aguero and denying him a clear shot on goal. Aguero, nearly squeezed out by the defense, could only manage a forced half-turn to attempt a hooked shot. The quality of that shot was mediocre at best. It lacked speed and precision. However, the goalkeeper, caught off guard by Aguero's sudden action, was left with little time to react. Just as the goalkeeper resigned himself to the impending shot, Aguero's effort soared over the crossbar. At this juncture, the Manchester City fans sighed in disappointment, while their Real Madrid counterparts gasped in astonishment. That was indeed a dangerous moment. The opposing forward displayed remarkable skill to even manage a shot in such circumstances. As for the opposing number 10, his coolness in the face of Ramos, skillfully finding the precise moment for a nutmeg pass, was truly commendable. It seems that despite a slight diminishment in their prowess, Manchester City remains formidable. At least from this offensive display, it is evident that they possess the capability to breach Real Madrid's defenses. With this thought, the fans of both sides noticeably felt the tension, anxiously watching the match unfold. After each team executed a threatening attack, the initial probing came to an end, and the pace of the game accelerated dramatically. Both teams, upon regaining possession, sought to pass the ball into their opponent's half, hoping to outmaneuver their adversary through swift counterplays. In the 12th minute, Modric advanced the ball forward and, upon noticing Benzema finding space, swiftly delivered a through ball. Benzema, without pausing, unleashed a powerful shot that sent the ball into the net. Following the goal, Benzema exuberantly slid on his knees in celebration, while the stands erupted in applause from the Real Madrid supporters, all of whom rejoiced with fervor. However, at the moment Benzema received the ball, the Manchester City defenders had already raised their hands, signaling for offside. The assistant referee hesitated initially, refraining from raising the flag immediately, yet after Benzema's goal, he ultimately did so. Thus, the goal was deemed invalid. Benzema was left in disbelief, struggling to accept the outcome. Nevertheless, the slow-motion replay on the big screen revealed that Benzema's offside position was quite evident. Prior to Modric's pass, Stones had stepped forward, inadvertently creating an offside trap that placed Benzema, who would otherwise have been onside, in an offside position. Although it turned out to be a moment of disappointment, this offside goal served as a reminder to Manchester City's defense. They could not solely focus on the flanks, but needed to exercise caution in the center as well. While Benzema may not possess the same notoriety as the other two members of the BBC trio, he is undoubtedly among the top 5 strikers in contemporary football. He should not be underestimated. Real Madrid seemed to have discovered the appropriate attacking strategy, as they attempted several more assaults through the center thereafter, yet regrettably, none materialized. On one hand, Kenny closely marked Modric, making it difficult for him to deliver the exquisite passes he had previously provided. Additionally, Van Dijk and Stones intensified their vigilance over Benzema, and under the watchful eyes of Manchester City's formidable duo, Benzema appeared as a toothless tiger, temporarily losing his threat. As the match approached the 20-minute mark, the score remained at 0-0. Both teams had amassed a considerable number of attempts, with Manchester City registering 5 shots and Real Madrid surpassing them with 7. Unfortunately, aside from Benzema's offside goal, neither side had managed to penetrate the other's goal. However, in the 20th minute, the dynamics of the match shifted dramatically. Real Madrid intercepted the ball in midfield, and Cruz accurately passed it to the right flank, locating the advancing Carvajal. Carvajal feigned a cross but instead executed a back pass to Cristiano Ronaldo, who stood poised at the edge of the penalty area. Manchester City's defense has evidently encountered significant issues, with the defenders preoccupied with retreating and failing to mark the opposing forwards. This lapse allowed Cristiano Ronaldo to receive the ball near the penalty area, utterly unchallenged within a 2-meter radius. Given Ronaldo's elite shooting prowess, the quality of his strike, devoid of any interference, was astonishingly high. The goalkeeper could merely attempt a symbolic dive, unable to make contact with the ball. The ball found the back of the net, altering the score to 1-0, with Real Madrid taking the lead. Unlike Benzema's previous goal, Ronaldo faced at least 3 or 4 City players when he shot, making any possibility of offside moot. The referees swiftly confirmed this, pointing to the center circle to signal the goal's validity. Following the goal, Ronaldo was elated, leaping towards the sidelines, facing away from the stands, and executing his signature celebration. The Real Madrid supporters responded with a synchronized chant of "Seu," while the Manchester City fans voiced their discontent with boos. Although the opposing fans expressed their disdain, the fact that Real Madrid had struck first-place City in a precarious position. Unfazed by the jeers, Ronaldo remained in high spirits. Despite being labeled as a mere poacher post-transition, unworthy of being mentioned alongside Lionel Messi and Neymar as one of the 3 footballing greats. How many forwards in the world can match Ronaldo's prolific goal scoring? Moreover, this was a goal in the Champions League final, a priceless achievement. Perhaps I may not excel in dribbling or ball control like the other two, but as long as I can score and help my team achieve victory, that suffices. After the opponent's initial goal, Guardiola summoned several defenders for a stern admonition. Real Madrid excels at counterattacking, posing a substantial challenge to the defense. It is imperative not to merely retreat to defensive positions, but to remain vigilant, monitoring the players around them, and not allowing their focus to be entirely consumed by the ball, lest they neglect those who need to be marked. Indeed, Real Madrid's recent attack was executed beautifully, particularly with Carvajal's pass, which was impeccably timed and precise. City had been overly focused on the most vocal and threatening Bale, neglecting the contributions of the opposing fullbacks. A lapse that could have been addressed. It seems Zidane has played a psychological game here. Guardiola even speculated whether his strategy of allowing Bale to aggressively target City's flanks was a deliberate trap, designed to divert his attention and overlook other threats. If that were indeed the case, Zidane would be quite formidable. Guardiola's suspicions are not without merit. Zidane possesses a certain brilliance. After all, those who achieve a successful conclusion at Real Madrid are not ordinary individuals. Leading the team to 3 consecutive Champions League titles and then gracefully stepping back upon recognizing the team's shortcomings, without clinging to power, is a feat few can accomplish. Zidane's joy upon Ronaldo's goal was palpable, perhaps even surpassing that of Ronaldo himself. Despite devising a series of tactical strategies, the coach felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief when these tactics bore fruit and Real Madrid found themselves in the lead. After all, the opponent was Manchester City, the only team in Champions League history to achieve a three-peat and a club that has reached the Champions League for 4 consecutive years. Confronting such formidable adversaries, the pressure on Real Madrid, from top to bottom, was immense, particularly for the head coach. Although this season Real Madrid clinched the long-awaited La Liga title, such an accolade pales in comparison to the thirst for the club's 10th Champions League trophy, a mission that should be the utmost priority for anyone in the role of Real Madrid's head coach. Previous luminaries such as Mourinho, Ancelotti, and Zidane have all attempted this feat, yet each time they fell short. Last year, he led his team to the final, only to suffer a disheartening defeat at the hands of Manchester City, facing the same opponent once more this year. Despite an enhancement in the team's strength compared to the previous season, doubts lingered in Zidane's heart. The duo of Guardiola and Lin Quan garners immense acclaim, one a genius tactician, the other a prodigious player, and coupled with Manchester City's illustrious history, anyone would be daunted by their presence. Though Zidane's playing career was illustrious in the realm of coaching, he remains a novice, his credentials pale in comparison to those of Guardiola. Chapter Conclusion Chapter 228. Lin Quan equalizes, Mbappé debuts in the final in the realm of finals. Anonymity often prevails. In such pivotal matches, a single goal can determine the outcome. Throughout Champions League history, there have been 14 finals in which only 1 goal was scored. Thus, even with Real Madrid's solitary goal, they found themselves in a position of significant advantage. The players seemed acutely aware of their upper hand. Following the goal, they instinctively adopted a more conservative approach, retreating into their half, aiming to launch counterattacks against Manchester City. As one side grew more defensive, the other naturally became more aggressive. With Manchester City trailing, they had no option but to press forward. They had to score, or risk watching their opponents seize their championship aspirations and hoist the trophy before their eyes. From the 21st minute onward, Manchester City's offense intensified dramatically. Whenever the players gained possession, they promptly sought to advance, pushing swiftly down the flanks whenever opportunities arose, or penetrating directly through the center when those avenues were blocked. During this period, Real Madrid found themselves on the back foot, their formation compressed to the utmost limits. The players intended to capitalize on any openings created by City's offensive pressure, aiming for counterattacks. However, under the relentless siege and pressing from Manchester City, they struggled to maintain possession, and the overwhelming defensive pressure forced even frontline players, including superstars like Cristiano Ronaldo, to retreat and assist in defense. In the 23rd minute, Manchester City breached Real Madrid's left flank, with Marcelo misjudging the situation, allowing Lin Quan to deftly maneuver past him. After deftly maneuvering past Marcelo, Lin Quan poised himself to cut inside, drawing the attention of Modric, Ramos, and others, who were compelled to gravitate towards him. However, Lin Quan's feigned cut-in was merely a ruse. As his opponents closed in, he accelerated along the edge of the penalty area, darting towards the baseline. Modric hesitated, refraining from pursuing him to the end, fearing Lin Quan might deliver a pass back to an attacking player surging into the center. Just as Modric's apprehension took hold, Lin Quan swiftly executed a back pass before Ramos could close in, delivering the ball to the advancing De Bruyne. Just as De Bruyne prepared to receive the ball and shoot, Kroos intervened at a crucial moment, executing a tackle from outside the penalty area that sent both De Bruyne and the ball tumbling to the ground, thwarting Manchester City's golden opportunity. Following the foul, Kroos wore a look of sincere remorse, expressing concern for De Bruyne's condition. In his eagerness to prevent a goal, he had failed to temper the force of his challenge, and the impact had been rather severe, leaving De Bruyne in evident distress. Clutching his right leg and struggling to rise, the Manchester City players were incensed. Kroos's tackle had been overly aggressive, and had it not been for their respect for him as a former teammate, they might have confronted him with accusations of intent to harm. On the sidelines, Guardiola sprang to his feet at the sight of De Bruyne incapacitated. De Bruyne's role within the Manchester City lineup was monumental. His potential absence could severely undermine their attacking prowess, possibly leading to defeat. It was not just Guardiola who was anxious. The entire bench peered anxiously onto the pitch. With only 20 minutes elapsed in the match, De Bruyne's departure at this juncture would be detrimental for City, wasting a substitution and disrupting their pre-match strategy. In stark contrast, the Real Madrid bench observed the injury with a sense of anticipation. If De Bruyne were to exit the match, their chances of victory would significantly improve. After issuing a yellow card to Kroos, the referee assessed De Bruyne's injury and signaled for a stretcher to assist him off the field. Witnessing this gesture deepened Guardiola's concern. He could only send someone to warm up and await the medical team's evaluation of De Bruyne's condition before deciding on an early substitution. The question loomed: who could adequately replace De Bruyne? Would they opt for a direct replacement in the attacking midfield or choose a player from another position? Zidane, the Real Madrid coach, shared this curiosity, pondering whom Guardiola would select if De Bruyne were indeed unable to continue. To Zidane's surprise, Guardiola called upon two players from the bench to warm up, neither of whom were direct substitutes for De Bruyne, but rather wingers Mbappe and Sane. Zinedine Zidane appeared to have a sudden realization, his pupils constricting sharply. On the pitch, Manchester City was preparing to take a free kick. The location of the foul committed by Kroos was not far from the penalty area, making this free kick a viable opportunity for a direct shot on goal. With De Bruyne absent, Lin Quan naturally positioned himself at the penalty spot. He surveyed the wall set up by Real Madrid and assessed the goalkeeper's position, already formulating a strategy for this kick. The players of Real Madrid were well aware of Lin Quan's prowess with free kicks, particularly recalling that memorable match at the Bernabeu, which remained etched in their memories. Consequently, all players, including Cristiano Ronaldo, retreated to their own penalty area, dutifully arranging the wall as instructed by the goalkeeper. The sight of Ronaldo, Bale, Benzema, and Kroos forming the wall evoked memories among fans of the iconic moments from the first iteration of the Galacticos, featuring Raul, Figo, Beckham, Ronaldo, and Zidane, who composed a wall valued at over €2 billion, the most expensive in history. Fast forward several years. This current generation of Galacticos surpassed their predecessors in terms of the wall's collective value. In this match, the combined worth of the 22 players on the pitch from both Real Madrid and Manchester City exceeded €1 billion, marking it as one of the most expensive UEFA Champions League finals ever. Although it is often said that one gets what one pays for, sometimes high value does not equate to effectiveness. In this instance, Lin Quan's free kick effortlessly sailed around the opponent's wall, emerging from the side and nearly grazing the far post before finding the back of the net. The goalkeeper was rendered helpless against such a well-placed shot. Despite being a semi-high ball that theoretically should have been easy to save, the obstruction of the wall left him with no time to react upon spotting the ball. Lin Quan's goal leveled the playing field, and within less than 5 minutes, Manchester City had swiftly equalized. Following the goal, Lin Quan refrained from celebrating. Instead, he sprinted to the sidelines and embraced De Bruyne, who lay on a stretcher. "Best friends for life. Though you are absent, I will carry your spirit forward." This poignant moment deeply moved countless fans both in the stadium and watching from home. They were astonished to discover that not only did these two players possess remarkable skills and seamless synergy, but their bond was also profoundly genuine. Standing in the center circle, awaiting the restart, Ronaldo kept his gaze fixed on Lin Quan. Witnessing this heartfelt scene stirred a twinge of envy within him. He realized he did not share such a close friendship within the team. Nevertheless, Ronaldo quickly dismissed this thought. He was a professional player, focused on helping his team secure victory rather than seeking camaraderie. After De Bruyne was forced off the pitch, Guardiola's substitution surprised the majority of fans. Replacing De Bruyne was the young prodigy Kylian Mbappé, who was just 18 years old. Many admired Guardiola's audacity in such a pivotal moment, boldly introducing a rookie and entrusting a player so recently turned 18 with such responsibility. Did he not fear that the immense pressure might overwhelm the young talent? Upon learning he would be entering the match, Mbappé felt no anxiety. He was a player with a resolute heart, entirely unfamiliar with the concept of nervousness. At this moment, an overwhelming excitement surged within. This is the grand stage of the Champions League final, a dream come true for Mbappé to make his appearance on such a platform. Just the thought of the coach's trust and regard ignited a resolute determination within him. He vowed not to let the coach down. As the match resumed, Real Madrid, having been equalized, reverted to their usual form, shedding their earlier conservatism. Had they maintained their attacking momentum after taking the lead, it is conceivable that Manchester City would not have equalized so swiftly. It was Real Madrid's decision to cede space to Manchester City that allowed them to bypass the fierce midfield skirmishes, bringing the battle directly into Madrid's half, a critical miscalculation. Ultimately, it stemmed from Real Madrid's relative inexperience. Although they had reached the final last year, they suffered defeat, leaving the players bereft of the champions' experience and plagued by a profound fear of failure. If they could surmount this hurdle and secure the coveted 10th Champions League trophy, their strength would undoubtedly amplify by the following year, even with the same lineup. The rationale is simple: the team's morale would transform. Just like Manchester City, even when trailing, their players exhibited no signs of panic, and when in the lead, they played with unrestrained confidence. While Real Madrid eventually regained their composure, their offensive efforts proved less fluid this time. Following De Bruyne's exit, Manchester City's formation shifted. Lin Quan moved in from the wing to replace De Bruyne. Assuming the role of the midfield orchestrator, Mbappé took up the position ahead of Lin Quan, yet his style was markedly different. He was a speedster on the wing. With the right pass from a teammate, his threat would escalate exponentially. Clearly, Real Madrid had not adequately prepared to defend against Mbappé, as few anticipated his early entrance. Perhaps the coach had mentioned him in passing, but without due emphasis. The players were aware of his youth and speed, yet remained oblivious to the extent of his velocity and the impact he could exert on the pitch. After all, football is not merely a sprint. It requires more than just speed. However, during Mbappé's first counterattack, Real Madrid's defenders quickly recognized the prowess of this young talent. In the 28th minute, Manchester City executed a rapid counter, with Lin Quan shaking off Modric's grasp to deliver a precise long pass to Mbappé, providing him with a favorable lead. This marked Mbappé's inaugural display of speed to the spectators in the stadium and those watching at home, with astonishing cadence and powerful strides. He overtook Real Madrid's fullback Marcelo on the outer curve. Surprised, Marcelo attempted to foul him by tugging at his arm, yet he could not halt the young prodigy. Mbappé surpassed Marcelo and received the ball, immediately cutting in, while the goalkeeper made the first move to confront him. Real Madrid fans held their breath. Some timid supporters even closed their eyes, unable to bear the tension any longer. However, in the face of the goalkeeper's advance, Mbappé grew anxious and took a hasty shot, which was easily intercepted by the keeper. Courtois, initially apprehensive, had thought the young player was far too audacious. He never anticipated that the opponent's strike would land directly in his arms, leaving him momentarily stunned. What? Does this fellow lack shooting ability? Is this how one handles a clear chance? Even Manchester City fans were incredulous. The quality of that shot was astonishingly poor. The preceding dribble and breakthrough had exuded a commanding presence, akin to a Ferrari accelerating with grace, embodying the beauty of speed. Yet, that final effort plummeted from the heights to the depths, worse than that of an amateur player. If only Aguero or Sterling had taken that shot, how splendid it would have been. Alas, neither possessed Mbappe's explosive power and speed. Real Madrid's coach, Zidane, witnessing the miss, nervously twisted open a water bottle, gulping down a few swigs. It was utterly terrifying. As he had seen the opponent break down the flank and cut into the box, despair had already gripped him. To his astonishment, the shot had failed to find the net. Though they had narrowly escaped death, such a scenario was one he hoped never to witness again. While the young man's shooting technique appeared lacking, no one could ascertain whether it was due to nerves or some other reason. If he were to suddenly regain his composure next time, Real Madrid would indeed be in dire straits. In any case, one could not place their hopes on the adversary's mistakes. Marcelo, the Real Madrid fullback, glanced apprehensively at the dejected Mbappe. That young lad's speed was genuinely remarkable, and his explosive power was formidable. His lower body strength was impressive as well. Marcelo had genuinely intended to commit a foul, yet found himself unable to do so. Is this really the prowess of an 18-year-old? At such a tender age, he was already so formidable. Imagine how monstrous he might become in a few years. Marcelo was not alone in this contemplation. Numerous scouts present shared a similar sentiment. Despite Mbappe's failure to score, many noted the virtues he exhibited during the attack. Shooting skills can be honed, but innate talent is immutable. Mbappe's speed, explosive power, stability, and ball control were all commendable traits. These qualities alone would undoubtedly captivate the majority of elite clubs. However, the mere thought that he belonged to Manchester City set the scouts' hearts racing. Would City easily relinquish such a remarkable talent? Chapter conclusion. Chapter 229. Lincoln vs. Madrid. Captain, I apologize. I was a bit too hasty and squandered your brilliant pass. Mbappe expressed his embarrassment to Lincoln, feeling quite anxious about the missed opportunity. After all, it was a hard-earned chance created by his teammate, and wasting it could mean that his teammate might hesitate to pass to him again in the future, especially considering he is still a newcomer. A single failure could potentially instill a sense of distrust among his teammates, leading them to pass the ball to more seasoned players deemed more reliable. Indeed, there is a hint of urgency. When the opposing goalkeeper charges forward, there is no need for such haste. It is prudent to contemplate a more judicious course of action. Mbappe's talent is extraordinary, yet his technical skills remain underdeveloped. This aspect necessitates further training, and fortunately, the team is replete with experienced veterans from whom he can actively seek guidance. I am confident that they would generously share their wisdom and techniques, offering him patient instruction. For instance, if Mbappe were to consult Lincoln, he would be more than willing to impart his knowledge. Brother Lin, if it were you facing the goalkeeper's advance, how would you respond? With a commendable emotional intelligence, Mbappe promptly approached Lincoln for advice upon hearing his words. I would dribble laterally. The goalkeeper's weight is shifted forward, and his lateral mobility is certainly inferior to yours. Once you create some space, a shot taken would be considerably difficult for the opponent to save. Nodding thoughtfully, Mbappe resolved to attempt this strategy when the opportunity arose, eager to see the results. However, it is crucial to remember that the goalkeeper can use his hands within the penalty area once pressured closely. Maneuvering the ball in front of the goalkeeper is no simple feat. It is essential to manage distance and rhythm judiciously, making the situation far more complex than Lincoln suggested. Manchester City capitalized on the variable that Mbappe presented, introducing an unexpected threat, while on the other end, Real Madrid's Bale, equally explosive and renowned for his speed, was not to be outdone. In the 28th minute, taking advantage of the opposing fullback's advance and the resulting defensive lapse, Cruz astutely identified a gap in Manchester City's left-side defense and immediately delivered a lofted pass to the flank. Bale, akin to a jet propelled by nitrous oxide, surged forward along the wing, his speed rendering Manchester City's fullback utterly unable to keep pace. Alas, as he cut inside, he was thwarted by Van Dijk, missing the opportunity for a shot and having to pass to the center. Benzema arrived just in time, executing a powerful strike before Stones could block. However, Manchester City's goalkeeper Navas accurately anticipated Benzema's intentions, producing a spectacular diving save to deflect the ball away. Benzema scratched his head, feeling he had rushed the shot. Had he taken a moment to adjust, observed the goalkeeper's positioning, or aimed for a more favorable angle, the outcome may have been more favorable. In that moment, he was particularly apprehensive about the approaching defender potentially denying him the chance to shoot, thus opting for a hurried attempt. Nearby, Cristiano Ronaldo shrugged in exasperation. He had been a split second behind Benzema and noticed a clear opportunity. Had Bale passed the ball to him, Ronaldo felt he would have at least a 50% chance of scoring. The fact that he was overlooked left him feeling quite disheartened. Real Madrid's offensive threat was undeniably significant, with Bale's impact on the flanks proving formidable. He and Mbappe can be regarded as akin in style, boasting remarkable speed and explosive power, adept at both passing and shooting following a breakthrough, making them difficult to mark. However, the genuine threat did not stem from the front line, but rather from the opposing midfield. Had it not been for Kroos's expansive vision and exceptional football intelligence, keenly identifying the gaps in Manchester City's defense on the wings, this menacing attack would not have materialized. Kroos's arrival addressed the void left in Real Madrid's midfield since Xabi Alonso's departure, a commander capable of controlling the rhythm of the game while also providing assists. His tactical awareness and long passing ability had already been validated during his tenure at Manchester City. Guardiola did not underestimate him. Indeed, he specifically arranged for a player to curtail Kroos's influence. Yet, thus far, it seems to have been ineffective, as Kroos frequently positioned himself deep, rarely crossing the halfway line unless the team pressed forward en masse. At other times, he remained dutifully behind Casemiro, benefiting from protection that allowed him to operate in a secure space, adeptly handling the ball. Interestingly, this strategy was originally tailored for Kroos by Guardiola during his time at City, only to be adopted by Zidane. The potency of Real Madrid's offense, beyond the formidable individual prowess of the BBC attacking trio, is also intricately linked to their two midfield linchpins. Kroos, orchestrating from the center, though rarely advancing, still possesses the capability to create opportunities through his long passes, complicating defensive efforts against Real Madrid. As for Modric, he is tasked with advancing play, functioning as an offensive midfielder. However, unlike De Bruyne from Manchester City, Modric's skill set is remarkably comprehensive, proficient in dribbling, organization, progression, and shooting, all essential attributes for a midfielder. He also possesses exceptional stamina, extensive coverage, and outstanding defensive interception abilities. He resembles a multifaceted warrior, exhibiting a well-rounded skill set where no particular aspect is lacking, which is quite remarkable in itself. Guardiola sees many reflections of various midfielders in Modric, yet, across the global football landscape, it is challenging to find another player quite like him. In attacking phases, Modric is a constant presence, as his ability to deliver threatening passes ranks among the best within Real Madrid. Similarly, during defensive phases, Modric's extensive range, physicality, and interception skills are evident, as he positions himself closer to the points of initiation for Manchester City's attacks. It can be asserted that Modric's presence has neutralized numerous potential offensive maneuvers from City at their inception. Why has Manchester City begun to explore attacking from the flanks? Simply put, their offensive efficiency diminishes significantly when bypassing the middle, risking counterattacks from their adversaries. However, the strategy of exploiting the flanks, when overused, may become ineffective in the second half, especially if the opponent is prepared. The concerns harbored by Guardiola resonate with those that Zidane is contemplating as well. Real Madrid possesses a formidable midfield. Is the opposing midfield lacking in strength? In this match, Guardiola opted for Gundogan rather than Fernandinho. Yet, it was merely Kanté who thwarted numerous attacking attempts from Real Madrid. Over the past 3 years, Kanté has followed his team to achieve a remarkable treble of Premier League and Champions League titles, and through countless challenging encounters, he has forged his reputation as the world's preeminent defensive midfielder. Just how formidable is Kanté's defense? Fans often say, there are no insurmountable obstacles, only insurmountable cons. Zidane, upon witnessing Kanté, is inevitably reminded of his former teammate Makelele. Moreover, Manchester City's midfield is not solely reliant on Kanté. Gundogan, Fernandinho, and David Silva also contribute to defensive duties in the center. Any indecisiveness from Real Madrid players in possession can easily lead them into the clutches of their opponents, resulting in conceding goals. The battle in midfield during this match was fiercely contested, with both sides engaging in vigorous challenges, leading to players frequently falling to the ground. The flow of the game was interrupted multiple times, detracting from the viewing experience. In an effort to control the tempo, and prevent the situation from spiraling out of hand. The referee had already issued 5 yellow cards to both teams after just over 30 minutes of play. For Real Madrid, both Kroos and Modric received cautions, as did the fullback Carvajal. On the Manchester City side, both Gundogan and Aguero were also shown yellow cards, resulting in a total of 3 yellow cards among the midfielders, underscoring the intensity of the contest. However, after Fernandinho returned to the midfield, Manchester City gradually began to gain an advantage in that area. While Modric could contain De Bruyne, he struggled to restrain Fernandinho, whose ball control and evasion skills far exceeded those of De Bruyne. Furthermore, Fernandinho has a penchant for bypassing aggressive players. Initially, Modric failed to recognize this, applying his tactics against De Bruyne to Fernandinho, only to be skillfully surpassed several times, prompting him to adapt quickly. To effectively defend against Fernandinho, one must engage in grappling tactics, maintaining distance to limit his dribbling space and cutting off his passing lanes, rather than attempting to dispossess him directly. Of course, should teammates provide support and encircle Fernandinho, an attempt to reclaim possession may be warranted. However, Manchester City excels in providing support, with Gundogan and David Silva consistently positioning themselves advantageously, allowing Fernandinho to safely distribute the ball without the risk of easy interceptions. Moreover, both possess exceptional passing abilities. If Real Madrid fails to keep pace with the two, they could deliver a lethal through ball, placing the ball at Aguero or Mbappe's feet. This predicament complicates matters for Real Madrid's defense, as one-on-one containment of Fernandinho proves insufficient. Yet, if 2 or even 3 players are deployed to encircle him, it inevitably grants his teammates greater mobility, thereby creating opportunities for Manchester City. However, it is unfeasible to restrict Lin Quan, as he does not conform to the conventional definition of a midfielder. At his core, he is still a forward, when he is allowed to advance the ball smoothly. Once he enters his shooting range, the goal becomes perilously threatened, and it is highly likely that he will score. Having witnessed Lin Quan's remarkable ability to outmaneuver 5 defenders and dismantle Juventus' entire backline in the Champions League semifinals, Real Madrid cannot afford to relax their defensive efforts against him. Yet, this predicament renders Real Madrid's situation quite passive. In the latter stages of the first half, Manchester City's possession began to rise gradually. The instances of successful interceptions against them diminished, while conversely, Real Madrid found their counterattacks dwindling as the flames of battle encroached upon their half. As the situation slipped further into the opponent's control, the Real Madrid fans in the stands grew increasingly anxious. This cannot continue. The opportunities for Manchester City to organize their attacks were multiplying, and Real Madrid's defensive line faced mounting pressure, with several close calls near their goal. Should this passivity endure, they risked conceding a goal. The dynamics on the field were indeed shifting favorably for Manchester City, yet time was running short in the first half. In the 43rd minute, Manchester City launched their most threatening attack. Lin Quan and David Silva executed a wall pass that pierced through Real Madrid's left flank. After cutting inside with the ball, Lin feigned a shot before delivering a precise through ball that slipped between Ramos' legs, reaching Aguero's feet. After a slight adjustment, Aguero aimed for the far corner, and the goalkeeper had resigned himself to defeat, yet the ball struck the post and rebounded, only to be cleared by Carvajal with a powerful kick out of play. Aguero, having squandered such a golden opportunity, knelt on the grass, overwhelmed with guilt, feeling akin to a grievous sinner. What a splendid chance it was. And he let it slip away. In the stands, when the fans of Real Madrid saw the ball denied by the post, a collective sigh of relief swept through them. Many felt drenched in sweat, having just experienced a moment of cold dread, and only now could they breathe a little easier, as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. It was exceedingly perilous indeed. Had fate been any less kind, they would have found themselves trailing. Had Manchester City scored that goal, the blow to Real Madrid's morale would have been monumental. Transitioning from leading to being equalized, and then surpassed by the opponent would impose an immense psychological toll on the players on the field. Not only were the Real Madrid supporters drenched in anxiety, but even Zidane on the sidelines was tense, struggling to catch his breath with his hands, which he feigned to keep calmly in his pockets, trembling slightly. He was deeply dissatisfied with the defensive effort. Case Moreau, why did you not commit a foul when you could not defend? Do you not realize the danger posed to the back line by allowing the opponent through in that position? And Marcelo, if your defensive prowess matched even half of your offensive capabilities, our flank would not be so easily breached. Truly, there is not a single reliable player. Zidane was increasingly discontented with the state of Real Madrid's defensive line. However, the defensive line of Real Madrid is not without merit. Even a robust defense like that of Juventus cannot withstand the relentless onslaught of Manchester City. When the attacking prowess of the opponent surpasses your defensive capabilities, it becomes nearly impossible to repel their advances. Glancing at the match clock, Zidane exhaled with a slight sense of relief. Fortunately, the first half was nearing its conclusion. Otherwise, allowing Manchester City to maintain their rhythm for another 10 minutes would surely lead to a goal against his team. It was imperative to contemplate a strategy for the second half. In the initial stages of the first half, Real Madrid performed commendably. If they could sustain that tempo, their chances would be considerable. However, should they continue with the latter half's tempo, their prospects would be dim indeed. Thus, the focus must be on midfield adjustments. It is essential to neutralize the opposing team's playmaker. During halftime, both coaches seized the moment to recalibrate their strategies for the second half. In contrast to Real Madrid, Manchester City faced greater upheaval due to De Bruyne's injury, necessitating more extensive adjustments to their tactical framework. Guardiola prepared for potential decisions that might arise against Real Madrid in the second half. With Kevin absent, Lincoln would undoubtedly become the focal point of the opposition's defense. Therefore, it was crucial for others to step up and alleviate some of the attacking pressure. Guardiola's gaze fell upon David Silva and Gundogan. Although Silva operated as a winger, his true essence resembled that of a midfielder. If necessary, Guardiola contemplated repositioning Silva to undertake some organizational responsibilities, shifting to a more central role. Silva's talent is undoubtedly underrated. Despite his infrequent appearances on screen, he occasionally showcased his brilliance during passes or in conjunction with players like Lin Quan, yet for the most part, he remained in the shadows. Nevertheless, his significance and contribution to Manchester City are irreplaceable. His dribbling skills are exceptional, his ball control is robust, and he possesses a solid foundation. The ball is remarkably secure at his feet, minimizing the risk of loss. Even when forward passes are unattainable, he can reliably return the ball to his teammates. Moreover, Silva possesses an uncanny ability to deliver precise passes, whether through short direct balls or medium to long-range lofted passes. He has a repertoire that can dazzle. Thus, during Manchester City's advancements, he not only retains possession amidst challenges from opposing players, but also frequently engages in effective 1-2 combinations with teammates, providing exquisite assists to those on the front line. In a team that emphasizes possession-based football, such attributes may not seem particularly remarkable, especially with the likes of Lin Quan and De Bruyne drawing attention for their extraordinary breakthroughs and stunning assists. Consequently, David Silva is often overlooked. Yet, in the unseen moments, he tirelessly battles, defends, and contributes to the attack, selflessly dedicating himself to the team's success. Before the arrival of players such as Lin Quan and De Bruyne, the offensive linchpin of Manchester City was indeed this diminutive Spaniard. However, with the influx of more illustrious teammates, David Silva graciously relinquished his share of the ball, shouldering the more arduous and thankless tasks while allowing his comrades to bask in the limelight. Perhaps it is this increasingly understated presence over the years that led to Real Madrid's minimal focus on Silva during this match. This presented Guardiola with an opportunity. He sensed he could exploit this oversight to craft a strategy that would undoubtedly astonish the Real Madrid squad. Of course, should this tactic fail, Guardiola had contingencies. As long as Manchester City remained level before the 70th minute, he would substitute Agüero for Jesus. While Jesus may not possess Agüero's finishing prowess nor fulfill the role of a traditional center forward, Guardiola had discerned several merits in him. Firstly, his obedience. Whatever the coach instructed, he executed without fail. Secondly, his proactive defensive attitude. Despite his shortcomings as a striker, he excelled at disrupting the opponent's offense. However, if these were his only attributes, he would hardly capture Guardiola's attention. The coach also observed that Jesus thrived in the right wing position, though his ability to cut inside and shoot required refinement. His crossing was of high quality. Should the need arise, he could be deployed to replace Gundogan, leveraging his crossing capabilities to assist teammates. With Mbappé on the left and Jesus on the right, Manchester City would surely leave Real Madrid in a quandary. Zidane shared Guardiola's line of thought. He first emphasized defense in the locker room before strategizing the offense. For Real Madrid, securing a direct victory over Manchester City within regular time would be ideal. However, if that proved unattainable, They must rely on defense to maintain a draw and extend the match into extra time. Should extra time fail to yield a resolution, a penalty shootout would suffice as an acceptable outcome. After all, luck could play a role. Real Madrid boasted numerous proficient penalty takers, while finding 5 reliable penalty shooters on Manchester City's side seemed a challenge. Nevertheless, Zidane was not inclined to adopt a solely defensive posture. Having already experienced Manchester City's attacking prowess in the latter half of the first half, he recognized that passive defense could be perilous. Thus, Zidane devised an aggressive opening strategy, urging his players to capitalize on Manchester City's psychological inertia at the start of the second half, catching them off guard. Scoring a goal would invigorate Real Madrid's resolve to defend. 15 minutes passed swiftly, and both teams returned to the pitch. As the referee's whistle signaled the start of the second half, both sides instinctively quickened their pace. Real Madrid and Manchester City accelerated right from the onset of the second half, with the rhythm of the match surpassing that of the first half. This indicated a tactical shift, suggesting that the teams were poised to engage in an all-out battle in the Champions League final. In the commentary booth of the television station, the pundits were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected developments unfolding on the pitch. While such a scenario was plausible, it is customary for teams in finals to adopt a conservative approach. Few dare to engage in an open battle. As the adage goes, defense wins championships. The astonishment was not confined to the commentators. The players on both sides were equally bewildered. The second half was initiated by Real Madrid, who intended to catch Manchester City off guard with a swift counterattack according to their coach's strategy. However, to their surprise, as soon as the ball was kicked off, a throng of Manchester City players surged towards the ball carrier. Karim Benzema, taken aback, hastily passed the ball to Luka Modric. Upon receiving the pass, Modric was immediately besieged by Lin Quan and Aguero. Although Modric possessed exceptional ball control, facing 2 opponents proved too daunting, compelling him to pass back to Casemiro, not particularly adept at orchestrating plays, found himself in a precarious situation as the opposing forwards and midfielders charged towards him like ravenous wolves. Reacting swiftly, he passed the ball to Toni Kroos. Anticipating the space created by Manchester City's aggressive push forward, Kroos executed a long pass to the flank, where Gareth Bale awaited. The delivery was exquisite. Bale, recognizing the trajectory of the ball, accelerated while silently commending Kroos for the pass. However, having learned from a previous encounter, Manchester City was well prepared. An unexpected figure materialized in the area. John Stones, a center-back, had ventured into a forward position and leapt high to intercept the ball before Bale could reach it. Upon realizing who had blocked his path, Bale momentarily froze in disbelief. Why was Manchester City's center-back in such an advanced position? Unfamiliar with Manchester City's defensive system, Bale was perplexed. Despite his designation as a center-back, Stones occasionally strayed from his position to act as a defensive midfielder. In instances of offensive opportunity, he would even carry the ball beyond the halfway line, collaborating with teammates on the flank, akin to a full-back joining the attack. As for defensive responsibilities, Virgil van Dijk, acting as a sweeper, provided adequate cover. His retreating defensive style proved effective against one-on-one situations, making it exceedingly difficult for opponents to breach his defenses unless they had numerical superiority during an offensive push. Consequently, Manchester City was able to liberate an additional player during their attacks. The unexpected presence of Stones left Real Madrid unprepared. The ball cleared by Stones was seized by Ilkay Gundogan, who, under pressure from Cristiano Ronaldo, passed back to Van Dijk. Van Dijk swiftly transitioned the play to a teammate on the flank. David Silva received the ball, glanced at Lin Quan's position, and feigned a pass to him. Real Madrid players, trusting the predictability of the situation, anticipated that the ball would indeed be directed to Lin Quan, the core of Manchester City's offense and organization. Thus, they executed their prearranged plan, forming a semi-surrounding defense around Lin Quan. Should David Silva dare to pass, they would promptly converge on Lin Quan, aiming to intercept the ball and launch a counterattack. To their astonishment, David Silva did not pass the ball to Lin Quan. Instead, he executed an expansive transfer to the opposite flank, finding the unmarked Mbappe. This connection between the winger and his counterpart was remarkable. However, due to Silva's retracted position upon receiving the ball, the pass traversed nearly half the pitch, with a straight-line distance exceeding 50 meters. David Silva's long pass not only took all the Real Madrid players by surprise, but even Mbappe himself was somewhat taken aback. Initially, He was merely adhering to the team's tactical arrangement for his run, but upon observing Lin Quan on the verge of being encircled by opponents, Mbappé assumed the ball would not reach him and began to decelerate. Little did he expect that David Silva, positioned so far from him, could discern the opportunity and deliver the ball. Such vision was simply impeccable. Mbappé felt an overwhelming urge to commend Silva 1,000 times in his heart and hastened to chase after the ball. Carvajal, fully aware that he could not intercept the ball, nevertheless steeled himself to rush forward. This was indeed his defensive zone, if he did not advance. Real Madrid's right flank would be entirely exposed. Although Carvajal could not prevent Mbappé from claiming the ball, he aimed to impede Mbappé's forward momentum. Even if he could not dispossess him, at the very least, he sought to slow his advance and buy time for his teammates to regroup. Mbappé, indifferent to Carvajal's intentions, pushed the ball forward upon noticing the defender's approach and accelerated, preparing to once again outpace Carvajal with his speed. Carvajal, witnessing this audacious move, felt a surge of frustration. This young man was exceedingly disrespectful. Yet, burdened by a yellow card, he hesitated to commit a foul, so he could only pivot desperately, attempting to grasp at Mbappé in an effort to thwart his progress. Mbappé's explosive power surpassed Carvajal's expectations. His attempts to pull him back had no effect on Mbappé's balance, nor did they cause him to slow down. Like a fully fueled supercar with the accelerator pressed to the floor, Mbappé zipped past Carvajal in an instant. In comparison, Carvajal appeared akin to a rusty old car, moving at a snail's pace. The Real Madrid fans in the stands erupted with excitement. Here it comes again. This 18-year-old black winger had indeed made a profound impression on them today. Both his previous and current breakthroughs down the wing were utterly unreasonable. His speed left them powerless to respond. In a private box somewhere within the stadium, Real Madrid's president, Florentino, could no longer remain seated. Clenching his fists and fixating his gaze on Mbappé, who was sprinting at full speed on the field, he turned to the club's manager, Angel, and declared, "Make an offer to Manchester City. I want to see their number 29 in our lineup next season." Angel paused momentarily, but upon realizing the president's unwavering determination to acquire the player, he nodded emphatically. "Rest assured, Mr. President, I will do everything in my power to bring him to the Bernabeu." Though he professed otherwise, a bitter pang resided within. Mbappé's name had already begun to resonate within the footballing realm last season. He made his debut for Monaco's first team at a remarkably young age, and his playing style, reminiscent of Thierry Henry, garnered the attention of many esteemed figures in French football. Henry himself lauded him, predicting that Mbappé's future achievements would eclipse his own. At that time, Real Madrid had even dispatched scouts to evaluate him and submitted an offer to Monaco. However, before negotiations could progress further, Manchester City intervened, swiftly finalizing the transfer and leaving Real Madrid unprepared. Although the 40 million transfer fee sparked considerable debate and even astonishment in the football world, with many asserting that City and Guardiola were taking an excessive gamble, the sport is replete with young prodigies, many of whom fail to realize their potential for various reasons. Guardiola's audacity in securing a player for such a hefty sum at merely 17 years of age is commendable. In the initial half of his season at Manchester City, Mbappé's opportunities on the pitch were limited, leading to murmurs suggesting that the acquisition was a misstep. Yet, subsequent events vindicated the transaction. It proved not only profitable, but remarkably lucrative. This season, as Mbappé's appearances in the Premier League and Champions League increased, his performances flourished, with an impressive tally of goals and assists, remarkable for a player of just 18. However, given that Manchester City is replete with wingers, his playing time was significantly constrained. Otherwise, with such form, he would undoubtedly be a key player in any other team. Prior to the final, Transfermarkt had already elevated Mbappé's market value to 60 million. It is noteworthy that Transfermarkt's evaluations are typically conservative. Acquiring a player often necessitates a substantial premium on their assessed worth, at times requiring 1 to 2 times their market price to secure their services. Based on Mbappé's performance in this match, Angel could envision that his worth would likely surge by another 10 to 20 million. This implies that to secure him, any offer below 100 million would be futile. Even if Manchester City were inclined to sell, Real Madrid would probably need to part with 100 million or even 150 million. However, to spend such a sum on an 18-year-old player seems exceedingly extravagant. Chapter 231. Bale's resentment after evading Carvajal. Mbappé once again found himself with a clear chance on goal. Noticing that the Real Madrid goalkeeper intended to employ the same tactic against him, Mbappé recalled a method previously taught to him by Lincoln. As Courtois observed Mbappé decelerating, he realized the latter was preparing to shoot and promptly lowered his center of gravity, spreading his arms wide to maximize his blocking surface area. This lad is still rather young. In such moments, a shot on goal is likely to be thwarted by the goalkeeper unless executed with an exceptionally cunning angle or a delicate lob. While Mbappé's performance was undoubtedly remarkable, the thought of having thwarted two clear chances from the opposition only served to enhance his own brilliance, leaving Courtois filled with delight. However, just as he believed he had the upper hand over Mbappé, he witnessed the latter transform his shooting motion into a lateral flick. What? This lad has mastered that technique? Courtois, aware of his low center of gravity and inability to keep pace with his opponent, could only hurriedly extend his leg in an attempt to intercept the ball. Yet, predictably, he failed. In his first attempt, Mbappé, lacking experience, overexerted his flick. Despite his remarkable speed, by the time he caught up with the ball, the shooting angle had nearly vanished. Fortunately, he faced a genuine open goal. Though the angle was tight, he deftly pushed the ball into the net. The score became 2-1, and Manchester City turned the tide of the match. Goal. The 18-year-old Manchester City prodigy Mbappé, in his inaugural appearance in the UEFA Champions League final, scored a goal that left an indelible impression on all fans with a splendid breakthrough and shot. I believe that from this moment onward, football enthusiasts around the globe will remember the name Kylian Mbappé, the shining star of Manchester City. Following Mbappé's goal, commentators across major networks exuberantly showered him with accolades in a torrent of praise. Indeed, he merited such commendations. Had it not been for the presence of Lincoln, Mbappé would have shattered the record for the youngest goal scorer in the Champions League, previously held by Patrick Kluivert during the 1994-1995 season. In the stands, Manchester City fans erupted with excitement upon witnessing Mbappé's goal. This strike not only propelled their team ahead in the Champions League final, but also rekindled their hopes of witnessing another prodigious talent emerging from their ranks. Even more exhilarating than the goal itself was the talent and potential Mbappé displayed, which sent waves of exhilaration through the crowd. Amidst the jubilant celebrations of the Manchester City supporters, a camera captured a notable spectator in the stands. As the lens focused on his face, many recognized him as Didier Deschamps, the head coach of the French national team. Upon seeing himself on the big screen, Deschamps paused momentarily before smiling and waving at the camera. His purpose for being there was quite simple: to evaluate the performance of the French players on the field in this match. With the World Cup looming next year, the European qualifiers had reached a fever pitch. Given the formidable presence of the Netherlands, the reigning champions in Group A, the pressure for France to qualify was immense. In 6 days, the French team would travel away to face Sweden, currently ranked third in the group. Considering the presence of a star player like Ibrahimovic in the Swedish team, coupled with Sweden's overall strength, the French team cannot afford to be overly confident in their victory. Given the significance of this match, which could very well determine the fate of their group qualification, Deschamps places immense importance on it. Consequently, he must ensure that the players he selects are in optimal condition and capable of taking on starting roles. Undoubtedly, Real Madrid and Manchester City are the two most formidable teams in contemporary football, with their players, particularly those in the starting lineup, being exemplary figures in the sport. With a considerable number of French players in both teams, all of whom play vital roles, Deschamps cannot overlook such a crucial match. His focus for this assessment lies on Real Madrid's forward Benzema, defender Varane, and Manchester City's midfielder Kanté. Initially, Deschamps did not expect the young Mbappé to have an opportunity to shine in such an important game, but an unexpected injury to De Bruyne opened the door for Mbappé, allowing him not only to play but to essentially start. Provided he avoids being sent off or substituted, he is set to grace the final stage for over 70 minutes. What astonished and delighted Deschamps even further was that Mbappé did not merely participate. He made a stunning impression by scoring a goal that can only be described as classic in front of a global audience. This ignited excitement within Deschamps. He had already resolved to take Mbappé to next year's World Cup, even if not as a starter, to immerse him in the atmosphere of a major tournament. After all, Deschamps believes that in a few years, the French team may rely on Mbappé to carry the team forward. However, the reality exceeded Deschamps' expectations. Perhaps he would not need to wait several years, and Mbappé could be a key player in the upcoming World Cup. The midfield of the French team is equally impressive, featuring Griezmann, Pogba, and Kanté. With their presence, Mbappé need not fret about a lack of support. In positional play, they can rely on Benzema, while in dynamic play, Mbappé can shine, an ideal balance. Unlike the humiliating group stage exit in the 2014 Brazil World Cup, the team arrives next year with a resolute ambition to claim the championship, determined not to repeat the one-round elimination of 3 years prior. Unbeknownst to Mbappé, Deschamps was present in the stands. After scoring, his mind was blissfully blank with excitement, and he instinctively ran towards the area where the fans were cheering the loudest. Halfway there, he remembered the celebratory gesture he had planned, akin to a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles imitation. As he approached the sidelines, he abruptly stopped, crossed his arms over his chest, and struck a pose uniquely his own. The journalists present, witnessing Mbappé's celebratory pose, snapped photos enthusiastically, which filled him with joy. Unfortunately, before he could fully relish the moment, his teammates surged towards him from behind. They tousled his hair, playfully mounted him, slapped his face, and even one cheeky teammate took the opportunity to give his backside a quick squeeze, causing Mbappé to feel a sudden jolt of surprise. Something felt off. Was there a hint of mischief in the air? Well played, Tortoise. That was a beautiful goal. Oh, Aguay, we take immense pride in you. Before Mbappé could fully grasp the identity of the individual referred to as the gay, he found himself utterly bewildered by the cacophony of chatter from his teammates. Wait, who exactly is this Aguay? Mbappé's expression darkened, yet his somber demeanor went unnoticed amidst the jovial atmosphere. That celebratory gesture of yours, do not presume I am oblivious. It resembles the moves of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Does it not? Moreover, your resemblance to the Ninja Turtles is quite striking. What else am I to call you if not Aguay? Mbappé's countenance grew even gloomier. This nickname was not a novel creation by his current Manchester City teammates. It had been ascribed to him during his tenure at Monaco. He had harbored hopes that a change of teams would liberate him from such embarrassing monikers and allow him to start anew. Yet, to his dismay, even his new allies had bestowed upon him the same title. It seemed he was destined to bear this nickname indefinitely. Had he foreseen this, he would have refrained from executing that particular celebration. Alas, it was too late for regrets, as his earlier pose had already been broadcasted across Europe and the globe by the camera's lens. Now, everyone was aware of the existence of a player within Manchester City who bore an uncanny resemblance to a Ninja Turtle. Meanwhile, as Mbappé was enveloped by his teammates, Gareth Bale watched from afar, feeling a twinge of envy, perhaps even jealousy, at the sight of Mbappé basking in the limelight. He too had experienced similar moments of glory. During his prime, the accolades for Gareth Bale were abundant. In those days, he could single-handedly vanquish adversaries amid a throng of defenders. However, as tactics evolved, defensive responsibilities increased, and injuries plagued him following his physical development. Bale gradually lost his former brilliance. Currently, he bore significant defensive duties within the team, oftentimes retreating to a deeper position on the field, and at one point, he was even deployed as a full-back, rendering it exceedingly difficult for him to seize opportunities for aggressive plays akin to Mbappé's. This decline in Bale's performance was starkly reflected in his market value, which, after years of consistent growth, saw a decrease of €5 million this year according to the transfer market. While this decline may appear modest, it signals a disheartening reality. Bale has likely reached his peak and is on the cusp of a downward trajectory. Perhaps he is becoming increasingly aware that his future performance may dwindle. Or perhaps he is simply unwilling to accept that a newcomer like Mbappé could score such goals in his presence. Upon the resumption of play, Bale exhibited a newfound zeal, his request for the ball noticeably increasing. When Kroos and Modric observed Bale's eagerness to receive the ball, they could hardly turn a blind eye. They indeed passed the ball to him a few times, yet the opportunities presented were far from optimal, as Manchester City had already prepared for such scenarios. While Bale's speed is not inferior to that of Mbappé, their playing styles differ significantly. Bale employs a more expansive approach. Consequently, Manchester City's defensive strategy was tailored to counter him effectively, with one player positioned to intercept Bale directly while others sought to reclaim possession. Bale rarely relies on dribbling to outmaneuver opponents. Instead, he predominantly utilizes his extraordinary speed, a technique he has perfected by delivering passes to himself 3 seconds ahead. However, as this strategy has been employed frequently, opponents have become increasingly prepared, making it challenging for him to catch them off guard. Such opportunities are only feasible when the opposing defense is sparse, leaving them vulnerable and incapable of forming a comprehensive defensive structure. Unfortunately, these moments are rarely presented. And if Manchester City fails to execute layered interceptions, they will promptly pressure or even foul Real Madrid's midfielders to prevent the ball from being circulated. Once Bale is deprived of possession, no matter how swift he is, it becomes futile. Moreover, after gaining muscle mass, Bale's running ability has indeed diminished. The repeated sprints and subsequent failures not only deplete his stamina, but also place considerable strain on his soleus muscle, leading to a persistent ache in his calves. Before Bale could voice his discomfort, discontent arose among his teammates. Cristiano Ronaldo, witnessing his teammates frequently passing to Bale, felt a growing sense of dissatisfaction. If Bale could successfully navigate the flanks and deliver quality crosses, Ronaldo would remain silent. However, after several unsuccessful attempts, Bale stubbornly continued to batter against an impenetrable wall, a wasteful approach that Ronaldo could hardly tolerate, especially with Real Madrid trailing. They desperately needed to score, to equalize, or even take the lead. As Bale struggled to break through, Modric and Kroos wisely shifted their focus, redirecting their attacks towards the left flank. With Ronaldo now playing as a central forward, Benzema, originally the central striker, found himself forced to assume a winger's role in support of Ronaldo. Yet, one must acknowledge that despite his seemingly cumbersome appearance, Benzema possesses a remarkable ability to orchestrate plays. In the 61st minute of the second half, Real Madrid advanced into the attacking zone, with Modric passing to Benzema. As Benzema maneuvered along the flank, he suddenly cut into the penalty area, drawing Stones into a double team before passing the ball to Ronaldo. At the moment Ronaldo received the ball, Van Dijk had already positioned himself closely, making it an inopportune time to shoot. However, with urgency, Ronaldo could no longer wait, and took a forceful shot from the edge of the penalty area. Although Van Dijk failed to intercept the ball, it was ultimately disrupted by Manchester City's left back just as it neared the goal. Ronaldo, visibly frustrated by the missed opportunity, saw the ball cleared from the penalty area, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the Manchester City supporters. Unexpectedly, the ball landed at the feet of Real Madrid's defensive midfielder Casemiro, who surged forward from behind. From approximately 27 meters out, he unleashed a powerful long-range shot that pierced through the Manchester City defense and eluded the grasp of goalkeeper Navas. The ball found the net. The score transformed to 2-2. No one anticipated that the match would be equalized in such a manner. Not only were the fans in the stands taken aback, but even Casemiro, who scored the goal, was surprised. He merely perceived an opportunity, surged forward, and took a chance. Frankly speaking, with so many players crowded in the penalty area, if the ball had not ricocheted off any of them, it would have been sheer luck. Even more fortunate was the mispositioning of the goalkeeper, as the ball bounced once before entering the net, rendering Navas, unprepared, helpless to intervene. Real Madrid, by a stroke of luck, leveled the score, bringing both teams back to the same starting line. Chapter 232. The elite striker Cristiano Ronaldo Casemiro's goal shifted the dynamics of the match into a realm of uncertainty. Initially, after taking the lead, Manchester City had begun to control the pace of the game, employing their favored possession tactics to gradually diminish Real Madrid's momentum and the clock. However, Casemiro's unexpected strike disrupted their plans, returning the score to level terms and forcing City to abandon their initial strategy. Moreover, the morale of Real Madrid soared following Casemiro's goal, as they realized penetrating City's defense might not be as formidable a challenge as they had imagined. While City's defense was indeed robust, Casemiro's fortunate goal demonstrated that seizing the right opportunity could yield results. The creation and exploitation of such opportunities now rested on the performance of Real Madrid's star-studded lineup. Having succeeded once, Modric consciously began to distribute the ball more to the left flank. Benzema, having just orchestrated a goal, was in a euphoric state, and upon receiving Modric's pass, he became particularly proactive, frequently attempting to leverage his individual prowess to create chances on the wing. Previously stifled by the formidable duo of Van Dijk and Stones, he now felt liberated as he ventured to the flanks. Akin to a fish swimming freely in the vast ocean or a bird soaring high in the sky. Compared to the density of the central defense, the defensive intensity on the wings was considerably less. As long as he avoided congested areas, he often found himself in advantageous one-on-one scenarios. Benzema's technical skills were commendable, and with his physique as a center forward, he held a significant edge in physical confrontations. Unlike typical wingers who might dash down the line to cross, Benzema preferred to maneuver around the edges of the penalty area. This proximity to the goal and his propensity for creating passing opportunities close to his teammates posed a far greater threat to Manchester City's goal than an ordinary winger would. During a 10-minute span, Benzema attempted several plays on the wing, succeeding 3 times and failing twice. Among his successful attempts, he generated a goal, a shot on target, and a cross that was cleared by a defender. Had it not been for the goalkeeper's sharp focus in parrying Ronaldo's volley, Real Madrid might have even taken the lead. During this period, Real Madrid's offensive momentum has been remarkably fierce. With the relentless bombardment from the trio in midfield, their attacks have surged one after another, gradually forming a siege against Manchester City's goal. For a time, the atmosphere around Manchester City's goal was fraught with tension as their defensive line was pushed back considerably. Even when they successfully cleared the ball, it swiftly returned to the feet of the Real Madrid players, who continued their relentless assault. The Real Madrid fans in the stands were ecstatic, reveling in such a display of football, which epitomizes the true strength of the club. What nonsense about being European champions. Before us, they can only bow in submission. Thanks to the robust support from his teammates, Cristiano Ronaldo has had numerous opportunities to shoot during this time. However, luck has not been on his side. His attempts have either been thwarted by the goalkeeper's miraculous saves or have veered off the post due to excessive pursuit of angles. Yet, Ronaldo has a sense that he is tantalizingly close to scoring his second goal. Sometimes, a player's intuition is remarkably accurate. In the 69th minute, after Manchester City attempted to clear the ball, they hastily pushed their lines forward. However, Ilkay Gundogan, while dribbling and surveying the field, was suddenly confronted by Luka Modric's incisive challenge. Modric did not immediately regain possession, but instead forced Gundogan into a hasty backward pass. As Gundogan passed the ball back, a white figure surged forward, intercepting the ball ahead of the Manchester City player, Gareth Bale. Immediately after losing possession, Manchester City organized a counterpress, effectively cutting off Bale's dribbling path. Nevertheless, after pressuring Gundogan, Modric did not retreat to the center, but instead, like a winger, drifted toward the flank. Bale sensed a white shadow flashing past him, and without a moment's hesitation, he delivered the ball forward. Upon receiving the pass, Modric, without taking a touch or adjusting, merely glanced at the penalty area before being knocked down by a Manchester City player, releasing the ball just in time. Modric's pass was exquisitely placed, nestled between the Manchester City goalkeeper and 3 defenders in the penalty area. The 4 closest Manchester City players were unable to clear the ball in time. Instead, a player surged in from the flank, utilizing intelligent movement and sharp instincts, and as the ball descended, executed a deft flick to send it into the net. The scorer was Cristiano Ronaldo, the number 7 for Real Madrid. This goal may appear unremarkable at first glance, seemingly requiring just a gentle touch to convert. However, the difficulty of scoring this goal is exceedingly high, as it demands exceptional shooting skills, top-tier instincts, outstanding off-the-ball movement, and precise anticipation of the ball's trajectory. Forwards capable of combining all these skills are few and far between in the world of football. Perhaps, in terms of visual impact, this goal does not rival those of Lionel Messi or others who sliced through defenses single-handedly. Yet, anyone with a discerning eye for the game can appreciate the artistry in Ronaldo's goal. He is rightly celebrated as a superstar, possessing undeniable talent and skill. After scoring, Cristiano Ronaldo appeared particularly exhilarated, sensing that this goal could potentially seal the victory and lead his team to lift the coveted Champions League trophy. On the sidelines, Real Madrid's coach Zidane, who had just a moment ago stood calmly with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance, suddenly erupted with excitement upon witnessing Ronaldo's strike. His fists clenched, knees bent, he let out a resounding roar. In that instant, all notions of composure and sophistication were cast aside. To hell with decorum, to hell with the opinions of outsiders. His focus was solely on his team's impending triumph. The significance of this goal was palpable throughout the entire Real Madrid camp. As Ronaldo sprinted to the sidelines in celebration, players from the substitutes bench, along with numerous club staff, rushed over to join in the jubilant frenzy. At Cardiff's Millennium Stadium, it seemed as though the very atmosphere was dominated by Real Madrid supporters. Although fewer in number than their rivals, the fervor they generated eclipsed that of the opposition. In that moment, fans of Real Madrid whether present at the venue or watching from their screens, were united in exuberant celebration. Was the club on the verge of claiming its 10th illustrious Champions League title in history? They had waited a staggering 15 years for this moment. Since securing their 9th Champions League trophy during the 2001-2002 season, countless Real Madrid fans had longed for the day they would hoist the 10th prestigious trophy, often referred to as the Big-Eared Cup. Yet, despite amassing a star-studded roster and assembling an opulent team, the club had struggled to fulfill this aspiration. Following the peak of the Galacticos era, they faced a downturn, often falling short in the Champions League, even facing elimination in the round of 16 on multiple occasions. Over the years, Real Madrid had splurged in the transfer market, continuously welcoming high-profile stars and cycling through numerous coaches. However, the team consistently faltered on the grand European stage, first contending with a formidable Barcelona, and once they finally overcame that hurdle, they encountered the rise of Manchester City. The elusive 10th title remained just out of reach, leaving countless fans yearning for its realization. Yet now, at this moment, hope flickered in their hearts. The dawn of victory seemed imminent, and many supporters could almost perceive the trophy beckoning to them. Meanwhile, Guardiola, witnessing yet another goal from the opposition, angrily kicked a water bottle in frustration. The fourth official cast a glance in his direction, but chose to ignore the visibly vexed coach. Guardiola's ire was not directed at his players, despite their undeniable culpability in conceding the goal. In truth, much of the responsibility rested with him. Earlier, as Bale relentlessly attacked down Manchester City's left flank, he had contemplated substitutions. Guardiola had planned to introduce Fernandinho in place of Gundogan to bolster the defense. While Gundogan had performed admirably, he was not a dedicated defensive midfielder, and one could not expect too much from him in that role. Unlike Fernandinho, when he takes the field, Manchester City's double pivot consists of two sweeping defensive midfielders, effectively curtailing the adversary's midfield prowess. However, this places the onus of orchestrating the team's offensive endeavors almost entirely on the shoulders of Lin Quan and David Silva. Both Kanté and Fernandinho possess relatively modest attacking capabilities, and as they must dedicate the majority of their energy to defensive duties, one cannot expect them to make significant contributions during offensive phases. Thus, this substitution appears somewhat audacious. This hesitation is primarily the reason for Guardiola's indecisiveness. Yet, it was this very hesitation that led to conceding 2 goals within a mere 10 minutes, completely reversing the course of the match. Manchester City transformed from leaders to the trailing side. Now, they not only face immense defensive pressure, but also greater burdens in attack. Real Madrid, buoyed by their consecutive goals, can continue to launch aggressive assaults against Manchester City or, akin to City's previous strategy, take control of the game's tempo, solidify their defense, and manage time effectively. The initiative of the match had irrevocably shifted after Cristiano Ronaldo netted his second goal. Guardiola is not a man prone to vacillation. Having recognized the defensive shortcomings of his team, he resolved to act decisively. He swiftly made the determination to substitute 2 players simultaneously. Fernandinho entered, while Gundogan exited. Sane came on, and Aguero made way. If the first substitution can be comprehended as a straightforward positional change, the second one leaves one perplexed. Sane, a winger, replaced Aguero, who would then play as the striker for Manchester City. The answer is Mbappe. What astonished the fans even more was Guardiola's decision to deploy Fernandinho not as a defensive midfielder, but in the role of a fullback, transforming Manchester City's formation into a rather peculiar 5-1-3-1. Fans were left bewildered, pondering the nature of this formation, something they had never encountered before. Not only ordinary fans, but even Manchester City supporters were unfamiliar with such a setup. A 3 center-back formation? It seems implausible. The City defense comprises merely 2 center-backs, 1 defensive midfielder, and 2 fullbacks. Can this truly function as a 3-back setup? Moreover, Sane's positioning raises eyebrows. According to this formation, he should operate as a left midfielder. Yet his position resembles that of a left winger. Even more curious is Mbappe's role. As an 18-year-old accustomed to playing as a winger is now thrust into the striker position. Can he truly fulfill this role? It is utterly perplexing, genuinely incomprehensible. Fans began to question whether Guardiola had succumbed to his habitual penchant for unconventional tactics, and not just slightly. He had orchestrated a significant shift. Upon witnessing the opponent's formation change, Zidane couldn't help but furrow his brow. Why did he find it somewhat difficult to discern the intentions of his adversary? To place a defensive midfielder of Fernandinho's caliber not in his rightful position, but rather as a fullback, seems a flagrant waste of talent. Although David Silva undoubtedly possesses commendable organizational skills, positioning him as an attacking midfielder is not entirely unfeasible. However, the intensity of pressure he would face in that role far exceeds that of the flanks. Can Silva withstand such demands? As for whether Mbappé can assume the role of a forward, even Zidane remains uncertain. Nevertheless, considering Mbappé's previously demonstrated explosiveness, his potential threat should not be underestimated. In the stands, France's national team coach Deschamps straightened his posture upon witnessing Guardiola's tactical shift. He was intrigued by Guardiola's strategy. Yet his primary interest lay in observing Mbappé's performance in the forward position. Deschamps held no doubts regarding Guardiola's judgment. If he had made such a decision, it surely stemmed from a sound rationale. Consequently, he eagerly anticipated the surprises Mbappé might deliver from the front line. Within the executive box, after the team took the lead, Florentino felt a sense of relief wash over him. Much like Deschamps, he adopted an appreciative stance, closely monitoring Mbappé's contributions on the pitch. Among the 11 Manchester City players, 3 captured his keen interest. First and foremost was Lin Quan, followed by Mbappé, and then Kanté. Acquiring Lin Quan posed a formidable challenge, leaving Real Madrid with little hope. Although Kanté was an appealing prospect, Casemiro's performance had been satisfactory, and Madrid was not overly anxious. However, Mbappé represented a player Real Madrid was exceedingly eager to secure. With Bale aging and injuries mounting, coupled with Ronaldo's transition from winger to center forward, Real Madrid was nearly devoid of authentic wingers. Mbappé, with his youth, exceptional talent, speed, and formidable impact, seemed tailor-made for the club. Florentino yearned to witness Mbappé showcase his abilities, though he ultimately hoped for a victory for Real Madrid. Thus, amidst various doubts, curiosities, and expectations, the match resumed. The efficacy of Manchester City's formation change would ultimately be tested through the game itself. Once play recommenced, Real Madrid's players quickly sensed that their opponents had transformed. Despite merely 2 substitutions, it felt as though an entirely different team had taken the field, imparting an unfamiliar sensation. Modric found himself somewhat bewildered. Despite the equal number of players on both sides, he felt perpetually encircled. Wherever he received the ball, he was invariably met by no fewer than 2 Manchester City defenders. Even when he ventured into the center, approaching City's penalty area, he was swiftly confronted by 4 or 5 towering figures, rendering him immobile. Despite Modric's extensive experience across countless matches, he struggled to comprehend Manchester City's defensive tactics. How many midfielders did they actually have? Ostensibly, there were only Silva, Lin Quan, and Kanté, yet those defending against him often included Stones and Fernandinho, players who should have occupied the backline. It was perplexing. Fernandinho's presence is somewhat justifiable, as he has previously played as a defensive midfielder, making his position less surprising. However, Stones, as a central defender, straying from his defensive zone into the midfield raises questions. Manchester City originally had only 2 designated central defenders. With his absence, Van Dijk is left to fend for himself. It is essential to note that Modric has the formidable BBC trio ahead of him. Can Van Dijk withstand such an onslaught alone? The challenges Modric contemplates are certainly not lost on Manchester City's manager, Guardiola. The strength of Real Madrid's attacking trio is formidable, rendering it nearly impossible to neutralize them completely. Instead of deploying extensive resources to shadow the BBC combination, it would be wiser to stifle the connection between their midfield and attack. By preventing Real Madrid's midfielders from distributing the ball to the BBC trio, one can effectively curtail their offensive capabilities. Previous matches have led Guardiola to ascertain that the primary battleground for this encounter lies in the midfield. Control over the midfield equates to control over victory. Without midfield dominance, not only does the offensive organization falter, but the defense also becomes vulnerable, allowing the opponent to exploit their midfield advantage and launch attacks from multiple angles, overwhelming your defensive line. Conversely, if we secure midfield control, it could very well be the opposing team that finds themselves under relentless pressure. Manchester City's intentions are glaringly obvious, and Real Madrid's coach, Zidane, quickly discerns Guardiola's strategy. Pondering deeply, with his chin resting on his hand, he weighs whether to substitute an attacking player for a midfielder to bolster their midfield strength. However, such a move would undeniably weaken Real Madrid's attacking prowess. Among the BBC trio, Cristiano Ronaldo is irreplaceable. Between Bale and Benzema, Zidane leans towards retaining Benzema while substituting Bale. Given Bale's excessive fatigue and diminished threat on the flank, he primarily assumes a defensive role, contributing little to the attack. Moreover, with Carvajal behind him, even if Bale is substituted, Carvajal can still advance into the attack, minimally affecting Real Madrid's right flank dynamics. Nonetheless, this substitution would inevitably weaken their defensive capacity on that side, making them susceptible to conceding a goal if the opponent seizes the opportunity, an outcome Zidane wishes to avoid. Thus, he finds himself hesitating over the immediate substitution. A glance at the substitutes reveals Isco, Morata, Vallejo, Nacho, and Kovacic. If a substitution must occur, only Kovacic aligns with his requirements. While Isco excels in attack, his defensive contributions are minimal. As for Rodriguez, he has long been excluded from Real Madrid's main roster and is expected to depart the club this summer, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Once a highly sought-after Colombian prodigy, snatched from the hands of numerous prestigious clubs at a steep price, his performance at Real Madrid over the past few years has been far from commendable, and can indeed be described as deteriorating. Zidane has long since lost patience with him, offering scant opportunities for play this season. And it is inconceivable that he would feature in such a crucial match as the Champions League final, leaving the unfortunate James Rodriguez out of the 18-man squad altogether. As the gaze of the head coach swept across the bench, the players seated there instinctively straightened their posture, their hearts silently urging, "Choose me, choose me. Let me take the field." This is the grand stage of the Champions League final. Who would not wish to make an appearance in such an illustrious contest? Especially with the team in a favorable position, entering the match not only ensures a chance to be seen, but also a high probability of lifting the trophy alongside teammates. Such an opportunity, combining prestige with the prospect of championship glory, is indeed longed for by the substitutes. Morata felt an intense longing. Yet as he noticed the coach's gaze not lingering on him for even a second, a chill ran through him. It was only natural. With both Cristiano Ronaldo and Benzema in fine form on the pitch, how could he, as a mere substitute to these two giants, expect to see any playing time? However, with the performance of the team's wingers faltering, could the coach perhaps consider substituting in a winger? This thought ignited a flicker of jealousy within Morata as he glanced toward his compatriot, Marco Asensio, who was 4 years his junior. Despite his youth, Asensio held the admiration of both the club president and the head coach, and there was a genuine chance he might be called upon. In contrast, Morata reflected on his own predicament. As long as these two titans remained, his opportunities would be scarce. Within Real Madrid's attacking hierarchy, he found himself relegated to third place, unable to displace the formidable duo ahead of him. The melancholy of sitting on the bench for the better part of the season weighed heavily on his heart. His performance at Real Madrid had actually been commendable. During the 2016 to 2017 season, he appeared in 43 matches and scored 20 goals, averaging nearly 0.5 goals per game. A respectable efficiency, especially considering many of those appearances were as a substitute, with limited playing time. In La Liga, although Morata's appearances totaled 26, 12 of those were from the bench. In a cumulative 334 minutes on the pitch, he netted 15 league goals, ranking only behind Cristiano Ronaldo in terms of both total goals and scoring efficiency, surpassing Benzema and Bale. Yet, it was unfortunate that he could not usurp the positions of these two stalwarts. He could not displace Bale, nor could he match Benzema's superior utility and synergy with teammates, a reality that Morata could not alter in the short term. With these thoughts weighing on him, Morata began to entertain the idea of leaving. Although he had yearned to return to Real Madrid during his sojourn in Serie A, after spending a year on the bench, he found his former club's allure waning. Compared to languishing on the bench at his dream team, he yearned for the chance to be a starter. As Morata was lost in thought, Zidane indeed called out Asensio's name. Yet, those singled out were not limited to one. Asensio and Kovacic, you two, prepare for warm-up. Although Zidane could adapt to any situation, given that Real Madrid held the lead, he possessed the upper hand. Nonetheless, he wished to avoid passivity, thus prepared for contingencies. Should Real Madrid maintain their advantage and the opposing team's offense pose no immediate threat to their goal, he might substitute Kovacic onto the pitch. Kovacic, not a typical defensive midfielder, also exhibited commendable attacking prowess, capable of contributing to the orchestration of offense. thereby bolstering Madrid's midfield strength while minimizing the impact of Bale's absence on the team's attacking capabilities. Conversely, if the situation deteriorated and Manchester City swiftly equalized, Madrid would need to intensify their offensive efforts, making Asensio's introduction the most prudent choice. Having made thorough preparations, Zidane relaxed, intently observing the match. He pondered how Guardiola's extensive adjustments would manifest in Manchester City's attack. Up front, Mbappé seemed somewhat ill at ease in the striking position, habitually drifting to the flanks where he felt more comfortable, while neither his teammates nor the head coach made any effort to correct him. This left Real Madrid's center-backs in a state of confusion. Had the opposition shifted to a false nine formation? Who, then, should they mark? Should they focus on the opposing playmaker? The peculiarities of Manchester City's formation not only perplexed the players on the pitch, but also bewildered those in the stands. Manchester City's setup was indeed unusual. Lacking a traditional center forward in the middle, they deployed wingers who surged forward, resulting in an asymmetrical formation that appeared concave. Influenced by the opponent's structure, Real Madrid's formation also grew somewhat bizarre. To support the central area, their center-backs advanced higher than the full-backs, exposing even larger gaps in the middle than on the flanks. This might have been manageable in a defensive posture, where the overall defensive structure could be balanced. However, once the team transitioned to an attacking stance, the disjunction in the defensive line became glaringly apparent, rendering the vast void in the center all too conspicuous. Should the opposition breach their defense even once, the consequences for Real Madrid would be dire. Yet, both teams' midfielders were embroiled in a fierce battle, making it exceedingly difficult to retain possession, let alone deliver threatening passes. Under such circumstances, the issues within Madrid's backline garnered little attention, particularly with the absence of a center forward on the opposing side. Even if someone managed to penetrate Madrid's defense, there were no supporting players ahead. Starting from the 70th minute, both sides were locked in a relentless struggle at midfield. Tackles and interceptions became commonplace, with the intensity of the clash so fierce that even Lin Quan, renowned for his exceptional ball control and shielding skills, found it impossible to maintain possession. A moment's hesitation would result in being swarmed or fouled. Not only did Real Madrid commit fouls, but Manchester City also resorted to rough tactics against their midfielders. In the 73rd minute, Kenny brought down Cruz, receiving the 7th yellow card of the match. 3 minutes later, Casemiro was cautioned by the referee for committing consecutive fouls on David Silva and Lin Quan. The referee, sensing the rising tension, endeavored to maintain control over the match, striving to prevent it from spiraling out of hand. However, his yellow card seemed to lack significant deterrent effect. Mere minutes after showing a card to Casemiro, Fernandinho committed a malicious foul on Modric and was also booked. Observing the referee's flurry of card issuance, some fans jested that he should be renamed the Master of Cards. With Fernandinho's yellow card included, the referee had issued a total of 9 yellow cards in the match. While the referee was preoccupied with cautioning the players for their infractions, both coaches from the respective teams simultaneously protested to the 4th official, urging him to remind the referee to keep an eye on their opponents. What are these Real Madrid players doing? Are they playing football or trying to harm someone? Guardiola exclaimed, visibly agitated as he witnessed Lin Quan being brought down from behind once more. He rushed to the 4th official to express his frustrations. Zidane, standing beside the 4th official, overheard Guardiola's remarks and retorted, "That was a clean tackle. The ball was played first before any contact was made. Perhaps you should reflect upon your own team's actions instead of blaming others." When Guardiola noticed the referee issuing a card to Real Madrid's center-back Varane, he cast a derisive glance at Zidane, mocking, "I did not expect Mr. Zidane to have such keen eyesight," standing on the sidelines. "He seems to see the game better than the referee on the field. He should consider a career in officiating." Zidane's expression darkened, feeling humiliated by the public rebuke. Yet, merely 2 minutes later, upon witnessing Cristiano Ronaldo's dramatic fall in Manchester City's penalty area, Zidane could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Foul. Penalty. That was undoubtedly a foul. The referee should issue a red card to their number 24. This is not football. It is an act of violence." Before the 4th official could respond to Zidane's outburst, Guardiola interjected, "Stone's tackle was entirely clean, and the foul occurred outside the penalty area. Just because your player dove into the box does not mean a foul was committed within it. Besides, did the referee declare it a foul?" No sooner had Guardiola finished speaking than the German referee, Brych, brandished another yellow card. this time directed at Stones. Zidane let out a cold laugh. Though he refrained from verbal taunts, that single derisive chuckle was enough to leave Guardiola feeling utterly humiliated, as he too sensed the sting of having been publicly reprimanded. Although the referee issued a yellow card to Stones, he denied Real Madrid's players' appeal for a penalty. He observed with clarity that when Stones committed the foul, Cristiano Ronaldo had yet to enter the penalty area. In a rather exaggerated manner, he leaped into the box at the very moment of the infraction. This caused the referee to hesitate momentarily, uncertain whether Stones had indeed fouled or if it was merely a case of someone's habitual theatrics rearing its head again. To say the least, had Real Madrid been awarded a penalty, the outcome of the match might have been irrevocably decided, with the team poised to lift the Champions League trophy in triumph. Chapter 234, Lin Quan and Mbappe's connection. Manchester City's lethal strike, the referee's decision, left Ronaldo thoroughly dissatisfied, and his teammates shared in his discontent, surrounding the referee to protest and apply pressure. However, the seasoned German official waved his hands, signaling the Real Madrid players to retreat while preparing to brandish a card. Upon sensing the impending reprimand, the players dispersed hastily, save for the ever-vocal Ronaldo, who lingered a moment too long and received a yellow card. Brook, known for his propensity to issue cards, had shown more yellow cards during his officiating of Champions League matches than many of his counterparts, and he was not shy about brandishing red cards either. Just moments earlier, he had harbored doubts about Ronaldo's possible simulation, lacking conclusive evidence until the player himself provided the opportunity for a subtle admonition, serving as a warning. Though a penalty was not awarded, the position of the free kick was perilously advantageous. Clearly, Real Madrid had no intention of squandering such an opportunity. Ronaldo positioned himself just outside the penalty area, ready to take the free kick himself. Earlier in the first half, Lin Quan had astounded spectators with a free kick from a similar spot, piercing through Real Madrid's defenses. It remained to be seen if Ronaldo could seize this moment. Standing before the ball, Ronaldo assessed the positioning of the wall and the goalkeeper, contemplating his approach. The distance was slightly closer than ideal. A lifted shot might lack the necessary control, while a direct shot would struggle to bypass the wall. Thus, he resolved to angle his strike, aiming to curve it around the wall, hoping the goalkeeper would be unable to reach his attempt. Having decided on his tactic, Ronaldo slowly retreated, positioning his feet apart and displaying his signature free kick stance with unwavering determination. The fans from both sides held their breath in anticipation. This kick was pivotal for the match. Should Ronaldo find the back of the net, he would complete his hat trick and extend Real Madrid's lead to 2 goals. With less than 20 minutes remaining, a 2-goal advantage would be monumental, almost warranting early congratulations for Real Madrid's impending victory. Must score. Real Madrid fans fervently prayed within their hearts, some even drawing crosses upon their chests in hope. Please don't score. Manchester City supporters echoed similar sentiments, their fervor perhaps even surpassing that of their rivals. Yet, it was not fate that would determine the outcome, but rather the skill of a man. Ronaldo was on the move. He commenced his run, accelerating with increasing fervor. After casting a glance towards the wall of defenders, he unleashed a powerful kick, sending the ball soaring. The wall within Manchester City's penalty area leapt into action, while Real Madrid's players surged forward into the box, intent on disrupting City's defensive formation and seizing any opportunity for a rebound. Several Real Madrid players positioned themselves in front of Navas, yet his unwavering focus remained fixed on Cristiano Ronaldo, 20 meters away. As Ronaldo struck the ball, Navas swiftly shifted to his left, leaping high to reach for the top left corner of the goal. Ronaldo's shot deftly circumvented the wall, ascending gracefully before beginning its descent. It was an exquisite strike, not only evading the wall but also staying within the confines of the goalposts, ultimately landing in a particularly challenging spot. Had the goalkeeper been ill-prepared, he might have failed to intercept it. However, Navas had anticipated this moment well, having prepared for the possibility of Ronaldo maneuvering around the wall, and he had strategically positioned himself accordingly. Yet, Navas bore a critical flaw. His height was a significant disadvantage. Standing at merely 1.85 meters, he was decidedly shorter than many of the towering goalkeepers at 1.90 meters or more. Despite his elite anticipation and reflexes, his stature rendered him vulnerable when it came to dealing with aerial balls. Unfortunately, Ronaldo's shot landed at a considerable height. Navas correctly predicted the ball's descent, yet his height hindered him from claiming it cleanly. Instead, he could only deflect it awkwardly. This misstep granted Real Madrid a second chance at attack. The ball fell at Casemiro's feet, who, having already tasted success, wasted no time in taking a shot. However, this time, fortune did not favor him. His follow-up strike ricocheted off a Manchester City defender, and just as the ball touched the ground, before City could clear it, a foot darted in and nudged it away. Luka Modric, utilizing the nimbleness afforded by his shorter stature, he seized this fleeting opportunity. Although Modric's hurried attempt lacked substantial force, luck was on his side. The shot encountered no further obstacles and headed directly for the goal. As it appeared that Manchester City's net was on the verge of being breached once more, a figure slid in from the ground, almost on the goal line. Executing a crucial tackle, Fernandinho, the midfielder, typically stationed as a defensive midfielder, had taken on a defensive role for the first time, and in doing so, he performed a heroic act, pulling the team back from the brink of disaster. Witnessing the thwarting of Real Madrid's relentless assault, the Manchester City supporters collectively exhaled, their hearts racing, feeling as if they might leap from their chests. The threat was palpable. Real Madrid's assault had been perilously close to success. During Modric's second follow-up, they had nearly resigned themselves to defeat. Yet, in an unexpected twist, Fernandinho emerged as the savior, rescuing the team from the jaws of defeat. This time, the ball that was cleared from danger finally did not land at the feet of a Real Madrid player. They could finally catch their breath. Meanwhile, in another section of the stands, the Real Madrid fans clutched their heads in regret, lamenting the missed opportunity to score. What a splendid chance it was. Had the ball found the net, they could have celebrated with champagne. Alas, what a pity. The Real Madrid players were unwilling to concede defeat and launched a fervent pursuit of the ball from the Manchester City players in the attacking third. This immediate counterpressing served two purposes: to seek another opportunity for attack and to prevent Manchester City from seizing the chance to counterattack. During the previous offensive, nearly all of Real Madrid's players had pushed forward, leaving their defense woefully exposed. On the other hand, Manchester City had two exceptionally swift wingers, and if they managed to pass the ball, allowing these two to sprint, Real Madrid would find themselves in dire straits. Their concerns were not unfounded, for Manchester City indeed had such intentions. The moment they saw their teammate in possession, both Mbappe and Zidane initiated their sprint, racing towards Real Madrid's half. Due to the rule of not being offside in their half, as long as the ball could be played before they crossed the halfway line, they would remain onside. Without regard for whether their teammate could deliver the ball, they decided to run first. The teammate in possession was feeling the pressure. Zabaleta, under duress, was forced to pass back to the goalkeeper. As Navas prepared to receive the ball, Benzema and Cristiano Ronaldo charged forward with determination. However, accompanying them into the penalty area was yet another Manchester City player. Upon realizing who it was, Navas unhesitatingly passed the ball to him. Lincon retreated to receive the ball, deftly maneuvering to evade Casemiro's challenge, leaving the opponent behind and gaining an opportunity to pass forward. Now, the dilemma arose: Zidane or Mbappe? Who to pass to? Lincon opted for Mbappe, for at that moment, the young man remembered his true position as a center forward. Mbappe quickly adjusted his run, veering towards the center. This way, with his body angled, he could observe the direction of the pass from the corner of his eye without needing to look back, thus maintaining his speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Lincon struck the ball, sending a long pass toward him. "It's all up to you now, Divine Turtle." Just as Lincon completed the pass, he was brought down by a sliding tackle from a Real Madrid player. Yet, at that moment, all players on the pitch and fans in the stands were captivated by the soaring football and the sprinting Mbappe. Lincon's timing for the pass was impeccable. At the instant he delivered it, Mbappe had just reached the halfway line. Had the pass been delayed by even half a second, Mbappe would have been offside. Even if he had managed to slow down to avoid being offside, losing his momentum would have made completing the counterattack exceedingly difficult, as the Real Madrid players were already closing in. At this moment, the nearest Real Madrid player to Mbappe was several meters away, and in the race against Mbappe's speed, he found himself increasingly distanced. Once again, Mbappe seized a golden opportunity. After his previous defensive lapse, Courtois could no longer afford to underestimate Mbappe. He charged forward immediately, but realizing he couldn't intercept the ball before Mbappe, he swiftly retreated to the penalty area to prevent a potential lob. However, Mbappe had no intention of lobbing. Had he chosen to shoot from near the center circle upon receiving the ball, he might have had a genuine chance. But now, that opportunity had vanished. Courtois, already tall, had positioned himself back in the penalty area, rendering any chance of a lob futile. Doing so would merely gift the ball to the opponent. Confronted by the advancing Mbappé, Courtois took a deep breath, spread his arms wide, and assumed a stance to face the impending challenge. Mbappé calmly controlled the ball at his feet and began to decelerate. In high-speed runs, many maneuvers become impossible due to the strain on the knees. After all, he was not Lin Quan, endowed with such robust endurance. Observing Mbappé's slowdown, Courtois lowered his center of gravity, preparing for a save. Mbappé glanced at the goal, momentarily hesitating, as if he were poised to shoot. His feint was remarkably convincing. His right leg had already swung back, ready to strike. But just as the spectators and Courtois anticipated a shot, Mbappé unexpectedly flicked the ball to his left. A deceptive feint turned into a genuine maneuver. His explosive power, coupled with the tantalizing fake, allowed him to swiftly create distance from the goalkeeper. He had indeed evaded Courtois. This time, Mbappé was genuinely set to shoot. Witnessing this, the Real Madrid president in the VIP box sprang to his feet, eyes fixed on the pitch, hands trembling slightly. It was uncertain whether he was astonished by Mbappé's display or incensed at seeing his team's lead obliterated once more. Boom! As Mbappé netted his second goal of the final, the stadium erupted like a volcano, a frenzy of excitement engulfing it. Manchester City fans erupted in joy, shouting and jumping, caught off guard by this sudden thrill. They had been anxiously concerned for their team's defensive vulnerabilities just a minute prior, only to see the score equalized in an instant. This 18-year-old truly became more endearing with each passing moment. Meanwhile, Real Madrid fans were left bewildered. How could they score so easily? They had struggled for so long, attempting numerous shots, yet the opponent scored on a single counterattack? It seemed utterly unfair. Amid their frustration, concern began to creep into the hearts of the Real Madrid supporters. With both teams back on equal footing and having witnessed the prowess of the young Mbappé, they held a newfound respect for Manchester City's offensive, particularly their counterattacking capabilities. If Real Madrid dares to advance recklessly as they did before, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. Manchester City would ruthlessly teach them a lesson with their incisive counterattacks. Yet, what if they refrained from attacking? Should they then await extra time, or even a penalty shootout? At this moment, the composure of the Real Madrid players has evaporated, replaced only by profound anxiety and trepidation. Manchester City is indeed a formidable adversary. On the sidelines, Guardiola, witnessing Mbappé's brilliance once more, surged forward in excitement, eager to embrace the young star. However, Mbappé began to slide and kneel from several meters away, one standing and the other kneeling, completely out of sync. Undeterred, Guardiola bent down and tightly embraced Mbappé's upper body, exclaiming, "Kylian, you played excellently, truly magnificent." He has fallen in love with this young talent. Acquiring him from Monaco was undoubtedly a brilliant decision. At merely 18 years of age, his performance is already exceptional. One can only imagine the heights he will reach by the age of 20. With him, Manchester City's attacking options have become far more diverse, even considering counterattacks. In the past, Guardiola, a man of ambition, would have scoffed at the notion of counterattacking. Yet now, he can only exclaim, "How delightful. Boss, it was Lin's splendid pass." Even a dog could have scored that goal. Mbappé, displaying remarkable humility, did not bask in glory but graciously credited the team's veteran leader, Lin Quan. This young man truly knows how to conduct himself. Hearing his words, Guardiola held him in even higher regard. Merely possessing athletic prowess is insufficient. Lacking emotional intelligence and camaraderie with teammates renders one ineffective. No matter how skilled you are, if no one passes you the ball, your talent is futile. Thus, Mbappé, who appears to possess both high football intelligence and emotional acumen, is destined for boundless achievements in the future. Chapter 235. Lin Quan has not yet given up. Mbappé's second goal has left Real Madrid in a precarious position. Zidane, not willing to wait any longer, decisively made a substitution, replacing Bale with Kovacic. This change seemed overly cautious, leaving Real Madrid fans somewhat disheartened. Had the substitution occurred 5 minutes earlier, it might have been comprehensible, as Real Madrid was then in a leading position, and replacing an attacking player with a defensive one could be interpreted as a desire for stability. However, with their lead now vanished, introducing a defensive player at this juncture conveyed a sense of timidity, severely impacting the team's morale. In truth, Zidane's substitution proved to be quite effective. Upon Kovacic's entry, the strength of Real Madrid's midfield was further enhanced, and his vigorous pressing and expansive movement significantly alleviated the pressure on the defensive line, helping to thwart Manchester City's attempts to capitalize on their momentum following the goal. Yet, mere defense is insufficient. Real Madrid also requires goals, for only through scoring can they secure victory. At this moment, Zidane should have continued to make substitutions, bringing on Asensio. However, he hesitated, deliberating at length before deciding to remain inactive. As the regular time of the match dwindled, it became increasingly probable that the teams would enter extra time. Should extra time ensue, it would favor Real Madrid, as their opponents had exhausted all 3 substitution opportunities, while Real Madrid still retained 2. This presented a splendid opportunity for Real Madrid to seize victory strategically, thus concealing their trump card for a while longer. Indeed, Zidane's gamble proved astute. Following Mbappe's goal, both sides endeavored to launch offensive assaults in hopes of securing a decisive win. However, the defensive lines of both teams demonstrated resilience, allowing no room for error or opportunity. Consequently, the score of 3-3 remained intact until the final whistle. The match proceeded into extra time. Prior to the commencement of extra time, both teams were afforded a mere 5 minutes of respite. For the starting players, who had already exerted themselves for over 90 minutes, this brief interval was insufficient for recovery. Recognizing the scarcity of time, neither team opted to retreat to the locker rooms. Instead, they seated themselves on the sidelines to discuss tactical arrangements for the forthcoming extra time. The team physicians, along with substitutes and assistant coaches, scrambled to massage the players' leg muscles, aiding in their relaxation and striving to mitigate the fatigue they had accrued. Despite the overwhelming exhaustion, they understood they could not afford to withdraw from the impending 30 minutes, even if it meant enduring through sheer willpower. Particularly for Manchester City, who had no remaining substitutions, retreat was not an option. Real Madrid, with substitutions still available, might deploy their 2 remaining opportunities to introduce attacking players to challenge their defense. Therefore, the priority was to solidify their defensive stance while focusing on counterattacks. Guardiola understood the current physical state of his team. They could no longer engage in the same exhausting battle against Real Madrid as before. The team's passive situation stemmed from various factors, with Guardiola bearing a significant share of the blame. His decisive substitutions in the second half, utilizing 2 slots in rapid succession, left no room for maneuver. Initially, Manchester City intended to intensify their efforts in the second half, but Real Madrid's 2 goals disrupted their plans, leaving City on the back foot and exacerbating their physical depletion. Observing seasoned players like David Silva gasping for breath filled Guardiola with concern. He worried they might not endure, and he feared the potential for injuries or other unforeseen incidents during extra time. Alas, if only 5 substitutions were permitted, they could rotate players freely without the need for such meticulous calculations. The 5 minutes elapsed swiftly, and the players returned to the field as extra time formally commenced. As the match resumed, Real Madrid adopted a measured pace, refraining from launching the anticipated aggressive offensive against Manchester City, much to Guardiola's relief, though his unease continued to intensify. Zidane had yet to unveil his remaining strategies, leaving Guardiola in a state of apprehension until the final moments. At this moment, Zidane, seated on the Real Madrid bench, gazes intently at the pitch, occasionally shouting instructions to the players, urging them to be vigilant in their defense. Indeed, Zidane's thoughts are firmly fixed on defense. He can discern that Manchester City's stamina is waning. However, the 2 wingers for City appear to be unfazed by fatigue, particularly Sane, who has only recently come off the bench. Although his performance thus far pales in comparison to the brilliance of Mbappe on the opposite flank, his inclusion in a top-tier team like Manchester City and his recognition by Guardiola suggest he possesses undeniable talent. Consequently, Zidane suspects that Manchester City may very well make a desperate push during the first half of extra time. While their forwards still have energy, the midfield and defensive players are nearing their limits. If they do not seize this final opportunity to strike, once their midfielders are utterly spent and unable to support the forwards, any chance of a comeback will be lost. Therefore, Zidane's strategy is to continue to engage Manchester City in a war of attrition, wearing them down, and then, in the latter half of extra time, to introduce 2 attacking players in a bid to breach City's defense and secure victory. Zidane's tactics are quite reasonable. Yet the Real Madrid supporters in the stands remain oblivious to this strategy. As they see their team delay a full-scale offensive while time slips away, their anxiety grows. Attack. What are they waiting for? The Manchester City players can hardly move. Kovacic, for heaven's sake, stop passing backward and play the ball forward, you coward. At this moment, the Real Madrid fans are far from the calmness they might have exhibited in a different timeline, where, in the 2013 to 2014 season, they had already fulfilled their dream by lifting their 10th Champions League trophy. After achieving this monumental desire, they felt unburdened, allowing both players and fans to approach the game with a lighter mindset. Especially since Real Madrid was the reigning champion, they were the defenders, and their opponents were merely challengers. However, in this timeline, everything has altered. Real Madrid's quest for their 10th crown has become an almost insurmountable mental block for the entire team. The players on the field hesitate to attack, burdened by their overwhelming desire to win. If they cannot secure victory in this decisive moment, a successful counterattack from Manchester City could spell disaster for them. This fear of failure is a sentiment that resonates among the Real Madrid fans as well. They simply cannot afford to lose again, after over a decade of disappointments. This year marks their second appearance in the final. If they were to lose again, the next time they face Manchester City, their confidence might be shattered, potentially becoming a psychological hurdle. Yet, the Manchester City team, which instills fear in Real Madrid, is itself in a precarious state, even without launching a full offensive. Some players on City are struggling to cope. Just 5 minutes into extra time, David Silva begins to cramp. Nearby, Lin immediately rushes over to assist him, helping to straighten his cramped leg in an effort to alleviate his discomfort and pain. The Real Madrid players nearby eagerly rushed over to assist, and Lin Quan, upon closer inspection, was astonished to discover that it was none other than Cristiano Ronaldo. He couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. Don't overthink it. I merely wish for the match to resume swiftly, not to offer him aid. Before Lin Quan could voice his thoughts, Ronaldo preemptively began to explain himself. Was this a display of pride? Hadn't the rumors suggested that Ronaldo possessed a domineering personality? To witness such a side of him was indeed unexpected. On the other side, David Silva had only just recovered, yet left-back Clichy began to cramp up as well. Clichy truly could not endure any longer. Being in his 30s and having played for nearly 100 minutes was no small feat. Fullbacks not only have to defend, but must also engage in offensive plays, resulting in their running distances being among the highest in the team. For Clichy to have persevered this long was commendable. The two fullbacks from Real Madrid, Carvajal and Marcelo, were equally exhausted, having remained silent during this period. As Manchester City players continually collapsed onto the ground, the Real Madrid fans in the stands began to jeer. Clearly, they believed the opposing team was stalling for time. The players on the field for Real Madrid protested to the referee, urging him to put an end to such time-wasting antics. Although Real Madrid's offensive efforts had not been particularly fierce during this span, they were determined not to allow Manchester City's players to delay the game in this manner, as it would afford their opponents a chance to recuperate, hindering Real Madrid's subsequent plans. In response to the protests from the Real Madrid players, the referee checked on Clichy's condition, signaled for the stretcher, and had Clichy taken off the field for treatment. Seizing the opportunity presented by Manchester City being down to 10 players, Real Madrid launched an offensive. However, they seemed to forget that there were still 5 defenders on Manchester City's backline, even with 1 player down, for remained, maintaining the integrity of their defense. Thus, their attack bore no fruit and nearly fell victim to a counterattack from Manchester City. Startled, Real Madrid retreated, while Manchester City, already lacking stamina and players, could not mount an effective offense either. In the final minutes of the first half of extra time, both sides played conservatively, and the 15 minutes passed swiftly. As the first half concluded, there was no break at halftime. Both teams simply exchanged sides and continued the match. Zinedine Zidane meticulously scanned the entirety of Manchester City's players, confirming each of their conditions. He was certain that Manchester City's players were running on fumes. There had already been instances of cramping, and their stamina was likely even worse now. Even Lin Quan had been notably quiet during this period. This led Zidane to affirm that the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. With a decisive gesture, he summoned Asensio to replace Cruz and brought on Morata for Benzema. Real Madrid's formation shifted to a 4-3-3. This change in formation was a clear signal for an offensive strategy. Zidane had hesitated for quite some time between substituting Cruz and Casemiro, but ultimately opted to replace Cruz. The role of Casemiro in defense was far too crucial to be taken off lightly. After Kroos left the field, the responsibilities of the midfield commander seamlessly transitioned to Modric, perfectly suited to lead the offensive charge. Following Real Madrid's substitutions and tactical adjustments, the dynamics of the match shifted dramatically. The Real Madrid squad advanced with fervor, launching a relentless assault on Manchester City. The newly introduced Asensio exhibited remarkable vigor, matched against a fatigued Kolarov, who had even suffered a cramp. Asensio boldly exploited his physical advantage, frequently attacking down the right flank, causing chaos along Manchester City's left side. Kolarov found himself struggling to keep pace with the tempo of play. In response to Asensio's incursions, Fernandinho was compelled to provide frequent assistance in defense. However, while the flanks were being fortified, the center was left vulnerable. Although David Silva remained on the pitch, his effectiveness was severely hampered by fatigue, and with Fernandinho preoccupied, Manchester City was outnumbered in the center, quickly succumbing to the offensive prowess of Modric, Casemiro, and Kovacic. Despite the strength of Kanté and Lincoln, the numerical superiority of their opponents rendered them incapable of marking every player effectively. In the 114th minute, Real Madrid initiated an attack from the right. After drawing the attention of Manchester City's defenders, Asensio opted not to deliver the ball to the center as he had previously, but instead executed a backward triangular pass to the edge of the penalty area. Unmarked, Modric seized the moment, surging forward with great speed, and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The quality of Modric's strike was exceptional. The ball not only traveled at great velocity, but also took a cunning angle, heading straight for the corner of the net. Navas, albeit making a valiant effort, was a moment too late to prevent the goal. As the 24th minute of extra time approached, Real Madrid reclaimed the lead. Modric scored what could only be described as a match-winning goal. The stands erupted with euphoria as Real Madrid supporters went into a frenzy, while the coaching staff and substitutes on the sidelines were engulfed in jubilation. Zidane, in a moment of excitement, turned to celebrate, inadvertently tearing his suit, leaving a substantial gash on the inner thigh. A sudden chill coursed through him. On the pitch, Modric was extraordinarily exhilarated, resembling a rocket as he surged forward. His speed so remarkable that teammates attempting to join in the celebration were left grasping at air. Although Real Madrid had already netted 4 goals in this match, this particular goal was undeniably the most precious, virtually securing their grip on the Champions League title. With Manchester City's morale plummeting and players physically drained, the prospect of equalizing in the final minutes seemed insurmountable. Thus, Real Madrid truly felt secure in their victory. At that moment, the thoughts of the fans, players, and even the coach resonated in unison. The Champions League title for the 2016 to 2017 season was destined to belong to Real Madrid. However, amidst the exuberant celebrations of the Real Madrid players, a blue figure strode into their goal, retrieving the still rolling football from within the goalpost and cradling it as he made his way step by step towards the center circle. The players soon discerned the number emblazoned on his jersey, none other than Lincoln, the captain and linchpin of Manchester City, wearing the number 10. He had not given up. Chapter 236, a frenzied match, a frenzied crowd. Kylian Mbappé, initially despondent, felt a surge of determination upon witnessing Lincoln's unwavering spirit, immediately jogging back to his position. "Are you still able to run?" Lincoln inquired with a sidelong glance. "Absolutely." Mbappé suppressed the urge to gasp for air, striving to maintain an appearance of being unperturbed. "That's good. For now, focus solely on charging forward." "Understood." Mbappé did not press for further details. With the captain's words as his guide, he would obediently execute his orders. After all, it was Lincoln who had assisted him last time. Having experienced that moment of success, Mbappé had come to trust Lincoln unconditionally. The celebrations for Real Madrid's goal stretched on for over a minute, and had it not been for the referee's intervention, they might have continued their revelry. Every moment counted. Although their advantage was substantial and time was short for Manchester City, allowing them a glimmer of hope could prove perilous. This was Manchester City, a team known for crafting miracles. Should they score in the final minutes, Real Madrid would find themselves in a state of disillusionment. As the game resumed, only 4 minutes remained. Time was running out for Manchester City. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and without hesitation, Mbappé passed the ball to Lincoln before accelerating towards the opponent's half. Real Madrid's players braced themselves, with several forwards converging on Lincoln in a bid to thwart his forward pass. pressuring him to retreat. Meanwhile, the midfielders were fixated on Mbappé, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball or find space to initiate movement. They had already encountered his explosive speed. It was imperative to neutralize him from the onset. For if given the slightest chance, he could prove unstoppable. Though surrounded, Mbappé recalled Lin Quan's words and refused to succumb to despair. Instead, he tenaciously sought out opportunities, desperately striving to break free. Even when in possession of the ball, he proved challenging to defend. Without it, marking him became an even greater challenge. His defenders were thoroughly tested, yet fortunate for Real Madrid, their players executed their roles with precision, collectively denying Mbappé any opening. This Manchester City attack involved more than just Mbappé. Although the stamina of the other players had reached its limit, the match had reached a critical juncture, and they persevered, driven by sheer willpower. Thanks to the brief moment of celebration following Real Madrid's recent goal, they were afforded a momentary respite. Otherwise, they might have struggled to maintain their composure at this juncture. Manchester City's relentless pressure caused a palpable sense of urgency among the Real Madrid players, as nearly all of their opponents surged beyond the halfway line. The multitude of threats to monitor was overwhelming, making it impossible for them to allocate 2 or 3 players to contain Lin Quan and Mbappé as they had previously done. However, the menace posed by these 2 players outweighed that of their teammates, prompting Real Madrid to prioritize their attention on them. To counter Lin Quan, they stationed the most physically robust Morata alongside him, who utilized his stamina and physicality to keep pace with Lin Quan. On the other flank, Real Madrid's center-back Ramos clung to Mbappé like an insistent piece of chewing gum, providing no room for the Frenchman to maneuver. The density of Real Madrid players surrounding him further hindered Mbappé's ability to escape his markers. Compounding the situation, Mbappé found himself positioned as a center-forward. Yet he lacked the physical stature of one, as well as the opportunities to receive the ball or exploit space for a sprint. Although he stood perilously close to the goal, his threat to Real Madrid's net was far diminished compared to when he had yet to cross the halfway line. Nevertheless, Real Madrid remained vigilant, resolutely containing Mbappé and offering him no chances whatsoever. With Lin Quan entangled by Morata and Mbappé rendered ineffective against the opposition's goal, Manchester City's attack appeared to be faltering before it even gained momentum. At this critical juncture, who could potentially rise to rescue the team? The answer lay in Leroy Sané. Overwhelmed by Mbappé's dazzling performance, Sané had, throughout the match, seemed almost invisible, rarely appearing on the broadcast, and nearly being overlooked by both sets of players. Since his introduction, Lin Quan had scarcely passed the ball in Sané's direction, leading him to cease running. After all, to run would seem futile. With Sané remaining stationary, Real Madrid players naturally disregarded him, perceiving him as devoid of threat. However, as the match approached its climax, Sané, as was his wont, ambled forward, almost lazily, merely keeping pace with his teammates as they advanced beyond the halfway line. In the midst of Manchester City's all-out offensive, Real Madrid players were caught off guard by Sané's movement, as Lin Quan, holding the ball, was positioned deeper than Sané, seemingly unlikely to pass to him. After all, to relinquish the hard-won opportunity for advancement at such a moment would merely grant Real Madrid the chance to regroup defensively. Lin Quan, not glancing at Sané, unexpectedly signaled. The Real Madrid players were puzzled by the gesture, but upon seeing it, Manchester City players quickly gravitated towards him, as if seeking to assist. Was this a signal for aid? Morata, somewhat skeptical, scrutinized Lin Quan, unwilling to relax his vigilance. Standing tall and strong, Morata, having only recently entered the fray, was still in peak condition. Zidane entrusted him with the task of marking Lin Quan for nearly 120 minutes, a player who, despite lacking in height and weight, and being in a state of fatigue, stood firm as a mountain, granting no opportunities whatsoever. From the moment Morata entered the fray, he dominated the physical confrontations, as Lin Quan embodied the image of exhaustion he had envisioned. Even for someone not specialized in defense, containing Lin Quan in such a state posed little challenge. Morata brimmed with confidence, believing he could completely neutralize Lin Quan and deny him any chances to pass forward. Observing his opponent's apparent weakness, Morata devised a plan to intercept the ball from Lin Quan's feet and embark on a solo run, aiming to make a name for himself in the final. Thus, as Lin Quan seemed poised to pass the ball back to a teammate, Morata sprang into action. He swiftly maneuvered in front, targeting the ball beneath Lin Quan's feet, intent on seizing it first. Prior to making his move, he leaned into Lin Quan, hoping to leverage his physical advantage to push him aside and ensure a successful interception. Morata's calculations were astute, yet he had gravely underestimated Lin Quan's stamina. Although they had been in play for 120 minutes, Lin Quan's energy was far from depleted. His earlier appearance of weakness was merely a ruse, an illusion crafted to ensnare Morata. Realizing that Morata had fallen for the deception, Lin Quan felt a surge of joy and collided with Morata's advancing body. The resounding thud echoed as Morata felt as though he had struck a wall, momentarily winded and nearly losing his balance. How could this be? How could this fellow still possess such strength? Morata's eyes widened in disbelief. This was bad. He had been outsmarted. Having once shared the field with Lin Quan on the national team, Morata was well aware of his prowess. Reflecting carefully, he recalled never having heard of any concerns regarding Lin Quan's stamina. Thus, the truth became painfully clear. Lin Quan had been deceiving him all along. Unfortunately, this realization came too late. After shaking off Morata's grip, Lin Quan surged forward with the ball. The midfielders of Real Madrid, witnessing his advance, were momentarily taken aback. This fellow had actually pushed Morata aside. How could he still have the energy? There was no time for further contemplation, with the forward line's interception having failed. The midfield defense could not afford to be breached again. In an instant, Kovacic, Modric, and even Asensio rushed towards Lin Quan. At that moment, none of the other Manchester City players posed as significant a threat as he did. They had witnessed Lin Quan single-handedly dismantle an opponent's defense before. No one could predict whether he would conjure such a miracle again this time, but Real Madrid dared not take the risk. Fans in the stadium and those watching from their screens held their breath as Lin Quan charged menacingly towards Real Madrid's penalty area. Could he replicate the miraculous feats of the past in the final, single-handedly breaching Real Madrid's entire defense? Surely not. It seemed too audacious to be true. Though the notion seemed utterly implausible and far-fetched, the fans could hardly suppress their anticipation, yearning to witness such a miracle once more. Lin Quan's performance commenced, and the first to charge at him was Kovacic, who, in less than a second, was deftly maneuvered past by a skillful and rapid nutmeg. The nutmeg is not an esoteric dribbling technique, yet when perfected, it can confound opponents effortlessly. Observing Kovacic being so swiftly outmaneuvered, the Real Madrid supporters collectively inhaled sharply, their unease deepening. Could it be that he would single-handedly dismantle their defense? Following Kovacic was Modric, who, at this juncture, was truly running on empty. Unlike Lin Quan, he lacked any extraordinary enhancements to sustain himself through such an intense match for 120 minutes. He was burning the candle at both ends. Devoid of stamina and in a significant decline in form, Modric posed no threat to Lin Quan, who breezed past him with a mere change of direction. Modric, unable to keep pace, was effortlessly bypassed. Upon witnessing Modric's defeat, the Real Madrid fans were thrown into a state of panic. Modric's defensive prowess had often turned the tide in their favor, utilizing his movement and tenacity to thwart opponents' advances and promptly counterattack, resulting in goals. Yet, unexpectedly, this seemingly indomitable figure was now being trampled by Lin Quan. As Lin Quan sprinted away, Modric gasped for breath, internally lamenting the monstrous stamina displayed at this moment. No wonder Morata struggled. There was simply no way to contain him. With two teammates vanquished in quick succession, the remaining Real Madrid players braced themselves, their focus entirely consumed by Lin Quan. "Stop him!" Ramos bellowed, abandoning Mbappe and charging towards Lin Quan. Nearby, Casemiro, Asensio, and others also surged towards him. Lin Quan had now reached the edge of the penalty area. Just a step further, and he would breach the box. The consequences of allowing him entry would be dire. Thus, even if it meant committing a foul, he could not be allowed to advance any further. Before Ramos could arrive, Casemiro, rushing in from the side, slid in for a tackle. Although already burdened with a yellow card, another foul could very well result in a red card. Yet, he could not afford to ponder such consequences. However, Lin Quan seemed to have anticipated Casemiro's intentions, delicately lifting the ball and leaping over him, evading the tackle. What an opportunity! Despite his teammates failing to execute a tactical foul, Casemiro's presence had still disrupted Lin Quan's rhythm. Seizing the moment, Asensio extended his leg, aiming to kick the ball away. Yet, Lin Quan, quicker in response, struck the ball first. However, it appeared he had misjudged the force, sending the ball beyond his own control. "Oh, Had he made an error? Seeing Lin Quan seemingly falter under pressure, losing his grip on the game, evoked a sense of regret among the spectators eagerly awaiting a miraculous moment. Yet, the Real Madrid fans nearby erupted in astonishment. "Watch out," they cried, as a blue figure surged from the flank into the penalty area, striking the ball without halting its momentum, finding the net in the lower right corner before the goalkeeper could react. The scorer was Leroy Sane, akin to a neglected assassin, who emerged suddenly to deliver a decisive blow. In the 118th minute of extra time, Manchester City valiantly equalized the score, bringing it to 4-4, thus resetting the contest to a level playing field. With less than 2 minutes remaining, the prospect of a penalty shootout loomed large. Sane's goal sent countless Manchester City fans into a frenzy, as if the team, previously declared lifeless by medical professionals, had miraculously resurrected. His goal salvaged the team. The Manchester City supporters celebrated ecstatically, mirroring the jubilance of the players on the pitch and the coaches and substitutes at the sidelines. In stark contrast, the Real Madrid fans appeared despondent, their disappointment palpable. What a thrilling match it was, falling behind 4 times only to equalize each time. It was not that Real Madrid performed poorly. Rather, their adversaries displayed remarkable resilience. Each time victory seemed within reach, the opponents found unexpected ways to snatch it away. With regular time failing to yield a victor and extra time seemingly destined for the same outcome, it appeared that only a penalty shootout would determine whose fortune would prevail. Chapter 237. The final curtain falls. To be frank, no one anticipated that this match would culminate in a penalty shootout. Both Real Madrid and Manchester City are teams characterized by their fierce attacking prowess, capable of scoring at will. When such formidable teams clash, the likely outcome would typically see one side overwhelming the other through sheer offensive might. Although the final tally of 8 goals aligns with expectations regarding the attacking capabilities of both teams, it was utterly unexpected that these 8 goals would be evenly divided between them. This was indeed remarkable. The fans of both teams were left in a state of torment, yearning for victory, as the prospect of a brutal penalty shootout loomed. From the standpoint of neutral spectators, however, witnessing such a captivating UEFA Champions League final was a true feast for the eyes. This tumultuous match, filled with unexpected twists, evoked memories of that unforgettable night in Istanbul 12 years ago. There, a similar goal fest unfolded, with 6 goals scored in regular time, as Liverpool mounted a stunning comeback from a significant deficit, ultimately triumphing through a penalty shootout to create the legendary Istanbul miracle. Indeed, the occurrence of a penalty shootout in a Champions League final is not uncommon. In the past decade, there have been 2 such instances. Whether it was the match between Manchester United and Chelsea in 2008, or Bayern's encounter with Chelsea in 2012, both of these games were marked by a scarcity of goals, with the final scores being a mere 1-1. The dearth of goals resulted in a less riveting match experience, devoid of the dramatic twists and turns that often characterize football. Consequently, many fans have deemed this particular match as the most exhilarating Champions League final they have witnessed in the last decade, arguably rivaling the legendary Istanbul night. Regardless of which team ultimately lifts the Champions Trophy, for the spectators, both sides are victors. The fans, with a sense of relaxed anticipation, look forward to the final showdown, while the players and coaching staff of both teams are gripped by palpable tension. They are diligently finalizing the order of penalty shootout participants. Lin, you will go first. Guardiola decisively assigned Lin Quan the first position, not only because he is the most proficient and accurate penalty taker in Manchester City, but also due to his role as team captain, the cornerstone of the squad. As the leader, it is imperative to rise to the occasion in critical moments. The player taking the first shot bears the heaviest psychological burden and is most likely to miss, making it essential to choose an athlete with both exceptional composure and precision to handle the pressure and convert the penalty. Failing to do so could exacerbate the pressure on those who follow, potentially leading to a collapse. Almost simultaneously, as Guardiola confirmed Lin Quan's position, Zidane at Real Madrid made a similar decision, designating Cristiano Ronaldo to take the first shot. Ronaldo accepted this without hesitation, despite his usual preference for the 5th position, which would allow him to bask in the limelight after a victory. This match, however, was different. Ronaldo prioritized winning above all else. He feared that if he were to go last, his teammates might falter, and by the time it was his turn, defeat would already be sealed. While he would not bear the blame for not having participated, Losing the match and the championship would be an unbearable loss. Once Ronaldo's position was confirmed, the penalty order for Real Madrid was quickly established. In contrast, Manchester City took slightly longer to finalize their lineup, but they too soon had their order set. The penalty shootout commenced. The first penalty was taken by Manchester City. Lin stepped into the penalty area, carefully placing the ball before retreating a few steps, awaiting the referee's whistle. Madrid fans, witnessing Lin's first shot, were filled with anxiety, desperately attempting to disrupt him with jeers. Lin, however, remained unfazed by the cacophony, entirely impervious to external distractions. Conversely, Real Madrid's goalkeeper, Courtois, found himself increasingly anxious amidst the overwhelming boos. Any goalkeeper facing Lin in a penalty shootout would likely feel the pressure. Lin's penalty record is remarkable. It seems he has never missed. Courtois, mindful of Lin's impressive statistics, felt his legs weaken. As both sides prepared, the referee blew the whistle, signaling that Lin could take his shot. Lin refrained from engaging in psychological warfare with Courtois, nor did he indulge in any flamboyant feints during his run-up. Instead, he approached the task with straightforward determination, striking the ball into the upper left corner of the net with unparalleled precision. Courtois, having risen from the ground, trudged disheartenedly toward the left side of the goal, conceding his position to Manchester City's goalkeeper, Navas. Reflecting on the earlier goal conceded, Courtois felt a deep sense of despair. He had anticipated Lin potential shooting direction based on his movements, yet the angle was so exquisitely placed that even a preemptive judgment proved futile. With his height, wingspan, and reflexes, there were few in the footballing world who could have reached it. Lin goal ignited a wave of elation among his teammates, alleviating some of the tension that had gripped them. However, the atmosphere among the Real Madrid players felt somewhat subdued in contrast to the exuberant celebrations of the Manchester City players. The appearance of Cristiano Ronaldo in the penalty area surprised both Navas and the fans in the stands. Typically, Ronaldo is not the first to take a shot. He usually makes a grand entrance at the climax of the match. Could it be that Lin initial performance spurred him to change positions with his teammates? From the expression of the Real Madrid coach on the sidelines, it appeared otherwise. As Navas observed Ronaldo standing in the penalty area, he quickly recalled the latter's penalty-taking habits. Most often, Ronaldo favors his right foot, directing his shots predominantly towards the right side of the goal, particularly the lower right corner. With this knowledge, Navas decided to take a chance. However, fortune was not on his side. Although Ronaldo did indeed use his right foot, this time he executed a penalty, leaving Navas utterly deceived. The fans in the stands gasped at Ronaldo's audacity to attempt such a shot in this high-stakes moment. Meanwhile, Real Madrid's players were invigorated by Ronaldo's unconventional method of scoring, erupting in cheers and applause. Both teams had scored, each goal distinct in its artistry, making it difficult to determine a clear advantage. Lin's shot into the absolute dead corner would have thwarted any goalkeeper, while Ronaldo's penalty not only tested his technical skill, but also his mental fortitude. Just imagine the backlash he would face if he had failed to convert that penalty. The second player for Manchester City was David Silva, who did not disappoint the expectations of his teammates and fans, confidently scoring. Following him, Luka Modric represented Real Madrid, successfully netting a goal as well. As the third round commenced, Manchester City sent out Zidane. Although Zidane sometimes played in a rather individualistic manner, his shooting remained reliable, and he calmly scored. With Manchester City not having missed a single shot in the first 3 rounds, Real Madrid felt a mounting pressure. The third player for Real Madrid was Morata. Despite his limited playing time within the squad, his shooting skills were commendable, being the second highest scorer for the team. The only concern was whether his mindset would withstand the pressure. Morata did not falter. As the third player to step up, he effortlessly slotted the ball into the net with a deft variation during his run-up. The pressure shifted back to Manchester City, with Kanté as the fourth to take his shot. Although Kanté had limited experience with penalties, his mental fortitude was commendable. Despite Courtois correctly predicting the direction of his shot and even making contact with the ball, Kanté's powerful strike proved too much. Courtois could only manage a slight deflection, failing to prevent the ball from entering the goal. At 43 minutes, Manchester City held a temporary lead. The atmosphere in the stadium grew tense. The penalty shootout was proving to be more fiercely contested than anticipated, with neither side having missed a penalty thus far. All eyes turned to the following Real Madrid player. Marcelo, as spectators speculated whether the Brazilian would deliver a spectacular performance. However, Marcelo disappointed the crowd as he too withstood the pressure and successfully converted his penalty. The shootout remained deadlocked, with the competition intensifying beyond expectations. Next up for Manchester City was Van Dijk. Though still relatively young, his composure was remarkable, making him Guardiola's trusted backbone in defense. By sidelining Mbappé and choosing Van Dijk for this critical moment, Guardiola's faith in him was evident. Like candy, Van Dijk may not possess the most refined penalty technique, yet his choice of a straightforward, powerful shot was effective. Provided he did not suffer the misfortune of striking the goalkeeper directly, the close range and high velocity made it exceedingly difficult for Courtois to save it. Courtois guessed correctly again, but was unable to thwart the shot. The pressure once more returned to Real Madrid, but they had their captain, Ramos, stepping up for the decisive shot. Ramos had considerable experience in penalty shootouts, with both a stronger mentality and technique compared to Cani and Van Dijk. His penalty was not only powerful but also placed at a tricky angle, leaving Navas unable to make the save. After 5 rounds of penalties, the teams remained level. A rarity under such immense pressure, with all 10 shots finding the net. Even the seasoned referee was taken aback. These players, undeniably among the finest on the planet, demonstrated extraordinary composure and skill. He promptly announced that the shootout would now enter a sudden death phase. Any miss could lead to defeat. Manchester City would go first again, and with the previous shooters unable to participate, they had to select from the remaining players. Finally, Mbappé emerged into the penalty area. Though not one to shy away from challenges, the weight of representing his team in a Champions League final, drawn into a penalty shootout and now facing sudden death, left the inexperienced Mbappé feeling anxious. He feared that a missed penalty could result in his team's failure to secure the championship. However, the more one fears something, the more it tends to manifest. Statistics reveal that during penalty shootouts, pressure accumulates, resulting in a declining success rate for players who take their shots later in the sequence. Upon recognizing that his opponent rarely takes penalties, Courtois felt an immediate surge of confidence. He fixed his piercing gaze upon Mbappé, seemingly attempting to penetrate his very soul. Already somewhat anxious, Mbappé found his discomfort magnified under Courtois' aggressive scrutiny. In his desire to ensure the goalkeeper could not reach the shot, he overcompensated in pursuit of the perfect angle. Yet, his inner turmoil led to a lack of control over his strength, causing the ball to veer off target. The football slipped past the goal, leaving Mbappé in a state of shock, while the crowd erupted in astonishment. This marked the first miss in the shootout. Courtois, exhilarated, raised his arms in triumph, emitting a series of triumphant roars. Although the miss was not due to his own save, but rather an error on the opponent's part, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Had he not exerted such significant psychological pressure, it was unlikely the shot would have gone astray. Truly, this young man was too inexperienced. Courtois cast a disdainful glance at Mbappé, feeling a deep contempt for his fragile mental fortitude. No matter how skilled or swift one may be, such a lack of composure would inevitably limit their potential. Mbappé returned to his team, despondent, repeatedly apologizing to his teammates. Despite their reassurances, he could not find solace. The consequences of losing were far too grave for him to bear. Yet, Manchester City was not entirely defeated. A glimmer of hope remained. If Navas could save the next shot, the teams would find themselves back on equal footing. Representing Real Madrid, Casemiro was the 6th to step up. The fans in the stands rose in unison, their necks craned towards the goal, their hearts collectively anxious over the impending penalty. As Casemiro approached the ball, Navas anticipated the direction of the shot and made his move. However, the ball grazed his fingertips and soared past him into the net. The stadium erupted like a powder keg, a cacophony of joy igniting the air. Countless Real Madrid supporters wept tears of elation, while others, having long suppressed their emotions, let out hoarse cries of jubilation. After years of waiting, they had finally secured their 10th championship trophy in club history. On the pitch, the Real Madrid players surged towards the stands, the coaching staff, and the sidelines, celebrating in a frenzy. Only those who had participated in the match could truly comprehend the arduous nature of their victory. The outcome had not been decided until the very last moment. Had it not been for Mbappé's unfortunate misstep, in his relentless pursuit of the perfect angle, no one could predict how long the shootout might have continued. Manchester City was indeed a formidable and admirable opponent. One could only hope to never encounter them on the field again. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 238. Investing $85 million in a defender is indeed a remarkable display of sincerity. The taste of failure is bitter, and no one relishes experiencing such a sentiment. Mbappé, having missed the decisive penalty, was inconsolable, nearly dissolving into tears. No one blamed him, for all were utterly exhausted, devoid of even the energy to feel anger. As Real Madrid supporters erupted in jubilation over their victory, it was nearly impossible to find a standing Manchester City player on the pitch. The fatigue accumulated from the match, the disappointment of defeat, and the bitterness of losing the championship left them utterly drained, with scarcely the strength to move a finger. The only one still on his feet was likely Lin Quan. Standing on the field, he glanced up at the scoreboard, his heart weighed down by a profound sense of bitterness. The taste of failure is indeed unpleasant, yet he understood that this is an inevitable path for every player. No one can win indefinitely. Manchester City's decline in strength this season was evident, with the league having long since unraveled and the Champions League journey fraught with obstacles. Simply reaching the finals once more was, to be frank, quite an achievement. Against such a tenacious Real Madrid team, united in their quest for glory, Manchester City's persistence through the penalty shootout was commendable. Although his teammates had poured their hearts into the match, even Mbappé, who faltered at the end, had twice risen to save the team. Without his 2 goals, Manchester City would have been overwhelmed by Real Madrid long ago. Thus, Lin Quan held no resentment towards him. Instead, he stepped forward and helped the weeping Mbappé to his feet. Mbappé, like a remorseful child, looked at Lin Quan and choked out an apology. "I'm sorry, Captain. I have let you down. It's all my fault." Lin Quan did not allow him to finish. He pulled him into an embrace, firmly patting his back, and said, "Listen, Kylian, if you feel like crying, do so loudly. But remember this moment, the deep-seated feelings of humiliation, regret, and pain. When you return, train hard and strengthen yourself. Next year, we shall return for vengeance." Upon hearing Lin Quan's words, Mbappé ceased his tears and nodded earnestly. "Yes, Captain. I will make myself stronger and ensure such a thing never happens again." Lin Quan nodded in satisfaction, teasingly adding, "When you return, practice penalty kicks 10,000 times. And next time there's a shootout, you will be the first to step up." "What?" Mbappé was taken aback. On the sidelines, Guardiola collected himself and adjusted his attire before approaching the Real Madrid bench. After shaking hands and congratulating Zidane, Guardiola made his way onto the pitch to his disciples. This year has been a barren one for Manchester City, yielding little beyond a Club World Cup. Compared to the glories of previous seasons, this season's performance could even be described as abysmal. However, Guardiola held a different perspective. In fact, this match had bolstered his confidence even further. Perhaps others merely perceive that Real Madrid has toppled the Manchester City dynasty, bringing an end to their 3 consecutive championships. However, through this match, Guardiola discerned the formidable potential of his team. This season, Manchester City has struggled with inconsistent form and an incomplete squad, compounded by the early injury of a key midfielder. Despite facing such numerous setbacks, they managed to contest fiercely with Real Madrid, only succumbing at the very last moment. This performance has exceeded Guardiola's psychological expectations. Although Mbappé missed a penalty, Guardiola's impression of him remained unaffected. Rather, he increasingly believes in the boundless potential of the player. With him and Lin Quan, alongside a host of other young yet exceptionally talented core players such as De Bruyne, Kanté, and Van Dijk, it is merely a matter of time before Manchester City ascends to the pinnacle once again. The impact of Real Madrid's victory far surpasses external expectations, not solely because they stand as the preeminent and most influential club in European football, boasting countless fans worldwide, but also due to Manchester City's recent dominance in the Champions League, which has incited a yearning for a challenger to end their monopoly. Real Madrid has achieved this, offering a collective sigh of relief. Furthermore, this triumph marks the club's 10th Champions League trophy, imbued with profound symbolic significance. It demonstrates to the world that Real Madrid is not only the best in the past, but also in the present, and will continue to be in the future. Regardless of others' beliefs, Real Madrid's fans are steadfast in this conviction. What is there to boast about? It is merely leveraging ancient advantages to claim a few Champions League titles, scoffed the rival fans. The supporters of Barcelona, unable to tolerate Real Madrid's exuberance, while not wishing to see Manchester City continue their reign, are even less inclined to witness Real Madrid lifting the trophy. "Oh, how sour," Such a strong whiff of jealousy. Whose vinegar pot has been overturned? They jest. How can one not feel this bitterness? The illustrious Universe team possesses merely 4 Champions League trophies, less than half of ours. They retort, mocking the so-called Universe team for their inflated reputation yet inability to best Atletico Madrid, dreaming of glory that remains elusive. Amidst their jubilation, Real Madrid fans, upon hearing the disparaging remarks from Barcelona supporters, promptly retaliated without hesitation. Even if one were to disregard the Champions League titles before the 1990s, Real Madrid has still secured 4 trophies, equaling Barcelona, all while enduring a lengthy period of decline. In contrast, Barcelona only managed to narrow the gap during the era of their dream team. At other times, they have consistently found themselves outpaced by Real Madrid. Thus, Real Madrid fans harbor a sense of superiority, firmly believing that Barcelona does not belong in their league. In terms of historical depth, Barcelona pales in comparison to Real Madrid. Faced with the mockery from Real Madrid supporters, Barcelona fans did not hold back, launching a counterattack. The two sides engaged in a heated online dispute, drawing a sizable audience eager to witness the spectacle. Given Real Madrid's current squad, it is hardly surprising that they triumphed over Manchester City. Frankly, if they had failed to do so, I would genuinely be at a loss as to who could accomplish such a feat. From the perspective of a neutral fan, there is considerable appreciation for Real Madrid's championship victory. The team exhibited the qualities befitting a champion, managing to withstand immense pressure and maintain composure in the face of multiple equalizers and even reversals by their opponents, ultimately securing the title, a feat that is undeniably challenging. As for Manchester City, one might say they were merely unfortunate. Had Mbappé converted that penalty, the outcome could have been markedly different. In my view, Real Madrid's triumph was somewhat fortuitous. Oh, why do I say this? The reasoning is straightforward. Real Madrid initially poached the midfield linchpin, Kroos, from their rivals and subsequently incapacitated De Bruyne shortly after the match commenced, leaving Manchester City's formidable midfield duo from previous championship-winning seasons entirely absent. Nevertheless, they still managed to repeatedly level the score. Had those two remained on Manchester's side, I dare say Real Madrid might have faltered. There is merit to this argument. Even disregarding Kroos, had De Bruyne not sustained an injury, Manchester's offensive repertoire would have been far more diverse and challenging to defend against. In such a scenario, Real Madrid might have hesitated to launch such audacious attacks. My friend, your analysis has illuminated a poignant truth. The most effective strategy to conquer Manchester City is to dismantle their squad by acquiring their most capable and potent players, thus rendering them ineffective. Indeed, it is a clever tactic, yet the challenge lies in the fact that Manchester City is no fool. Would they be willing to sell? Whether they would or not remains to be seen. The thoughts of the fans are not mere idle chatter. In reality, several elite clubs, after witnessing this match, have begun to entertain such notions. Numerous outstanding young talents within Manchester City captured the attention of many, such as Mbappé and Zidane, while established stars like De Bruyne, Kanté, and Van Dijk had already attracted offers last year. It appears that acquiring players from Manchester City is no simple task, and their exorbitant asking prices deter numerous teams, who fear that players bought at such high costs may not replicate their form in a new environment and system. After all, it is no secret that Guardiola excels at nurturing talent, enabling many players to perform beyond their market value under his guidance. However, once they depart from the meticulously crafted system that Guardiola has established, their ability to maintain such performance becomes uncertain. Consequently, many clubs are all talk and little action. They may vocally express their intentions to pursue signings, yet often retreat when faced with the reality. Yet, it was Real Madrid that boldly ventured forth and seized the championship. Kroos's performances this season, both in the league and the Champions League, have been nothing short of remarkable. Witnessing his exceptional display has quelled any doubts regarding whether players departing Manchester City can continue to perform at such a level. Thus, this summer, Manchester City is likely to receive a deluge of offers from numerous clubs across various leagues, potentially filling their office to capacity. Among these, the most coveted is undoubtedly Mbappé. Mbappé's performance on the UEFA Champions League stage is undeniably remarkable. Following a moment of concern regarding his mindset and forthcoming displays due to a penalty miss, those apprehensions vanished entirely when, just days later, he led France to a resounding victory over Sweden, slicing through their defense with ease. In this match, Mbappé exhibited the same characteristics he displayed in the Champions League final: swift, precise, and ferocious. He resembled a high-performance sports car, unstoppable once it roared to life. Despite the Swedish defenders employing every tactic at their disposal, including foul play, they could not thwart Mbappe's scoring prowess. In his first start for the national team, he achieved a hat-trick, a performance that astonished the entire nation of France. Countless French fans began to vocalize their hopes of bringing this prodigious talent back to the domestic league. In response to the fans' fervent calls, Paris Saint-Germain swiftly took action, being the first to submit a bid to Manchester City. However, Mbappé is deemed untouchable at City, resulting in the inevitable rejection of PSG's offer. Undeterred by this setback, PSG, accustomed to such refusals from Manchester City, sought alternative approaches, initiating contact with the player's family and agent to see if they could persuade him to consider a move. While City may reject their offers, if the player himself desires to leave, can the club truly compel him to stay? It is crucial to understand that a reluctant player cannot flourish. Once the desire to depart takes root, retaining him becomes exceedingly challenging for any club. The options then become to either sell him and mitigate losses or risk a fractious standoff, leading to mutual dissatisfaction. Frankly, PSG has shown considerable goodwill in their pursuit of Mbappé. To entice him, they even pledged to persuade Neymar to relinquish his position as the team's star player, transferring that mantle to the 18-year-old Mbappé. Neymar, undeniably one of the top players in contemporary football and a marquee signing worth over €200 million, poses a formidable challenge to convince to step aside for a mere teenager. The difficulty of such a request is monumental, almost insurmountable. PSG must have invested significant effort, negotiating, compromising, and possibly pressuring Neymar to secure his agreement. Their willingness to go to such lengths underscores their profound respect and sincerity towards Mbappé. Had it not been for that fateful penalty in the final, Mbappé might have seriously considered such a generous invitation from his hometown club. After all, PSG not only offers him a prominent role within the squad, but also a lucrative salary and various bonuses far exceeding what he could earn at Manchester City. No one can turn away from financial incentives, particularly when City cannot match such terms. It's not that City lacks the resources. Rather, granting Mbappé such an arrangement would jeopardize the standing of other players and potentially unravel the entire wage structure of the team, rendering the investment counterproductive. However, despite the entreaties from his family and agent, Mbappé ultimately declined the offer. He is now solely focused on seeking revenge against Real Madrid and has no intention of leaving Manchester City until this vendetta is fulfilled. Mbappé's determination leaves Paris Saint-Germain utterly speechless. What kind of excuse is this? Is the allure of our club truly so lacking? They could not even muster a more reasonable justification for their refusal. They doubt Mbappé's explanation, as it defies belief for any rational individual. PSG has offered Mbappé an annual salary of 18 million. Currently, only two players in the entire football world, Quan and Messi, can command such a figure, with Cristiano Ronaldo earning even less. This figure does not even account for bonuses. If bonuses are included, Mbappé's annual income could surpass Messi's, falling just behind Quan. Aside from these three superstars, who could possibly reject such an offer? Yet, Mbappé declined, leaving PSG perplexed. In addition to PSG's earnest efforts in the transfer market, another unexpected team has shown unwavering commitment in pursuing a player from Manchester City, Liverpool. They have set forth an astronomical bid of 85 million to secure Virgil van Dijk, demonstrating remarkable sincerity. Chapter 239, a 90 million bid for Van Dijk. Madness ensues. 2 weeks have passed since the conclusion of the Champions League final, and discussions surrounding the match have gradually subsided both online and in reality. Fans' attention is now shifting towards the intensifying World Cup qualifiers and the summer transfer window. With next year being a World Cup year, it seems the upcoming summer transfer market is particularly frenzied, as many stars contemplate changing clubs to secure their place on the grand stage. Galacticos Barcelona, spurred by their old rival Real Madrid's triumph, continues to wield their financial clout this summer, making significant signings. After spending 150 million on Philippe Coutinho, they have now invested 105 million to acquire Ousmane Dembele from Borussia Dortmund. Neymar's unexpected departure, coupled with Messi's advancing age, has instilled a sense of urgency within Barcelona. Although there remains a faint hope of luring La Masia's jewel, Quan, back to Camp Nou, last summer's renewal with Manchester City has dimmed this prospect considerably. Thus, Barcelona finds itself in a race against time, eager to identify Messi's successor. Whispers suggest that Barcelona has set its sights on Atletico Madrid star Antoine Griezmann. But the hefty price tag from Atletico poses a significant challenge. Should Barcelona genuinely wish to secure his services, they may need to dig deep into their pockets. While Dembélé has garnered some recognition in the Bundesliga and attracted the attention of several elite clubs, it is astonishing that a player who was acquired for $35 million just a year ago has now seen his value soar by $70 million in such a short span. This monumental transfer has transformed Borussia Dortmund into a new powerhouse in Europe's transfer market, overshadowing even the Portuguese giants Porto. However, not everyone is optimistic about this transfer in the external sphere. Numerous industry experts have pointed out that the positional overlap between Dembélé and Messi significantly constrains the former's performance. Unless Barcelona promptly elevates Dembélé's status, his tenure at Camp Nou is destined to render him a mere supporting actor to Messi, casting a shadow over his future prospects. However, the prospect of promoting Dembélé seems implausible, as Messi has only just turned 30 and is likely to maintain his peak for several more years. Given Messi's prowess, form, and immense reputation, it is improbable that Barcelona would part with him so swiftly, unless Messi himself chooses to depart. Regardless of external opinions, Barcelona continues to regard Dembélé with great importance. After investing heavily to acquire him, the club learned from the lessons of Neymar's departure and promptly raised Dembélé's buyout clause to $400 million. This fee, even for Paris Saint-Germain, is beyond reach. While Barcelona is actively acquiring new talents, their neighbors, the newly crowned Champions League winners Real Madrid, are in the process of clearing out their roster. Recently, the club has offloaded the Colombian star James Rodriguez, who was previously signed for $85 million amidst fierce competition from elite clubs. Bayern Munich has secured a 2-year loan agreement with Real Madrid, bringing this once glorious player to Allianz Arena. According to coach Zinedine Zidane's intentions, he plans to sell James outright. Yet, Real Madrid president Florentino Perez seems reluctant to entirely relinquish him. Perhaps still captivated by his past brilliance or considering the potential commercial benefits he could bring in expanding Real's presence in Latin America. Bayern's choice to loan James stems from Jupp Heynckes' belief in his capabilities, perhaps suggesting that he was misused at Real or struggled to adapt to La Liga's style. By providing a change of scenery in the Bundesliga, they hope to activate his buyout clause, set at a reasonable $40 million, which is not overly exorbitant. If he fails to impress, they can simply return him to Real after the loan period. Bayern is not in the business of reclaiming discarded talent. In the Premier League, Manchester United has announced several significant transfers. They initially spent $35 million to acquire young defender Victor Lindelof from Benfica. This transfer fee, while modest, broke United's historical record, establishing Lindelof as the club's most expensive center-back. This alone underscores the long-overdue enhancement of United's defensive line. In contrast, their neighbors Liverpool have pursued Virgil van Dijk with a staggering offer of $85 million. Thus, $35 million pales in comparison to that figure. However, Manchester United is not being frugal. Rather, they are allocating funds toward offensive acquisitions. On July 10th, Manchester United officially announced the signing of Romelu Lukaku, the former Chelsea forward, from Everton for $85 million. This transaction stands as the second highest transfer fee in the footballing world this summer. The saga is far from over. Just a few days later, Manchester United announced the acquisition of Chelsea's championship midfielder, Matic, for a staggering sum of $45 million. Last season, Matic participated in 40 matches for Chelsea, contributing 2 goals and 9 assists. While these figures may not appear dazzling, especially when compared to the illustrious performances of Fabregas, his invaluable contributions to Chelsea are undeniable. Without his formidable presence in the midfield, Chelsea's defensive prowess last season would have been significantly compromised. His departure is indeed a considerable blow to Chelsea, particularly with Liverpool and Manchester United actively bolstering their squads this season, making the task of defending their hard-won league title an arduous challenge. Manchester United's trio of transfers has fortified their front line, midfield, and defensive core, amounting to a hefty expenditure of $165 million. However, Mourinho is plagued with discontent. Despite the club's efforts to enhance all 3 lines as per his specifications, the players acquired are not his preferred choices, but rather alternatives. It seems the club's higher-ups are playing tricks on him. Meanwhile, Liverpool is not idle either. While they pursue Van Dijk with considerable financial might, they have also secured the impressive Egyptian forward Salah from Roma for 42 million. Salah has returned to the Premier League, but this time, he dons the colors of the Reds rather than a blue-clad team. Klopp intends to utilize him as a key player, a stark contrast to his previous situation at Chelsea. The transfer has not garnered much attention from the public. Although Salah's performances in Serie A were commendable, his profile remains relatively low-key, and the transfer fee is modest, lacking any sensational elements. In contrast, greater focus has been directed towards the tug-of-war between Liverpool and Manchester City regarding Van Dijk. In response to Liverpool's 85 million bid, Manchester City firmly rejected the offer, reiterating that Van Dijk is an indispensable member of their squad, content and unwilling to depart. Faced with City's repeated rejections, Klopp, with determination, upped the ante, raising the bid to 90 million. This is sheer madness. Either I have lost my mind, or the world has gone entirely mad. When fans first learned of this news, their immediate reaction was to question its authenticity, and upon confirming its truth, their astonishment only deepened. If someone were to spend 100 million on a player of Linquan's caliber, they could comprehend it. Although 100 million is a significant sum, such a player, possessing immense talent, youth, and critical importance to the team, is a rare find and justifies the investment. However, to spend nearly 100 million chasing a defender? That seems utterly irrational to them. Just a few years ago, when Chelsea's defender David Luiz transferred to Paris Saint-Germain for 50 million, it left them astounded. Little did they anticipate that, in merely a few years, the market would elevate such a figure to 90 million. Football seems to have transformed into something unfamiliar overnight, leaving fans bewildered. When one invests 90 million in a defender, one must ponder how much more needs to be spent on the attack. With such extravagant expenditures, who can truly afford to engage in the beautiful game? Yet, there are indeed players of great value to be found. It merely depends on one's ability to seize opportunities for hidden gems. For instance, the dominant force in Serie A, Juventus, recently acquired the midfield talent Blaise Matuidi from Paris Saint-Germain for a mere 20 million, a remarkable feat in an era where transfer fees soar and inflation runs rampant. In this climate, securing a player of Matuidi's caliber, one who has proven himself at the highest level, is in the prime of his career, and is a key member of the French national team, at such a price is astonishing. Even Juventus themselves find it hard to believe. The reason Juventus was able to secure this bargain is straightforward. Paris Saint-Germain needed to offload players to create financial space for Kylian Mbappe's arrival, and Matuidi was among those earmarked for departure. PSG had little hope of profiting significantly from his transfer. Their primary desire was for him to leave promptly. It is noteworthy that even Angel Di Maria was nearly cast aside by PSG, only escaping that fate when Manchester City rejected their offer. While Juventus celebrated the acquisition of Matuidi, they faced the unfortunate loss of their defensive stalwart, Leonardo Bonucci. As the youngest member of Juventus's trio of central defenders, Bonucci's departure was unexpected, especially to AC Milan, another powerhouse in Serie A. The news of his transfer dampened the spirits of Juventus fans, who had just reveled in their successful acquisition. Throughout July, in addition to the aforementioned high-profile transfers, another significant transfer grabbed widespread attention. Barcelona paid 40 million to secure the services of Brazilian international and former Tottenham player Paulinho from a team in the Chinese Super League. This transaction sparked considerable discussion among fans, primarily because it marked the first instance of a top European club purchasing a star player from the Chinese league at such a high price, reversing the usual trend of the Super League acquiring players from Europe. When Paulinho transitioned from Tottenham to Guangzhou Evergrande, the initial transfer fee was 14 million. 2 years later, that fee escalated to 40 million. Even after accounting for the player's wages over 2 years, Evergrande stands to profit, which is a surprising turn of events in the realm of football, particularly in the context of the financially driven Chinese league. Amidst this flurry of transfer news, Manchester City, a club under close scrutiny, appeared remarkably quiet, leading many fans to feel disheartened and speculate that the team might be resigning themselves to mediocrity. The previous season's shortcomings highlighted numerous issues, and if these weaknesses are not addressed during the transfer window, the upcoming season could pose significant challenges for Manchester City. Manchester City is not as inactive as the outside world perceives. In fact, during this period, Guardiola has been assessing numerous players. On July 15th, Manchester City executed their first transaction of the summer transfer window. Surprisingly, the club opted for a sale rather than a purchase, announcing the transfer of Son Heung-min to Tottenham for $50 million. Influenced by Mbappe's presence, Son's playing time significantly diminished in the latter half of the last season, and he was even omitted from the Champions League final squad. This left him feeling disheartened and perplexed, prompting thoughts of seeking a new environment, as he did not wish to remain on the bench. After sincere and in-depth discussions with the player, the club respected his wishes and approved the transfer. The $50 million fee is relatively modest, considering they initially acquired Son for $35 million. Over the past 2 years at Manchester City, he has made considerable progress, and his on-field performances are well regarded. Thus, Tottenham's acquisition at this price is undoubtedly advantageous. For Manchester City, they can only be deemed to have broken even on this transaction. Son's departure signifies a substantial elevation in Mbappe's standing within the team for the upcoming season. His appearances will undoubtedly increase significantly. However, the midfield still poses challenges, compounded by the aging David Silva, whose form is beginning to decline, necessitating a suitable replacement. Consequently, following the announcement of Son's transfer, Manchester City promptly reinvested the proceeds by acquiring Silva from Monaco. Silva was a player Guardiola had identified in the previous season, but a purchase was deferred due to the club's ample reserves in that position. Nevertheless, the painful lessons learned from the Champions League final underscored the necessity for greater bench depth. Accumulating more players in that position is never excessive. At worst, they can be developed into versatile assets, frequently rotated as needed. This, indeed, is the direction Guardiola intends to focus on reforming. He requires players to become multifaceted to fulfill his tactical demands effectively. While the acquisition of Silva might have been anticipated, the $40 million purchase of Benfica's goalkeeper Ederson raised eyebrows. Was Navas's performance inadequate? Why invest such a sum in a goalkeeper? It seems extravagant to recruit a $40 million goalkeeper merely as a backup. Thus, when this transfer was announced, speculation arose that Manchester City might be seeking a new goalkeeper. The fans' conjectures were correct. Guardiola was indeed dissatisfied with Navas. The goals conceded in the Champions League final highlighted Navas's vulnerabilities against aerial threats. Furthermore, he does not embody the style of goalkeeper Guardiola envisions for his play. Consequently, with a heavy heart, Guardiola resolved to bolster the goalkeeper position. End of chapter 240. Haaland's decision. Although Manchester City's defense boasts a world-class center-back in Van Dijk, the flanks have consistently remained their Achilles heel. Sabolito once exhibited remarkable prowess, even standing as a contender for the title of the world's premier right-back. However, as the years progressed, his form began to wane, and his performances last year were notably diminished. Consequently, during negotiations with Tottenham regarding the transfer of Son Heung-min, Manchester City reached an agreement to acquire the right-back Kyle Walker from Tottenham for a sum of $52 million. Walker, renowned for his talent, was selected for the Premier League's best 11 last season. Yet, what truly captured the admiration of many was his exceptional free kick during the penultimate round of last season, where he executed a peculiar low strike against Manchester United, securing victory for Tottenham and clinching 4th place in the league, thereby shattering Arsenal's long-standing myth of being indispensable in the top 4. Many Tottenham fans believe that this singular strike dismantled Arsenal, leading to Wenger's resignation and their loss of a Champions League berth. Given that Tottenham and Arsenal are fierce rivals, the misfortune befalling their adversaries surely elated the hearts of Spurs supporters. Upon learning of Walker's transfer, Tottenham fans felt a profound sense of loss. However, this sorrow was considerably alleviated by the $52 million received in return. Levy, that cunning fox, proved once again to be a shrewd businessman, flamboyantly spending $50 million to acquire Son Heung-min from Manchester City, while discreetly selling their right back at a premium, ultimately netting an additional $2 million. This transaction was, without a doubt, commendable. Yet, Levy seemingly overlooked the challenge of finding a suitable replacement for such an outstanding player. Selling Walker to Manchester City, a team with defensive vulnerabilities, raises questions about whether he was merely complicating his own strategic endeavors. With the right-back position resolved, the focus now shifts to the left-back role. Kolarov, now 32 years of age, has seen his form decline, resulting in limited appearances last season, making it difficult to place high expectations upon him. As for Clichy, although he featured more frequently than Kolarov last season, he too is the same age, and both may depart from Manchester City this summer. Thus, the club must seek a competent left-back to fill the impending void. However, finding a suitable candidate is no simple task. Guardiola has long coveted Bayern's left-back Alaba. Yet Bayern remains steadfast in their refusal to part with him. Consequently, Guardiola has had to settle for a $30 million bid for Chelsea's Spanish international Azpilicueta, hoping to lure him to the Etihad Stadium. Regrettably, Chelsea is also unwilling to release him. This summer, Chelsea has already witnessed the departure of numerous players, including their former captain Terry. Following Conte's necessary squad overhaul, he does not intend to make significant adjustments to the core lineup, focusing instead on strengthening various positions. The unexpected departure of Matic has placed Chelsea in a precarious position, and under Conte's firm insistence, it is highly probable that the club will not relinquish any more key players this summer. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to secure a deal, Guardiola was compelled to take a step back and set his sights on Benjamin Mendy, the left-back from Monaco. Over the years, Monaco and Manchester City have conducted numerous transactions, establishing a familiar rapport between the two clubs. Given this familiarity, Monaco did not hesitate to demand an astonishing $60 million upfront. The figure took Guardiola by surprise. Monaco truly dared to ask for such a sum. Previously, when acquiring Mbappé and B. Silva, City had never spent this much. In comparison to those two, Mendy's abilities and reputation fall significantly short. Had Monaco lost their senses to propose such a lofty price? Although Manchester City is not short on finances, Guardiola is determined not to be taken advantage of. He firmly refuses to spend unnecessarily. Monaco, seemingly confident in their position, remained inflexible, leading to a deadlock in negotiations. In desperation, Guardiola opted to extend Kolarov's contract for another year, a temporary solution. Fortunately, he was preparing to significantly adjust the team's tactics for the new season, focusing on a 3-defender formation, which would diminish the importance of the fullbacks. If necessary, midfield players could be utilized in those roles. With the intent of implementing a 3-defender system, the team's center-back reserves needed bolstering. Van Dijk and Stones had formed a solid partnership last season, securing 2 starting positions. If the veteran captain Kompany could recover from his injuries, he could serve as a reliable rotational player, likely participating in around 20 matches throughout the season. The remaining matches could see Rudiger stepping in as a substitute. With these 4 players, the team should be well equipped. However, 1 or 2 additional substitutes were still required for unforeseen circumstances. Following Lin Quan's suggestion, Guardiola secured Ruben Dias from Benfica's youth academy for $20 million, bringing in the 20-year-old as a backup center-back. This transaction, due to its modest sum and the youthfulness of the player, did not draw much attention from the outside world. Only Benfica felt a mixed sense of emotions after completing the deal, experiencing a combination of feeling fortunate yet regretful. Dias, a product of Benfica's youth system, had been with the club for a decade and was highly valued and regarded by them. Had Manchester City not intervened, they intended to promote Dias to the first team this summer, allowing him to test his mettle in the Primera Liga. However, the offer from Manchester City disrupted Benfica's plans entirely. $20 million is no small amount, especially for a 20-year-old who has yet to experience high-stakes matches or accrued top-tier league experience. It is, indeed, a princely sum. Selling Dias at this price was not a loss for Benfica. In fact, it could even yield a profit, considering the unpredictability of talent realization. After all, Dias had not yet made an appearance in the Primera Liga, leaving Benfica uncertain about his adaptability to a top-tier league. Perhaps he will adapt and even continue to grow, potentially allowing for a more lucrative sale in the future. However, there exists the possibility that he may struggle to acclimatize to the pace of the Primera Liga, causing them to miss the opportunity to profit from the $20 million. Moreover, Manchester City's offer is astutely positioned, resting just above their baseline. Had the bid been €15 million, they might have hesitated to part with him. Yet, at €20 million, it becomes exceedingly difficult to decline. Ruben Dias himself does not feel averse to the prospect of joining Manchester City. Rather, he is filled with excitement. Compared to the Primera Liga, the Premier League undeniably presents a grander and more elevated stage. Manchester City, a true powerhouse, eclipses Benfica in terms of strength, influence, and financial prowess. For young players, it is rare to reject an invitation from such a prestigious club. Thus, Dias eagerly packed his belongings and promptly reported to the club. However, Dias's initial exhilaration soon waned as he began to question his own capabilities amidst relentless challenges. How daunting it was. Were the players at Manchester City truly monstrosities? Each one seemed to possess an uncanny ability to maneuver past him with ease. It was understandable to struggle against the likes of the formidable senior players, as no one in the footballing world could confidently claim to defend against their attacks. Yet, what was the situation with the others? That 18-year-old French lad, bursting with explosive energy, could effortlessly bypass him with a singular technique time and again. Then there was another player, slightly older, with a voluminous hairstyle, whose speed was astonishing. Dribbling skills exceptional, and yet his approach to beating opponents was devoid of any flamboyance. He simply overpowered them with sheer velocity, dismissing extravagant moves such as tricks or flicks. If he were to be outperformed by these primary or secondary players, it would be somewhat acceptable, given their superior prowess compared to his current form. However, after being outclassed by these individuals, he found himself humbled by three 17-year-olds from the youth team, leading him to a profound existential crisis. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why are the people here so extraordinary? Mother, I wish to go home. Pep Guardiola, observing the events transpiring on the training ground from his office, could not suppress a smile. The rapid development of these young players both amazed and concerned him. Although Jadon Sancho, Phil Foden, and Erling Haaland were all merely 17 years old this year, the Youth League had ceased to provide any substantial assistance for their growth. They needed to hone their skills on a higher stage, yet the first team struggled to offer them sufficient playing time for such development. After all, Manchester City's primary objective was to secure championships, both in the league and the Champions League, which were their ambitions for the year. Achieving these goals required them to engage in one fierce battle after another, contests that were not conducive to the growth of younger players. Hence, loaning them out appeared to be the most prudent choice. Sancho, born in March, is the eldest among the trio and possesses the strongest abilities. Joining a less competitive team in one of the top 5 leagues as a key player should pose little challenge. If necessary, the loan fee can be negotiated downwards. Guardiola has already outlined a loan arrangement for Sancho, who boasts exceptional speed, dribbling skills, shooting accuracy, and passing proficiency, with a balanced capability in both feet. He resembles a midfielder more than a winger. While such a player may not thrive in Manchester City's first team, he could very well shoulder the burden for a weaker squad. Initially, Guardiola intended to loan Sancho to La Liga, leveraging his connections in that league. However, Borussia Dortmund unexpectedly expressed interest in Sancho. Upon hearing of City's intention to loan him, they proactively approached, seeking to establish a loan agreement with a buyout option. It is rare for a prestigious club like Dortmund to seek players from other teams on loan, indicating their strategic intentions. The rationale is straightforward. Dortmund is optimistic about Sancho's potential and recognizes the fierce competition for winger positions at City, where he might not secure a spot. Thus, acquiring him first increases the likelihood of a future purchase. Having tasted success with Dembele, Dortmund has realized the benefits of their current strategy. They are now shifting their operational approach to attract and nurture young talents, hoping these players will ultimately generate greater revenue for the club. Acknowledging that the Bundesliga is dominated by Bayern Munich, Dortmund has accepted their inability to challenge for supremacy and has opted for a more cooperative stance. Embracing a win-win philosophy, Guardiola consented to Dortmund's loan request and signed an 11-month loan agreement. Dortmund can assess the situation after the first year to decide whether to extend the loan. However, should they activate the extension clause, they will gain the option to purchase Sancho after his 2-year tenure with them. This contract is satisfactory for both parties. Should an opportunity arise within City's squad next year, they can opt not to renew the agreement and recall Sancho. Meanwhile, Dortmund can secure the option to buy after just 2 years of rental, ensuring their efforts are not in vain. With Sancho's loan finalized, Guardiola's attention shifted to Haaland and Foden. Foden, who is 2 months older than Haaland, possesses a youthful visage and a diminutive stature, making him appear younger than his actual age, which caused Guardiola some hesitation. Would any team genuinely consider loaning such a seemingly fragile young player? Even weaker teams might hesitate. He pondered. Consequently, he decided to postpone any thoughts of loaning Foden, prioritizing Haaland's situation instead. Haaland, do you wish to remain with the team as a substitute, waiting for your opportunity, or would you prefer to be loaned out to play? After consulting with Lin Quan, Guardiola resolved to seek the player's own wishes. Haaland has always been a person of strong opinions, and his father, Alfie Haaland, has consistently offered him various pieces of advice, which have greatly benefited his career. Upon hearing Guardiola's words, Haaland felt a twinge of uncertainty, torn between remaining with the team or seeking a loan for more playing time. He expressed the need to consult with his family before making a decision. Guardiola nodded in understanding, allowing Haaland ample time for deliberation. "Coach, I wish to stay with the team." The outcome surprised Guardiola. Haaland had no intention of pursuing a loan to gain more game time, but rather chose to remain with the team in anticipation of future opportunities. This decision caught both Guardiola and Lin Quan off guard, as they had previously assumed that, under his father's guidance, young Haaland would likely opt for a loan. Considering he had just turned 17 and was at a pivotal stage in his development, requiring more playing opportunities to enhance his skills, staying at Manchester City would make it challenging to secure sufficient match time. "Have you thought it through?" Guardiola reiterated. "Yes, my father suggested this. And I personally want to continue with the team to learn from you and Lin Gu." Guardiola chuckled warmly. Chapter completion. Chapter 241. Guardiola's protective instincts. 17-year-old Haaland had yet to evolve into the formidable being he would later become. At this stage, he was not a threat to children. His smile was somewhat naive, reminiscent of a bashful young man, far from the terrifying and abstract figure he would later embody. Guardiola has always admired Haaland. Despite the latter not being the traditional striker, he typically excels at coaching. Haaland's high emotional intelligence and likable demeanor, combined with his technical prowess and physical attributes, marked him as a promising top-tier striker. Manchester City indeed faced shortcomings in the striker position. While Aguero was undoubtedly effective, his lack of the standing ability typical of traditional strikers occasionally limited Manchester City's attacking options, particularly in tightly contested matches. Nevertheless, if Haaland wished to stay, they would gladly keep him, for with Manchester City's strength, they would inevitably find themselves in situations of significant leads in both League and Champions League matches. At such times, they could deploy him, allowing him to experience the intensity of top-flight football without the pressures of competition. Although Haaland often dominated in youth leagues, the level of the Premier League was incomparable. He should prepare himself mentally, otherwise, his debut could see him overwhelmed by opposing defenders. As Manchester City pursued new signings, several key players faced interest from other elite clubs in the transfer market. This year, due to Lin Quan's recent contract extension, there were no significant offers. However, players like De Bruyne and Kanté attracted numerous suitors. De Bruyne was somewhat secure, as he would follow Lin Quan wherever he went. Yet, Kanté seemed inclined to return to Ligue 1. Initially, Paris Saint-Germain had little interest in him, but due to their pursuit of Mbappé, they undertook considerable efforts to clear out their squad, consequently freeing up some salary space for potential signings. As a French player, Kanté wields significant influence within the domestic scene. His return to Ligue 1 could greatly assist the Qatari consortium in garnering acceptance and support from local fans. Since the tenure of Wenger at Arsenal in the 1990s, he has consistently sought talent from Ligue 1, successfully bringing numerous players into the Premier League. Inspired by Wenger's model, other clubs, be they giants or smaller teams, have shifted their focus to the cost-effective talent within Ligue 1. This trend has led to a severe drain of talent from the French league in recent years, with very few star players remaining to serve their domestic clubs. For instance, in the current French national team, main striker Benzema plays in La Liga, key midfielders Pogba and Kanté are in the Premier League, Griezmann is in La Liga, and Matuidi is in Serie A. Among the 11 starting players, only Payet is still active in Ligue 1. This ratio is not only higher than that of traditional football powerhouses like Spain, England, Germany, and Italy, but it even surpasses that of the Netherlands. It is worth noting that Ligue 1 is one of the top 5 leagues, whereas the Eredivisie holds a slightly lower status. Yet, the Dutch team boasts at least 5 players who have emerged from their domestic league. This can only lead to one conclusion: Ligue 1 is unable to retain its talents. Such a situation has left the French feeling quite dissatisfied, as they have long aspired to enhance the attractiveness and competitiveness of their domestic league to restore its former glory. Historically, Ligue 1 suffered from financial constraints, lacking the prestigious elite clubs that would allow it to compete with the other for major leagues. However, with the emergence of Paris Saint-Germain and financially robust clubs like Monaco, there is now ample opportunity to retain local stars and prevent them from seeking fortunes abroad. Thus, PSG's offer for Kanté is not merely driven by competitive and commercial motives. It also encompasses significant political considerations. Kanté's situation is somewhat complicated. Despite accumulating numerous accolades at Manchester City, he has begun to exhibit signs of complacency, displaying a diminished desire for progress. This phenomenon is not unique to Kanté. In fact, it has surfaced within the team since Manchester City first clinched the Champions League title, after enduring the physical toll of numerous arduous battles to secure their various honors. It is only natural that players would seek respite and better conditions, relishing the fruits of their labor. No one relishes a life of relentless toil. Everyone aspires to a more leisurely existence. As player motivation wanes, their on-field performances inevitably decline. Moreover, the more championships they accumulate, the more pronounced this issue becomes. Players not only lose their hunger for titles, but also find themselves beleaguered by the relentless pace of high-stakes, multi-competition engagements. The decline in Manchester City's form last season can largely be attributed to this phenomenon, alongside the impact of Kroos's departure. This is particularly evident in both seasoned and novice players. Last season, the performance of the newly joined young players distinctly surpassed that of the veteran members of the team. They exhibit more vigor and determination, displaying a willingness to exert themselves on the field in pursuit of recognition and advancement. Had it not been for the exceptional contributions of these young talents, alongside Lin Quan's unwavering excellence, Manchester City would undoubtedly have fallen short of reaching the Champions League final last season. Guardiola was reluctant to part ways with Kanté, as his role in midfield is irreplaceable. Thus, he sought Kanté out for a candid and profound discussion, ultimately persuading him to remain with the team, foregoing a return to League One. The matter seemed to have been resolved amicably, yet Lin Quan could discern no excitement or joy on Guardiola's face, only a profound concern and an unmistakable weariness. "What troubles you? Hasn't Kanté renewed his contract with the team?" Lin Quan inquired as he poured a cup of tea for Guardiola and settled onto the sofa opposite him. "Kanté is highly likely to leave the team next summer." Guardiola sighed deeply before responding. "Pardon?" Lin Quan was taken aback. If Kanté had already resolved to depart, why would he choose to renew his contract with the club? Wouldn't that complicate his transfer? Kanté is not the type to be ungrateful. His decision to extend his contract serves two purposes: to stabilize the team's morale and reassure his teammates, thus preventing any disruption to the preparation for the upcoming season, and to ensure that he leaves behind a financial compensation for the club when the time comes. The longer a player's contract is, the stronger the negotiating position of the club that holds the player during discussions, making it more advantageous for bargaining. If this is the case, preparations for the defensive midfield position must commence promptly. This position is crucial. Manchester City does have alternatives, such as Fernandinho, who serves as a backup in that role. However, his abilities do not quite match Kanté's, and given Fernandinho's advancing age, he cannot be relied upon for many more seasons. Therefore, Manchester City must begin to prepare in earnest. They could either elevate talent from the reserves or youth team or invest significantly in the transfer market. What do you think about moving Kimmich to the defensive midfield position? Guardiola contemplated a player he had initially acquired from the Bundesliga, the promising Joshua Kimmich. Kimmich had been loaned out for a year to gain experience and had shown considerable progress. Although he primarily played as a fullback, Guardiola believed he possessed the potential to transition into midfield and should be given the opportunity to explore this transformation. Moreover, the tactical approach for the new season is quite favorable for players capable of fulfilling multiple roles in both defense and midfield. Given Kimmich's youth, there remains significant potential to harness. The nurturing of young talent is not solely Wenger's forte. Guardiola holds a keen interest in it as well. Upon hearing Guardiola's words, Lin Quan found himself at a loss for words. Is Kimmich truly suited for the defensive midfield role? Even in later years, this question remains a topic of considerable debate. The number of supporters for both sides is considerable. Detractors argue that Kimmich's performance in the defensive midfield position has been woefully inadequate, and the dual failures of Bayern Munich and the German national team have substantiated his unsuitability for this role. Conversely, proponents contend that Kimmich excelled in various positions, including fullback, defensive midfielder, and even center-back, during Guardiola's tenure, demonstrating his capability to fulfill the role of a defensive midfielder. They attribute his current subpar performance to the coach's training and the tactical shifts within the team, rather than a deficiency in Kimmich's abilities. Lin Quan believes both perspectives hold merit. He acknowledges that Kimmich is not entirely incapable of playing as a defensive midfielder, yet he cannot be held to the same lofty standards as Xavi Alonso or Schweinsteiger. In simpler terms, one must not impose excessively high expectations upon him. as his skill set does not align with such demands. Guardiola, a former defensive midfielder himself, possesses remarkable expertise in coaching midfield players. Under his guidance, Kimmich was successfully transformed into a defensive midfielder, and his performance was commendable, which makes Lin Quan hesitant to dispute this approach. It is worth exploring, but a diligent search for a proper defensive midfielder is certainly warranted. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. Guardiola concurs, raising a significant question mark over Kimmich's suitability for the role. He cannot afford to place all his eggs in one basket. Therefore, acquiring new players is indispensable. However, the question remains, whom to purchase? On July 20th, Manchester City embarked on their pre-season training tour to North America. During this year's International Champions Cup, City faced their old rivals Real Madrid and their local adversaries Manchester United. The team experienced a loss followed by a victory, succumbing 0-2 to United in the first match, then triumphing 4-1 over Real Madrid, and concluding the series with a 3-0 win against Roma, achieving a record of 2 wins and 1 loss. In such matches, teams often do not take the proceedings too seriously, with many opting to field their substitutes, thereby disregarding the thousands of fans in attendance. Manchester City, however, made a decent effort to engage the audience, featuring Lin Quan and Mbappe, who both participated and scored, thereby doing justice to the spectators. In the clash against Real Madrid, Cruz finally seized the opportunity to catch up with his former teammates. Despite suffering a 1-4 defeat, the Real Madrid squad remained unfazed, with those not on the pitch sharing laughter on the bench, exuding an air of champions. Indeed, the essence of a champion can elevate a team's demeanor. In contrast, Manchester City seemed somewhat aggressive. Although they did not field many starters, the players clearly approached the match against Real Madrid with a chip on their shoulders, playing with intensity. In the second half, Guardiola sent on Foden and Haaland, who collaborated to score a goal. The celebratory moment of Foden riding on Haaland's back was captured and became an iconic image much discussed by fans. The relationship between Zidane and Guardiola is relatively amicable. Although they had a minor spat during last season's Champions League final, bygones are bygones, and neither holds a grudge. After the match commenced, the two individuals huddled together, engaged in a conversation whose content remained a mystery, yet they continued to chatter incessantly. Guardiola, feigning fatigue, found a storage box and took a seat, animatedly gesticulating while explaining something to Zidane. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Zidane, with hands tucked in his pockets, listened intently to Guardiola's discourse, resembling a teacher imparting knowledge to a student. This scene was captured by fans and journalists alike, becoming a topic of discussion among supporters during their leisurely moments. Though Zidane enjoyed a far greater reputation during their playing days, in the realm of coaching, Guardiola held the seniority and exhibited a depth of expertise that surpassed Zidane's. Despite leading his team to victory in the Champions League last season, which symbolizes the pinnacle of club success, Zidane was acutely aware of the gap between himself and the elite coaches. Consequently, he diligently sought to acquire knowledge and enhance both his own capabilities and those of his team. As for the score on the pitch, neither of them paid it any heed. It was only after Foden assisted Haaland's goal that they exchanged glances. "That number 47 lad reminds me a bit of Lin Quan," Zidane remarked casually. In contemporary football discourse, the praise for a player has shifted from he plays like Messi to he plays like Lin Quan. Fans are notably pragmatic. In recent years, Lin Quan's prominence has overshadowed Messi, resulting in a new generation of supporters who recognize Lin Quan while being less acquainted with Messi. Many who might have been drawn to Messi have instead gravitated towards Lin Quan. Does he resemble Lin Quan? I beg to differ. Guardiola shook his head, asserting that Foden paled in comparison to Lin Quan. At the age of 16, Lin Quan had already been able to challenge the Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich with Werder Bremen, even leaving them embarrassed on several occasions. Could Foden achieve such feats? Unlikely. Guardiola's unique connection to Lin Quan fostered a protective instinct. He rarely made comparisons to Lin Quan and would even bristle when hearing others do so. Does that person even remotely compare to Lin Quan? Zidane's interest in Foden waned almost immediately, and he had no desire to spare a second glance at Haaland. At that moment, Haaland had little to distinguish himself. However, the formidable prowess of the man of steel, as he would come to be known, would undoubtedly resonate in the years to come. Chapter 242. The worship of King Wu. In contrast to previous seasons, this year has proven less hectic for Manchester City as they embark on a new campaign. Following a season devoid of trophies, with no championships to their name, they are spared the considerations of competitions such as the Community Shield and the UEFA Super Cup. Thus, upon returning from North America to Europe, Guardiola led the team to Spain, engaging in friendly matches against various opponents. During a match against Villarreal, the performance of the 21-year-old midfielder Rodri captured Guardiola's attention. Although the young player lacked extensive experience and exhibited some naivety, the qualities he displayed reminded Guardiola of Sergio Busquets from his time at Barcelona. Rodri's positioning is remarkably astute, showcasing an exceptional ability to perceive the broader dynamics of the game. He adeptly discerns the attacking intentions of the opposition, focusing his efforts on neutralizing the most threatening players, thus effectively stifling their incursions and assaults through the center. Benefiting from his impressive height, he possesses a distinct advantage in aerial duels, rarely conceding in contests for the ball. Moreover, Rodri demonstrates commendable transitional capabilities, skillfully delivering the ball to his teammates through short passes and strategic switches, occasionally even orchestrating threatening attacks. These attributes are clearly appreciated by Guardiola. It is evident that Rodri's primary responsibilities on the pitch revolve around defensive duties. However, he is not merely a defensive player, but rather a versatile warrior on the field. Nevertheless, Rodri is not without his shortcomings. Presently, while his height is advantageous, his physicality does not exude strength. His ability to withstand physical confrontations is not as formidable as one might expect. In several encounters with Gundogan and De Bruyne, he has not gained significant advantage. When faced with a player like Lin Quan, who possesses speed, skill, and agility, Rodri's defensive performance is almost painful to witness, as he is easily bypassed. This may be attributed to Lin Quan's exceptional prowess, coupled with Rodri's relative inexperience in dealing with such players, leading to his subpar performance. However, considering the multitude of players within Manchester City, Lin Quan is unique. Against others, Rodri has not faltered and has displayed commendable performance. With this in mind, Guardiola has taken note of Rodri, placing him on his observation list. Should he continue to develop and meet Guardiola's standards, there exists a possibility that he may be acquired. Spanish players typically exhibit commendable technical skills, aligning with the type of players Guardiola favors. Additionally, there are no language barriers, facilitating smoother integration. With the support of the team's leadership and head coach, his acclimatization to the squad would be swift, enabling him to contribute effectively upon joining. In a recent friendly match, Manchester City triumphed 2-0 over Villarreal with relative ease. Their subsequent warm-up opponent was Espanyol, a team affiliated with Real Madrid and situated in Barcelona, thus naturally becoming rivals with Barcelona. Although Espanyol's strength is modest, they occasionally pose challenges to Barcelona, making them a fitting test for Manchester City's attacking prowess in the new season. In this match, Guardiola positioned Sane at the forefront alongside Aguero, transforming Manchester City's formation into a 3-1-4-2. This configuration clearly indicated an intention to implement a pressing offensive strategy. Indeed, throughout the match, Espanyol was confined to their own half, as Manchester City's formidable midfield and attack relentlessly pressed, subjecting the opposition's goal to continuous threats, with wings soaring in unison, penetrating through the center, seizing opportunities within the penalty area, executing headers on goal, and unleashing long-range shots from outside the box. Manchester City's offensive arsenal is as varied as it is formidable, leaving the Spanish side utterly defenseless. By halftime, the score had already escalated to 3-0. Given that this was merely a friendly match, a complete rout on the opponent's home turf would have cast a shadow over both teams. Consequently, Manchester City opted for substitutions in the second half and adopted a more conservative approach. Nonetheless, even with this change, the substitutes managed to score twice more. Fortunately, in the dying moments of the second half, Chinese player Wu Lei from the Spanish team netted a solitary goal, slightly restoring the home team's dignity. The loss left the opposing coach in a dour mood, yet the players remained jovial, seemingly indifferent to the outcome. Some youthful players eagerly approached the stars of Manchester City, seeking autographs, exchanging jerseys, and capturing cherished moments through photographs. Such a splendid opportunity to idolize should never go to waste. Wu Lei, elated by his goal, sought out Lin Quan to swap jerseys. "Brother Lin, you are my idol." "Oh, wait, I am your admirer," Wu Lei exclaimed, his excitement causing him to fumble his words. It was evident that he genuinely revered and admired Lin Quan. Lin Quan felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing that Wu Lei, 5 years his junior, addressed him so casually. Sharing similar positions on the field, the two found ample common ground for conversation. Like Lin Quan, Wu Lei is capable of playing in multiple positions, although not as versatile. He certainly cannot operate in midfield. Thus, it is no surprise that Wu Lei regards Lin Quan as his idol. He ardently follows Manchester City's matches, studying the various offensive techniques displayed by Lin Quan and attempting to incorporate them into his own gameplay. Although constrained by his inherent limitations in talent and physical attributes, the lessons gleaned from Lin Quan have significantly aided Wu Lei's development. After all, Lin Quan has never been one to flaunt his skills. He relies on the simplest, most practical methods. Mastering these could indeed be beneficial. Benzema resonates deeply with this sentiment. Recently, he has been striving to return to the national team, demonstrating remarkable vigor across all fronts to impress French coach Deschamps and quell the criticisms from domestic fans. However, the results have been far from ideal. Even in pivotal matches like France versus the Netherlands, he has not been called up, indicating a high likelihood of missing next year's World Cup. Since joining Espanyol, Wu Lei has transitioned from a substitute to a steadfast starter on the left wing. His capabilities as a first-team player have become undeniable, as evidenced by his impressive record of 29 appearances, 9 goals, and 6 assists last season. Such performances have reportedly caught the attention of several prestigious clubs. Although Wu Lei may not possess the requisite skills to meet their demands, the immense market of 1.4 billion people behind him is undeniably alluring. However, Wu Lei is evidently aware of his own capabilities. Joining a top club now would likely relegate him to a bench warmer, with uncertain playing time that could hinder his development rather than enhance it. Thus, he remains undeterred by external temptations, patiently staying with Espanyol to continue honing his skills. This season, he feels in excellent form and is confident he can strive for a double-digit goal tally, perhaps even competing with Son Heung-min of Tottenham for the title of Asia's best player. After conversing with Wu Lei and learning of his intentions, Lin Quan wholeheartedly supports his decision. Recognizing the boundaries of one's abilities is commendable. He has a friend who, due to a lack of self-awareness, has switched clubs 3 times in 2 years. The two took a commemorative photo together and exchanged jerseys. Had time permitted, they might have ventured out for a meal. Although Wu Lei plays in Barcelona, Lin Quan, being a native, knows the area far better and is well acquainted with the best dining spots. While the transfer market continues to generate significant news, the new season of the Premier League has already commenced. Compared to the Bundesliga, La Liga, and Serie A, the Premier League started its season a week earlier. This early kickoff has drawn numerous spectators to witness the opening match of the Premier League. The league's official commercial promotion and operational capabilities are indeed impressive. The inaugural match of the new season featured Arsenal, who had recently undergone a managerial change, facing Leicester City, who had also appointed a new coach. The match was exhilarating. Within just 2 minutes, Arsenal took the lead. However, before they could revel in their early success, Leicester swiftly equalized. The teams exchanged goals, resulting in a 2-2 tie at halftime. Shortly after the second half began, Vardy scored twice, shifting the score to 3-2 and putting Leicester ahead. Arsenal's new manager, Emery, faced the prospect of a defeat in his home debut. In a crucial moment, 2 veterans emerged. Ramsey and Giroud scored in the 83rd and 85th minutes, respectively, helping the team to complete a comeback victory, ultimately winning 4-3 against Leicester City and securing a triumphant start to the season. Despite the nail-biting nature of the match, the outcome was pleasing for Arsenal fans. Following the departure of Wenger, who had coached the team for over 2 decades, uncertainty looms over the club, leaving everyone wondering where the new season would lead the Gunners. At least this opening victory will bring them joy for a week. After the curtain raiser, other matches began to unfold. Liverpool, having bolstered their squad during the summer transfer window in hopes of revitalizing their fortunes, faced a setback in their opening match of the new season. In an away game against Watford, they conceded a late equalizer in stoppage time, regrettably missing out on a winning start. The reigning champions, Chelsea, faced an even graver fate, succumbing to 2 red cards at home and suffering a 2-3 defeat against Burnley, marking the first major upset of the season. The battle for the Premier League title is undoubtedly set to intensify. Despite the league comprising 38 matches, each encounter is of paramount importance, and errors must be avoided, particularly in home fixtures. Chelsea's opening match ended in defeat, compounded by the loss of players, significantly complicating their title defense this season. In contrast, Manchester City and Tottenham exhibited remarkable stability, both securing decisive 2-0 victories on the road, thus commencing the new season on a positive note. Meanwhile, the Red Devils, Manchester United, who made the most significant moves during the summer transfer window, achieved a resounding 4-0 victory over West Ham at their home ground, seizing the top position in the league. Manchester United has indeed made a formidable start, if their strong performance in the first round could be attributed to playing at home. Their subsequent 4-0 triumph away from home silenced any critics, marking an impressive beginning with 2 consecutive victories and a goal difference of 8, an unparalleled feat in the club's history. This round saw Liverpool finally claim their first victory, breaking a streak of 12 defeats against Chelsea in high-stakes encounters. Arsenal, however, faced disappointment, losing 0-1 to Stoke City, leaving their supporters in a state of confusion once more. The most shocking upset of the round occurred for Manchester City, as Pep Guardiola opted for a 3-1-4-2 formation at home against Everton. Unfortunately, wingback Walker received a red card early in the match, derailing City's tactical approach. To exacerbate matters, Rooney, returning to Everton, found the back of the net in the first half, confronted with a formidable defensive setup and playing a man down. Manchester City exerted tremendous effort in the second half to equalize. However, their mixed results placed them outside the top 4 in the league standings. Meanwhile, the Manchester United supporters, already elated by their team's 2 consecutive victories, reveled in the sight of City seemingly continuing their dismal form from the previous year. The skies over Manchester appeared poised for a shift. In the third round, City managed a 2-0 away victory, disappointing those anticipating their downfall. Nevertheless, Manchester United's stellar performance persisted. They triumphed 2-0 against Leicester City at Old Trafford, extending their winning streak to 3 matches. This strong start allowed United to firmly establish themselves at the top, and notably, they have yet to concede a goal this season. Mourinho's defensive training is beginning to bear fruit, as, at least through the first 3 rounds, they have emerged as the most formidable defensive unit in the Premier League. Conversely, Guardiola's Manchester City's 3 center-back formation is not particularly novel, having been employed previously. However, the reliance on a single defensive midfielder seems rather precarious. While everyone acknowledges Kanté's prowess, the vast spaces on either flank pose a significant challenge. Even his exceptional skills may falter under such demands. Addressing this issue has become a crucial focus for Manchester City. In terms of offense, there is little to be concerned about. Manchester City's attacking line has exhibited commendable performance in recent matches. The primary issue lies in the midfield and defense. Once the opposition breaches the midfield line and advances the ball into the defensive zone, Manchester City's backline inevitably faces immense scrutiny. Thus, the focus during defensive maneuvers should not solely rest on the backline, but rather on the frontline attackers and midfielders. This sextet must exert sufficient pressure on their adversaries at the earliest opportunity, disrupting the opponent's forward passes and advances to prevent them from penetrating Manchester City's defensive structure. Moreover, the goalkeeper must step up, requiring a broad range of movement and a robust ability to intervene. In this system, the goalkeeper holds paramount importance. When defenders are besieged by opponents, he must also serve as a point for initiating play and providing support, alleviating the pressure on the defenders. When teammates surge forward in attack, his positioning should be proactive, maintaining a reasonable distance among the 3 lines of the team and acting as a quasi-sweeper. The new goalkeeper, Ederson, acquired during the summer transfer window, epitomizes this role perfectly. Consequently, in the 4th round of the league, during the high-stakes home match against Liverpool, Guardiola made the bold decision to replace the esteemed goalkeeper Navas with the newcomer Ederson. Ederson's performance did not disappoint the coach's expectations. In this match, Manchester City displayed a terrifying dominance, outclassing Liverpool on both ends of the pitch. In the 23rd minute of the first half, De Bruyne delivered a lethal through ball, enabling Aguero to make a decisive run into the right side of the penalty area, where he struck with precision to breach the opponent's goal. In the 37th minute, Lin Quan broke through on the flanks, prompting Liverpool's left winger Maine to commit a desperate foul from behind, resulting in a red card from the referee. Subsequently, Lin Quan's free kick was lofted into the penalty area, where Van Dijk outjumped the opposing defenders to secure the first touch, delivering a splendid header that extended the score to 2-0. During the stoppage time of the first half, De Bruyne and Lin Quan executed a remarkably harmonious interplay, Seizing an opening in the opponent's defense, De Bruyne unhesitatingly delivered a precise through ball. Lin Quan, recognizing the opportunity, instinctively sought out the gap, never once glancing back at his teammate with the ball, seemingly confident that if he positioned himself correctly, the pass would reach him. Indeed, the Liverpool defenders were entirely unprepared for this move. Lin Quan's initiation was sudden, and De Bruyne's pass even more so. By the time they realized the predicament and attempted to intervene, it was too late. Lin Quan capitalized on the opportunity created by De Bruyne, effortlessly slotting the ball into the net to increase the score to 3-0. On the sidelines, Liverpool's coach Klopp could no longer remain composed. Having conceded 3 goals in the first half, despite the adverse factor of an unexpected red card, the team's defensive frailties were undeniably exposed. Upon the commencement of the second half, Klopp made an immediate triple substitution in a bid to bolster the defense. However, in terms of actual performance, the results appear less than satisfactory. In the 73rd minute, Lin Quan skillfully maneuvered to the flank and executed a 1-2 combination with Sane, who elegantly cut inside and struck a low-angle shot into the net, altering the score to 4-0. A mere 5 minutes later, on the right side, David Silva replicated this synergy with Lin Quan, who, while advancing into the penalty area and drawing the defender's attention, delivered a precise back pass to the center. Kevin De Bruyne followed up with a powerful shot, expanding the lead to 5-0. Yet, the excitement did not cease there. In the 88th minute, the substitute Mbappe seized an opportunity during a counterattack, showcasing a dazzling solo run along the flank. Moments later, the stadium erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, as Liverpool's goalkeeper Mignolet despondently retrieved the ball from the net for the 6th time. It was utterly absurd. After 3 or 4 years at Liverpool, he had never before experienced conceding 6 goals in a single match. This game felt like a nightmare for him and the entire Liverpool squad. Ultimately, thanks to the contributions of multiple players, Manchester City triumphed with a staggering 6-0 victory over Liverpool, a resounding declaration of their formidable resurgence. The outcome of this match spread across the internet with virulent speed. Countless fans, upon seeing such an exaggerated scoreline, could hardly believe their eyes. Could there have been a mix-up with the team names? Was it truly Liverpool? How could Liverpool possibly suffer such a defeat? However, once they clicked on the corresponding links to view the highlights, they were left utterly astonished. Indeed, it was Liverpool being mercilessly trounced by Manchester City. This is Liverpool, one of the premier giants of the English Premier League with a rich heritage. Last season, they battled Manchester City fiercely, exchanging victories. How could they be so thoroughly overwhelmed this season? Is it that Liverpool has regressed, or has Manchester City ascended to new heights? The supporters of the Red Devils found immense joy in witnessing their arch-rivals' defeat, particularly relishing the humiliation of Liverpool being trounced 6-0, a disgraceful episode that would provide endless fodder for mockery of Liverpool fans for years to come. However, their elation was short-lived. The very next day, Manchester United was held to a draw by Stoke City in an away match, leaving them crestfallen. What on earth? How could a team like Stoke City end our 3-match winning streak? This draw abruptly reversed their promising momentum. With this resounding victory, Manchester City surged ahead, overtaking Manchester United by a single goal difference to claim the top position in the Premier League. United's supporters were despondent, with 3 wins and a draw, accumulating 10 points and boasting a goal difference of 10. This opening was certainly not poor by Manchester United's historical standards. Yet, they found themselves surpassed by their rivals. How could this be justified? What was even more disheartening for United's fans was the realization that once Manchester City ascended to the summit of the league, they would remain steadfastly in control. In the 5th round of the league, City once again annihilated their opponents with a 6-0 victory. Despite Manchester United's resounding victory over their rivals Everton, the gap between the two teams remains unbridged, with the disparity in goal difference widening further. Even more disheartening is the fact that Manchester City triumphed yet again in the 6th round, securing an impressive win. They obliterated Crystal Palace at home with a 5-0 scoreline, marking their 3rd consecutive victory. Although Manchester United also claimed a win this round, they could only barely keep pace with City in terms of points, while the goal difference between the two teams has now increased to 7. In the first 6 rounds, Manchester City netted a staggering 23 goals, averaging almost 4 per match, an utterly terrifying statistic. Pep Guardiola's newly crafted tactics for City have yielded remarkable results. Their attacking prowess seems insurmountable, overwhelming both mid-tier and top-tier teams alike. Manchester City's offense flows as effortlessly as the most basic of human needs, with goals coming from every player on the pitch, rendering their defense nearly impossible to withstand. Moreover, City's dominance is not limited to the league. In the Champions League group stage, they first thrashed Feyenoord 4-0, followed by consecutive 3-0 victories against Shakhtar Donetsk and Napoli. In the fourth round of the group stage, facing Napoli away, City initially fell behind by 2 goals, but astonishingly turned the tide, scoring 4 goals in the ensuing 60 minutes to clinch a 4-2 victory, thus securing first place in their group with 2 rounds to spare. In a flash, Manchester City's formidable attacking force has astonished the entire footballing world. Countless coaches from prestigious clubs are racking their brains, seeking ways to counter City's offensive onslaught. No one wishes to confront this Manchester City on the pitch, only to be overwhelmed by their relentless assault. Notably, the elite clubs must maintain their dignity, suffering a humiliating defeat at the hands of City, as Liverpool did, subjects them to ridicule from rival supporters, who have taken to jesting about their misfortune. However, unlike previous seasons, while Manchester City soars in both the League and Champions League, the other teams in the Premier League have not fallen behind. Thanks to Manchester United's triumph in the Europa League last season, the Premier League has earned an additional Champions League spot this season. Were it not for Manchester City's stellar performance, United could proudly boast about their own achievements in Group A. After completing the first 4 rounds of the group stage, Manchester United also secured 4 consecutive victories, including a 3-0 drubbing of Basel and a commanding 4-1 win over CSKA Moscow, alongside back-to-back victories against the Portuguese giants Benfica, allowing them to secure first place in their group with 2 rounds remaining. This time, Jose Mourinho's squad can finally rest easy, free from the fear of an unexpected downfall. In contrast, the reigning Premier League champions, Chelsea, have experienced a slightly less stellar performance, attributable in part to their unfortunate placement in a group of death. They find themselves alongside formidable foes Atletico Madrid and AS Roma. Atletico, a perennial contender in the Champions League knockout stages, has even reached the final in recent years, showcasing their undeniable strength. AS Roma, the runners-up in Serie A, fiercely contested the title against Juventus last season, only to fall short in the final rounds. Faced with such formidable adversaries, Chelsea's performance has been commendable. In the opening round, they triumphed with a resounding 6-0 victory against bottom-placed Karabakh. In the second match, they secured a valuable 3 points with a 2-1 away win over Atletico Madrid. However, in the third round, despite establishing a 2-goal lead at home, they suffered a disappointing reversal, ultimately salvaging a draw against Roma thanks to a late intervention from Hazard. With a record of 2 wins and 1 draw from the initial 3 matches, Chelsea's results were quite satisfactory. Yet, in the fourth round, they faced a disheartening 3-0 defeat at Roma's ground, casting a shadow over their qualification prospects. Meanwhile, as Chelsea grappled with their concerns, Atletico Madrid faltered unexpectedly, drawing against Karabakh in both home and away fixtures, even when the latter had players sent off in both matches. This shocking turn of events improved Chelsea's qualification scenario. Although securing the top spot from Roma seemed unlikely, achieving second place appeared well within reach. If Chelsea's trajectory could be described as a decline from an impressive start, then Liverpool exhibited a contrasting rise from humble beginnings. They suffered a disheartening turnaround against Sevilla in the first round, with Firmino missing a penalty and defender Gomez receiving a red card in the dying moments, compounding their woes. The second round saw Liverpool struggle further, managing only a 1-1 draw against Spartak Moscow. With just 2 points from the first 2 matches, their qualification situation became precarious, seemingly impacted by their recent heavy defeat to Manchester City, which had dampened the team's morale and form. Fortunately, under Klopp's guidance, Liverpool experienced a renaissance. In the third round, they achieved a resounding 7-0 victory against Maribor, followed by a 3-0 home win over the same opponent. As Liverpool amassed 6 points, Spartak Moscow and Sevilla faced off in a mutually damaging encounter, with Spartak winning 5-1 at home, only to succumb to a 1-2 defeat in the return fixture. This outcome allowed Liverpool to temporarily ascend to the top of the group with 8 points, with their remaining 2 matches set against direct rivals for qualification. Securing victory in just one of those contests would ensure Liverpool's advancement. In contrast to the newcomers Liverpool, Tottenham, having reached the Champions League for 2 consecutive years, has delivered a remarkable performance this season. Like Chelsea, Tottenham found themselves in a challenging group, one that proved even more daunting. Featuring the defending champions Real Madrid and Bundesliga runners-up Borussia Dortmund, alongside Olympiacos, who are far from being pushovers. However, with the addition of Son Heung-min, Tottenham's attacking prowess has significantly improved compared to the previous season. Undeterred by the formidable competition, they commenced their campaign with a convincing 3-1 home victory against Dortmund, marking a triumphant start. Subsequently, Tottenham achieved a resounding 3-0 victory against AEK Athens away, marking their second consecutive win. In the third round, while visiting the Santiago Bernabeu, Spurs displayed remarkable resilience, drawing 1-1 with Real Madrid due to an own goal from their opponents. In the fourth round, back on home turf, Tottenham exhibited their prowess, triumphing 3-1 over the reigning champions, Real Madrid, delivering a significant upset. In a short span, the attacking trio of Eriksen, Harry Kane, and Son Heung-min garnered widespread acclaim across Europe. Witnessing his team's splendid performance in the new season, Spurs chairman Daniel Levy could hardly contain his delight. The acquisition of Son Heung-min proved to be astute, not only enriching Tottenham's attacking strategies, but also alleviating the pressure on Harry Kane. Even more satisfying for Levy was the fact that bringing Son from Manchester City incurred no expense, and he even profited several million euros. Truly, this was a masterful transaction. Following the defeat to Tottenham, it was rumored that Real Madrid had developed an interest in Kane, seemingly eager to bring him to the Bernabeu. Upon hearing this news, Levy was instantly elated. Kane was deemed an invaluable asset to the team, and selling him was out of the question. However, if Real Madrid was genuinely interested, they would need to offer a substantial sum. Given the current market, Levy set the price at a minimum of 100 million. In his view, Kane was worth more than Bale, as he was a product of the club's own youth academy. Selling him would not only tarnish the team's image, but also invite criticism from fans. With such a lofty price tag on Kane, it was unlikely that Real Madrid could muster the funds, especially if Cristiano Ronaldo remained at the club, making this transfer improbable in the near term. Regardless of Kane's future with Real Madrid, the resurgence of the Premier League this season was undeniable. This was evident not only from the performances of Premier League teams in the UEFA Champions League, but also from the overall elevation of competitive standards within the league. Chapter Conclusion. Chapter 244, Holland's first Premier League goal, the PUA master Guardiola. This season, the Premier League's viewership, the number of overseas broadcasting platforms, and the audience numbers have all seen a marked increase compared to the previous season. The reason is simple. This season's Premier League has been exceptionally captivating. With Tottenham's rise, the Premier League has evolved into a formidable Big Six, comprising Manchester City, Manchester United, Liverpool, Chelsea, Tottenham, and Arsenal. In contrast to the dominance of the Bundesliga, the dual stronghold of La Liga, and the disparities seen in Serie A and League One, the competition in the Premier League is the most intense. The fiercer the competition, the more compelling each match becomes, with numerous high-stakes encounters occurring each round due to the abundance of capable teams. This is a tremendous draw for fans. Aside from die-hard supporters, few take interest in matches between lesser-known teams. The majority of fans develop a deeper understanding of the entire league while watching matches of their favorite teams. As they watch more matches and gain deeper knowledge, a habitual inclination towards viewing games will gradually develop. Even in the absence of their favorite team, they will seek to observe other clubs, inevitably transforming into devoted supporters of the Premier League. In contrast to other leagues, the Premier League boasts 6 distinguished clubs, each with unique styles. This diversity affords fans considerable choice, enabling them to easily discover a team that resonates with their preferences. Furthermore, as Premier League clubs achieve increasing success in European competitions, the league and its prominent teams garner greater recognition, thereby attracting new enthusiasts and fostering a virtuous cycle. If, in previous years, La Liga rightfully held the title of the world's Premier League, since 2017, that honor undoubtedly belongs to the Premier League. As a flag-bearer of the Premier League's international endeavors, Manchester City has cultivated a substantial following globally, particularly due to their remarkable feat of 3 trophies in 4 years. Although their historical legacy may not rival that of Manchester United or Liverpool, and they even trail behind Arsenal and Chelsea, the number of Manchester City's overseas supporters has surpassed that of the Gunners and the Blues, nearing or even exceeding that of Liverpool and Manchester United. Notably, among younger demographics, Manchester City enjoys heightened recognition and popularity. Thus, a sentiment has emerged that Manchester City is the first choice for the youth, reminiscent of the iconic Barcelona of yesteryears. While the team has performed admirably in both domestic and international competitions, Guardiola remains unsatisfied. Following a victory against Chelsea in the 7th round of the league, he unusually expressed frustration. The players were bewildered. They had just secured their 4th consecutive win and triumphed over last season's champions, Chelsea, at Stamford Bridge, avenging their previous defeat at the Etihad Stadium. Yet, Guardiola's reaction suggested that they were the ones who had lost. The root of his ire was straightforward. He was dissatisfied with the team's defensive display. Chelsea, known for their robust defense, posed significant challenges for Manchester City's attack, forcing them to relentlessly press forward and exert maximum effort in their onslaught. Chelsea capitalized on opportunities, persistently attempting counterattacks, and had they not squandered several chances, thanks to Morata, Azpilicueta, Hazard, and others, Manchester City might have faced defeat. Previously, during encounters with weaker opponents, these defensive weaknesses had gone unnoticed, leading to a false sense of security. However, the strong showdown against Chelsea illuminated for Guardiola that Manchester City's defense had yet to reach the desired level of excellence. To address these defensive shortcomings, Guardiola made several adjustments to positions in the forward line and further emphasized the importance of high-pressing tactics, insisting that players execute this strategy meticulously. The 3-1-4-2 formation, already top-heavy, necessitated relentless pressing. Otherwise, if the first line of defense was breached, the 4 defenders at the back would be left in a precarious situation. Given Kante's limited offensive capabilities, Guardiola has opted to allow him to focus solely on defensive responsibilities, sparing him from the need to advance into attack, delegating that role to others. Consequently, Kante can devote his energy to monitoring both flanks, ensuring that even if the forwards fail to return in time, there will be no vulnerabilities on the sides, thereby enhancing Manchester City's defensive prowess. It remains uncertain whether the players were galvanized by Guardiola's reprimands, transforming their frustration into determination, or if his adjustments genuinely bolstered the team's strength. In the 8th round of the league, Manchester City, returning to their home ground, delivered a stunning performance, triumphing over Stoke City with an astonishing score of 7-1. The solitary goal for Stoke City was an unfortunate own goal by Walker. Observers of the match noted a new dynamic in Manchester City's defense. Due to the opponent's relative weakness, the alterations in the back line were not immediately apparent. However, the forwards transformed into relentless hounds, aggressively pursuing Stoke City's players. Given Stoke's already modest capabilities, the sudden onslaught from their adversaries left them in disarray. They repeatedly faltered in their passing, unwittingly granting Manchester City opportunities for swift counterattacks. During the first half, from the 17th to the 27th minute, Manchester City scored 3 goals in a mere 10 minutes, 2 of which stemmed from immediate recoveries of possession. The second half saw another offensive surge, with 3 additional goals netted between the 55th and 62nd minutes. These 2 waves of attacks left Stoke City utterly bewildered. It seemed that whenever the opposing team exerted themselves, they found the back of the net, scoring consecutively without granting a moment's respite. Faced with such a formidable side, what could they possibly do? Their despair was palpable. In the 80th minute, Haaland, shortly after coming off the bench, scored his inaugural goal in the Premier League and for Manchester City. Although it was merely a flourish in an already decided match, the joy it brought to Haaland and the home crowd was unmistakable. He exuberantly removed his jersey in celebration, eliciting cheers and applause from the Manchester City supporters in the stands. Many of these fans, having attended youth matches, were already familiar with Haaland and his fellow young talents like Foden and Sancho. These players had made a lasting impression on them, and even those who had not seen them play had heard whispers of their prowess. Witnessing these young athletes ascend to the first team and establish themselves filled the fans with both pride and anticipation. These are the fruits of their club's youth development, and they hope to see them flourish in the first team, carrying Manchester City into a bright future. This season, as Manchester City frequently showcases lopsided scorelines, Guardiola has consistently afforded opportunities for these young substitutes to take the field. Among the players, including Haaland and Foden, many have already taken to the field, with Haaland making an impressive 4 appearances and finally scoring his inaugural league goal, a commendable achievement. In contrast, although Foden has also participated, He has struggled to adapt under the relentless pressure from opponents, failing to meet expectations, which has led Guardiola to temporarily shelve him. Guardiola intends to focus on Foden's development. While enhancing physical resilience is not an immediate concern, psychological fortitude must be cultivated promptly. Players in Foden's position primarily rely on intellect rather than physicality, a lesson he ought to glean from the likes of Lincoln and David Silva. Given the abundance of young talent within the squad, Guardiola places considerable emphasis on this season's EFL Cup, not for the sake of the somewhat trivial trophy, but rather to nurture the newcomers. In the opening round of the EFL Cup, Manchester City drew Premier League side West Bromwich Albion. Guardiola orchestrated a lineup featuring a smattering of key players alongside numerous substitutes. To avert an early exit, he included De Bruyne, Lincoln, and Aguero on the bench, ready to deploy them should the situation demand a heroic intervention. However, ultimately, none of the trio took to the pitch. City's performance was not particularly stellar. Sensing the abundance of substitutes, West Bromwich seized the initiative from the outset, applying considerable pressure on City. Yet, the formidable defensive duo of Rudiger and Kimmich excelled, denying the opponents significant opportunities. In midfield, Fernandinho shone, showcasing not only defensive prowess, but also frequently contributing to the attack. Under the guidance of several seasoned leaders, the substitutes steadied their footing and gradually initiated a counterattack. In the 33rd minute, City launched a counter from their own half, with Sane exhibiting remarkable individual skill to breach the defense and break the deadlock, putting City ahead 1-0. With the lead secured, the young players in the squad relaxed their mentality, playing with increasing composure, almost reminiscent of the first team. However, just as the City players let their guard down, Gibbs, who had transferred from Arsenal that summer, delivered a brilliant pass that sliced through City's defense, assisting a teammate in equalizing. This sudden blow left the young players momentarily disoriented, allowing West Bromwich to capitalize and regain control of the match. On the sidelines, Guardiola shook his head in disappointment, recognizing the inexperience of these young talents. As he contemplated whether to deploy a decisive tactic, Sane once again emerged as a standout, scoring another goal to restore City's lead. Despite finding himself at a disadvantage in the competition with Mbappe, Sane's prowess remains undeniable, particularly in a contest of this caliber. Should he depart from Manchester City for a mid-table team, he would undoubtedly become their standout player. However, it appears that Sane has no intention of departing from Manchester City unless a call comes from a Bundesliga club. He believes that, rather than transferring to another team, it is far more advantageous to remain at Manchester City. Although the competition on the flanks is fierce, he finds comfort in playing here, where the atmosphere is harmonious and devoid of treachery. Furthermore, he frequently engages in friendly competitions with his teammates, which has facilitated significant personal growth. At the tender age of 21, Sane is in no rush to make a name for himself. Mastering his craft is his foremost priority. In an apparent move to challenge the team further, Guardiola substituted Sane after he scored his second goal. West Bromwich Albion, already on the verge of capitulation, regards the League Cup, a rather lackluster competition, as less significant compared to their primary concern of avoiding relegation. After Manchester City took a 2-goal lead, they ceased their efforts to press on. However, the substitution of their most formidable player raised eyebrows. Was it a sign of disdain towards them? Perhaps it instilled a glimmer of hope or ignited a spark of indignation within West Bromwich Albion, prompting them to launch a counterattack and shift the tide of the match. At critical moments, someone always rises to the occasion. With Sane off the field, Bernardo Silva stepped up, assisting Haaland in the 87th minute to secure the victory decisively. West Bromwich Albion found themselves in despair. Was this not an act of bullying? Despite being substitutes, Manchester City's bench was more opulent than their starting lineup, leaving them questioning the fairness of the match. Just look at the players on Manchester City's substitutes bench. Goalkeeper Navas, defenders Rudiger, Danilo, Kimmich, and Delph, midfielders Bernardo Silva, Fernandinho, and Foden, and forwards Sane, Haaland, and Jesus. The sheer brutality of this lineup boasts a market value exceeding 300 million. Winning might not seem significant, but losing would be a disgrace. Although they emerged victorious, Guardiola was far from satisfied with the match's proceedings. In the post-match debrief, he meticulously addressed the players for several hours, frequently referencing what might have transpired had Lincoln been present, effectively employing psychological tactics to motivate them. Nonetheless, this approach seemed to yield positive results, at least in the second round of the League Cup. The performance of Manchester City substitutes was markedly improved compared to the first round. In their next match against Wolverhampton, thanks to goals from Jesus, Haaland, and Kimmich, Manchester City triumphed with a convincing 3-0 victory, advancing to the quarter-finals. In the upcoming round, they are likely to encounter formidable opponents, as several prestigious clubs, including Manchester United, Chelsea, and Arsenal, have also progressed to the quarter-finals. Should they draw one of these teams, and with Guardiola steadfast in his decision not to field his strongest lineup, the likelihood of Manchester City suffering defeat remains substantial if their opponents deploy their key players. Nevertheless, Guardiola remains resolute, unconcerned about who the opposition fields. The League Cup bears little relation to the main squad. Victories are attributed to the efforts of these substitutes, while defeats rest squarely on their shoulders. Even if they reach the final, these players will be entrusted with the task. Such a commitment brings a mix of joy and anxiety to the substitutes. They are elated by the security of their positions, free from the fear of replacement. Yet, they remain apprehensive. Should they fortuitously advance to the final, can they truly compete with the formidable first team of their opponents? Chapter 245. Manchester City sets a record with consecutive victories. As October unfolds, Manchester City continues to surge forward in both the Premier League and the UEFA Champions League. In the 8th round, they triumphed 7-1 against Stoke City. In the 9th, they secured a 3-0 victory over Burnley. In the 10th, they defeated West Bromwich Albion 3-0, and in the 11th round, they bested Arsenal 3-1, followed by a 2-0 win against Leicester City in the 12th round. Unbeknownst to many, City's winning streak has reached 10 matches, and judging by their current momentum, this remarkable form shows no signs of abating. The limits of Manchester City remain a mystery. Conversely, their neighbors, Manchester United, are gradually falling behind. In the 8th round, during the much-anticipated clash with old rivals Liverpool, United faced a draw that left both sides with nothing to celebrate, concluding the match at 0-0 after 90 minutes. Following this stalemate, Liverpool's league position slipped to 8th, trailing nearly 10 points behind City. United, having drawn, now finds themselves 2 points adrift. What was once merely a disadvantage in goal difference has now widened substantially. In the 9th round, United suffered a shocking 1-2 defeat to newly promoted Huddersfield, exacerbating their gap with City to 5 points. In the 11th round, during the Red-Blue battle at Stamford Bridge against Chelsea, United faced yet another defeat, increasing their deficit to 8 points. With only 11 rounds played, an 8-point gap is indeed a disheartening chasm. The season is not yet halfway through, yet it appears that United has already relinquished their hopes of contending for the championship. This realization has left countless Red Devils fans deeply disheartened since Sir Alex Ferguson's retirement. This marks the 5th consecutive year without a championship. Years ago, a confident cohort of supporters believed Manchester United to be the greatest team on the planet. However, as the years have unfolded with the club's continual decline, their confidence has been repeatedly undermined. Some have begun to accept the sobering truth that United is no longer among the elite. Nevertheless, there is no need for excessive pessimism among United fans. Their position in the league is not dire. Although they trail City by 8 points, United remains firmly in 2nd place in the Premier League. Following back-to-back home victories of 4-1 against Newcastle United and 1-0 over Brighton in the 12th and 13th rounds, United has further solidified their standing, widening the gap to 3 points above 3rd-place Chelsea. Unfortunately, in this round, City has once again prevailed, preventing United from narrowing the distance between the two teams. Due to Manchester City's extraordinary performance this season and their formidable displays over the past few seasons, there is a prevailing belief that the outcome of this year's Premier League championship is largely predetermined. However, rather than the title's fate, the intrigue lies in how long Manchester City's winning streak can be sustained. As of the 13th round, City has achieved an impressive 11 consecutive victories in the league, placing them among the top 10 winning streaks in Premier League history. Yet, this is not the zenith of their potential. They may very well have the opportunity to eclipse Arsenal's record of 14 consecutive wins set during the 2003-2004 season. Last year, Chelsea came tantalizingly close to breaking this record but ultimately fell short, stopping at 13 wins, an unfortunate outcome. Now, Manchester City stands just 4 victories away from surpassing this benchmark. In the 14th round, playing at home, Manchester City triumphed over Southampton with a score of 2-1, extending their winning streak to 12 matches. In the 15th round, They defeated West Ham United by the same scoreline, bringing their consecutive wins to 13, thus equaling Chelsea's record from the previous season. At this juncture, nearly all Premier League fans are fixated on Manchester City's forthcoming match, the Manchester Derby. Should City secure a victory in this encounter, they would surpass Chelsea's record and match Arsenal's historic achievement. However, Manchester United is not to be underestimated. Old Trafford, their home ground, is a fortress where they will fiercely defend against their City rivals, refusing to allow them any triumph on their turf. Having already achieved 4 consecutive victories, Manchester United currently trails Manchester City by 8 points. Yet, if they manage to overcome City in this match, the gap would diminish to just 5 points, rekindling their hopes in the title race. Additionally, ending City's 13-match winning streak would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to their morale. Following such a defeat, City might falter, providing United with the opportunity to close the gap. Given the significance of this match, countless news outlets have devoted extensive coverage to the impending clash between the two teams. Even before the match commenced, it had captured the attention of fans across the entirety of the United Kingdom. Beyond British supporters, numerous clubs and fans across Europe are quietly monitoring the outcome of this encounter. With Manchester United positioned as the second place in the Premier League and Manchester City at the top, this showdown promises to showcase the pinnacle of competitive football in the league. Both Manchester clubs have maintained flawless records in the Champions League, establishing themselves as frontrunners for this season's title. Consequently, elite clubs with aspirations in the Champions League are particularly attentive to the league performances of both Manchester City and Manchester United. Especially notable is Manchester City's striking form this season, which starkly contrasts with that of the previous year. Their current prowess is formidable, instilling trepidation in any opponent. Given their invincible status across multiple competitions this season, many teams are keen to discover whether anyone can devise a strategy to dismantle their unbeaten streak. Among the many observers, Real Madrid is undoubtedly the most invested, as they have become the reigning champions this year. On December 11th, at Old Trafford, half an hour before the match, the stadium was already a sea of people, filled to capacity. With the resurgence of the team's form this season, coupled with the morale and confidence boost stemming from last season's minor treble, Manchester United's ticket sales have seen a notable improvement. The stands of Old Trafford have been nearly full for several home games this season. It is worth noting that Old Trafford is the largest stadium in the entire Premier League, accommodating 76,000 spectators. Manchester is not a large city, and its population is relatively modest. Moreover, the presence of Manchester City as a rival further divides the fan base, making it challenging to fill the vast seating capacity with local supporters alone. Thus, Manchester United has consistently pursued an international strategy, striving to enhance its global influence by achieving success in both the league and the Champions League, while actively promoting the team's image and brand to attract international fans. Indeed, Old Trafford boasts the highest number of international fans among all Premier League stadiums, with many visitors to the Premier League specifically seeking to witness a Manchester United match at this iconic venue. However, since Sir Alex Ferguson's retirement and the gradual decline of the old guard, the number of international fans has swiftly diminished. This trend has been exacerbated by the meteoric rise of Manchester City, which, after clinching 3 consecutive titles, has drawn a significant number of international supporters to the Etihad Stadium. After all, compared to Manchester United's lackluster performance and diminished star power, the newly established powerhouse of Manchester City presents a comprehensive allure. Most fans tend to support the stronger side. Naturally, the past 4 years have seen Manchester City overshadow Manchester United, making the latter's struggles in the market unsurprising. Nonetheless, for this match, whether they support Manchester City or Manchester United, fans must gather at Old Trafford, rendering tickets highly sought after, with scalpers driving prices to exorbitant heights. Still, many fervent fans are willing to pay the price without hesitation, perhaps out of respect for the opponent, or perhaps due to the narrow victory City has secured in their previous encounters. Guardiola opted against deploying the 3-1-4-2 formation in favor of a traditional 4-3-3 setup. In contrast to Guardiola's tactical sophistication, Mourinho remained steadfast in his approach, implementing the 4-2-3-1 formation. It is difficult to recall how many times these two have faced each other. Their initial battles occurred in the Champions League before they competed in the league after Mourinho joined Real Madrid. It was assumed that their frequent clashes would come to an end once they both departed La Liga. However, fate has a curious way of bringing them back together in the same league, now managing fierce rivals. Before the match, Mourinho's expression was tense, revealing little emotion as he approached Guardiola for a handshake. Guardiola mirrored a similar expression, and neither took the time for pleasantries. After a hurried handshake, they turned and returned to their respective benches without a backward glance. With the referee's whistle, this highly anticipated clash, which has captivated countless fans, officially commenced. After the commencement of the match, Manchester United launched an aggressive offensive. Their flanks surged forward with great intensity, frequently initiating attacks along the wings in an attempt to create opportunities for striker Romelu Lukaku within the penalty area. However, Manchester City's defense proved exceptionally adept, effectively neutralizing Lukaku and denying him any chances to receive the ball. With the forward proving ineffective, Manchester United swiftly altered their strategy, abandoning the cross into the box in favor of attempting to orchestrate plays through the channels, with midfielders making late runs to capitalize on shooting opportunities. This tactic yielded commendable results, as players like Rashford and Matic found themselves with chances to shoot. Regrettably, it seemed they had forgotten their shooting boots, as their attempts were rather wayward. Nonetheless, during this offensive phase, City's fullback Walker earned a yellow card for a tactical foul, which could potentially have far-reaching implications for the match's dynamics. The visiting Red Devil supporters generated an enormous roar, fervently backing their team as they mounted wave after wave of attacks. Mourinho evidently had studied Manchester City's recent gameplay, as he employed wing attacks to constrain City's fullbacks, preventing them from contributing to the offense. This rendered City's counterattacks along the wings ineffective due to a lack of numerical superiority. In the central area, Manchester United's suffocating tactics were equally successful. Through persistent fouls and high-intensity physical confrontations, they curtailed the opposition's initial passes, obstructing their ability to execute fluid combinations and thus thwarting their capacity to organize efficient attacks. Failing to implement such measures would be insufficient, especially with City's winger Mbappé possessing both speed and impact. Granting him even a single opportunity could likely result in conceding a goal, a truth vividly illustrated in the recent Champions League final by Real Madrid. Consequently, Manchester United exerted considerable effort in defending the center, thoroughly restricting Mbappé and denying him any chance to accelerate. Mbappé finally experienced the treatment befitting a superstar. Yet such attention seemed less than advantageous for him. Upon discerning the opponent's intentions, Guardiola promptly made adjustments. He repositioned Lingard to interchange roles with David Silva, placing the more capable ball handler and dribbler Lingard ahead, while allowing Silva to retreat, thereby alleviating pressure from opposing defenders and facilitating his ability to pass and organize play. As Silva's age has diminished his already limited explosiveness, he found himself increasingly outmatched in the winger position. Thus, Guardiola made certain tweaks to account for his role on the pitch, often withdrawing him to lessen the pressing pressure he faced, allowing him to better showcase his exceptional passing abilities. Similarly, De Bruyne's positioning was also adjusted, allowing the defensive midfielder Kanté to advance, forming a triangular arrangement with the three players. De Bruyne and Silva represent two distinct types of playmakers. De Bruyne excels in both short and long passing, showcasing unparalleled creativity and frequently delivering astonishing passes. David Silva's exceptional short passing ability and superior ball protection skills surpass those of De Bruyne. He can undertake a portion of the responsibility for advancing the ball forward and engage in intricate interplay with nearby teammates. Although his long passing is not particularly remarkable, that was originally a task designated for Kroos. However, following Kroos's departure, Manchester City adapted their playing style, reducing the frequency of long passes aimed at the forwards. The team no longer relies heavily on this approach. After Guardiola implemented these adjustments, Manchester United's attempts to suffocate the midfield became less effective. The two orchestrators were positioned too deep, which deterred Manchester United from committing excessive forces to the front line for high pressing, as this could easily disrupt their overall formation, especially with Lin and Mbappé still in their own half, making it perilous to diminish defensive strength. Yet, when the constraints on De Bruyne and David Silva were eased, the duo could express their talents more freely, placing greater defensive pressure on Manchester United. It is difficult to ascertain whether this choice was right or wrong, from Mourinho's perspective. Such a trade-off seems justifiable. However, the dynamics on the field gradually turned unfavorable for Manchester United. Once the 30-minute mark passed, Manchester City began to seize control of the match, with their attacks frequently threatening the United penalty area. Stones made a significant header that posed a considerable threat. Had it not been for De Gea's outstanding performance in making a miraculous save, United would have been trailing at this point. Nevertheless, what is destined to come cannot be evaded. In the 43rd minute, De Bruyne delivered a corner from the right side. Inside the penalty area, Van Dijk outmuscled Lukaku to redirect the ball, and an unmarked David Silva, anticipating De Gea's move, executed a close-range left-footed volley into the net. Manchester City 1. Manchester United 0. Chapter 246. Mourinho, Lukaku. The goal belongs to Manchester City. David Silva's movement was remarkably elusive. The moment De Bruyne took the free kick, he initiated his run, surging from outside the penalty area into the box, ultimately penetrating the small area. As United's defenders collectively backtracked in an attempt to create an offside trap, he deftly extended his foot to score. At the moment of his goal, nearly all the United players raised their hands, signaling for offside. Yet, the linesman remained unmoved, failing to raise the flag. It was a legitimate goal, not offside. The slow-motion replay on the big screen confirmed this truth. The goal was indeed onside. As David Silva darted into the small box, he executed a deceleration and pause, striking the ball while teetering on the edge of offside. Had his speed been slightly faster or his braking less pronounced, it would have indeed been offside. Following the goal, David Silva was elated, arms outstretched, sprinting across the field. However, the fans in the stands, watching the slow-motion replay on the big screen, began to notice something amiss. Why do I feel that goal was not assisted by Van Dijk to Silva, but rather by our forward Lukaku? Well, now that you mention it, it does seem that way. It truly appears that Lukaku set up the opposing player. Damn, could this guy be an insider for the opposition? This is our goal, while the opponent's goal lies over there. At that moment, Mourinho appeared somewhat dissatisfied with Lukaku's performance, summoning him to the sidelines and gesticulating animatedly. Consequently, several fans who had witnessed the slow-motion replay swiftly crafted an image. Mourinho, pointing furiously towards the right side of the pitch, declared, "The Manchester City goal is this way." To which Lukaku responded, "Oh, I see, I see." Upon returning to the field, Lukaku indeed did not misdirect again, playing a crucial role in a subsequent attack. Following Manchester City's goal, the Manchester United players seemed increasingly anxious. They were eager to equalize before the halftime whistle, not wanting to retreat to the locker room with a disadvantage of one goal, for that would surely invite the wrath of their coach. Remarkably, the Manchester United players seized an opportunity. In the second minute of injury time during the first half, as the referee was about to blow the whistle, the desperate Manchester United fans urged their team to launch a long ball into the opponent's half. Manchester City appeared unprepared for this approach. Stones misjudged the ball, and Delph's miscontrol in the penalty area inadvertently gifted possession to a Manchester United player. Rashford received the ball in the box, and facing the advancing goalkeeper, he deftly slotted it into the far corner, leveling the score just before halftime. This goal significantly boosted morale, sending the Red Devil supporters into a frenzy. On the sidelines, Mourinho, initially resigned to ending the half behind, was taken aback by the miraculous equalizer. Once he regained composure, he exuberantly waved his arms in celebration. Meanwhile, Guardiola shook his head in dismay. The goal conceded was inexplicable. In what should have been a favorable 5-on-3 situation, two defenders made consecutive errors, unwittingly placing the ball right at Rashford's feet. Such misfortune for Manchester City. Nevertheless, he did not attribute everything to luck. The ability of the opposition to execute such a counterattack, whether by chance or design, was a testament to their skill. Although the lead had vanished, ample time remained. And as long as they could devise a strategy against Manchester United, the second half would be manageable. Both teams' key players and essential coaching staff returned to the locker room, leaving only a few substitutes warming up on the field. Although Haaland was included in the squad, it was unlikely he would see any action in this match. He typically featured in games where Manchester City had already secured victory by halftime. However, in a competitive clash against Manchester United, achieving such a lopsided score was evidently improbable. Thus, Haaland would most likely remain an onlooker, yet he remained undeterred, believing that as long as he continued to develop, he would eventually don the sky blue jersey of Manchester City, representing the team at Old Trafford. For now, he sought merely to experience the thrill of the game and soak in the atmosphere of Old Trafford. as the score remained tightly contested. The fans of both teams paid little attention to the substitutes warming up on the sidelines. Haaland, after engaging in his practice, noticed a younger player, a small black lad, observing him intently. Upon recognizing the Manchester United jersey adorning the boy, Haaland waved him over, indicating a desire to converse. "Are you a Manchester United player?" Haaland scrutinized the lad, estimating him to be no older than 15 or 16, certainly a year his junior. Thus, he inferred that the boy must be a youth academy player, likely unacquainted with the youth league. Otherwise, he would have recognized him. "Isn't it rather apparent from the jersey? Are you with Manchester City?" The boy replied, "Indeed, my jersey reveals that I am part of the first team." "Impressive, isn't it?" Greenwood, overhearing Haaland's boast, could not suppress a scoff. "What of the first team? I too shall inevitably join the Manchester United first team. It's nothing remarkable." Sensing the boy's cocky demeanor, Greenwood boldly challenged Haaland. "Hey, you over there, that Manchester City fellow, would you dare to engage in a duel with me?" "Oh, how do you wish to compete?" Haaland, finding solitary practice rather dull, was intrigued by the challenge. 3 balls, with alternating offense and defense. Whoever scores 2 first wins. A one-on-one? Quite interesting. Haaland agreed and graciously allowed Greenwood to take the first offensive move. The disparity in their physiques was striking. At 17, Haaland was nearing 6 feet 3 inches and weighed over 75 kilograms. In contrast, the 16-year-old Greenwood stood a half-head shorter and was lighter. Given their physical differences, Haaland assumed he could easily overpower Greenwood with a mere nudge, rendering him incapable of even maintaining possession, let alone scoring. However, Greenwood proved to be far more formidable than Haaland had anticipated. Despite being shorter and lighter, Greenwood possessed a robust lower body and demonstrated a surprising resilience in physical confrontations. Even more unexpected was his remarkable balance, adeptly using both feet. A single feint caused Haaland to misjudge his movements, creating an opening for Greenwood to score. "How about that? Are you impressed?" Greenwood exclaimed, brimming with excitement, further convinced that Haaland was merely a large oaf, physically imposing yet intellectually simplistic, ultimately not as formidable as he appeared. "Let us go again." Haaland's interest intensified. He acknowledged his earlier underestimation. The boy exhibited considerable skill, far exceeding his initial expectations. With that realization, he resolved not to hold back any longer. For the second round, Haaland took the offensive while Greenwood defended. Eschewing any intricate maneuvers, Haaland relied solely on his physical superiority, forcefully displacing Greenwood before unleashing a powerful shot that found the net. Greenwood, feeling indignant, believed Haaland was merely leveraging his size and strength, asserting that there was nothing particularly noteworthy about his technical prowess. Thus, in a fit of indignation, he yearned to demonstrate to Haaland what true skill entailed. However, as he flaunted his footwork in an attempt to outmaneuver Haaland, the latter, with an audacity that defied reason, barged in, physically displacing Greenwood and executing a decisive interception before sending the ball into the net. "I have triumphed," Haaland exclaimed, triumphantly stepping on the ball that had rolled out of the goal, addressing Greenwood with a smug demeanor. "Humph, that victory was hardly fair. Just wait. Once I grow taller and stronger, I shall exact my revenge on you in the first team." "Huh, such a vengeful little brat." Haaland chuckled. "Very well. I shall await your comeback. But do ensure you are not cast out of Manchester United for any reason." It seemed that Haaland, perhaps concerned about not seeing his rival in the first team in a few years, felt compelled to offer this considerate reminder. This minor episode on the pitch failed to garner much attention, especially once the main players from both teams returned to the field, their focus immediately shifting to the match at hand. As the second half commenced, both sides made substitutions. Manchester United replaced Rojo with Lindelof, while Manchester City brought on Gundogan for Delph. If United's substitution could be deemed a straightforward positional change, City's decision warranted further contemplation. Gundogan, a midfielder, replaced Delph, a left-back, indicating a shift in formation from 4 defenders to 3, suggesting City intended to bolster their offensive strategy in the second half. The United supporters grew increasingly apprehensive. Recently, City had been virtually unstoppable with this tactical approach, dominating across both League and Champions League competitions. Even formidable opponents like Liverpool had found themselves at the mercy of City's prowess. In recent seasons, Manchester United had frequently succumbed to City in derby matches, leading to a palpable sense of dread among the fans. Now, witnessing their rivals signaling an impending offensive onslaught, trepidation spread through the crowd. Each individual fearing that their team might crumble under the ferocity of City's attack. This tension was not confined to the spectators. The players on the pitch were equally affected. Following City's clarion call for an assault, Manchester United found themselves on high alert, filled with anxiety. Consequently, in the 54th minute of the match, the blundering teammate Lukaku re-entered the fray, having been specifically cautioned by Mourinho in the first half. Lukaku this time managed to orient himself correctly towards his own goal. Observing Lindelof's free kick lofted into their penalty area, he keenly anticipated its trajectory and sought to clear the ball. Although Lukaku's intentions were noble, aimed at aiding his team with a robust clearance, his efforts inadvertently turned out to be counterproductive. In a tangle with City's forward Aguero, Smalling was taken by surprise when he felt a sudden, heavy impact against his back. Turning around, he was dismayed to see the round ball rolling ominously towards his own goal. What? That couldn't possibly be the ball that just struck me, could it? Does this mean I've inadvertently scored an own goal? The young rascal kicked me, and I have suffered greatly because of it. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Manchester City's defender Stones stepped up, delivering a stunning volley that sent the ball into Manchester United's net, thus averting an own goal by Smalling. Stones felt incredibly fortunate. Initially, he was unable to contest the header in the penalty area and was preparing to retreat when, out of the blue, the football inexplicably landed right in front of him. Thankfully, he had not yet begun to run, allowing him to swiftly adjust his balance and body position to strike the ball. Otherwise, even if he had seen it, he would have been too late to react. Manchester United's goalkeeper De Gea felt utterly exasperated, helplessly gesturing to Lukaku. "Mate, what on earth are you doing? It was you in the first half, and now again in the second half. Can you please stop messing things up for me? I've made so many crucial saves and was hopeful of maintaining a clean sheet, only to have you ruin it." In the unique position of a goalkeeper, conceding a goal erases all previous contributions. De Gea's arduous efforts now seemed entirely in vain. Mourinho's face turned ashen as he beckoned Lukaku over once more. While their conversation remained inaudible, netizens quickly concocted a humorous meme. Mourinho pointed towards Manchester City's goal, instructing Lukaku, "Take a good look. That's our goal. And this is the direction of the opponent's goal for the second half." Lukaku, bewildered yet curious, responded, "Oh dear, the goal has moved again for the second half?" Upon seeing this comical meme, fans couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, if Manchester City wins this match, the Best Player award should unquestionably go to Lukaku from Manchester United. Absolutely. That's what you call the best 12th man, tactical retreat. Alas, poor Lukaku seemed to be having a rough time. Despite his proactive defending, he consistently managed to inadvertently cause problems. What was meant to be an evenly matched contest was unceremoniously turned into a farce by Lukaku. Indeed, the outcome of the match had become inconsequential. I now simply wish to know what further surprising, or lack thereof, antics the clever Lukaku might unveil. Hehe. I too find myself intrigued. This match is becoming increasingly entertaining. Who says so? As a Manchester United supporter, I find it hard to muster a laugh. While others are showcasing their skills, only Manchester United seems to be on the receiving end of the blows. Currently trailing in the scoreline, Manchester United is at Old Trafford, their home ground. Could it be that they are on the verge of losing to their city rivals? The answer is affirmative. In the 73rd minute, Lin Quan helped Manchester City secure another goal, solidifying the score at 3-1. This goal nearly extinguished any lingering hope for the match, as Manchester United's offense was utterly stifled by the intimidating counterattacks from both flanks of Manchester City, ultimately leading to their bitter defeat on home soil. With this victory, Manchester City matched the record of 14 consecutive wins set by Arsenal in the Premier League. One more step forward, and this record will be shattered. End of chapter. Chapter 247. Halfway with 55 points. Who can stop Manchester City? Manchester City triumphed over Manchester United with a resounding victory, marking their 14th consecutive win. They have now equaled Arsenal's record for the longest winning streak in the Premier League, and with one more victory, they will claim this honor exclusively. The question arises, who can halt this formidable Manchester City side? Accumulating 46 points after 16 rounds, City has shattered the record for the best start in Premier League history and is on track to surpass the single-season points record. Following the match against United, numerous media outlets promptly reported on the outcome. Prior to the game, many had hoped Manchester United would thwart City's winning streak. However, following United's defeat, these expectations were thoroughly dashed. In their next fixture, Manchester City will face Swansea, currently languishing at the bottom of the Premier League. Given City's prowess and their consistent performance against weaker teams, the likelihood of defeat in this match appears minimal. Thus, after overcoming United, the probability of City breaking Arsenal's 14-match winning streak has now soared to at least 80%. City did not disappoint their supporters. In the 17th round of the Premier League, they decisively defeated their opponents 5-0, thanks to goals from players such as Raheem Sterling, Kevin De Bruyne, David Silva, and Sergio Aguero, achieving their 15th consecutive win and setting a new record for the longest winning streak in Premier League history, previously untouched for 15 years. With 2 matches remaining in the first half of the season, City's points have already reached 49, placing them a staggering 11 points ahead of second-placed Manchester United. This not only secures them the title of first-half champions with 3 rounds to spare, but also renders the contest for the league title nearly devoid of suspense. It is difficult to conceive of the magnitude of error that would allow their pursuers to surpass them and seize the championship trophy. Such a scenario seems utterly implausible. This Manchester City side appears devoid of weaknesses, and any team facing them can only hope for a miracle. However, to assert that City is entirely without flaws would be an exaggeration. Just a week ago, their unbeaten streak was broken in the Champions League, courtesy of Shakhtar Donetsk. The primary factor behind Shakhtar's victory was the frigid weather conditions at their home ground. Additionally, as this match was the final group stage encounter and City had already secured the top position in their group, they opted not to expend the energy of their key players in such harsh conditions thousands of miles away. Consequently, City fielded a reserve squad, with stars like Aguero, Sterling, De Bruyne, and Silva absent from the match. Led by Gabriel Jesus and Bernardo Silva, the reserve team struggled to adapt to the extreme cold, conceding 2 goals in the first half. Although Sane managed to score in the second half, it was merely a consolation, preventing a more humiliating defeat. While Manchester City's unbeaten record has been shattered, other elite clubs cannot rejoice. The absence of key players from the match created a vast disparity in strength between the substitutes and the starters, rendering this match of little reference value. The home environment of the Shakhtar Donetsk team is exceedingly harsh, making it difficult for other teams to experience such a frigid match atmosphere. Consequently, they cannot expect to weaken their opponent's fighting spirit prior to the commencement of the game, as Shakhtar does. Thus, the question of how to confront Manchester City remains elusive, leaving hopes resting solely on elite teams, relying on their formidable strength and the tactical acumen of their coaches to vanquish City. The team most poised to achieve this is the defending champion, Real Madrid. After all, they triumphed over Manchester City in last season's Champions League final, and their prowess ranks among the very best in Europe. Furthermore, Real Madrid's form this season has been commendable, leading many to believe they can challenge Manchester City on the Champions League stage, given that Real Madrid currently occupies the second position in Group H. While Manchester City stands atop Group F, there exists a tangible possibility for them to meet in the round of 16 draw. Every year, the Champions League draw faces skepticism from fans, who often suspect it is scripted. In light of this, some fans propose a more dramatic scenario, suggesting that Real Madrid and Manchester City encounter each other in the round of 16, allowing spectators to witness a clash of these 2 titans in advance. Naturally, supporters of both teams would prefer not to see their clubs face off so early in the competition. Given their caliber, it would be a lamentable outcome for either team to fall at this stage. Fortunately, UEFA has not orchestrated such a narrative. In the draw for the round of 16, Manchester City was matched against the Swiss team Basel, while Real Madrid drew the French powerhouse Paris Saint-Germain. For Manchester City, this pairing is quite favorable, as their opponent is relatively weaker and unlikely to pose a significant threat, resulting in diminished pressure for progression. However, for Real Madrid, this outcome is less than ideal. Paris Saint-Germain is no mere underdog. Last year, they achieved a resounding victory over Barcelona at home, and Real Madrid, having battled Barcelona for many years, is well aware of their adversary's capabilities. PSG's ability to dominate Barcelona illustrates their formidable home strength, and even Real Madrid may find themselves challenged. Real Madrid's misfortune in this draw can only be attributed to their own shortcomings. Had they performed better in the group stage and avoided numerous errors that led to being overshadowed by Tottenham, they might have faced a less formidable opponent. Both Real Madrid and Paris Saint-Germain expressed dissatisfaction with their respective draws. After laboring to secure first place in Group B, overcoming Bayern Munich, It is disheartening for PSG to discover their next opponent is the reigning champion, Real Madrid. What, then, was the significance of their previous efforts in the group stage? Encountering Barcelona last season and now facing Real Madrid seems to suggest a relentless cycle of being bullied by the Spanish giants. Comparing their drawn opponent with Bayern's, who finished second in their group, only deepens PSG's frustration. In the round of 16 draw, most of the elite teams, such as Manchester City, Bayern Munich, Liverpool, and Manchester United, found themselves in more favorable positions. However, some teams have been rather unfortunate, facing formidable opponents. After Tottenham Hotspur overcame the formidable challenge posed by Real Madrid, they found themselves up against the Serie A giants, Juventus. The strength of both teams is quite comparable, leaving each with a fair chance of advancement, undoubtedly setting the stage for an intensely contested battle. The reigning Premier League champions, Chelsea, drew the illustrious Spanish club, Barcelona. Although Barcelona's recent performances have not been stellar, one must remember that even a malnourished camel is larger than a horse. Their prowess should not be underestimated. The storied rivalry between the Blues and the Blaugrana in European competitions is worthy of endless discussion, and as the two teams once again meet on the Champions League stage, one can only wonder what sparks will fly this time. As the group stage of the Champions League concludes, various leagues gradually enter their winter breaks. However, the Premier League does not observe such a hiatus. Thus, while players in other leagues bask in the warmth of sun-soaked beaches, the 20 teams and hundreds of players in the Premier League continue to battle in the cold, damp conditions, occasionally interrupted by rain or snow. On December 17th, the 18th round of the Premier League commenced. Manchester City hosted an unexpected challenger, Tottenham Hotspur, currently sitting fourth in the league. Despite being a staggering 18 points adrift of City in the standings, Tottenham's strength this season should not be underestimated. The addition of Son Heung-min has significantly bolstered their overall capabilities, particularly their attacking prowess, which ranks among the top 3 in the entire Premier League. The reason for their considerable point deficit to City is quite straightforward. City's performance has been nothing short of extraordinary, with 16 wins and 1 draw out of 17 matches, showcasing an exceptionally high points-gathering efficiency, and they remain unbeaten thus far. In contrast, Tottenham has struggled to juggle both domestic and European commitments, resulting in a less-than-ideal league record of 9 wins, 4 draws, and 4 losses. While their record may appear disappointing at first glance, they have secured the points they were expected to, with their 4 defeats coming against established teams such as Chelsea, Arsenal, Manchester United, and Leicester City. Losing to such formidable opponents is hardly a disgrace. Expectations for Tottenham remain high. Despite Manchester City having shattered Arsenal's long-standing record for the most consecutive wins in the Premier League 15 years ago, nonetheless, there is considerable interest in who might halt City's winning streak. The recent heavy defeat suffered by Swansea has made fans realize that relying on mid- to lower-tier teams is futile. Only those higher-ranked clubs or near-elite teams stand a chance of overcoming Manchester City. Fortunately, Tottenham falls within this category. Furthermore, last season, Tottenham managed an impressive record of 1 victory and 1 draw against City, remaining unbeaten and further raising fan expectations. Confronted with such a formidable adversary, Manchester City approached the match with utmost seriousness. Guardiola fielded his strongest lineup, with all key players who had previously missed the trip to Ukraine taking to the pitch for this round. The home side quickly seized control of the match, and in the 14th minute of the first half, Gundogan, assisted by a corner from Lin Quan, opened the scoring for the team. In a mere 15 minutes, De Bruyne provided an assist for Lin Quan, who scored the second goal. Tottenham's defensive counterattack strategy was rendered ineffective under Manchester City's relentless pressing, leaving them solely on the defensive with no glimpse of a counterattack. Due to insufficient support up front, Kane's growing frustration led him to receive a yellow card for an overzealous challenge. As the second half commenced, Tottenham endeavored to alter their tactics, pushing their formation forward, unwilling to continue absorbing pressure passively. However, in the face of Manchester City's burgeoning momentum, their tactical adjustments yielded no positive results and further destabilized their defense. In the 55th minute, Mbappe was brought down in the penalty area by a defender, granting Manchester City a penalty. Lin Quan graciously allowed Mbappe to take the penalty, which he converted with ease, showcasing the fruits of his dedicated training on penalty kicks since last season's Champions League final defeat. Following the third goal, Manchester City played with increasing ease, with players exhibiting remarkable synergy and creativity on the pitch. The technical prowess of Manchester City's players is unparalleled in the Premier League, and they take pride in their superior skills. This group, particularly Lin Quan, De Bruyne, and David Silva, often produced breathtaking combinations that left spectators in awe and marveling at the beautiful game, in stark contrast to their opponents' soaring morale. The deafening cheers from Manchester City's home crowd left Tottenham's players feeling increasingly uncertain. They pondered how, despite being capable of competing with elite teams like Real Madrid in the Champions League, they remained unable to conquer Manchester City. Although they had studied the opponent's new tactical approach and believed they had identified vulnerabilities, their theoretical strategies proved utterly ineffective on the field. In the 70th minute, Manchester City's midfield duo connected seamlessly, with Gundogan assisting De Bruyne for another goal, extending the score to 4-0. A resounding victory was all but assured, with the only suspense remaining being whether Manchester City could add more goals before the final whistle, and the answer was affirmative. In the 80th minute, substitute Sane, assisted by fellow substitute Jesus, netted City's fifth goal. During stoppage time, Eriksen managed to score a consolation goal, bringing the final score to 5-1. Ultimately, Manchester City triumphed at home, extending their winning streak to 16 matches and shattering all external expectations once again. Tottenham could not halt Manchester City's relentless pursuit of victory. Following the match, media and fans alike were left in awe and wonder, questioning just how high the ceiling for this Manchester City team truly is. As the first half of the season approaches its conclusion, Manchester City has already amassed an astounding 52 points, a truly terrifying feat on December 23rd. City continued to dominate at home, with Lin Quan scoring twice, while Aguero and De Bruyne each netted a goal, leading to a resounding 4-0 victory over Burnley and extending their remarkable winning streak to 17 matches, thereby elevating their points total to an astonishing 55. Achieving 55 points at the halfway mark is not only unprecedented in Premier League history, but also stands as a remarkable achievement across the entirety of Europe's top 5 leagues. The only team to reach such a milestone is the Barcelona squad of the 2012-2013 season, which set a La Liga record of 55 points at the midpoint of their campaign, a record that remains the highest in the annals of the 5 major leagues. In the Bundesliga, where fewer teams compete, even a perfect record after 17 matches yields only 51 points. Meanwhile, in Ligue 1 and Serie A, the respective records of 51 points by Paris Saint-Germain in 2015 and 52 points by Juventus in the 2013-2014 season still fall short of the remarkable 55. For Guardiola and his team, setting records is merely a delightful bonus. Whether they achieve them or not holds little consequence. He harbors no envy towards the record established by Tito Vilanova at Barcelona, as even if Manchester City were to win their next match, they would merely equal that record without surpassing it. In situations where records are deemed unbreakable, it is only natural for the first team to be remembered, while subsequent teams may fade from memory. However, breaking such a record presents an immense challenge, as the only viable path to do so would be to maintain a perfect record through the first half of the season. Even the formidable Barcelona and Manchester City at their peaks could not accomplish this, underscoring the difficulty of such an endeavor. It is noteworthy that Manchester United's future stalwart, Harry Maguire, conceded a last-minute equalizer against Leicester City, widening the points gap between them and Manchester City to a staggering 13 points, a figure that evokes a sense of despair. As we transition into the festive season, the annual Christmas period bears little significance for players in the Premier League. The schedule during this time is remarkably congested, with 4 matches occurring between December 23rd and January 1st, an average of 1 match every 2 days. Such a grueling schedule is far from ideal for players who have just endured half a season and are in desperate need of respite. The intense frequency of matches not only induces physical fatigue among players, but also heightens the risk of injury. Many teams find themselves beleaguered by injuries during this hectic period, exacerbated by the already fierce physical confrontations typical of the Premier League and the relatively lenient officiating standards, leading to a significantly higher injury rate compared to other leagues. Last season, Manchester City suffered greatly from this issue, as their squad rarely fielded a complete lineup. Additionally, some teams exploit this period to amass points in a frantic bid to close the gap with the league leaders. Thus, for teams positioned at the top of the standings, vigilance is of the utmost importance. There exists a cautionary tale in this regard. exemplified by Arsenal. Each season, Arsenal typically excels in the first half, only to experience a decline in performance post-Christmas, culminating in their elimination from the Champions League and thus alleviating the burden of competing on multiple fronts. As they strive to secure a Champions League berth for the following season, their form tends to revive, ultimately allowing them to narrowly retain their fourth-place standing. This cycle has persisted for nearly a decade, until last year when they faltered, finishing in fifth place. To counter such a predicament, the most effective strategy is to implement rotations in advance, thereby minimizing the wear and tear on key players, ensuring they possess ample energy and form to navigate the demanding schedule during this period. Guardiola has been preparing for this since the onset of the season, maintaining a consistent rotation among core players across the attacking line, midfield, and defense. Even the indisputable linchpin, Kevin De Bruyne, has been rotated out for several matches. Moreover, thanks to Manchester City's formidable offensive prowess, many matches have been decided by halftime, allowing Guardiola to substitute key players early in the second half, thus further conserving their energy and mitigating the risk of injury. As a result, this festive season, Manchester City has maintained commendable form with minimal significant injuries. If any player expresses discomfort during training or matches, Guardiola promptly substitutes them to prevent exacerbation of potential injuries, even if subsequent medical evaluations reveal no serious issues. He typically refrains from immediately reinstating these players, opting instead to grant them a brief respite of 2 to 3 days to recuperate. Following the completion of the 19th round of the league, Guardiola afforded his players a day off, although they were soon to face Newcastle United away. The significance of the Christmas holiday led the players to prefer spending time with their families. Given the team's current momentum, Guardiola is understandably lenient regarding such matters. However, this decision inevitably impacts the preparations for the upcoming match. Thus, in the encounter against Newcastle, Guardiola not only extensively utilized substitutes and rotated players, but also adjusted the team's formation, abandoning the 3-1-4-2 setup in favor of a more traditional 4-3-3 formation. In this match, all three lines of Manchester City underwent rotation. Jesus replaced Aguero in the forward line, Mbappe retained his starting position, and Sane took the place of David Silva. In midfield, Bernardo Silva, Gundogan, and Fernandinho replaced De Bruyne, Kanté, and the aforementioned linchpin. As for the defense, Walker continued as a starter, while the veteran captain Kompany partnered with Rudiger. And the other fullback was Danilo, who was acquired from Real Madrid last year. After his transfer to Manchester City, Danilo had limited appearances, and this match presented a rare opportunity for him to start, which he cherished immensely. His performance was notably vigorous, demonstrating enthusiasm in both offensive and defensive roles. With his presence felt throughout the left flank, Guardiola expressed great satisfaction with his performance, even feeling a sense of surprise at his contribution. When the transfer initially took place, Lin Quan expressed a rather skeptical viewpoint, which indirectly influenced Guardiola's perception of Danilo. At one point, he questioned whether he had brought in a subpar player. However, in retrospect, it is evident that this individual possesses considerable talent and cannot be deemed a failure. Nevertheless, when compared to the likes of Walker, Danilo falls short significantly. Despite the hefty investment of over €52 million in Kyle Walker, Guardiola increasingly regards this acquisition as exceedingly advantageous. Upon Walker's arrival, the defensive intensity on Manchester City's right flank ascended to a markedly higher level. Walker's defensive prowess is exceptional. He not only exhibits swift turning speed and robust physicality, but also excels in countering inverted wingers. Furthermore, Walker showcases remarkable technical skills and an acute offensive awareness, capable of delivering precise passes and adeptly seizing attacking opportunities to strike decisively when the moment is opportune. He is, without a doubt, a polymath. In the face of a formidable and currently resurgent Manchester City, Newcastle's tactical arrangement can be described as cautious, even timid. Competing at home, they astonishingly lined up in a 5-4-1 formation, a rather extreme approach. Confronted with such a fortified defense, Manchester City substitutes and rotational players struggled significantly with this siege. Throughout the first half, they endeavored various offensive strategies, yet found it challenging to create clear scoring opportunities. As the first half concluded, both teams remained goalless. From a tactical perspective, Manchester City firmly dominated the match. The disparity in possession was stark, with City controlling over 80% of the ball, which rarely strayed from their feet. Such an elevated possession rate translated into numerous shooting opportunities, as City unleashed 14 shots in the first half, yet managed to direct only a meager 2 on target. Although Newcastle's goalkeeper was perpetually occupied, he only executed 2 crucial saves. Newcastle appeared relatively satisfied with this scoreline. After all, adopting such a defensive formation was aimed at securing a draw. Had they faced last season's Manchester City, they might have opted to engage in a more aggressive contest. However, against a Manchester City that has achieved an impressive 17 consecutive victories, Newcastle had no inclination to confront them head-on. Teams that previously entertained such notions have become mere footnotes to City's remarkable success. They are not foolish enough to tread the same path. As long as they can hold Manchester City to a draw and end their winning streak, Newcastle would have accomplished their objective. The aesthetic quality of the match or the potential for goals holds little significance. The opponent's intentions were glaringly apparent. Not only the coaching staff of Manchester City, but also the spectators recognized this. In the stands of St. James Park, thousands of traveling City fans expressed their discontent with Newcastle's turtle-like approach, hissing whenever Newcastle gained possession. For the fans, nothing is more frustrating than a match devoid of goals, leading to a lethargic atmosphere that fails to ignite enthusiasm. Shortly after the commencement of the second half, observing the opponent's unwavering intent to adopt a defensive strategy, Guardiola had no choice but to prepare his key players for substitution. Although he had long ceased to concern himself with the streak of victories, Manchester City could not afford to settle for a draw in this match. Should Newcastle manage to equalize, relishing the taste of success, it would set a precedent for other mid to lower tier teams to emulate, employing a similar defensive setup against them. Frankly speaking, such a defensive approach is exceedingly vexing. Breaking through a densely packed defense is a global conundrum. Despite Manchester City's prowess, dismantling the opponent's shell requires considerable effort. If every match proves to be a grueling endeavor, they may struggle to endure the demands of competing on multiple fronts, risking a potential collapse of the team. Therefore, victory in this match is imperative. In the 55th minute, Guardiola made early substitutions, bringing on De Bruyne for Kompany and Lincoln for Gundogan. As Lincoln and De Bruyne began their warm-up on the sidelines, the spectators' attention shifted, seemingly captivated by these warm-up players more than the ongoing match. At that moment, the anticipation surrounding the imminent entrance of the Manchester City duo was palpable, provoking contrasting emotions among the fans. The Manchester City supporters buzzed with excitement, feeling invigorated, while those initially anxious due to the team's inability to score now found solace in the presence of these two players, instilling an inexplicable sense of security. Conversely, the home fans experienced a pang of anxiety upon witnessing the duo's impending appearance. The formidable pairing of Lincoln and De Bruyne is among the most potent attacking combinations in the football world. The mere presence of either player could unsettle the opposition. Upon their entrance, the effect was immediate. Manchester City's offensive rhythm became more fluid and lethal. De Bruyne's penetrating passes, coupled with Lincoln's intricate link-up play and timely breakthroughs, significantly heightened the attacking threat. Newcastle's defense began to falter under the pressure. In the 62nd minute, City executed a brilliant combination. Lincoln received a pass from B. Silva, surged into the penalty area, evaded 2 defenders, and delivered a precise cutback to the center, where Jesus effortlessly slotted the ball into the net. Manchester City had finally shattered the opponent's defensive shell, gaining the lead. After the goal, Jesus exuberantly rushed to the stands filled with away fans, raising his arms, urging them for even more resounding cheers and applause. The Manchester City supporters responded enthusiastically, amplifying their applause and cheers, while the home fans could only sigh in despair, lamenting both the strength of Manchester City and their recent concession of the goal. They had already persevered for over 60 minutes. Just half an hour more, and they could have brought Manchester City's winning streak to an end. Alas, their efforts ultimately fell short. It is worth recalling that Manchester City was once just an ordinary mid-table team, not unlike Newcastle, which possesses a richer historical legacy than City. However, after the acquisition by the Abu Dhabi Consortium, Manchester City swiftly rose to prominence and has now established itself as one of the elite clubs in the Premier League, a formidable force in European football. In contrast, Newcastle remains stagnant and uninspired, leaving one to wonder when they might experience a meteoric rise akin to that of Manchester City. When faced with a dense defensive setup, scoring the first goal simplifies matters considerably. If Newcastle wishes to avoid defeat, they must venture forth. Yet, if they choose to attack. Their ironclad defense would inevitably crumble, providing Manchester City ample opportunity to exploit the situation. Surprisingly, however, Newcastle harbored no intention of pursuing victory. After falling behind, they not only refrained from launching a counterattack but also further tightened their formation, continuing to adopt a defensive posture. This left Manchester City perplexed. How could they remain passive when trailing by a goal, unconcerned about City running down the clock? Newcastle seemed unfazed by the prospect of losing. For them, the psychological burden of defeat was non-existent. This season, Manchester City has proven overwhelmingly dominant, toppling numerous prestigious clubs. What were they, after all? Losing was merely a commonplace occurrence. Even formidable Liverpool succumbed to City by 6 goals. Newcastle had never entertained thoughts of overcoming City. Merely securing a draw was their loftiest aspiration. With that hope shattered, they retreated, seeking only a narrow defeat, hoping to avoid a humiliating loss. The lack of ambition and drive displayed by their opponents prompted Manchester City to reassess their approach. After a brief period of passing, they realized that Newcastle genuinely cared little for the time being wasted. Faced with such a lackadaisical opponent, City found themselves at a loss. Consequently, they refrained from their previous aggressive assaults. With victory seemingly assured, why expend unnecessary energy? It was far more prudent to conserve strength for the forthcoming match than to engage in a futile struggle against a Newcastle side that had resigned itself to defeat. Both sets of fans expressed vehement disapproval of the team's lack of ambition. If they were merely going through the motions, what was there left for the spectators to witness? The chorus of boos grew louder, not only from Manchester City supporters, but also from the home crowd, who had turned against their own team. Perhaps sensing the fans' ire, Newcastle reluctantly initiated a few attacks. Upon noticing their movement, City took full advantage, launching several counterattacks. Zidane struck the post twice within 3 minutes, sending a chill down the spines of Newcastle's players, who quickly retreated, resolutely refusing to attack. Faced with an opponent that had completely withdrawn, Zidane stood with his hands on his hips, heaving a sigh of frustration. Today, fortune has truly eluded me. Such a splendid opportunity. Yet I struck the post twice in succession. Had I not hit the woodwork on one occasion, I would have surely scored. Chapter 249, a rematch against Liverpool, the pinnacle battle at Anfield. In the 21st round of the Premier League, Manchester City's streak of victories has finally come to an end. During the away match against Crystal Palace, City once again faced the formidable wall of the opponent's defense. Ever since they embarked on their unbeaten run in the Premier League, mid- to lower-tier teams have resorted to this tactic against them. It seems that the hope of defeating Manchester City has faded, with most merely aspiring for a draw. Relying on a defensive strategy to secure a stalemate has proven to be the most effective approach. Newcastle United faltered in their last encounter. Yet Crystal Palace succeeded where they failed. The match concluded with both teams locked in a 0-0 draw, marking the first time this season that Manchester City has been held scoreless by an opponent. The game, from its atmosphere to its proceedings and final outcome, was profoundly lackluster. However, the Crystal Palace supporters reveled in the experience, erupting into jubilant cheers the moment the referee blew the final whistle at Selhurst Park. They celebrated as if they had achieved a monumental victory. For an ordinary team like Crystal Palace, halting the leader's 18-match winning streak is indeed a commendable feat, something that many illustrious clubs in the Premier League have failed to accomplish. During this period, any match involving Manchester City has almost guaranteed a spot on the front pages of major media outlets. Yet, the narrative has shifted. Previously, reporters focused on Manchester City's triumphs and the records they shattered in their relentless pursuit of victory. This time, however, when City was forced to a draw, the media pounced upon the story with the ferocity of sharks sensing blood, sparing no effort in their coverage, even amplifying the headlines. As Manchester City surged forward, fans grew somewhat desensitized by the incessant media reports. Victories seemed almost expected, while losses or draws became the true headlines. This shift in reporting has undeniably captivated readers. They understand the essence of journalism. Now that Manchester City's winning streak has been halted, one might even say I was nearing aesthetic fatigue. Who can blame me? The solitude of invincibility is indeed profound. Witnessing such a sweeping dominance time and again can become rather mundane. Yet, Manchester City has merely seen their streak interrupted. They still maintain an unbeaten record. I wonder who possesses the prowess to bestow upon them their first defeat. I believe Tottenham and Liverpool both stand a chance. Both Tottenham and Liverpool have shown remarkable upward momentum in the past 2 seasons, with Tottenham now having ascended to the ranks of the Premier League's Big Six, garnering much optimism. Why not Manchester United or Chelsea, you ask? After all, these two clubs currently occupy the second and third positions in the league standings. As for Manchester United, let us not dwell on when they last triumphed over City. Regarding Chelsea, it seems their style has been somewhat countered by this formidable Manchester City. Since Ferguson's retirement, Manchester United's performance against Manchester City has been dismal, with almost no victories to speak of, even suffering multiple seasons of being defeated twice in league encounters. Their occasional victories have only been in cup competitions such as the League Cup or the FA Cup, which lack significant prestige, making it understandable for fans to doubt their prowess. As for Chelsea, their performance this season has been respectable, yet it pales in comparison to last year's formidable display. The Chelsea of last season, capable of achieving a remarkable string of consecutive victories, showcased strength in both offense and defense, scoring only fewer goals than Manchester City while boasting a defensive solidity that surpassed their rivals, rendering them the team with the fewest goals conceded in the Premier League. However, this year's Chelsea seems devoid of that same vigor. In recent years, aside from a controversial victory over Manchester City last season, Chelsea has either succumbed to defeat or been held to draws against them, struggling to gain the upper hand. Despite Chelsea's status as a top-tier team in the Premier League, they find it challenging to pose a threat to Manchester City. In contrast, Liverpool, a team known for its spirited play, possesses numerous young talents and an aggressive style that can topple even Manchester City when they find their rhythm. Nonetheless, Liverpool's shortcomings are quite apparent. Their defense lacks stability and the presence of a reliable anchor. Scoring is not an issue for Liverpool, but the challenge lies in maintaining their lead without allowing opponents to equalize or even overtake them. It would be unfortunate if their forwards managed to score only to see the defense concede more goals due to errors. This predicament underscores Klopp's willingness to invest heavily in acquiring Van Dijk, whose potential arrival could significantly bolster Liverpool's defense. In the 21st round of matches, 6 out of 10 games ended in draws. Aside from the draw between Manchester City and Crystal Palace, Manchester United drew 0-0 at home against Southampton. Arsenal drew 1-1 away against West Bromwich, and Tottenham faced a 1-1 draw with West Ham. Among the Premier League's Big Six, only Chelsea and Liverpool secured victories in this round. As Manchester United also drew, Manchester City's lead remained unshaken, and due to United's recent 3 consecutive draws, City's advantage extended to 15 points, suggesting that they might clinch the championship 6 or 7 rounds early. Fortunately, Manchester United managed to halt their decline in the 22nd round, achieving a 2-0 victory against their rivals, Everton. They were fortunate to face Everton. Had they encountered another team, the outcome may have differed. For instance, Southampton, being Liverpool's subordinate, would undoubtedly give their all against their elder brother's fierce rivals, showing no mercy. Thus, the world of football is not merely about competition, but also about relationships and sentiments. Despite Manchester City's recent ascent, their historical legacy and depth still cannot rival that of the established giants, and as such, they do not possess any true underlings at this time. Certainly, with the continuous enhancement of Manchester City's youth training system, there will undoubtedly be a closer relationship with many Premier League clubs regarding the loaning of young players and the transfer of key players in the future. Teams will gradually gravitate towards Manchester City due to mutual interests and collaborations, provided that City maintains its stability. A fleeting team cannot be deemed a giant. When Manchester United triumphs, Manchester City inevitably shares in the victory. Following the draw against Crystal Palace, rather than being demoralized, Manchester City seemed to have shed a certain restraint, allowing the players to relax and elevate their performance. In the current round, they comfortably secured a 3-0 victory against Watford at home, maintaining a 15-point lead over Manchester United. This season, the suspense surrounding the Premier League title is minimal, yet the competition for the Champions League spots is unprecedentedly fierce. Although Manchester United cannot catch up to Manchester City in points, they firmly hold on to their second place. Following United, Chelsea has surged ahead, thanks to their exceptional performance during the festive fixtures, surpassing Tottenham and Liverpool to rise to third place. Liverpool currently sits fourth, Tottenham fifth, while Arsenal has slipped to sixth. Since Tottenham's formidable rise, Arsenal's chances of securing a Champions League berth have become increasingly challenging. It seems that only one of these North London teams is destined to break into the Champions League. The points gap between second-placed Manchester United and fourth-placed Liverpool is narrow, with United only 3 points ahead of Liverpool and 1 point ahead of Chelsea. A single poor performance could alter the rankings. The 23rd round presents a potential opportunity for such changes. Undoubtedly, the focal point of this round is the match where Liverpool hosts Manchester City. As the team most favored to break Manchester City's unbeaten streak, Liverpool enters the match with soaring morale. And one can see a palpable desire for revenge etched on every face. In the 4th round of this season, Manchester City inflicted a staggering 6-0 defeat on Liverpool at home, leaving the club with a painful memory that nearly branded them in the annals of disgrace. The ramifications of that match were severe, causing Liverpool to struggle to find their rhythm in subsequent league matches, resulting in disappointing performances. Had they not faltered at the beginning of the season, their points tally would surely be higher. At the onset of this season, their ambition was the Premier League title. In contrast to the flamboyant Liverpool, Manchester City resembles a sword yet to be unsheathed, its lethal potential restrained and concealed. Anfield is renowned as a fortress in the Premier League, where any visiting team feels trepidation. However, for Manchester City, conquering this ground is not a novel feat, although Liverpool, bolstered by home advantage, is formidable. They are not insurmountable. In previous encounters, they have orchestrated comebacks here and emerged victorious, and this time, they can do so once more. However, the Liverpool of today appears somewhat distinct from the team of recent years. They have embraced a newfound fervor. The entire Premier League is acutely aware of Manchester City's formidable offensive prowess, necessitating a defensive strategy to curtail their attacks. Allowing them unbridled opportunities could lead to disastrous consequences. Yet, Liverpool, playing on their home turf, chose to adopt a contrary approach, engaging City in a fierce offensive duel. This is Anfield. If they lack the audacity to confront their adversaries here, they would cease to be Liverpool. What does it matter that they are the league leaders or the best in the world? When they arrive at Anfield, whether they be dragons or tigers, they must submit to the home side. During the era of Ferguson, Manchester United was a paragon of strength, nearly achieving dominion over the Premier League. Yet Liverpool harbored no fear. Each encounter at Anfield in the fierce rivalry with the Red Devils saw Liverpool battle tenaciously, leaving their opponents with little to gain. This time was no exception. The names may have changed, but the essence remained the same. Whether called Manchester United or Manchester City, any team from Manchester must face the wrath of Liverpool. Following the kickoff, buoyed by the fervent support of over 50,000 passionate fans, Liverpool launched a relentless assault on Manchester City. In the 9th minute, Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, the scapegoat of the previous humiliating defeat, stepped forward. After Liverpool's successful press in midfield, Oxlade-Chamberlain surged forward with the ball, skillfully navigating through the encirclement of nearly 4 City players, and found a narrow path to goal. With a swift, low shot, he struck the ball into the bottom corner, scoring the first goal of the match. Following his goal, Oxlade-Chamberlain was elated. Recently transferred from Arsenal at the season's onset, he had faced substantial criticism from fans after the dismal prior match. This game represented a chance for both personal and team redemption, and he succeeded. His goal ignited the atmosphere further, with the Liverpool supporters growing ever more fervent, their cheers resonating throughout the stadium, even echoing the classic anthem, "You'll Never Walk Alone." The fans sang heartily, for this was their battle for vengeance. One goal was insufficient. They demanded more. Thus, they urged their team to surge forward, to unleash an unstoppable offensive, tearing apart the opposition's defense and delivering a resounding humiliation. Inspired by the electrifying atmosphere, the Liverpool players exhibited heightened determination. Their movements and tackles infused with vigor. The pace of the match quickened dramatically, with both teams executing their transitions to perfection. In one moment, they were grappling in midfield. The next, following a successful interception, Liverpool swiftly penetrated Manchester City's penalty area, generating a threatening shot. Yet, City was not to be underestimated. After Liverpool's attempt was thwarted, goalkeeper Ederson became the primary outlet and initiator of the counterattack. With a quick throw, he delivered the ball to a teammate, who executed a precise pass that swiftly reached Liverpool's box. The rapid wings of Mbappe and Sane were charging forward, with Aguero positioned centrally, ready to unleash a shot. Both teams' goalkeepers were exceptionally busy today, as the contest was fiercely competitive. In the midst of the dynamic play and intense skirmishes, numerous mistakes were committed by both sides. The tactical approach employed by both teams revolved around swift counterattacks, avoiding excessive entanglement in the midfield, and directly delivering the ball to the forwards to exploit the opponent's defense, which had yet to fully regroup. Slightly differing in their strategies, Liverpool primarily focused on the flanks, utilizing incisive runs or crosses from the sides to create scoring opportunities. In contrast, Manchester City showcased versatility, executing rapid attacks from the wings while also demonstrating their ability to orchestrate intricate passing plays through the center, enriching their offensive repertoire. Fortune seemed to evade both teams today. By the 30th minute of the first half, the score remained 0-0, despite both teams having struck the woodwork 3 times. For Manchester City, Sane and Lin Quan each hit the post, while for Liverpool, Mane also struck the upright. Had these 3 attempts found the net, the first half could have witnessed 4 goals. However, the inevitable transpired. In the 41st minute, following a quick counterattack initiated by a successful interception in the midfield, Lin Quan advanced the ball, skillfully evading the tightly packed central defense. He delivered a pass to the flank, where Sane received the ball, deftly maneuvered, and, after penetrating the box, found the near corner to alter the score to 1-0. Just before the half concluded, Manchester City tenaciously equalized. Yet, the truly exhilarating moments lay ahead. Chapter 250. The frenzied Liverpool. Even more frenzied Manchester City, although the first half did not yield an abundance of goals. It in no way detracted from the spectacle of the match. This encounter undoubtedly epitomizes the pinnacle of Premier League football in recent years, with both teams exhibiting rapid transitions between offense and defense, rendering the match exceptionally thrilling. Spectators present at the venue expressed their exhilaration, lamenting that they could not relish such captivating contests daily. During the halftime break, fans in the stands and those watching the live broadcast at home fervently engaged in discussions, sharing their excitement with friends, whether in person or online. "Liverpool is remarkable," they exclaimed, as the first half suggested Liverpool was the more dominant side. Perhaps Manchester City had not anticipated that any team in the Premier League would dare to engage them in a direct confrontation. Today, Chamberlain's performance was outstanding, appearing as if he had transformed since the last match. It seems a new nickname for him is warranted. No longer will he be called Zhang Zhuoling, but rather Zhang Zhenhua. Liverpool supporters were pleasantly surprised by their team's performance today. Following a disheartening defeat in their previous away match, many fans felt apprehensive. Despite this being their home ground and their earlier proclamations of vengeance against Manchester City, mere slogans could not substitute for tangible results. However, today, Liverpool alleviated their concerns with a brilliant first-half display, restoring their optimism. Many began to anticipate Liverpool triumphing at home over Manchester City, shattering their unbeaten streak. The prospect of avenging their earlier defeat against City while simultaneously dismantling their invincibility was the ultimate form of retribution they yearned for. Certainly, if only we could replicate the initial triumph over Manchester City by scoring several more goals and thoroughly dominating them, that would be truly perfect. However, given Manchester City's formidable prowess, achieving such a feat seems rather improbable. Thus, fans can only entertain such thoughts in their hearts. One must not be overly optimistic. We have merely played the first half. Although Manchester City was caught off guard in the initial stages, they have not exhibited any signs of defeat. In fact, they swiftly equalized after falling behind, demonstrating their resilience as the current leaders of the Premier League. Liverpool still has some distance to cover to match their caliber. Observing the buoyant spirits of the crowd, someone took it upon themselves to temper expectations, ensuring that the potential disappointment would not lead to an overwhelming psychological letdown. Nevertheless, the dynamics of the second half unfolded quite differently from their concerns. Liverpool exhibited an even more fervent intensity than in the first half. In the 59th minute, Liverpool executed a 2-player press in their defensive half, successfully intercepting the ball from De Bruyne. Seizing the opportunity, Liverpool launched a counterattack, with Oxlade-Chamberlain receiving the ball and advancing forward. Fernandinho, who should have stepped up to intercept, misjudged the situation, erroneously anticipating a pass to a Liverpool midfielder, thus leaving Oxlade-Chamberlain unmarked. Recognizing this, Oxlade-Chamberlain decisively surged forward, and after crossing into the opponent's half, he delivered a precise through ball into the penalty area. Liverpool's forward, Firmino, skillfully muscled past Stones, and as the goalkeeper advanced, he cleverly opted for a curled shot towards the far corner. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the post, but this time, it rebounded into the net. Liverpool regained the lead, with the score now at 2-1. Firmino's goal ignited the atmosphere at Anfield, elevating Liverpool's momentum to new heights. In the 62nd minute, Salah once again showcased his prowess by successfully intercepting the ball in the attacking third, passing it to the left to Mane. After a brief adjustment, Mane unleashed a powerful shot, piercing through Manchester City's defenses for a third time. The score surged to 3-1. In the span of a mere 3 minutes, Liverpool scored twice, dramatically shifting the tide of the match. Manchester City now faced the peril of collapse, as their opponents had completely lost their composure. To exacerbate the situation, consecutive goals and errors had a profound impact on the mindset of Manchester City's players, particularly those in the defensive line. In the 68th minute, Ederson committed a grave mistake. After the opponent intercepted the ball in the attacking third, he had the opportunity to calmly control it and pass to a teammate. However, witnessing several opposing players charging towards him, Ederson instinctively opted for a hasty clearance. An unexpected turn of events occurred when his clearance struck Salah, who, noticing the goalkeeper's advanced position, executed a delicate lob that found its way into Manchester City's net for the 4th time. The score elevated to 4-1. Liverpool fans in the stands had completely lost their minds. This scoreline was simply unbelievable. Even the most optimistic supporters could scarcely have envisioned Liverpool triumphing over Manchester City with such a resounding 4-1 victory at home. It is worth noting that Manchester City had not suffered a defeat on multiple fronts this season. How could such an unbeaten team possibly be so easily overwhelmed by Liverpool? However, reality is far more optimistic than they had imagined. Some Liverpool fans even believe that this is almost a replica of the first leg encounter. Except this time it is Manchester City that finds itself on the receiving end, utterly defenseless. At this moment, Liverpool's form has fully risen, while Manchester City, plagued by consecutive goals conceded, has seen a significant drop in morale, leading to a considerable impact on their mentality. The recent error by Ederson exemplifies this. Had he not felt disappointment and unease regarding his defenders, there would have been no need for such a hasty clearance. After all, Mane was still a good 5 or 6 meters away from him, allowing for a more composed response. Even in a situation requiring clearance, directing the ball to the sidelines or out of play to grant the opponent a throw-in would have been far superior to offering them a direct shot at goal. Thus, Liverpool fans are convinced their team will continue to score, relentlessly rubbing salt into Manchester City's wounds. However, they may be overly optimistic. This Manchester City has encountered numerous challenging situations. Being 3 goals down is hardly the end of the world. Moreover, with such a substantial lead in the league, conceding a single goal is not catastrophic. When some young players in the squad began to panic, their captain, Lin Quan, stepped forward. Seizing the moment during the opponent's goal celebration, he took a moment to converse with Ederson and several defenders, soothing their spirits. Observing the calm demeanor of Lin Quan, De Bruyne, and other seasoned players, Ederson, Walker, and others felt a wave of relief wash over them. In critical moments, having someone to stabilize the team's spirit is vital. Meanwhile, Guardiola recognized the existing issues within the team. After some contemplation, he made a bold substitution decision. In the 71st minute, Manchester City made a substitution. Mbappe left the field, and Silva, also from Monaco, came on as a substitute. Mbappe's performance in this match had been lackluster, struggling to find opportunities on the flanks as Liverpool had targeted him specifically, denying him many chances for receiving the ball and sprinting. Additionally, his defensive contributions were insufficient, rendering Manchester City's right flank nearly silent, while Sane's side thrived, showcasing a stark contrast to the impressive performance of Chamberlain on the opposing side. Mbappe is akin to a sharp dagger, but at times, a dagger is not the most suitable weapon. Guardiola's substitution proved effective. Compared to Mbappe, Silva offers versatility in his ability to dribble, carry the ball, and pass, making him a more well-rounded player. Although his offensive attributes may not shine as brightly as Mbappe's, in a context where other scoring threats exist, his capability to provide substantial support to the midfield is far more advantageous. After taking a 4-1 lead, Liverpool hoped to capitalize on their momentum to decisively crush Manchester City. However, once Silva entered the fray, they gradually sensed something amiss. Manchester City's control in midfield began to strengthen, while their high pressing became increasingly effective. In fact, the number of threats posed to Liverpool's goal started to rise. Manchester City proved to be remarkably resilient. Had it been another team, they might have already collapsed. In the stands, Liverpool supporters observed that their opponents, despite facing a considerable deficit, continued to play with composure and exhibited no signs of panic. Even the previously lackluster defenders appeared to have improved significantly. Manchester City truly exemplified a top-tier team, reigning at the pinnacle of the Premier League, a position they undeniably deserved. However, the Liverpool fans remained unconvinced that Manchester City could stage a comeback at Anfield. With over 70 minutes gone and Liverpool leading by 3 goals on their home ground, one must ponder how City could possibly turn the tide. The flow of the match seemed to align with their expectations. As Manchester's offensive threats intensified, Liverpool swiftly adapted their strategy. Klopp substituted in former City player Milner, aiming to bolster control in the midfield. Milner, a versatile player adept in numerous positions, had been a reliable utility player during his time at Manchester City. Upon his introduction, he infused Liverpool's midfield with renewed vigor, complicating City's attacking endeavors. After City made their substitutions, the score remained unchanged for several minutes. In the 84th minute, with the match approaching its conclusion, Liverpool fans began to prepare for a triumphant celebration. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected twist unfolded. In the 83rd minute, Lin Quan initiated an attack, advancing forward, but, upon realizing opportunities were limited, he passed back to De Bruyne. De Bruyne then played the ball laterally to Bernardo Silva, who advanced down the flank, drawing 2 Liverpool defenders to him. Just as he was about to return the pass, he noticed Lin Quan making an incisive run. Without hesitation, Bernardo sent the ball to Lin Quan. Though closely marked by a Liverpool player, Lin Quan's response was astonishing. Instead of receiving the ball, he executed a swift pass, redirecting it back to the flank. He functioned merely as a wall, allowing Bernardo's ball to rebound back to him. Once he evaded his opponent's attempt to intercept, he presented the ball back to Bernardo. Although Bernardo had not been at Manchester City for long, his football intelligence was commendable. Uncertain whether Lin Quan would spot the space ahead, he instinctively made a forward run after passing. Lin Quan did not disappoint, as others reached their positions. The ball had already been delivered. Bernardo once again received the ball on the flank, this time with a clear path before him. As Bernardo approached the penalty area, alarm bells rang in Liverpool's defense. As they shifted their focus to him, Bernardo advanced a few steps before passing the ball centrally. Aguero, stationed in the middle, intended to adjust for a shot, but found himself obstructed by Matip. However, he noticed space to the side and gently nudged the ball over. A blue figure darted past him, seizing the ball in the unmarked position and unleashing a shot that sent the ball into the near corner of the net. The score transformed to 4-2, with the goal credited to Manchester City's number 10, Lin Quan. This is a quintessential Manchester City goal. As the match approached its conclusion, the number of City players encroaching within the opponent's penalty area surged to 5, outnumbering Liverpool's defenders. Through their methodical passing and possession play, they utterly dismantled Liverpool's defensive line. This goal instilled a sense of unease among the Liverpool supporters present, prompting many to instinctively glance at the clock displayed on the big screen. With the match reaching the 84th minute, and considering the injury time, they could anticipate a maximum of just 10 minutes remaining. Yet, their lead had dwindled to a mere 2 goals. Could they hold on during these final moments? On the sidelines, Klopp too sensed the impending peril. He swiftly made substitutions, replacing Sulla with Lalana and Main with Clavan. These tactical changes signaled a shift towards caution as Liverpool sought to preserve their hard-earned victory. However, in the face of adversity, fortune favors the brave. As Liverpool leaned towards a more conservative approach, their attacking threat diminished significantly, allowing Manchester City to channel more energy into their offensive maneuvers. In the dying moments of the match, Manchester City abandoned all restraint. Even their goalkeeper ventured into the midfield, charging into the penalty area during set pieces to contest headers. At this juncture, every goal scored was vital, and conceding became a secondary concern. Losing by 2 or 3 goals bore no distinction. Defeat remained inevitable. Thus, madness became the essence of Manchester City. In the 87th minute, Lin Quan advanced the ball in the attacking third, traversing from the left to the right along the edge of the opponent's penalty area. Seizing the opportunity as multiple defenders were drawn to him, Lin Quan passed to De Bruyne, who skillfully redirected the ball from the right flank to the left. Unmarked on the left, Aguero executed a stunning volley, sending the ball into the net once more. The score transformed to 4-3. Liverpool's lead had been reduced to a solitary goal. With at least 6 minutes remaining in the match, Time was on Manchester City's side. Witnessing Aguero's goal, both the Liverpool fans in the stands and Klopp on the bench felt a pang of anxiety. The fervent cheers echoing through Anfield seemed to diminish, as a multitude of Liverpool supporters watched with bated breath, silently praying for their team to hold firm. Just a single goal remained. If they could endure for a few more minutes, victory would be theirs. Yet, often, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. If the early moments of the second half showcased Liverpool's dominance, the closing moments heralded Manchester City's emergence. During the injury time, Lincoln and De Bruyne executed a series of intricate 1-2s. Liverpool's defensive line was torn asunder by their clever interplay, and Lincoln surged into the penalty area, facing the goalkeeper in a one-on-one situation. In a desperate bid, Karius chose to rush out, only to be deftly sidestepped by the frenzied Lincoln, who calmly slotted the ball into the empty net. The score escalated to 4-4. Against all odds, Manchester City had clawed back 3 goals, astonishingly leveling the match. Chapter complete. Chapter 251. Manchester City's frenzy. The first championship for the substitutes. The draw at Anfield was far from an ideal outcome for either side. As the saying goes, when the clam and the sandpiper contend, the fisherman profits. Both teams took a share, while Manchester United and Tottenham Hotspur reaped the full 3 points. Manchester United seized the opportunity to narrow the gap with Manchester City, while Tottenham took advantage to reduce their deficit to Liverpool to a mere 2 points. Liverpool's position in 4th place in the league has become precariously vulnerable. Despite the fierce battle resulting in mutual damage, fans from both sides managed to begrudgingly accept the outcome. After enduring a suffocating final phase of the match, Liverpool supporters felt fortunate that their team did not suffer defeat. The overwhelming dominance displayed by Manchester City in the closing moments left them with lingering apprehension. Although many privately lamented the missed opportunity, they also recognized the potential within this Liverpool squad. While Liverpool may currently lack the raw strength of Manchester City, once Klopp fine-tunes this team, they could very well contend with their rivals in the future. Therefore, there is no need for haste in seeking vengeance. Moreover, drawing against Manchester City is not a disgrace, as many elite clubs have struggled to even achieve a stalemate with them this season. On the other hand, Manchester City fans felt a sense of relief akin to escaping a dire situation. The significant advantage Liverpool held in the second half led many to believe their team was doomed. However, in a surprising turn of events, City managed to score 3 goals in quick succession, leveling the match. Nonetheless, the mid-game period when City trailed by such a margin exposed numerous issues within the team. Fortunately, there remains time to address these concerns before the season's end. Should these weaknesses persist into the final stages of the league, cup competitions, and the Champions League, they could prove fatal. In light of this, the lessons learned from this match serve as invaluable tuition for Liverpool. Guardiola, indeed, recognized the vulnerabilities in his team's midfield defense through this encounter. Consequently, he implemented further adjustments to the defensive line, delineating specific areas of responsibility for the players to enhance clarity regarding their roles. Additionally, both offensive and defensive strategies began to emphasize protection of the weak side, intensifying pressure and obstruction on the ball carrier during counterattacks, thereby denying opponents space to advance. These modifications are preparations for the more intense and fiercely contested Champions League matches ahead. However, they can initially test these strategies in the league, as Manchester City's substantial advantage provides ample room for error. It remains uncertain whether the adjusted Manchester City has grown stronger or if their league opponents simply lack the necessary prowess. Utilizing this approach, they have become increasingly formidable in the league. In round 24, Manchester City triumphed over Newcastle at home with a score of 4-0. In round 25, they secured a 3-0 victory against West Bromwich Albion at home. In round 26, they achieved a 3-1 win against Burnley away. In the 27th round, Manchester City triumphed over Leicester City with a score of 5-1 at home. In the 28th round, they faced Arsenal away and emerged victorious. Prior to the commencement of the UEFA Champions League knockout stage, Manchester City demonstrated their dominance in the league with an impressive 5 consecutive victories, winning these matches with remarkable ease, leaving their opponents utterly defenseless. For instance, in the match against Newcastle United, City maintained an astonishing possession rate of 85% throughout the game, earning 18 corner kicks while denying their adversaries any. This overwhelming superiority was not limited to lesser teams. Even formidable opponents like Leicester City and Arsenal were rendered helpless against them. Manchester City has once again transformed into an indomitable force in the Premier League, one that few can contend with. Fortunately, as the Champions League knockout stage reignites, this formidable entity will need to divert its focus. However, due to favorable draw circumstances, City's opponents in the knockout stage proved to be considerably weaker. In the first leg of their encounter, Manchester City decisively defeated their opponent 4 o'clock away, effectively extinguishing any suspense for the return match. Even if they fielded a team of substitutes at home, their chances of being eliminated seemed minuscule. Consequently, Chelsea, City's next opponent, found themselves in a precarious situation. By the 29th round of the league, the once third-placed Blues had slipped to 5th, trailing 4th-placed Tottenham by 2 points and 3rd-placed Liverpool by 4. As for the league leaders, Manchester City, they amassed 78 points, a staggering 25 points ahead of Chelsea. With 10 matches remaining in the season, City only needed to secure 7 victories and 1 draw to set a new record for points in the Premier League, elevating it to an unprecedented 100. Unfortunately for Chelsea, they stood as mere stepping stones on Manchester City's path to this new pinnacle. Before the match commenced, both teams had recently concluded their Champions League fixtures, with City achieving a resounding 4 o'clock victory over Basel, while Chelsea struggled to draw against Barcelona at home. Despite playing at home, Chelsea had exerted more effort than the away team, Manchester City, as Chelsea prepared to visit the Etihad Stadium. Memories of last year's unsavory defeat to Manchester City lingered in the air. The burning desire for vengeance among the City players became the focal point of this encounter. From the outset, Manchester City showed no intention of holding back against Chelsea, launching a fierce offensive. Initially, Chelsea attempted to match City's intensity, but they soon found themselves overwhelmed by City's relentless pressing. Throughout the first half, the ball rarely found its way to the feet of Chelsea's players. City's possession soared above 90, with the ball constantly circulating within and around Chelsea's penalty area, relentlessly testing the nerves of the Chelsea squad. The fans, seasoned by years of following their team through various trials, bore witness to this spectacle. The teams accustomed to possession-based play have been encountered before, yet witnessing such a terrifying elevation of this style is truly a first. Even the legendary Barcelona of yore did not render Chelsea as utterly beleaguered. Of course, it is plausible that the Chelsea of that time was considerably stronger than the current iteration. Despite the dire circumstances, the Chelsea team, under Conte's guidance, exhibited commendable defensive attributes. It appeared as if they were stretched taut like a finely tuned string, on the brink of snapping at any moment. However, fueled by sheer determination, they managed to withstand the relentless onslaught from Manchester City, remarkably maintaining a clean sheet. In the first half, Manchester City registered a total of 17 shots, with 7 on target, yet they failed to score a single goal. Chelsea's defense was undeniably a monumental success. Nevertheless, being perpetually on the back foot is untenable. In their efforts to thwart the opponent's advances, several Chelsea players incurred yellow cards due to fouls. If the opposing team continued their aggressive assault in the second half, those already cautioned would be reluctant to take significant risks, fearing a red card. This would undoubtedly impair Chelsea's defensive capabilities. Thus, during halftime, Conte assigned specific tasks to Hazard and Pedro, hoping they would emerge in the second half to pose a threat during counterattacks, dissuading Manchester City from their unbridled aggression. Evidently, both players heeded their coach's counsel, as Hazard became increasingly active in the attacking third at the commencement of the second half. At one point, he skillfully maneuvered past defenders, drawing a foul from Kante and consequently earning him a yellow card. However, this was of little consequence, as Chelsea barely attempted a counter before Manchester City struck decisively. Seizing the opportunity presented during Chelsea's transition, City swiftly advanced past the midfield, executing a series of passes along the flanks that culminated in a delivery into Chelsea's penalty area. Mbappe, driving towards the byline, delivered a splendid cross that found Aguero in the center, who deftly breached Chelsea's goal. After nearly 50 minutes of resolute defense, Chelsea's fortifications finally crumbled. Once the psychological barrier is breached, a cascade of failures awaits. In the 55th minute, less than 10 minutes after City's previous goal, they once again capitalized on an opening created through flank play. Silva, in collaboration with Lin Quan, executed a series of intricate passes before entering the box to strike the near corner successfully. The score escalated to 2-0. Yet, the onslaught did not cease. Merely 2 minutes later, Exploiting a defensive error, Lincoln regained possession in the attacking third and found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. With a delicate chip, he extended the lead to 3-0. Frankly, such a scoreline is quite extraordinary for a team like Chelsea, renowned for their defensive prowess, consistently ranked among the elite in the Premier League. Yet today, under the relentless offensive pressure from Manchester City, Chelsea's defense utterly collapsed. The recent defeat represents unfortunate news, both for Chelsea and their manager, Conte. In a match that had long concluded, Tottenham decisively triumphed over Huddersfield at home with a score of 2-0. Should they falter against Manchester City, the gap between the teams would widen significantly. Currently, they trail Tottenham by a mere 2 points, with 10 matches remaining in the league, providing them with an opportunity to recover. However, if the deficit were to extend to 5 points with only 9 matches left, the task of reclaiming that ground would become considerably more challenging. Should they fail to surpass Tottenham, they would be excluded from the Champions League next season. Furthermore, having already withdrawn from the race for the Premier League title this season, the prospect of contending for the FA Cup, while still a possibility, offers little consolation for Chelsea. Given Abramovich's notorious impatience and proclivity for dismissing managers, it is likely that Conte's days at Stamford Bridge are numbered. A sudden realization dawns upon Conte. After this summer, he may well find himself unemployed. The burden feels heavy. The players within the squad are already disobedient. Compounded by lackluster performance and the pressure from an irritable owner, it seems unbearable. Let it all end swiftly. I am weary. Perhaps influenced by his mindset, Conte made the surprising decision to substitute a defensive player to bolster defense in response to the team's 0-3 deficit, rather than bringing on attacking options like Giroud or Morata in a desperate bid for a comeback. This substitution sparked considerable controversy post-match, drawing dissatisfaction and even criticism from many Chelsea fans. They argue that as the head coach, he should be the team's backbone. If he displays fear, what message does that send to the players on the field? Yet, it must be acknowledged that Conte's decision to reinforce defense yielded results. Although Manchester City continued to press hard offensively, they were unable to extend their lead further. From this perspective, Conte's substitution proved effective. Facing formidable opponents like Arsenal and Chelsea consecutively, alongside the toll of the Champions League knockout stages, Manchester City has begun to experience its own set of challenges. The players' stamina has somewhat diminished, which is hardly surprising. At this juncture of the season, fatigue typically afflicts any team. In the Premier League, which lacks a winter break, this issue is exacerbated. Historically, during this period, many elite clubs in the Premier League are plagued by injuries. While Manchester City has faced some injuries, their situation remains comparatively favorable. To mitigate risk and afford players additional recovery time, Guardiola opted to field a reserve squad for the domestic cup competition in the second leg of the Champions League round of 16 against Basel on March 8th. Basel had suffered a heavy defeat in the first leg, conceding 4 goals, all of which were away goals. As long as they managed to prevent Basel from scoring 4 goals at the Etihad Stadium, Manchester City is assured of advancement. Therefore, from a performance standpoint, the players are under minimal pressure. Although they may be substitutes, each of these players possesses a considerable market value. Their youth and relative lack of experience do not render them ineffectual. They are not a mere collection of inept players who can be easily overwhelmed by their opponents. The substitutes are indeed under significant pressure. Recently, in the FA Cup round of 16, they suffered an unexpected defeat against Wigan Athletic, a team from League One. This setback was exacerbated by Manchester City playing with one less player in the first half, rendering them at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, losing to a team from the third tier of English football is somewhat embarrassing. The FA Cup has long been a breeding ground for upsets, with numerous prestigious clubs falling victim to surprise defeats each year. In the past, a loss to Wigan Athletic would have gone largely unnoticed. But given Manchester City's recent successes and heightened profile, this defeat has sparked considerable attention and discourse. However, a loss is a loss. Although they triumphed over Arsenal, fielding a full-strength squad in the League Cup final just a week later, the shame of losing to a League One team still lingers. Thus, in this match, the substitutes were determined to demonstrate their capabilities, conveying to the world that their defeat to Wigan was merely an aberration, a momentary lapse. After all, if they could conquer the Premier League giant Arsenal, defeating a modest Basel should be well within their reach. In an apparent effort to validate their confidence, Gabriel Jesus scored shortly after the match commenced, providing Manchester City's substitutes with a splendid start. However, their joy was short-lived, as their opponents swiftly equalized. Norwegian winger Mohamed El Yunusi seized upon a lapse in Manchester City's defense, launching a rapid counterattack that caught them off guard. Many City players were still processing the situation when the goal was conceded. This blunder left Pep Guardiola visibly displeased, while he allows for youthful errors. Such a fundamental mistake, particularly a collective one, is unacceptable. Get it together. This is the Champions League, not some amateur league in your neighborhood. In the concluding chapter, titled 5 Years. 4 titles. Manchester City clinches the Premier League's 7 rounds early. A discussion arose among the main players on the bench regarding the young lad with a cherubic face. Presumed to be Phil Foden. Isn't he a bit too young? Is he really only 18? They speculated. He's nearly 18, born in May 2000. So he'll be officially 18 in just a few months. The young player displayed commendable technical skills and occasionally dazzled with his performances, though his physicality in confrontations left something to be desired. Nevertheless, his attitude was commendable, and he ran with great enthusiasm. The 18-year-old Foden is far from the formidable player he will become in 5 or 6 years. At present, he remains an inexperienced novice, requiring further refinement and the accumulation of additional competitive experience. Through practical engagement, he must glean valuable lessons, identify his weaknesses, and clarify his strengths, thereby compensating for his shortcomings while fortifying his advantages, allowing him to emerge distinctively from fierce competition. This is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight, especially for someone in his position, aspiring to serve as the midfield orchestrator or the attacking linchpin. The road ahead is still long for him. What do you think of this lad? Lin Quan inquired, nudging De Bruyne, who sat beside him. Foden occupies a role on the field that bears resemblance to De Bruyne's, yet their styles diverge significantly. Foden's position is more advanced, resembling that of a false 9, engaging in offensive actions more frequently while shouldering fewer organizational responsibilities. His role on the pitch is somewhat akin to Lin Quan's. He boasts notable speed, a keen ability to navigate space, and commendable off-the-ball movement, although his physicality leaves something to be desired. Nonetheless, for a player of his age and stature, he is already quite impressive. De Bruyne holds a relatively optimistic view of Foden, considering him a talent valued by the coach. Being favored by Guardiola signifies that he is no ordinary player. Lin Quan largely concurs with De Bruyne's assessment, acknowledging that Foden is unlikely to become the primary playmaker, as he more closely resembles an attacking focal point. Consequently, it is plausible that he may eventually serve as Lin Quan's substitute, especially given their minor age difference, with Lin Quan being merely 4 years senior to Foden. Thus, for Foden, the heir apparent at Manchester City, ascending to prominence may take considerable time. Guardiola's outburst proved effective, after being roused by his reprimands. The substitute players on the pitch promptly intensified their efforts against the opponents. In the 51st minute of the second half, Bernardo Silva received a through ball from Gundogan, cutting into the penalty area and scoring from a tight angle, bringing the score to 2-1. However, the opposition swiftly retaliated, and in the 71st minute, Foden committed an error, allowing Basel to seize the ball and launch a rapid counterattack. Their forward, positioned on the edge of the penalty area, shielded the ball from a Manchester City defender and passed it back to the advancing wingback, who struck decisively to find the net. The score then stood at 2-2. This time, Guardiola refrained from further reprimanding players and instead opted to substitute Foden. As he left the field, Foden appeared dejected, acutely aware of his misstep, his heart heavy with apprehension about whether his coach would harbor disappointment over this lapse. Do not worry, the coach generally does not scold players. Lin Quan offered a comforting remark upon noticing Foden's unease. Unless a truly monumental mistake occurs, and once the coach starts scolding, he can hardly be stopped. Aguero interjected with a blank expression, causing Foden's demeanor to instantly deflate. That's it then. Foden seemed to envision the grim fate awaiting him. After his departure, the score on the pitch remained unchanged, and as regular time elapsed, the score still stood at 2-2, suggesting that both teams were poised to settle for a draw. In the second minute of injury time, Laporte, the substitute center-back who had just transferred from Athletic Bilbao during the winter break, soared high in a contest within the penalty area, overpowering the opposing defender to head the ball into the net, marking his inaugural goal for Manchester City. With this decisive strike, Manchester City narrowly triumphed over their adversary with a score of 3-2. Consequently, they advanced to the quarterfinals with an aggregate score of 7-2, eliminating Basel from the competition. The following day, as the last match of the UEFA Champions League round of 16 concluded, the list of teams that had reached the quarterfinals was revealed. They included Manchester City and Liverpool from the Premier League, Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Sevilla from La Liga, Juventus and Roma from Serie A, and Bayern Munich from the Bundesliga. Although all 5 Premier League teams had successfully entered the knockout stages, most of them faced defeat after the initial round of elimination. Tottenham, with a somewhat shallow bench, succumbed to Juventus with a score of 3-4 and regrettably exited the tournament. Chelsea suffered a dismal 1-4 defeat to Barcelona, resulting in their elimination. As for Manchester United, they were initially paired against Sevilla, a team that was not particularly formidable, which seemed a favorable draw for them. Moreover, they managed to secure a draw in the first leg away from home, leading to optimistic prospects. However, in the second leg at home, Manchester United fell to Sevilla with a score of 1-2, watching in frustration as their opponents advanced to the quarterfinals over their fallen hopes. Thus, the biggest victors of the round of 16 were undoubtedly La Liga, with 3 teams progressing to the next stage, showcasing an astonishingly high advancement rate. Conversely, the once mighty Premier League faced a disappointing outcome. Nevertheless, with the list of quarterfinalists now revealed, the focus shifted from lamenting the eliminated teams to speculating about the upcoming matchups. Would UEFA arrange a clash between Manchester City and Real Madrid? In previous editions of the Champions League, rumors have circulated regarding UEFA's clandestine manipulation of matchups. Many encounters between teams have, in essence, been preordained by UEFA, ostensibly to attract attention and encourage broader discussion, thereby increasing viewership of the tournament. Given that Real Madrid and Manchester City were the finalists in last year's Champions League, an early encounter in this quarterfinal would set the stage for a classic revenge battle. Such a match, akin to a final in terms of intensity, coupled with the narrative of revenge between the two sides, would undoubtedly generate immense excitement. Even those who are not supporters of either team would find it difficult to resist the allure of witnessing such an eagerly anticipated and spectacular showdown. However, to their disappointment, UEFA did not script such a scenario. They seemed concerned that an early confrontation between these two formidable teams might diminish the anticipation and excitement surrounding the subsequent semifinals and finals, which would adversely affect the viewership and commercial value of the tournament. Ultimately, the matchups for the quarterfinals are as follows. Real Madrid will face the Italian powerhouse Juventus. While Real Madrid possesses a slight edge in terms of overall strength, Juventus has shown consistent improvement in recent years, making the contest highly unpredictable. Many observers believe the odds are nearly 50-50. German giants Bayern Munich have drawn Sevilla, the weakest team in the quarterfinals, making this match seemingly devoid of suspense. The consensus is that Bayern will advance to the semifinals. Barcelona, too, has been paired with the relatively weaker AS Roma, a favorable draw that leads to predictions of Barcelona's progression to the Final Four. As for Manchester City and Liverpool, the draw has pitted these two teams against each other, a scenario that neither the clubs nor the fervent fans of the Premier League wish to encounter. Upon witnessing this outcome, Liverpool's manager Jurgen Klopp could not help but shake his head and chuckle. Having just faced Manchester City in a fierce league encounter without gaining any advantage, the prospect of clashing with them again in the Champions League appears daunting for Liverpool. Among the 8 teams, Manchester City is likely the opponent Liverpool least desired to meet. Even a match against Real Madrid would seem preferable, as they have faced them less frequently and are less familiar with their playing style and strength. In contrast, Manchester City is well acquainted with Liverpool, having encountered them often in league play as close rivals, leaving little room for secrets or surprises. Faced with such an opponent, even the most ingenious strategies may falter. While Klopp wears a rueful smile, Pep Guardiola shares his discontent. Liverpool is both formidable and unpredictable, often capable of explosive performances that can spiral out of control if not managed carefully. Such adversaries are not ones either coach would willingly choose to face. Nevertheless, facing Liverpool is not entirely bleak news for Manchester City. Their proximity simplifies logistics, eliminating the exhaustion of long travel. This advantage significantly reduces the physical toll on players, as they can easily commute to Anfield on a bus, avoiding the complications of an overnight stay and the disruptions from local fans. After all, Liverpool is merely a few dozen kilometers from Manchester, making it impractical for a large contingent of Liverpool supporters to create chaos in Manchester. With nearly a month remaining until the Champions League quarterfinals, both teams have ample time to prepare. The present priority for each side is to accumulate points in the league, one aiming for an early title, the other striving to secure a top-4 finish to retain their Champions League berth for the next season. On March 13th, Manchester City returned to the Premier League, decisively defeating Stoke City 2-0 away, extending their winning streak to 7 matches. Conversely, Liverpool faced misfortune in the heated rivalry against Manchester United, suffering a 1-2 defeat, which not only failed to widen their lead over Chelsea, but also allowed Chelsea to close the gap by 3 points. Currently, Liverpool holds a mere 4-point lead over Chelsea, placing them in a precarious position with only 8 matches remaining in the league. In the 31st round, Manchester City continued their relentless pursuit, triumphing 3-1 against Brighton at home, achieving an impressive 8 consecutive victories. Meanwhile, Manchester United faced a stalemate against West Ham away, ending in a goalless draw, which further widened the gap between the two teams. After 31 rounds, Manchester City boasts an astonishing record of 29 wins, 2 draws, and no losses, accumulating 89 points. In contrast, Manchester United stands at 20 wins, 6 draws, and 5 losses, with only 66 points. With merely 7 rounds left in the league, Manchester City's lead has ballooned to 23 points, signifying that they have effectively clinched the championship with 7 matches to spare. Regrettably, due to the scheduling of matches, Manchester United could not celebrate the championship at home today. On April 1st, at Everton's Goodison Park, the players lined up on either side of the tunnel to welcome the newly crowned Premier League champions, Manchester City. This is a tradition in the Premier League. When a team secures the title in advance, the home team must honor the visiting team. The relationship between Everton and Manchester City is neither hostile nor overly friendly. Thus, some Everton players genuinely admire City's remarkable achievement of winning the title 7 rounds early, while others harbor feelings of envy and resentment, especially given that it has been over 30 years since Everton last tasted championship glory. Having been deprived of such triumph for so long, they yearn for it passionately. Conversely, Manchester City has claimed 4 league titles in the past 5 years, merely a step away from engraving their name on the Premier League trophy. If the behavior of Everton's players could be considered somewhat reasonable, the fans in the stands displayed a blatant lack of respect. From the moment Manchester City entered, they were met with incessant boos that did not relent. This provoked a surge of indignation among City's players, and Everton soon found themselves in dire straits. Within just 20 minutes of the first half, the score had escalated to 3-0, with the home team trailing significantly. Kylian Mbappé opened the scoring in the 4th minute, followed by Sergio Aguero in the 7th. And by the 17th minute, Linquan's free kick further widened the gap to 3-0. The cacophony of jeers from Goodison Park finally subsided, leaving the Everton fans in disbelief. Could this truly be reality? It felt as though their team was being mercilessly overrun, utterly incapable of mounting a defense. The vividness of this dream was so palpable that they began to question whether they were in a nightmare or a waking reality. They had no doubt that if the match continued in this fashion, a calamity was inevitable. Wayne Rooney, aged 33, stood with his hands on his hips, gasping for breath, bewildered by the numbers displayed on the scoreboard. He struggled to comprehend how, during his heyday at Manchester United, Manchester City had been merely an insignificant rival. How had they evolved to such a formidable stature in just a few short years? The pace of change in this world is astonishingly swift, leaving him feeling utterly out of sync. Upon reflection, Rooney was suddenly struck by the thought of retirement. His body, ravaged by indulgence, found it increasingly challenging to cope with the intensity of the Premier League matches. Rather than persist in a state of limbo, he resolved that it would be wiser to retire decisively. Rooney, a man of considerable pride, had once stood at the pinnacle of his career. Guardiola, noticing the commendable performances of his players, expressed concern that they might exhaust themselves during the match, urging them to manage their pace to conserve energy. With many tough battles ahead, and the outcome of this match already determined, there was little need for unnecessary exertion. Chapter 253, A Return to Anfield. Manchester City's mastery of possession on April 5, 2018, Anfield Stadium. After a hiatus of 2.5 months, Manchester City revisited this iconic venue of the Premier League. As before, the stands were packed with fervent supporters, nearly every seat occupied. Liverpool had advanced to the Champions League quarterfinals after many years, a thrilling achievement for their fans. With their hopes of clinching the league title dashed, expectations for the team's performance in the Champions League had surged. However, Liverpool faced the formidable challenge of confronting Manchester City, a mountain they had to surmount. Having experienced the unforgettable battle at Anfield previously, Liverpool fans had gained a newfound respect for their opponent's strength, recognizing that even on home turf, overcoming such a tough adversary would not be a simple task. If they could not secure victory at home, their aspirations for reaching the semi-finals would be all but extinguished. Hence, it was imperative that they emerge victorious. Liverpool simply could not afford to lose. This immense pressure weighed heavily on the players, each bearing a solemn demeanor and heightened tension. They approached the match with a mindset of either achieving success or facing dire consequences. After shaking hands with Guardiola, Liverpool's manager Klopp returned to his bench, casting a nervous glance towards the players preparing to kick off. The memory of their previous failure against this rival lingered, casting a shadow of uncertainty. Guardiola had likely analyzed Liverpool's tactical approach during this interval, learning from past encounters. Given that the margin for error in the Champions League knockout stage was considerably smaller than in the league, Manchester City might adopt a more conservative and strategic game plan to contain Liverpool's offensive prowess, aiming to avoid a loss or minimize the number of goals conceded. Once back on home ground, they could leverage their advantage to decisively overcome Liverpool. It is often said that Anfield is a fortress for its home team. But is not the Etihad Stadium equally daunting? Over the years, how many teams have managed to leave unscathed? Klopp was reluctant to carry the suspense of the match into the next encounter, as that would effectively relinquish control to the adversary. Thus, he aimed to secure victory in this round, extinguishing any lingering uncertainty. To this end, Klopp devised a highly aggressive tactical approach. Should this strategy prove effective, all would be well. However, should it falter, the consequences could be dire. Meanwhile, Guardiola contemplated the tactical maneuvers his adversary might employ. In pursuit of stability, he opted to field both Kanté and Fernandinho as defensive midfielders from the outset. This decision aimed to bolster the midfield's interception capabilities, thereby mitigating the vulnerabilities that had previously exposed them to their opponents. Yet, this arrangement inevitably undermined Manchester City's attacking prowess. Consequently, Guardiola was compelled to alter the team's formation, adopting the less frequently utilized 4-2-3-1 setup. Jesus replaced Aguero as the sole striker, with Lincoln, De Bruyne, and David Silva supporting him, while Kanté and Fernandinho anchored the midfield. The defensive line was comprised of Laporte, Stones, Van Dijk, and Walker. From this starting lineup, it was evident that Manchester City did not intend to replicate their prior defensive counterattacking strategy. Instead, they aimed to emphasize possession and control, utilizing a formidable midfield to dominate ball possession, thereby curtailing their opponent's offensive opportunities and seeking openings to secure victory through their own passing play. Nonetheless, this tactical approach was seldom employed by City, leaving Guardiola uncertain about its efficacy. Just then, the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the match. The coaches of both teams set aside their contemplations, their gazes fixed upon the pitch. From the very first second, Liverpool's players resolutely executed their coach's directives, launching a fierce assault on Manchester City's goal. Were they attempting to seize an early advantage? Guardiola pondered, stroking his chin. Liverpool appeared intent on scoring early to invigorate their players, leveraging the fervent atmosphere of their home ground to seize control of the match as they had done previously. It was imperative not to grant such a spirited team the upper hand. Once they gained momentum, their strength would only amplify, leading them to become increasingly formidable. The sheer intensity of a rampaging Liverpool had been witnessed by Manchester City during their last encounter at Anfield. Therefore, Guardiola promptly instructed his players to adopt a full defensive posture. You may attack at will, but I shall withdraw my defense, compressing the space for your passing and coordination, ensuring your offensive efforts do not pose a threat. Although Manchester City's defensive capabilities could not be lauded as the pinnacle of excellence, they were certainly not flimsy. With their full defensive line prepared, it was clear that breaching their defenses would not be an easy endeavor for the opponent. Liverpool's offensive onslaught was fervent, yet it failed to pose any significant threat. Salah, Mane, and Firmino experimented with various approaches in the attacking third, yet they could not dismantle the opponent's defense. Fortunately, the absence of the lightning-fast wingers, Sane and Mbappe, has somewhat alleviated the defensive burden for Liverpool, allowing them to breathe a little easier without the looming threat of rapid counterattacks. However, this does not imply that Liverpool can rest on their laurels. Manchester City's pressing in their own half is exceptionally vigorous, and the moment they regain possession, they swiftly transition the ball to their formidable trio of attacking midfielders. While Sane and Mbappe may be sidelined, the pivotal figure of the opposing team, Lin Quan, remains on the pitch, supported by teammates possessing commendable passing abilities, which ensures that City still poses a significant threat during counterattacks. After 15 minutes of play, there exists a stark disparity in the number of shots taken by both teams. Liverpool has mustered 5 attempts, while City has managed only 1. Yet, that solitary shot from Manchester City nearly sent shivers down the spines of Liverpool supporters. In contrast, of Liverpool's 5 attempts, 4 were from long range and lacked genuine threat. Although on the surface it appears that Liverpool has the upper hand, in terms of threatening offensive play, it is Manchester City who holds the advantage. The primary reason for this phenomenon lies in Liverpool's inability to penetrate City's defense, making it arduous to push the ball into the penalty area and create opportunities for their forwards to strike from close range. This trend cannot persist. While they may dominate possession, they are not converting it into goals, leaving their defense perilously exposed. Moreover, the fervent attacking momentum displayed by Liverpool cannot be sustained for long. After all, even the most fervent of spirits eventually cool. Conversely, Manchester City's approach, characterized by possession and intricate passing, remains unaffected. In fact, as Liverpool's offensive intensity diminishes and the pressure on City's defense eases, their attacking threat only escalates. If the first 15 minutes showcased Liverpool's dominance, the dynamics of the match shifted dramatically thereafter. Following a flurry of attacks that yielded minimal results, the Liverpool players gradually succumbed to frustration, losing the will to continue their fruitless offensive endeavors. As they eased their attacking pressure, Manchester City, leveraging their robust midfield prowess, gradually seized control of the ball. It is no secret that Manchester City favors possession-based play, often boasting possession rates exceeding 60 or even 70. Many footballing legends have remarked that Guardiola's team employs possession as a defensive strategy. After all, as long as the ball remains at City's feet, the opposition cannot mount an attack. To counter such a possession-oriented team, 2 strategies may be employed. One approach involves retreating significantly, inviting the opponent in, and then exploiting the gaps in their defense through counterattacks. The alternative, exemplified by Liverpool, involves relentless high pressing to disrupt and hinder the opponent's ability to maintain possession and distribute the ball effectively. Liverpool is renowned for their high pressing style, and their players are known for their remarkable stamina. Historically, this tactic has often left possession-oriented teams at a disadvantage. However, this tactic proved ineffective against Manchester City's possession play today. Clearly, Manchester City learned from their previous match, opting not to pursue an extreme tempo in transitions between attack and defense, but rather to seek a secure and stable control. Once a player gains possession, they typically refrain from immediate forward passes, even if such actions could potentially create scoring opportunities. Instead, they diligently pass the ball to teammates in safer positions, allowing for better control. Klopp furrowed his brow, wondering if Guardiola had become overly cautious. Was such an approach necessary? Several times during Manchester City's ball recoveries, he broke into a cold sweat for the moment a City player could pass the ball forward. Liverpool's defensive line might be breached due to their inability to retreat in time. Yet, the opposition willingly relinquished such opportunities, indicating a rather conservative tactical approach from Manchester City today. Surprisingly, this conservatism yielded remarkably effective results. At the very least, Liverpool's interception attempts significantly diminished. Often, the opponent's errors arose from hasty decisions to pass the ball in a moment of perceived opportunity, neglecting the defenders nearby, or because their intentions were too transparent, leading to interceptions. When players advanced in attack, their formations inevitably became less compact, particularly with the fullbacks pushing forward. At such moments, a sudden counterattack could easily exploit the vulnerabilities in the defensive line due to an incomplete formation and personnel. This is precisely why, in this era, elite clubs place immense emphasis on the transitions between attack and defense, as it is during these moments that mistakes are most likely to occur, and opportunities for goals can arise. However, with Manchester City avoiding such chances, Liverpool consequently found fewer opportunities to intercept. The opposing side fielded 5 midfielders, while Liverpool had only 3. Even with the addition of their forward trio, Liverpool's numerical advantage was marginal. Yet, during possession, Stones, the defender, would advance his position, transforming Manchester City's formation into a peculiar 3-3-1, increasing their midfield presence to an astonishing 6 players. This numerical superiority enabled Manchester City to consistently locate open, safe passing options when pressured by Liverpool, facilitating successful ball distribution. This could not continue. Klopp gestured for the defenders to push up, leaving one to mark Jesus while the others pressed forward. This strategy had some effect, albeit not significantly, as Manchester City still had an extra player. During build-up play at the back, goalkeeper Ederson could participate as an additional outlet. Consequently, of the 11 players, 10 could act as passing options for Manchester City. In contrast, Liverpool could only deploy 9 players to press, with the goalkeeper and the defender tasked with covering back remaining behind. Although Liverpool's players exerted themselves in running to compensate for their numerical disadvantage, they were not the only ones capable of running. Manchester City's players matched their stamina. During the process of passing and positioning, Manchester City players do not remain static like wooden stakes. Instead, they adeptly utilize the width of the pitch, actively shifting their positions in pursuit of a safe space to receive the ball. This dynamic movement renders Liverpool's players somewhat beleaguered, for the vastness of the field makes it impossible for them, with their limited numbers, to completely suffocate the passing lanes of their opponents. Crucially, Manchester City is a team that emphasizes possession play, with players possessing exquisite technical skills. Even when Liverpool, through their vigorous running, manages to level the numerical advantage in certain areas, City can still rely on their exceptional ball control and technical prowess to navigate through Liverpool's pressing attempts. From the circumstances observed on the pitch, it appears that Manchester City has effectively countered Liverpool's high press with astute tactics. Should the match continue at this pace, Liverpool, whose stamina is waning, risks succumbing to defeat in the second half at the hands of City. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events for their team, the Liverpool supporters in the stands begin to feel a palpable anxiety. They are in urgent need of a goal, just one would transform their passive situation. The Reds are a legendary team, seemingly always finding a hero to emerge and rescue them in times of adversity. This time, it is the former City player, James Milner, who steps up. At 32 years of age, Milner, drawing from his past experiences alongside David Silva at Manchester City, quietly positions himself near Silva as he prepares to receive the ball. When Kante shifts the ball, Milner swiftly closes in. He nudges Silva from behind, disrupting his center of gravity and preventing the completion of his anticipated reception. Milner's seasoned expertise allows him to execute this challenge with precision, effectively destabilizing his opponent without risking a foul. In that fleeting moment when Silva's balance is compromised, he instinctively reaches out with his foot, nudging the ball toward his teammate. Salah. Liverpool seizes the opportunity. Chapter 254, a long-distance dash, breaching Anfield. Liverpool's front line regains possession, magnificent. Salah bursts forward with the ball. He bypasses Laporte, cuts inside, and shoots. Goal. The commentator in the studio, live broadcasting this match, lavishes praise upon Liverpool's stunning goal. Salah's strike is exceptional, particularly the way he evaded his marker, reminiscent of legendary finesse. Indeed, Laporte was outmaneuvered with remarkable ease. His partner concurs, stating, however, the credit for this goal should primarily go to Milner. Had he not seized the moment to challenge decisively and promptly pass the ball to Salah to initiate this attack, this goal would not have materialized. On the field, following the goal, Salah retreats while gesturing toward Milner, the architect of the assist, clearly indicating who the true hero of this moment is. The Liverpool fans in the stands were exuberantly animated, initially chanting Salah's name, then transitioning to the song dedicated to Milner. Having been with Liverpool for several years, Milner has diligently battled for the team, earning the heartfelt recognition of the supporters. On such a significant occasion, facing his former club, his remarkable performance brought immense delight to the fans. A player nurtured by Manchester City, indeed, proves to be invaluable. On the sidelines, Klopp vigorously waved his arms, celebrating with fervor. This goal arrived at a pivotal moment, instantly reversing Liverpool's previous slide into adversity. With this newfound lead, the players of Liverpool should now possess greater confidence in their tactical approach. Conversely, for Manchester City, conceding a goal may disrupt their strategic setup, making it challenging for them to maintain their composed offensive organization. However, a single goal is merely insufficient. Against formidable opponents like Manchester City, It is imperative to extend their lead to avoid a potential reversal in the subsequent match. They have first-hand experience of City's counterattacking prowess, having witnessed them equalize even under dire circumstances. Thus, a solitary goal is far from secure. On the Manchester City bench, Guardiola's expression remained unchanged upon witnessing the opponent's goal. It seemed he was already prepared for this outcome, showing no signs of surprise. Yet, beneath that calm facade, he felt a tinge of frustration. Glancing at the match clock displayed on the big screen, he noted that only 20 minutes had elapsed. The Liverpool players still possessed ample stamina, and bolstered by their goal, their offensive fervor was bound to intensify in the coming moments. Consequently, it would become increasingly challenging for Manchester City to assert themselves, possibly facing relentless pressure from their adversaries for the remainder of the first half. Guardiola's predictions proved astutely accurate. Salah's goal indeed injected a potent surge of confidence into the Liverpool squad. With spirits lifted, their movements became more vigorous, and their pressing more resolute. Under the relentless pressure from Liverpool, Manchester City had no choice but to retreat, lest their lines become fragmented due to excessive distance. However, this retreat allowed the opposing fullbacks to surge forward. The previously outstanding Oxlade-Chamberlain maintained his exceptional form, and in the 25th minute of the first half, he delivered a high-quality cross after skillfully advancing down the flank, with two Liverpool players making runs into the box. This chaotic sequence posed a significant threat to Manchester City's goal. Fortunately, Ederson's height and adeptness in handling aerial balls came to the rescue. He accurately assessed the ball's trajectory, darted out from his goal, and claimed the ball over the heads of the opposing players, preventing any opportunity for a header. Manchester City narrowly escaped a potential disaster. After Ederson acquired the ball, he swiftly discerned a significant gap along the right flank and hurled the ball with considerable force. On the sidelines, Guardiola furrowed his brow upon witnessing Ederson's impulsive action. In the previous match, Ederson had hastily released the ball, resulting in an error that handed the ball directly to the opposing forward, Salah, leading to a goal conceded by Manchester City. Observing Ederson's urgency once again, Guardiola could not help but worry that history might repeat itself. Fortunately, Ederson was not acting recklessly this time. He had conducted a thorough observation prior to releasing the ball, ensuring that his decision would not lead to another blunder. David Silva saw the ball soaring towards him and took a few steps back to prepare for the reception. Just then, he caught a glimpse of Liverpool's left back, Robertson, charging towards him. If he were to receive the ball at that moment, the likelihood of being ensnared by the opponent was high, thereby forcing him to merely pass the ball backwards. With most of Liverpool's players positioned in Manchester City's half, a backward pass would subject his teammates to immediate pressure from the opposition, with the risk of being surrounded by multiple defenders. This was indeed Manchester City's half. Losing possession here could catch their newly advanced defensive line off guard, potentially leading to a second goal conceded. Considering this, David Silva resolved to first maintain control of the ball at his feet, momentarily delaying along the flank until his teammates found their positions, before attempting to strike the ball off an opponent to ensure it went out of play. This way, possession would remain with them, averting the threat of a counterattack. However, as he prepared to execute this plan, he noticed a blue figure approaching him. Though there was no time to ascertain the identity of the individual, Silva instinctively guessed who it was. Without a second thought, he altered his approach to receiving the ball, leaping to intercept it before Robertson could reach him, and deftly flicked it to his teammate. The recipient of Silva's pass was none other than the captain of Manchester City, Lin Quan, adorned in the number 10 jersey. Prior to Ederson's throw, Lin Quan had already perceived the vast opening on the right and had immediately moved into position, eager to seize the opportunity. He understood Ederson's character. This was a goalkeeper adept at identifying chances for counterattacks, and with such an opening, he would undoubtedly not let it slip away. As it turned out, Lin Quan's intuition was correct. Initially, he approached to collaborate with David Silva, but upon noticing the opposing fullback's advance, he shifted his strategy. He recognized the opportunity to tear through the opponent's defense. The opposing fullback, Oxlade-Chamberlain, could carry the ball from the edge of his own penalty area all the way to the vicinity of Manchester City's baseline. And occupying a more advanced position near the halfway line, Lin Quan had every reason to believe he could do the same. The Liverpool players, retreating, began to panic upon realizing who had received the ball. They were oblivious to Lin Quan's arrival. as the players tasked with monitoring him had become so engrossed in the previous attack that they overlooked the greatest threat to Liverpool. At that moment, only two individuals occupied Liverpool's half, the retreating Lovren and their goalkeeper, Karius. Could these two alone withstand the onslaught of Lin Quan, one of the finest strikers in the Premier League and indeed the world? In a word, difficult. As Milner uttered this sentiment, he was desperately sprinting back. Upon receiving a pass from David Silva, Lin Quan immediately accelerated. He surged forward along the center line, gravitating towards the retreating Liverpool defender, Lovren. The Croatian was already drenched in sweat. Facing such a renowned adversary, he felt an immense weight of pressure. Lovren hesitated to make a rash move. Having watched Lin Quan's highlights, where many opponents had been effortlessly bypassed after attempting to engage him, Lin Quan's footwork was notably quicker than that of an ordinary player. His agility exceptional, and his feints convincingly realistic. Lovren understood he could not afford to lunge recklessly. A single error would leave him with no opportunity for redemption. His mind was clear, recognizing his limitations and the impossibility of thwarting Lin Quan alone. Thus, as he continued to retreat, he fervently hoped for his teammates to position themselves for defense. Since Van Dijk gained prominence at Manchester City, many had begun to study and emulate his method of retreating defense. Remarkably, some valuable insights had indeed been gleaned from this study. Numerous experts confidently asserted that Van Dijk's defensive strategy was optimal for countering strikers like Lin Quan and Messi. The approach involved refraining from reckless challenges to avoid being easily beaten, maintaining a favorable position to deter inside cuts, and controlling distance to compress the opponent's dribbling space. When the adversary was forced into a corner and attempted a desperate breakthrough, one could decisively utilize physicality and advantageous positioning to disrupt the opponent's rhythm, allowing the goalkeeper or teammates to seize the ball from their feet. The experts' analyses held considerable merit. Even Van Dijk himself would have to concede their astuteness. However, this defensive strategy was not universally applicable. Van Dijk possessed exceptional positional awareness, strong physicality, and elite anticipation and tackling skills, qualities essential for executing a retreating defense. Lacking even one of these attributes rendered the tactic unfeasible. For instance, Lovren appeared competent for the first several meters of retreat. Yet, as he continued to backpedal, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Glancing over his shoulder, he felt a chill. He was alarmed to discover he was nearing the edge of the penalty area, on the verge of retreating into it. He could not afford to retreat any further. Once inside the penalty area, he would be unable to risk even a foul, leaving him utterly powerless to stop his opponent. Thus, he ceased his backward motion, summoning a determination akin to a noble sacrifice, and lunged towards Lin Quan. At worst, he would receive a yellow card. Even if it were a foul, he was resolved to leave his mark. Lawrence's thoughts were commendable. Yet the dilemma lay in the fact that the opponent would not grant him such an opportunity. Observing Lawrence's impatience as he advanced towards the ball, Lin Quan effortlessly nudged it sideways, skillfully evading his opponent and utilizing the cover provided by the adversary's body. In that very moment of evasion, he swiftly unleashed a shot. The strike was so sudden that even the goalkeeper was caught off guard, unable to anticipate a shot under such rapid conditions. Moreover, his view was momentarily obstructed by a teammate, causing a slight delay in reaction. By the time Lin Quan released the ball, the goalkeeper had only just begun his leap. At that moment, it was far too late. The ball soared past him, whistling into the net. The score transformed to 1-1, as Lin Quan showcased his remarkable individual prowess, leveling the match after an exhilarating long run. The smiles on the faces of Liverpool supporters vanished, or rather, shifted to the exuberant fans of Manchester City across the field. The Manchester City supporters, having traveled for the away game, reveled in their delight, eager to amplify the discomfort of their Liverpool counterparts. Though the score appeared to be a draw, it was, in fact, more advantageous for Manchester City, as it was an away match. Goals scored in such circumstances held immense value. Should the two teams remain tied, Manchester City could very well advance to the semi-finals based on the away goals rule. On the sidelines, Guardiola was equally exhilarated by Lin Quan's splendid goal. Clenching his fists tightly, he spun around in excitement, gesturing to the gathering of away fans in the stands, urging them to amplify their cheers and applause. The Manchester City supporters, responsive to Guardiola's motions, endeavored to create an even louder cacophony. However, the Liverpool fans soon realized the situation. This was Anfield, and they would not permit the away fans to disrupt the atmosphere. Thus, the response to Guardiola was a resounding chorus of boos. The overwhelming sound of disapproval not only drowned out the efforts of the 3,000 Manchester City supporters, but also startled those celebrating on the field. Oh, could they not contain themselves? The boos had begun. Just wait, this was merely the beginning. With the pre-match tactics set forth by the coach, particularly those for the second half, the Manchester City players exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions radiating with anticipation. Did Liverpool not favor high pressing? Did they not enjoy running? Then let them run to their heart's content, and not allow them a moment's respite. Lin Quan's goal had significantly dampened Liverpool's morale. The team had just scored, ready to build upon their momentum. They had not anticipated being struck by a counterattack that capitalized on their own defensive lapse. This left them feeling quite frustrated. As they faced the reality that while scoring a goal for them was a monumental challenge, their opponent had equalized with but a single counterattack. Many Liverpool players began to question their efforts. What was the purpose of their relentless offensive endeavors? In the wake of this morale blow, Liverpool posed no further threat to Manchester City's goal in the ensuing 10 minutes. Having steadied their footing, Manchester City once again seized the advantage in the midfield skirmishes. After acclimating to Liverpool's relentless pressing, City's players now navigated the opposition's pressure with remarkable composure, executing their familiar possession play with increasing fluidity. As their ball movement became more seamless, the defensive burden on Liverpool intensified, consequently diminishing their opportunities for attack. This predicament caused Klopp on the sidelines to furrow his brow. He realized that this trajectory was untenable, as Liverpool desperately needed goals and to regain control of the match. Chapter 255, Salah's outburst. Haaland's entrance. The repercussions of Liverpool relinquishing possession were evident. Their players had gone an extended period without touching the ball. From the 30th minute onward, Manchester City had commandeered the game. The ball was perpetually circulated at their feet, often delivered with precision that was challenging to intercept. This left Liverpool's players to expend energy in vain, yielding no tangible results. As the first half approached the 40-minute mark, Liverpool's statistics reflected a significant deficit. Their possession rate was a mere 37, trailing their opponents by over 20 percentage points. With only 188 passes completed, they managed less than half of what City achieved. Their dangerous attacks numbered merely 27, falling short by 15 compared to City. They had not garnered a single corner kick, while their adversaries enjoyed 4. Conversely, they committed more fouls and received a greater number of yellow cards. These figures were already disheartening, especially considering the early opportunities they had squandered. Should their stamina wane in the second half, the disparity would likely grow even more pronounced. Though the scoreline read 1-1, many spectators had silently condemned Liverpool to defeat in their hearts. To contend with a team like Manchester City, one must either withstand the initial onslaught of their possession and explosive play centered around Haaland or succumb to their rhythm, gradually losing control and entering a state of slow demise. Clearly, Liverpool found themselves in the latter predicament. As the first half drew to a close, Liverpool's players, having exerted themselves excessively earlier, were beginning to show signs of fatigue. Coupled with their prior attempts to press without success, this significantly dampened their enthusiasm, resulting in a reduction in both their pressing frequency and movement range. Sensing a decline in their opponent's pressing intensity, Manchester City grew bolder in their approach. They adeptly utilized the width of the pitch, exploiting the technical prowess of their players on both flanks, frequently switching the play from left to right and vice versa, thereby manipulating Liverpool's defensive positioning and exhausting their energy reserves. They sought to expose any vulnerabilities in the opponent's defense as players shifted positions. Liverpool's defense, however, remained resolute, showing no discernible weaknesses, and Manchester City failed to capitalize on any favorable opportunities, with several attempts from outside the box resulting in no goals. The first half concluded swiftly, with both teams returning to the locker room at a 1-1 stalemate. Despite the equal score, the atmosphere in each locker room was starkly contrasting. The mood among Manchester City's players was relaxed, filled with laughter and camaraderie, entirely devoid of pressure. In the Liverpool locker room, silence reigned as the players busied themselves with their own affairs, refraining from conversation. This oppressive atmosphere was eventually disrupted by the head coach, Klopp. Guardiola, catching the sounds from the adjacent locker room, chuckled and remarked to his Manchester City players, "I wager Klopp is rallying the Liverpool squad." His words elicited laughter from the City players, The concept of rallying the troops was a familiar ritual among coaches across teams, and everyone understood instantly. Such motivational speeches typically arise only when teams find themselves in precarious situations, necessitating a boost to invigorate the players for the forthcoming match. When a team holds a substantial lead, such measures are entirely unnecessary. The fact that Liverpool felt the need for such encouragement indicated their perception of being at a disadvantage. However, the score stood at 1-1, rendering the match evenly poised. This awareness hinted that Liverpool anticipated a challenging second half. Now, let us not concern ourselves with the opponent's actions. We must focus on our own performance. The first half was commendable. We shall continue executing the strategy we devised. Mbappe and Sane, I will substitute one or both of you in the 75th minute. My sole expectation is for you to leverage your speed and impact once you take the field. Guardiola cast a glance at Mbappe and Sane, both of whom stood tall, eager to rise to the occasion. They were acutely aware that should they indeed enter the match, according to the coach's pre-established tactics, they could very well become the pivotal figures in securing victory for the team. Nobody wishes to shy away from the spotlight, particularly on the grand stage of a Champions League knockout match. As the second half commenced, it appeared that Liverpool's tactics had undergone a transformation. Klopp had evidently recognized that if his players continued to employ the same intensity and high pressing as in the first half, their stamina would soon wane. Thus, he opted to concede space on the pitch, retreating to prepare for counterattacks. This was a sagacious decision, as Manchester City's possession and passing were formidable. If Liverpool failed to regain the ball, their players would merely exhaust themselves in vain. However, retreating to defend and counterattack is not necessarily an astute strategy in itself. With the score still level, Manchester City approached their offense with a composed demeanor, exhibiting remarkable patience. A 1-1 scoreline was entirely acceptable to them. Even if they departed Anfield with this result, it would not be a concern. Conversely, could Liverpool genuinely accept a draw at home? Their upcoming visit to the Etihad would not afford them the same home advantage. For a team like Liverpool, characterized by their fervor, the absence of a raucous home atmosphere could diminish their fighting spirit significantly. As Manchester City played with a measured pace, 15 minutes elapsed, and despite their overwhelming possession, they managed only 3 shots. Their patient approach resulted in limited counterattacking opportunities for Liverpool. Indeed, Salah's bravery is remarkable. Despite the scarcity of opportunities, he single-handedly wreaked havoc on Manchester City's flanks. Fortunately, Manchester's central defense was notably dense during this match, limiting his chances to cut inside. Otherwise, given his prowess, he might have truly conjured a miracle. Liverpool supporters were exceedingly pleased with Salah's performance, especially as the team found itself in a disadvantageous position, relying on star players like him to rise to the occasion. Go Salah! Should victory be achieved in this match, I would gladly bestow upon you the title of Liverpool's Messi. Why not the Liverpool's Lin Quan, you may ask? Following the emergence of Messi and Lin Quan, the football world has witnessed the annual rise of several XX Messi or XX Lin Quan. Many fans delight in dubbing players with similar positions and styles as these two legends, reflecting their aspirations for these individuals to ascend to such heights. Salah, in terms of position, physique, and playing style, bears a striking resemblance to both. Furthermore, since his arrival at Liverpool, his performances in both the league and the Champions League have only improved, leading many to believe he can continue to develop and perhaps one day reach the threshold of greatness. Salah has not disappointed the hopes of Liverpool's fans. In the 67th minute of the second half, after regaining possession, Liverpool launched a swift counterattack. However, Manchester City's retreat was rapid. As Salah advanced into the opposing half, he found himself confronted by 4 defenders. Apart from Firmino, no one on Liverpool's side could match his pace. With a fleeting glance, Salah pressed on, skillfully executing a nutmeg to outmaneuver Fernandinho before delivering a cross from the edge of the penalty area. Firmino attempted a direct shot, but it struck a defender. He hurried to reclaim the ball, yet Manchester's defenders managed to clear it. However, a defensive blunder occurred. Laporte seemingly aimed to pass to a teammate, but inadvertently struck the leg of another player. Caught unprepared, Stones failed to clear it at the first opportunity. And as he attempted a second clearance, a flash of red surged from the side, deftly poking the ball into the net. The scorer was none other than Liverpool's number 11, Salah. The spectators were left astounded by this goal. Scoring with a 2-4 disadvantage. What incredible fortune! How could Manchester's defense commit such a basic error? Guardiola had already summoned Mbappe, ready to brief him on his entrance into the match, only to be taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Unsure of the details surrounding the goal conceded, Guardiola inquired, "What just happened?" Assistant coach Arteta recounted the sequence of events leading to the goal, leaving Guardiola with a look of utter disbelief. Once again, such a trivial blunder. Why is it that every time we face Liverpool, the team's defensive line seems compelled to engage in mischief? Previously, it was the head coach who favored such antics. How has it now transformed into the players' penchant for capers? This goal has rendered Manchester City quite passive, allowing Liverpool, now leading on the scoreboard, to retreat comfortably into a defensive counterattack mode. In contrast to high pressing, the physical toll of a defensive counterattack is considerably lighter, thus significantly prolonging Liverpool's endurance. According to his original plan, by the 75th minute, Liverpool's stamina would be nearly depleted. At that juncture, substituting a pacey, dynamic winger could easily dismantle Liverpool's backline. However, the situation has changed. The opponent's formation has retreated, rendering both Mbappe and Sane less effective. There is insufficient space for them to accelerate, and the opposing half is densely populated, thwarting their ability to break through. The team now requires a battering ram capable of smashing through the adversary's defense. On the field, the forward Jesus evidently lacks such prowess. He does not even fit the mold of a traditional striker. Contemplating this, Guardiola abandoned the notion of substituting in Mbappe or Sane, instead considering a forward to replace Jesus. His gaze swept over the bench, where Aguero, the recognized striker for Manchester City, sat. Yet, he lacked robust breakthrough capabilities, and bringing him on might not yield better results than Jesus had provided. Thus, Guardiola hesitated briefly before shifting his focus to the next option. On the substitutes bench sat two forwards. Besides Aguero, there was Haaland, merely a supplementary presence. Upon seeing Haaland, Guardiola's expression grew more uncertain. The lad certainly had the stature, but he was still quite young. At not yet 18, could he truly overcome the seasoned veterans of Liverpool's defense? Alas, one must gamble on a dead horse. Success or failure would only be revealed through trial. Even if it ultimately failed, a score of 1-2 was not insurmountable. They could always return to their home ground for a decisive rematch. Thus, Guardiola called out Haaland's name. "Erling, warm up." "Huh, me?" Haaland had thought he was merely a mascot, there to fill the ranks. To his astonishment, the head coach had summoned him at such a critical moment. He considered remaining seated, but Guardiola shot him a glance that prompted Haaland to dash off without waiting for a second word. To participate in a Champions League knockout match was an opportunity Haaland had long dreamed of. How could he possibly decline? His earlier hesitation stemmed merely from shock, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Despite his imposing physique, which might suggest a simple-minded brute, his intellect was sharp. As he warmed up, he began to ponder deeply. Why would the coach overlook the established striker Aguero in favor of this unassuming rookie? This indicates that the coach has recognized the advantages that I possess, which Aguero does not. Haaland, still shy of 18, lacks the match experience, technical skills, and synergy with teammates that Aguero has honed over the years. The only aspects in which he seems to surpass Aguero are his height and physicality. Thus, the coach must have identified this attribute and intends to position me in the penalty area to contest aerial duels. Contemplating this, Haaland cast a glance at Liverpool's defensive line and began strategizing on how to confront them once he enters the match. The fans, indifferent to Manchester City's decision to field a substitute whose name they barely recognized, were far more engrossed in Salah's recent goal. Salah's prowess is undeniable. He capitalizes on opportunities with remarkable finesse. It is no wonder he is dubbed the Egyptian Messi, having succeeded even against overwhelming odds. Liverpool's acquisition of him is proving to be an astute investment. I suspect that by the end of this season, Salah's market value will surge beyond 80 million euros. Huh. Only 80 million? That seems rather conservative. I estimate that the Egyptian pharaoh's worth will exceed 100 million euros. In the current climate of rampant inflation within the football world, player valuations are skyrocketing. Since Transfermarkt elevated Lin Quan's value to 200 million euros, the valuations of subsequent players have also seen a significant increase. At just 26, Salah, barring any severe injuries or sudden declines in form, can maintain his peak performance for at least another 5 or 6 years. Thus, a valuation of 100 million euros would not be surprising at all. How did Chelsea manage their talent? Both De Bruyne and Salah joined the club around the same time, Yet Chelsea chose to let them go. What a waste. This perfectly encapsulates the saying, when gathered, it is a lump of excrement. When dispersed, they are stars scattered across the sky. Alas, the Blues drew an SSR card but failed to utilize it effectively. Chapter 256. A brace, Haaland's rise to fame. Salah's performance was indeed remarkable. After scoring, he nearly assisted another goal, almost extending Liverpool's lead. Fortunately, Manchester City's defense held firm this time, avoiding further errors. A few minutes later, Haaland completed his warm-up and was substituted into the match. Upon seeing that City had brought on a mere boy of less than 18, Liverpool's players felt that City was out of options. Who is this kid? I've never heard of him before. It was rumored that he is the son of the elder Haaland, a true second-generation player. Oh, he is his son? So, he must have gotten into Manchester City through connections. The elder Haaland once played for City, which certainly lends an impression of nepotism. Upon learning this background, Liverpool fans increasingly looked down upon Haaland, even questioning Guardiola's judgment in deploying such a seemingly connected player. Haaland's appearances for Manchester City this season have been infrequent, and most of them occurred when the match had already lost its suspense. Having never experienced a match of such intensity, he found it challenging to swiftly acclimatize to the rhythm of the game, leading to a series of blunders and several moments of embarrassment. Young man, perhaps it's best you take a step back. This is not your arena. After executing a successful defensive maneuver, a Liverpool defender began to mock Haaland. In his view, the young player was merely a pawn sent by the opposing coach to highlight his own greatness. Under this pretext, the Liverpool defenders performed as if they were world-class, playing with remarkable ease. Haha, he is on the verge of tears. Oh dear, this lad will be crying for his mother. In the stands, spectators witnessing Haaland's mistakes dispelled any lingering doubts regarding Guardiola's substitution, joining the chorus of laughter directed at him. Haha, what is Manchester City thinking, sending in such a player? He feels like an undercover agent on our side, here merely to cause chaos. Exploiting Haaland's errors, Liverpool seized several counterattack opportunities, though Manchester City's defense managed to thwart these advances. Nonetheless, his mistakes caused considerable trouble for City, not only defensively, but also creating significant issues in their offensive play. Positioned as a forward, Haaland's role is to score. Each time he lost possession, it rendered Manchester City's previous efforts to advance and pass futile, which severely impacted the team's morale. My sincerest apologies. Haaland exhibited a commendable attitude in acknowledging his mistakes, shouldering the responsibility immediately and sincerely apologizing to his teammates. Witnessing his genuine remorse, even those harboring grievances found it difficult to voice their concerns at that moment. However, many began to question the wisdom of the coach's decision to substitute him. According to their original plan, Haaland was not meant to enter the fray. The coach abruptly overturned this strategy, introducing an unexpected newcomer, leaving them somewhat unprepared. Be more decisive upon receiving the ball. Either pass or shoot. Do not hesitate. Lin Quan approached, patting Haaland on the shoulder, locking eyes with him as he spoke. Also, pay close attention to the referee's decisions, and wisely employ your body to gain an advantage. Upon hearing Lin Quan's words, Haaland's expression brightened, and he nodded emphatically. I understand. Thank you, boss. Lin Quan regarded him thoughtfully. Whether the young man truly comprehended the advice remained uncertain, yet amidst a series of blunders and mockery from opponents and fans alike, his ability to maintain such a mindset without succumbing to fear or retreat was indeed remarkable. For this reason alone, Lin Quan resolved to grant him another opportunity. Observing Haaland's continual missteps, Liverpool grew increasingly dismissive, their defensive efforts against him becoming noticeably lax. In their perception, following a series of blunders, it was unlikely that Manchester City would continue to pass the ball to Haaland. Even if they did, such a lumbering figure would be of little consequence. The situation seemed to align with their expectations. Although Haaland exhibited commendable movement in the attacking front and engaged fervently with the opposing defenders in the penalty area, striving to create opportunities, his teammates appeared to have lost faith in him, refraining from passing the ball his way. Even Lin Quan, upon receiving possession, tended to favor passing to more reliable teammates like De Bruyne or opted to take matters into his own hands, disregarding Haaland altogether. This further solidified the Liverpool players' belief that Haaland had been abandoned, prompting them to relax their defense against him. As the clock approached the 80th minute of the second half, with time running short and a conscious decision to withhold passes from Haaland, the opponents exhibited a remarkably lax defense towards him. Lin Quan sensed that the moment had arrived. If that were the case, then perhaps Haaland could deliver an unexpected surprise. In the 81st minute, Manchester City's attack shifted to the left flank. Lin Quan, attempting to cut inward, found himself besieged by multiple defenders and was compelled to maneuver towards the baseline, pursued relentlessly by the opponent's fullback. While the center-back focused on marking De Bruyne's run into the box, another center-back adjusted his position closer to the goal, ready to assist the goalkeeper in managing the ball's trajectory and obstructing potential shooting angles. The Liverpool players naturally overlooked Manchester's forward, Haaland, as he had become almost invisible during those 10 minutes. Their complacency deepened as Lin Quan prepared to deliver a cross from the baseline. Haaland's positioning was far from ideal. Although Liverpool's players made no concerted effort to mark him, he found himself standing amidst for Liverpool defenders, making it exceedingly challenging for him to receive the ball, even if it were to come his way. However, at the moment when Liverpool's vigilance towards Haaland had ebbed to its nadir, he sprang into action. He swiftly propelled himself into the space within the penalty area that afforded the greatest opportunity for controlling the ball's descent, simultaneously executing a feint to mislead the defender behind him. As Lin Quan released the ball, Haaland instinctively read its trajectory, quickly lifted his leg, and, before the two Liverpool center-backs could close in, unleashed a stunning volley that sent the ball soaring into the upper left corner of the net. Karius, stationed at the near post, stood helpless against such a close-range shot, as the ball zipped past with extraordinary speed and an exquisitely acute angle. Leaving him no time to react, he merely raised his arm in a token gesture, yet the ball had already nestled itself in the net. The Liverpool players on the pitch were left in a state of bewilderment, as were the fans in the stands. How could this clumsy giant, frequently plagued by errors, possibly score such a magnificent goal? The execution of that shot required an exceptionally keen instinct for goal scoring, outstanding shooting technique, and formidable mental fortitude. Although Liverpool's two central defenders did not specifically mark Haaland, they managed to block him at the first opportunity. Had Haaland taken even a moment longer to control the ball, he would have missed the chance to shoot. However, Haaland exhibited remarkable decisiveness, executing a volley without wasting a single moment. After confirming his goal, he exuberantly sprinted towards the sidelines, removing his jersey to reveal a vest adorned with seemingly meaningful inscriptions. He turned his back to the camera, showcasing the words "Remember my name," Erling Haaland to the audience worldwide, as if introducing himself to the global fanbase and urging them to remember his name. On the sidelines, Guardiola clapped enthusiastically for Haaland, relieved that the young man had not betrayed his trust. Admittedly, Guardiola had harbored some concerns when he witnessed the player's earlier mistakes, fearing that the pressure might overwhelm him and lead to a decline in performance. However, it now appears that such worries were unfounded. The young man possesses an innate resilience. Given this, it may be prudent to consider increasing the intensity of his involvement in future matches. In the stands, Haaland's father, along with his wife and several children, beamed with joy upon witnessing his son's goal, radiating a childlike excitement and wishing the world to know that this remarkable player was indeed his son. The son's starting point is significantly higher than that of his father, and his talent surpasses that of the elder Haaland, filling him with anticipation for his son's future and the hope that he will thrive at Manchester City, growing into a towering figure in the sport. If anyone was left feeling despondent by Haaland's goal, it would undoubtedly be the defenders from Liverpool. Even now, they struggle to believe that this seemingly unremarkable individual could score such a splendid goal. Surely, it must have been a fluke. Indeed, it must be so. If it were otherwise, it would reflect poorly on their capabilities, a notion they find utterly unacceptable. Thus, they resolved to offer Haaland even closer attention when the match resumed. Haaland's goal had leveled the playing field, yet Liverpool was evidently displeased with this outcome. Seizing the opportunity before the match concluded, they launched a vigorous assault on Manchester City, aiming to capitalize on this final chance to extend their lead. If they headed to the Etihad with a score of 2-2, their chances of advancing to the semi-finals would be dismally low. Therefore, they had to attack and secure an advantage. The intentions of the opponents were glaringly evident, and Manchester City was well prepared. They fortified their defenses, leaving Liverpool with no opportunities. As Liverpool struggled to break through, the players' mental state began to grow increasingly frantic. In the 87th minute, after several passes on the periphery, Liverpool, unable to penetrate Manchester City's impenetrable defense, had no choice but to let Sulla attempt a breakthrough through sheer individual skill. While Sulla possesses considerable talent, it is not sufficient to single-handedly confront an entire defensive line of Manchester City. He had just evaded Manchester City's fullback, but before he could execute his next move, the ball was snatched away from him. Upon regaining possession, Van Dijk promptly passed the ball to Lin Quan, who was positioned near the edge of the penalty area. Lin Quan, however, was unable to turn immediately due to the presence of an opponent behind him. Yet, he spotted his right back, Walker, facing him and swiftly nudged the ball in his direction while gesturing forward, signaling Walker to launch a long pass. Without hesitation, Walker complied with Lin Quan's instructions. His powerful kick sent the ball soaring high and far, heading towards Liverpool's half, prompting the attacking Liverpool players to retreat. However, someone was faster than them. At the moment Walker made the pass, Liverpool's defender, Laurenfew, had the positional advantage over Haaland. Yet, Haaland's remarkable explosiveness and speed allowed him to rapidly close the gap. Laurenfew was taken aback, astonished by the rapid pace of the towering figure. In a panic, he attempted to impede Haaland's progress. However, it felt as if he had collided with a tank, being forcefully shoved aside. What was intended to be a disruption instead caused Laurenfew to lose his balance. Although he did not fall, he stumbled several times, significantly reducing his speed and allowing Haaland to overtake him, widening the distance. A clear chance. Karius rushed out instantly. This young lad had just scored against him moments ago, and he absolutely could not allow him to net a second goal. If a nameless player were to score twice against him, he would not only be deemed the villain of the team, but also serve as a stepping stone for the opponent's rise to fame. Given Haaland's relative inexperience in one-on-one situations with goalkeepers, he might feel nervous upon seeing Karius charging out, potentially leading to a mistake. If he faltered or failed to make the most decisive choice immediately, Karius would have the opportunity to thwart Haaland's solitary advance. However, Karius's calculations were misguided. Although Haaland lacked extensive experience in one-on-one scenarios, his mental fortitude was formidable. Upon witnessing Karius's advance, Haaland exhibited no hesitation and immediately opted to shoot. Even though he had yet to penetrate the penalty area, the deeper he ventured, the closer he would be to the goalkeeper, and consequently, the narrower the shooting angle became. Thus, shooting at the moment when the angle was optimal and he had the greatest control over the ball would naturally yield the highest probability of success. Haaland, being exceptionally tall, lacked the refined foot skills, agility, and dribbling abilities of players like Lin Quan. He was acutely aware of this weakness and would not take unnecessary risks attempting to bypass the goalkeeper. Karius did not anticipate Haaland's shot to be so decisive, and moreover, it was executed as a low drive that posed significant difficulty for him. Although he extended his leg in an attempt to intercept, he was unable to make contact with the ball, which rolled perfectly into the goal, altering the score to 2-3, with Manchester City completing their comeback. Erling Haaland has achieved his first career brace in the Champions League. Within a mere 10 minutes, he scored 2 goals as a substitute, catapulting the 17-year-old into instant fame. Chapter 257. Confronted with successive fierce battles, is Manchester City on the verge of collapse? Haaland's sudden explosion of talent took Liverpool completely by surprise, with the match time dwindling. Even as they realized their previous underestimation of Haaland's threat, it was too late. In the dying moments of the match, Liverpool launched a frenzied counterattack, desperately attempting to equalize. However, they were unable to penetrate Manchester City's composed defense and were forced to swallow the bitter fruit of defeat on their home ground. For Liverpool, this outcome was tantamount to a death sentence. Failing to secure a victory at home rendered their hopes of triumph on the road even more elusive. After the match, the Liverpool players appeared utterly dejected, collapsing onto the ground. They had truly exerted every ounce of their strength, but still fell short against Manchester City, even suffering a reversal. A result far worse than their previous draw. Equally disheartened were the Liverpool fans in the stands, many of whom began to weep as the referee blew the final whistle. They understood that with the home defeat against Manchester City, Liverpool's journey in this year's Champions League had come to an end, filling the hearts of these hopeful supporters with profound disappointment. As the match between Manchester City and Liverpool concluded, all 4 matches of this round of the Champions League were also completed. From the final results, the teams favored before the matches largely secured victories, with no significant upsets occurring. The defending champions, Real Madrid, triumphed with a resounding 3-0 victory over Juventus away, effectively locking in their spot in the semi-finals. Bayern Munich, with an aging squad and diminished strength, managed a narrow 2-1 win against Sevilla away, although they failed to deliver the dominant performance fans had anticipated. Even their equalizing goal came courtesy of an own goal from their opponents. Nonetheless, Bayern emerged victorious, securing 2 away goals, which bodes well for their next home match. As long as they do not suffer a catastrophic defeat, their place in the semi-finals remains secure. In comparison to Bayern, Barcelona seemed to enjoy a stroke of luck. Playing at home, they achieved a commanding 4-1 victory over the Serie A team Roma. In this match, Roma's defenders gifted 2 own goals. First from captain De Rossi, followed by a blunder from Manolas, allowing Barcelona to secure their victory with remarkable ease. As the first round of matches concluded, the identities of the 4 semi-finalists became increasingly apparent. Consequently, many fans bypassed the second round of matches, eagerly anticipating the matchups of these 4 teams in the semi-finals. Real Madrid, the defending champions, and Manchester City, last season's runners-up, promised to deliver an enthralling encounter should they meet in the semi-finals. Guardiola and Lin Quan are both former players of FC Barcelona, and Manchester City has previously triumphed over Barcelona in a Champions League final. I believe that should these 2 teams meet in the semi-finals, it would undoubtedly be a captivating encounter. Moreover, as you mentioned, Bayern Munich is Guardiola's former club, and a narrative of revenge as Manchester City faces his old team would also be quite thrilling. All 4 teams possess formidable strength, and regardless of the draw, the semi-finals promise to be exceptionally exciting. However, it is still premature to speculate, as there remains a second leg yet to be played. Although these teams have considerable advantages, the potential for an upset cannot be entirely dismissed. Following their match against Liverpool, Manchester City promptly boarded their bus back to Manchester. Despite the proximity between Manchester City and Liverpool, the exertion from the match has taken a toll on the players, and a full recovery may take several days. Unfortunately, in the next round of the Premier League, Manchester City is set to host the Manchester Derby. While Manchester City's raw prowess exceeds that of Manchester United, the fatigue from the recent Liverpool match leaves them with little time to recuperate, and facing Manchester United at this juncture is likely to result in a fierce battle. Indeed, this proved to be the case. On April 8th, during the 33rd round of the Premier League, Manchester City, playing at home, established a commanding 2-0 lead by the 30th minute with goals from Lin Quan and Aguero. However, as the second half commenced, the players' stamina began to wane, compounded by Manchester United's intensified pressure in the midfield. With insufficient energy to contain their opponents, Pogba and Herrera began to find their rhythm. In the 53rd minute of the second half, Herrera assisted Pogba, who scored a goal. Merely 2 minutes later, Sanchez set up Pogba once again, allowing him to complete a remarkable brace in just 2 minutes. The substantial advantage that Manchester City had built in the first half swiftly dissipated. And this was not even the worst of it. An invigorated Manchester United began to seize control of the match, even gaining a psychological edge over the home side. Lady Luck was not on Manchester City's side during this match. They struck the woodwork twice in the first half, and in the 59th minute, De Bruyne's long-range shot once again hit the crossbar. 2 minutes later, Lin Quan's shot inside the penalty area was denied by the post. While Manchester City faced repeated misfortune, Manchester United was precise and efficient. In the 69th minute, after a breakthrough on the right flank, Sanchez delivered a cross and lingered with a half-turn, struck the ball into the net, scoring a spectacular goal and completing the comeback. The Etihad Stadium fell silent, with Manchester City fans exchanging bewildered glances. It had been 4 or 5 years since they last suffered a defeat to Manchester United. Could it be that today, Manchester City would succumb to their rivals on home soil? On the sidelines, Guardiola could no longer remain composed. He immediately initiated substitutions, bringing on Gundogan for the fatigued De Bruyne and Sane for the struggling Mbappe. Then, after a moment's hesitation, he decisively utilized his final substitution. Haaland, you're in. Guardiola chose to place his trust in the victorious protagonist of the previous match, Haaland, substituting him for Aguero. Observing Manchester City's substitutions, Mourinho promptly initiated his own adjustments, replacing Sanchez, Herrera, and lingered with Rashford, Lindelof, and McTominay to bolster his defense. The Manchester City supporters, seeing that the opposing forward Lukaku remained on the pitch, could not help but place their hopes upon the towering striker. The last time at Old Trafford, had it not been for Lukaku's 2 assists, Manchester City might not have secured such an effortless victory. With the introduction of players like Sane and Haaland, Manchester City's offensive prowess experienced a notable enhancement. However, unlike Liverpool, Manchester United faced a Guardiola who is exceptionally adept at defense when he is determined to fortify his backline. Even a fully operational Manchester City would find it challenging to breach his defenses, let alone in their current lackluster form. In the 85th minute, Lin Quan evaded Maddox's grasp in the midfield and delivered a precise through ball. Upon receiving the pass, Haaland unleashed a sweeping shot that found the back of the net. Just as he raised his arms in celebration, his goal was deemed offside and subsequently ruled invalid. Haaland, emotionally charged, rushed to contest the decision with the referee, convinced that he had not been offside and that a grave error had been made. However, the referee, feeling his authority was being challenged, reacted unfavorably to the young player's dissent, issuing him a yellow card without further discussion and standing firm on his decision. The slow-motion replays revealed that at the moment Haaland received the ball, he was level with the last defender, making it nearly impossible to ascertain whether he was offside with the naked eye. Had VAR been available to assist the referee, there might have been grounds to contest the ruling. Yet, in this era, the referee's word is final, especially in such ambiguous and difficult-to-judge situations. Although the goal was disallowed, it nonetheless sent a chill down Chelsea's spine. At Mourinho's behest, they intensified their defensive efforts against Manchester City's midfield, willing to commit fouls to deny them any opportunity to pass the ball out. The Manchester United players had waited far too long for this victory, and they played with an intensity reminiscent of being invigorated. This fervor was evident in both their attacking and defensive plays. Even Pogba, during defensive duties, was unyielding, actively tracking back and willingly taking on the more arduous tasks. Under the resolute defense of the Manchester United players, Manchester City ultimately failed to equalize. When the referee's final whistle blew, the score was fixed at 2-3, marking Manchester City's defeat in the Manchester Derby and the end of their unbeaten streak for the season. Following the match, Manchester United players erupted in jubilant celebration as if they had clinched the Premier League title for the season. Your team played exceptionally well. Congratulations. Despite the loss, Guardiola graciously approached Mourinho to extend his hand in congratulations. Once, the two were very close friends. But due to differing ideologies and some unsavory incidents on the field, their relationship soured somewhat. However, they had not descended to the level of enemies. Their bond had merely cooled, as the gap in performance between their respective teams in the league and the Champions League widened. Guardiola gradually found himself less inclined to engage in rivalry with Mourinho. After all, having tasted victory so frequently, he had become somewhat desensitized. Conversely, for Mourinho, Guardiola had always been perceived as his greatest adversary. This victory was a significant morale booster for him and his team, proving that he still possessed the capability to triumph over Guardiola and his squad. Upon hearing Guardiola's words, Mourinho cast a glance at the Manchester City players and remarked, "Thank you, and congratulations on having a remarkable team of outstanding players." Guardiola was taken aback, not expecting such a display of sportsmanship from Mourinho. Yet, before he could respond, Mourinho continued, "But my team is the greatest, and I shall prove it." With that, he turned gracefully and departed. Guardiola stood momentarily stunned, shaking his head with a chuckle. This individual, ever the competitor, remained as arrogant as ever, unchanged in spirit. The match in which Manchester City fell to Manchester United was devoid of suspense, quickly becoming the headline of numerous newspapers. Throughout England, and indeed across the entirety of European football, there was curiosity surrounding when Manchester City's unbeaten streak would finally come to an end. With only a few matches left in the Premier League, should City continue their unbeaten run, they would secure the title with an unblemished record. Historically, only Arsenal has achieved an unbeaten championship in the Premier League, and during their season of glory, their momentum was far less formidable than that of Manchester City. Should City indeed clinch the title without a loss, the other teams in the league would likely find themselves overshadowed by their dominance. Thus, this victory held significant importance not only for Manchester United, but also for the entire Premier League. However, for Manchester City, who had already secured the championship 7 rounds in advance, the outcome of this match bore little consequence. Nevertheless, losing at home to their city rivals would inevitably affect the players' mental state. Consequently, Guardiola took the time to console his players in the locker room and announced a day off for the team, allowing them to rest well. Once rejuvenated, they would need to prepare for the challenge of facing Liverpool at home. This period was undoubtedly harsh for Manchester City. They had faced formidable opponents in their last 4 matches, first away against Liverpool, then at home against Manchester United, followed by another home match against Liverpool, and finally, a visit to Tottenham Hotspur at White Hart Lane. To engage in such 4 high-intensity matches within just 10 days posed a monumental challenge for any team, especially after suffering a defeat to their bitter rivals, which undoubtedly impacted their morale. Should the team suffer another defeat at the hands of Liverpool, it risks not only relinquishing its hope of advancing to the Champions League semi-finals, but also the possibility of a catastrophic collapse as the season draws to a close. Consequently, Guardiola places immense importance on this match. Despite Manchester City holding a considerable advantage, he dares not become complacent. In their previous encounter against Manchester United, City established a substantial lead in the first half, only to falter in the second. Given the team's grueling schedule and the players' physical reserves, this match demands their utmost focus, as the ramifications of a loss are simply intolerable. Losing to Manchester United in the league holds little consequence for City, having already secured the title. However, a defeat to Liverpool in the Champions League would mean an exit in the quarterfinals, extinguishing their hopes of avenging themselves against Real Madrid, a scenario unacceptable to Manchester City. Thus, Guardiola opted not to continue with the formation and tactics from the last match, but instead revived the strategy that had propelled City to an extraordinary 18 consecutive victories at the season's outset. Manchester City embraced a 3 center-back, high-pressing attacking style on home turf. Amidst the fervent cheers of thousands of fans, City launched a ferocious assault on Liverpool right from the opening whistle. In the second minute of play, De Bruyne delivered an assist, and Lin penetrated the penalty area to strike decisively, swiftly altering the aggregate score to 4-2. The swiftness of this goal caught both Liverpool and their supporters off guard. On Liverpool's bench, Klopp's brow furrowed deeply, trailing by 2 goals, and with the opponent having scored 3 away goals. Liverpool would need to net at least 3 goals to advance, an exceedingly daunting task. In stark contrast to their last match, Liverpool, now playing away, appeared significantly less formidable. Conversely, Manchester City, buoyed by their rapid goal and the support of tens of thousands of home fans, unleashed an offensive barrage that left Liverpool gasping for breath. The defensive pressure on Liverpool was immense, forcing players to resort to tactical fouls to halt City's advance. Within mere minutes, they had accumulated 3 yellow cards. Furthermore, due to the aggressive nature of Liverpool's fouls, Manchester City retaliated in kind, leading to their own players receiving cautions, either from losing control or acting out of retribution. In the 14th minute, Liverpool's forward Maine even clashed with City's goalkeeper Ederson, with tensions nearly escalating into a physical confrontation. The referee, unfazed, issued each a yellow card to cool their tempers. Ederson's temperament was notably fiery. Guardiola frowned and exchanged remarks with Arteta, who nodded in understanding. Noting that youthful exuberance often leads to such clashes, Manchester City, being a team rooted in technical prowess, markedly differs from those relying on raw emotion. Arteta believed it unnecessary to wholly dismiss other styles. Rather, one could draw inspiration while maintaining their own technical strengths and advantages. For instance, if this Manchester City team could exhibit a bit more tenacity while maintaining their technical superiority, their combat effectiveness would undoubtedly be further enhanced. Although Arteta's words were somewhat ambiguous, Guardiola comprehended the underlying message. In the past, the Red Devils boasted iron-willed leaders like Cantona and Keane, whose tempers often flared, resulting in rough fouls on the pitch. They were no strangers to provocation, brawls, and unsavory conduct. Yet, one cannot deny the immense inspiration these figures provided to their teammates, instilling a sense of purpose that significantly amplified the team's fighting spirit, rendering them more aggressive and resilient. During Ferguson's era, the Red Devils rallied behind the resounding slogan, "No comeback, no Red Devils." This Manchester United frequently turned matches around, showcasing indomitable will and unwavering spirit, ultimately overcoming their adversaries. Compared to that formidable Red Devils side, the current iteration of Manchester United is notably lacking. In the first half, neither side managed to score. After several minutes into the second half, seeing the match's outcome seemingly secure, Guardiola began to prepare substitutes for warming up, intending to replace some key players around the 65th minute. After eliminating Liverpool, even stronger opponents awaited them. At such a juncture, it was imperative to maintain the condition of the key players, avoiding injuries and conserving energy to ensure the team could progress further in the Champions League. However, before Guardiola could execute his substitutions, Liverpool found the net. This goal stemmed from a counterattack initiated from the backline. A ball was played from the flanks to the center, where Salah made a deft transition before passing to Mane, who charged into the penalty area after holding off a defender. With a powerful shot, he tested Ederson, who had come off his line, but the goalkeeper could only parry the ball, which fell kindly for Salah to adjust and shoot again. This time beyond Ederson's reach as the ball nestled into the net. Post-goal, Salah wasted no time celebrating. He dashed to retrieve the ball from the net, beckoning his teammates as he sprinted back. Clearly, Liverpool had not surrendered. They were intent on equalizing. With Salah's goal, the aggregate scoreline narrowed to just 1 goal. However, a significant disadvantage for Liverpool was their considerable deficit in away goals. To overcome Manchester City, they needed at least 2 more goals. As the match entered the 60th minute, only 30 minutes remained. Scoring twice at Manchester City's home ground posed an extraordinary challenge. Yet, Salah's recent form had been exceptional, and this latest goal bolstered his confidence, reinforcing his belief that he could lead the team to a remarkable comeback. Salah, ever the stalwart, consistently rises to the occasion in times of crisis. Ready to salvage his team's fortunes, Liverpool has not yet surrendered. They still have a glimmer of hope. The stands are abuzz with the fervent excitement of Liverpool supporters. Initially, after Lincoln's goal in the first half, many fans had succumbed to despair, but unexpectedly, Salah reignited their aspirations. Salah's prowess is truly remarkable. This transfer has proven invaluable. I propose the club promptly reward him with a salary increase, for such a talented player must not be lured away by rival teams, as was the case previously. Last season, Coutinho's performance at Liverpool was outstanding, yet he was lured away by Barcelona for a hefty sum. While Liverpool did receive substantial compensation, they lost a player of immense significance to the team, a transaction that many fans perceive as a loss. Of course, when Coutinho languishes at Barcelona for a few years, witnessing a significant decline in both value and form, perhaps their sentiments will shift. However, at this moment, the lesson learned from losing Coutinho has instilled in them a fervent desire to retain Salah. Liverpool is not a club that thrives on the mercenary sale of players. They aspire to cultivate a stable core squad, ensuring the team's performance is secure, paving the way for revival under Klopp's leadership. It is indeed difficult to acknowledge, but Liverpool has not clinched the league title in nearly 3 decades. Although the opponent's goal caught Guardiola slightly off guard, it did not significantly affect him. As he proceeded to make substitutions in the 65th minute, Bernardo Silva entered the fray, replacing David Silva, while Gundogan came on for Fernandinho. These were direct substitutions, and Manchester City's formation remained unchanged. However, with the infusion of fresh talent, particularly the arrival of Bernardo Silva, the attacking unit became increasingly dynamic. In the 67th minute, after Bernardo Silva's introduction, he swiftly initiated an attack. Lincoln maneuvered centrally, passing to the wing. Sane received the ball, evaded a defender, and cut into the penalty area before attempting a shot from a narrow angle. The angle was tight, and the opposing goalkeeper's positioning was impeccable, resulting in Sane's attempt posing no threat, as Liverpool's keeper Karius secured the ball. Upon gaining possession, Karius immediately glanced towards the wing, preparing to distribute the ball to his teammate to exploit the time differential for a counterattack. Yet, his gaze seemingly overlooked the presence of a Manchester City player beside him. As Karius observed the position of his fullback, he released the ball, only for it to be intercepted mid-flight by the opponent. The interception was executed by City's number 10, Lincoln, positioned right on the edge of the penalty area. In the instant he seized the ball, he found himself in a one-on-one situation. And after a couple of strides forward, it transformed into an open goal, with even the opposing goalkeeper left behind. Initially, Lincoln was uncertain whether Karius would err, but upon noticing Karius's apparent lack of awareness, he consciously slowed his pace. After all, Karius's monumental blunder in the Champions League final remains etched in memory, fostering a flicker of anticipation within him. Karius's performance did not disappoint, as he astonishingly failed to notice his own proximity, leaving Lincoln at a loss for words. With such a generous gift from the opponent, he could hardly refuse. Faced with an open goal, Lincoln effortlessly slotted the ball in, altering the score to 2-1. And Manchester City regained the lead with an aggregate score of 5-3, establishing a 2-goal advantage once more. Karius's blunder was a severe blow to morale. The Liverpool players hung their heads in despair, their faces etched with frustration and hopelessness. After finally clawing one back, they were disheartened by the ease with which the goalkeeper had surrendered it. On the sidelines, Klopp stood stunned. The broadcast camera captured a close-up of him, frozen in place. His unkempt stubble and tousled hair rendering him a picture of weariness, evoking sympathy from onlookers. Perhaps it was at this moment that Klopp solidified his resolve to replace the goalkeeper. Liverpool's disappointment was Manchester City's triumph, and Lin Quan did not indulge in exuberant celebration following his goal, as it had required little effort. However, his teammates had a different perspective, rushing over with laughter to encircle him, some resting their foreheads against his, others patting his chest, while a few offered warm embraces. Lin Quan's goal relieved the collective anxiety of the Manchester City squad. Scoring at such a juncture significantly dampened the opponent's spirit, making the forthcoming matches considerably easier. Guardiola shared this sentiment, and, in the 75th minute, utilized his final substitution, bringing on Mbappé for Lin Quan, allowing him to bask in the adoration of the crowd. The City fans showed their appreciation, rising in unison as they chanted Lin Quan's name and showered him with applause upon his exit. As he walked off the pitch, he reciprocated their applause. After exchanging a high five with Mbappé at the sidelines, he stood there once more, offering thanks to the supporters. Guardiola personally handed him a towel, urging him to rest on the bench. "Aren't you worried about a potential setback by substituting me now?" Lin Quan wondered. Once seated, he was promptly handed a bottle of water by Holland, who joined Guardiola at his side, both aware that the opponent's morale had crumbled, posing little threat. Moreover, with the presence of Sane and Mbappé on the pitch, should the opposition dare to act recklessly in Lin Quan's absence, those two would ensure they learned a lesson. Guardiola appeared wholly confident, and the subsequent match would validate his foresight. Liverpool's spirit had indeed been shattered by the earlier goal, and upon the resumption of play, it was evident that their players' enthusiasm in running had diminished. They seemed resigned to their fate, no longer attacking with the vigor they had exhibited at the outset. The substitute players from Manchester City displayed remarkable enthusiasm, however, in the absence of Lin Quan's orchestration and support in the attacking front. The team's offensive efforts proved to be rather insipid. The score of 2-1 remained unchanged until the final whistle. Ultimately, Manchester City achieved a double victory over Liverpool, advancing to the semi-finals with an aggregate score of 5-3. As Manchester City confirmed their advancement, a stunning upset unfolded in Rome. After suffering a humiliating 1-4 defeat to Barcelona in the first leg, Roma returned to their home ground for the second leg and astonishingly triumphed with a score of 3-0. Sweeping Barcelona aside, this unexpected scoreline caught everyone off guard, given Barcelona's significant advantage. The Romans truly performed a miracle, defying the predictions of countless experts and pundits. Following this match, Roma eliminated Barcelona on the slender margin of an away goal, securing their place in the Champions League semi-finals. This serves as a reminder not to underestimate any team, nor to assume that a substantial lead from the first leg guarantees complacency in the return match. Barcelona's painful lesson stands as a cautionary tale for the teams to follow. Seemingly spurred by Roma's feat, Juventus, in their subsequent match, displayed an invigorated spirit, overpowering the reigning champions Real Madrid with utter dominance. In just the second minute, Mandzukic helped his team breach Real Madrid's defenses. By the 37th minute, Mandzukic had netted a second goal. In the 60th minute, Matuidi scored Juventus's third goal, leveling the aggregate score, with both teams having identical away goals. It appeared that Real Madrid was poised to repeat Barcelona's misfortune. Should their opponents score once more, elimination would be inevitable. Yet, they failed to seize this opportunity. In stoppage time, Real Madrid launched a final offensive, and in the 93rd minute, a Juventus player fouled within the penalty area, conceding a penalty. Buffon, dissatisfied with the referee's decision, pushed the official and was shown a direct red card. This ejection worsened Juventus's predicament. Facing a critical penalty, they lost their key goalkeeper. Allegri was compelled to hastily substitute in the backup keeper, Szczesny. Unfortunately, the latter had no time to warm up and could not stop Ronaldo's penalty. Ultimately, Real Madrid narrowly edged out Juventus with an aggregate score of 4-3, precariously advancing to the semi-finals. Although Real Madrid emerged victorious, their win was undeniably fortuitous. Had it not been for the last-minute penalty awarded by the referee, the outcome could have been drastically different. Consequently, many fans expressed sympathy for Juventus. In recent years, Juventus's performance in European competitions has steadily improved, yet luck has eluded them, consistently facing formidable opponents like Manchester City and Real Madrid. Who can withstand such trials? Nevertheless, the matches involving Roma and Juventus indicate that Serie A, after enduring years of decline, is finally experiencing a renaissance. End of chapter 259. The unlikely dark horse, AS Roma. The presence of the underdog Roma among this year's Final Four has rendered the upcoming draw immensely significant for the other three teams. Had Barcelona not suffered an unexpected upset and successfully advanced to the semifinals, this year's lineup would have showcased four formidable powerhouses. However, Barcelona's unforeseen elimination has paved the way for Roma, who, without a doubt, stand as the weakest among the quartet. Consequently, the remaining three teams aspire to face Roma in the semifinals, as this would allow them to circumvent the other two elite squads, significantly enhancing their chances of reaching the final. Alternatively, should Manchester City and Real Madrid be drawn together, it would be preferable for Bayern, whose strength has evidently waned compared to last year, to face Roma instead. I see you are a Bayern supporter. Your calculations are audible even from Spain. Yet, I urge everyone not to underestimate Roma. Their ability to overturn a significant disadvantage and eliminate Barcelona in the first leg indicates their true potential. Should you perceive them as mere pushovers, you may ultimately find yourselves at a disadvantage. Indeed, I believe Roma possesses the capacity for further surprises. Any team encountering them in the semifinals could find themselves in a spot of trouble. Amidst the fervent debates and discussions among fans, the draw for the UEFA Champions League semifinals was unveiled. Under the envious gaze of Real Madrid and Bayern, Manchester City drew the weakest team, Roma, seemingly emerging as the luckiest contender of the semifinals. Meanwhile, Bayern and Real Madrid were forced into a fierce battle against one another, ensuring that only one of these elite teams would advance to the final. When the draw results were announced, the representative from Manchester City beamed with delight, genuinely believing this to be a fortuitous draw. In contrast, the representative from Roma bore a grave expression. Among the remaining three teams, it was evident that Bayern was the least formidable, and hence Roma harbored hopes of drawing them. Alas, their opponent turned out to be Manchester City, a daunting adversary. And Roma's journey in this year's Champions League may well face an untimely conclusion. With 2 weeks remaining before the semifinals commence, Manchester City has 2 league matches to contend with, the most crucial being their away game against Tottenham in the 34th round, as the league approaches its climax. With Manchester City having already secured the championship, the focus and intrigue of this season's Premier League have coalesced around which teams will secure the top 4 positions and earn qualification for next season's Champions League. Currently, the teams occupying the top 4 spots are Manchester City, Manchester United, Tottenham, and Liverpool. These 4 teams are the most likely representatives of the Premier League in the upcoming Champions League, given that even the 4th-placed Liverpool holds a 7-point lead over 5th-placed Chelsea. With only 5 rounds remaining in the league, bridging this gap is a formidable challenge. However, this does not imply that the 3 teams ahead can afford to be complacent. Having reached this pivotal juncture, none desire to falter at the last hurdle. Should they falter in these final matches, all their efforts from the preceding months would be rendered futile. Despite being acutely aware of Manchester City's formidable prowess and the slim odds of victory, Tottenham Hotspur assembled their strongest lineup, determined to engage in a fierce battle with their illustrious adversaries. For Spurs, a triumph on home soil against City would significantly bolster their chances of maintaining a position within the top 4 of the league. Conversely, a defeat could spell uncertainty for their aspirations. On April 14th, Chelsea's match commenced first. The visiting Blues, faced with a 2-goal deficit, launched a remarkable counteroffensive in the 70th minute of the second half. Ultimately, thanks to Olivier Giroud's brace and Eden Hazard's pivotal strike, Chelsea orchestrated a stunning comeback, momentarily narrowing the gap between themselves and Liverpool to 4 points. However, Liverpool soon took the stage, decisively vanquishing Bournemouth with a clean 3-0 victory at home. Mohamed Salah, Sadio Mane, and Roberto Firmino collectively netted the 3 goals, heralding Liverpool's resurgence to dominance. Although Liverpool had suffered a heavy defeat at the hands of Manchester City, this did not imply they would falter against other opponents. With both direct rivals emerging victorious, the onus of pressure fell squarely upon Tottenham. Eager to clinch a win, Spurs opted for a daring strategy, choosing to engage in an open contest with City. This decision took Manchester City by surprise, as throughout the entire season, Only Liverpool had dared to confront them in such a manner. When had Tottenham mustered such audacity? In truth, Tottenham's choice was born of necessity, as they recognized their defensive line would struggle against City's relentless offense. A passive defense could lead to a gradual dismantling by City's possession play. Given Tottenham's potent attacking capabilities, leveraging their home advantage in an offensive confrontation might enhance their chances. Yet, the outcome of the match revealed their miscalculations. Faced with Tottenham's aggressive approach, Manchester City exhibited no mercy. In the 22nd minute of the first half, Bernardo Silva executed a wall pass with Son Heung-min, penetrating the penalty area. After evading two defenders, he delivered a cross to the center, where Sergio Aguero, diving, sent the ball into the net. City struck first. City's goal unsettled Tottenham, causing disarray in their defense. Merely 2 minutes later, City found the net again. This time, a successful interception in the attacking third saw Son Heung-min breach the penalty area, only to be brought down by the opposing goalkeeper. Following the issuance of a yellow card to the keeper by the referee, a penalty was awarded to City. Son Heung-min took the responsibility, deceiving the goalkeeper and confidently converting the spot kick. The score escalated to 2-0, granting City a substantial advantage. On the pitch, Tottenham's star forward, Harry Kane, grew increasingly anxious as he witnessed his opponents repeatedly score. He tirelessly sprinted up front, seizing every opportunity to breach City's defenses. Unfortunately, today he found himself the target of marked attention from City's defenders. Under their close scrutiny, Kane was rendered ineffective. Nevertheless, Tottenham boasted additional formidable attackers in Christian Eriksen and Son Heung-min, who remained poised to make an impact. In the 42nd minute, Kane received the ball in the center and delivered a precise through pass. Eriksen, with great decisiveness, made a deft poke to score, bringing the tally to 1-2. The once tense and anxious faces of the Tottenham supporters in the stands relaxed upon witnessing this goal. They felt it marked a promising beginning, as the team seemed to have discovered the right attacking strategy. Many fans hoped the team could maintain this momentum into the second half, quickly equalizing or even overturning the scoreline. However, their aspirations were once again dashed. As the second half commenced, Tottenham, poised to mount an attack, was caught off guard by a swift counter from Manchester City. Mbappe, receiving a pass from De Bruyne, raced down the flank with the speed of an unbridled stallion. Tottenham's players attempted to intercept, but he effortlessly evaded them with a swift change of direction. After bypassing the defender, Mbappe struck decisively, shooting before the goalkeeper could react. The angle of his shot was astute, leaving Tottenham's keeper helpless as he watched the ball nestle into the net. Dejected, Tottenham players retrieved the ball from their goal, only to find their hopes dashed again, as they failed to execute a complete attack before losing possession once more. In this match, Tottenham's possession was not particularly low, yet their plethora of errors, especially in midfield, was staggering. Upon regaining possession, Manchester City swiftly launched a counterattack, with Lin Quan distributing the ball to the wing for Mbappe. The latter surged forward, reaching the edge of the box before delivering a cross. Aguero's header was denied by the post, but Lin Quan followed up to score, bringing the score to 1-4. In under a minute, Manchester City had netted 2 goals, leaving Tottenham in a state of shock. Following this goal, Manchester City quickly made substitutions, bringing on Gundogan and Haaland for Lin Quan and Aguero. With Lin Quan off the pitch, Tottenham had a chance to counter, but their morale seemed shattered, preventing them from seizing the opportunity. Meanwhile, the City players, having just concluded a Champions League match, still had not fully recovered, and upon realizing their opponents posed no threat, began to control the tempo of the game, firmly establishing dominance over possession. Ultimately, Tottenham succumbed to a 1-4 defeat at home to Manchester City, marking them as the biggest losers of this round. This loss appeared to bring further misfortune to Tottenham, as in round 35, during an away match against Brighton, who were languishing in the lower echelons of the league. They failed to secure their leading position after scoring first, allowing their opponents to equalize dramatically. With only 1 point garnered from these 2 matches, Tottenham's hopes of securing a top 4 finish were left precariously hanging. However, the performances of other teams in this round were also lackluster. Liverpool, in a more absurd twist, squandered a 2-goal lead, allowing their opponents to draw level, thus losing what seemed to be 3 guaranteed points. Chelsea's situation was even more bewildering. Despite enjoying home advantage against a relegation-threatened team, they were unable to break the deadlock, ultimately succumbing to a counterattack that breached their defenses. Although Chelsea ultimately equalized the score, they were unable to secure a victory against their opponents, faltering at a critical juncture in their pursuit of a top-4 finish, thus nearly extinguishing their hopes of participating in the Champions League. Meanwhile, Manchester City continued their formidable performance, triumphing over Swansea with a resounding 5-0 victory, thanks to goals from Aguero, Linquan, De Bruyne, David Silva, and Seng. This match showcased a remarkable display of teamwork, with players seemingly harboring an intense rivalry with the goal, eagerly competing to assist one another, resulting in a multifaceted offensive that left their adversaries bewildered. Notably, with this victory, Manchester City has amassed 96 points, and a single additional win would allow them to eclipse the Premier League record set during the 2014-2015 season. Following the conclusion of the Premier League match, Manchester City had little time to rest, as they were set to face Roma in the Champions League semi-finals just 3 days later. Although Guardiola has not managed an Italian team, his awareness of Serie A clubs is substantial. Past encounters with Juventus have provided Manchester City with a wealth of information about their Italian counterparts. While Juventus has dominated Serie A, Roma has demonstrated considerable competitiveness in recent seasons, coming close to seizing a league trophy from Juventus. Their impressive 3-0 victory at home against Barcelona has further illuminated Guardiola's understanding that Roma is not to be underestimated. They are a team of significant strength and capability. It is worth mentioning that Roma boasts 2 former Manchester City players, Kolarov, who departed last summer, and Dzeko, who left out of reluctance to be supplanted by Linquan. Despite both being former City players, their attitudes towards their former club diverge greatly. Kolarov was a stalwart during Manchester City's treble-winning era, securing 3 Champions League trophies and 4 league titles, marking the pinnacle of his career. Thus, even after his departure, he retains a fondness for Manchester City. Prior to the match, Kolarov actively approached his former teammates in the tunnel, where City players greeted him warmly, with veteran players embracing him and engaging in light conversation. Kolarov dedicated 7 years to Manchester City, making 247 appearances and scoring 21 goals, leaving an indelible mark on the club. Hey, Alexander, would you like to stay for dinner after the match? I found a fantastic restaurant that will surely astonish you. Come on now, I've been in Manchester longer than you. And there's nothing remarkable about the food here, don't try to fool me. Kolarov shook his head at the mention of Manchester's culinary scene. Only after going to Italy did I realize how much of a culinary desert England truly is. I cannot fathom what kind of genius could create a dish as divine as stargazing. Upon his arrival in the Premier League, an unsuspecting Kolarov once ventured to sample the local cuisine, a decision that left him with an indelible psychological scar, rendering him forever hesitant to indulge in British fare again. The culinary experience was so unpalatable that it transcended the realm of mere poor cooking, bordering on the diabolical. Witnessing Kolarov's expression of dread, his teammates erupted into laughter, clearly sharing a camaraderie with Kolarov's trepidation. In stark contrast, Dzeko, standing nearby, felt detached from the joviality surrounding him. His tenure at Manchester City had been brief, spanning merely 2 seasons, and most of the players present had joined the club after his departure, leaving him with little to discuss. Furthermore, Dzeko had been unceremoniously offloaded by Manchester City, fostering no emotional attachment to the team. At this moment, his thoughts were not steeped in nostalgia, but rather in a desire for vengeance on the pitch, to demonstrate before thousands of Manchester City supporters that he had risen beyond their initial disregard. However, the passage of time had dulled his awareness of the formidable strength of the current Manchester City squad. From the outset of the match, City seized control, dictating the rhythm of play. As the narrative unfolds, we reach a climactic chapter, Chapter 260, a cataclysmic event that sends shockwaves throughout the footballing world. Although Linquan did not harbor animosity towards Dzeko, his brilliance on the field was undeniable and could not be overshadowed. In the 15th minute of the first half, Linquan maneuvered the ball from the edge of the penalty area, traversing from the left flank to the right, single-handedly disrupting the opposing defense, ultimately delivering a precise through ball that enabled Aguero to score effortlessly. Manchester City led Roma with a straightforward goal, devoid of embellishment. In response to falling behind, Roma endeavored to mount a counterattack in hopes of equalizing. However, their efforts were swiftly thwarted. In the 26th minute, capitalizing on a moment of vulnerability in the opponent's defense during an attack, Manchester City launched a rapid counter. Linquan retreated to receive the ball, then shifted it to the wing where De Bruyne awaited. De Bruyne surveyed the field, then executed a sweeping pass that found the lightning-quick Mbappé. Utilizing his speed, Mbappé outpaced his markers and cut inside. The defenders, caught in a precarious position, could only rush to block his shooting angle. Yet, Mbappé's shooting motion was merely a feint. As he deceived the defenders, he nudged the ball forward, allowing Lin Quan, who had been sprinting down the central axis, to race past him. Mbappé's pass was impeccably executed, with just the right amount of force and angle, eliminating the need for Lin Quan to adjust his position. He opted for a first-time shot, leaving Roma's goalkeeper Alisson helpless as the ball once again found the back of the net. Despite Alisson's stellar performances throughout the season, even a shot from such close range would perplex the most skilled of keepers. Moreover, the individual who took the shot is named Lin Quan, making it even more challenging to defend against. In less than 30 minutes, Manchester City has already netted 2 goals. The trajectory of this match unfolded precisely as experts had predicted prior to kickoff. The once formidable underdog, Roma, revealed its vulnerabilities against the might of Manchester City, rendered utterly defenseless with no chance of recovery. If this style of play continues, Manchester City is likely to score more, and this match could very well turn into a massacre. Within the broadcast studio of CCTV, even the 2 commentators, upon witnessing the unfolding situation, shook their heads in dismay, expressing a pessimistic outlook for Roma. Indeed, Manchester City's momentum surged rapidly, compounded by the advantage of playing on their home turf in the first leg. They would certainly not relent, seizing every opportunity to conclude the battle swiftly. Furthermore, the previous catastrophic reversals suffered by Barcelona served as a stark reminder. Roma is a team of formidable resilience, and failing to decisively eliminate the opponent could result in an unforeseen turnaround when the match shifts to Roma's home ground. Teacher Jean-June sighed softly, acknowledging the fickle nature of fortune. Roma's miraculous comeback against Barcelona had crowned them the greatest dark horse of this season's Champions League. Yet, it was precisely this match that heightened the vigilance of all other elite teams, instilling a sense of caution against Roma. With Barcelona's example fresh in memory, facing Roma, they would undoubtedly exert their utmost effort, scoring as many goals as possible. The commentators' predictions proved accurate. Manchester City's scoring exhibition in the first half was far from over. During the stoppage time of the first half, as Roma's players lowered their guard, believing they could retreat to the dressing room for a respite, Manchester City seized the final seconds to launch a rapid counterattack. One moment, the ball was languishing in Manchester City's defense. The next, through a series of swift passes along the flanks, it was already at the edge of Roma's penalty area. Lin Quan, with the ball at his feet, surged into the box, catching both Farlow's and Maloras off guard. Together, they failed to halt his advance. Alisson, startled by the speed of the opponent's attack, was caught unprepared. As Lin Quan poised to shoot, Alisson could only speculate on the direction of the impending strike. However, Lin Quan's shot was merely a feint, as Alisson committed his weight in one direction. Lin Quan calmly redirected the ball to the opposite side. Alisson was left bewildered, completely outwitted by Lin Quan. At halftime, the score of 3-0 was somewhat exaggerated. The Roma players, clearly unprepared for such a significant setback while playing away, exited the field with downcast expressions and low morale. In the stands, the dedicated Roma supporters who had traveled from Italy to cheer for their team were heartbroken upon witnessing the scoreline, enthusiastically rallying behind their team. These individuals were staunch fans of Roma. Before the match, they harbored high hopes, especially after Roma's recent 3-0 triumph over Barcelona at home. If the team could overcome a top-tier giant like Barcelona, there was no reason they could not challenge Manchester City. After all, Manchester City was only marginally stronger than Barcelona. It was nothing to be overly concerned about. With an optimistic mindset, the fervent supporters of Roma arrived at the Etihad Stadium, only to witness a scene that shattered their hearts, brought tears to their eyes, and led to emotional devastation as their beloved team was utterly overwhelmed by Manchester City. The disparity in caliber between the two teams was starkly evident from the first half. Manchester City's overall prowess, the swiftness and success rate of their transitions between offense and defense, far surpassed that of their opponents. Faced with City's aggressive high-pressing tactics and patient ball control, Roma appeared somewhat helpless. Often, they would painstakingly wrest the ball from City's feet, only to be thwarted in their attempts to mount a cohesive offensive before losing possession again during a forward pass. Manchester City's ability to regain possession was exceptional. As soon as they lost the ball, nearby players would immediately press to reclaim it, demonstrating remarkable coordination. Roma's players, ensnared in this relentless pursuit, found that if they did not release the ball promptly, they had little chance of doing so at all. Among the Roma players, only the former City player, Kolarov, could barely adapt to the rhythm of City's pressing, while the others struggled to cope. Frustratingly, upon regaining possession, City either launched immediate counterattacks or patiently maintained control through passing. When Roma attempted to emulate City's style by pressing to steal the ball, they discovered that this tactic was futile once the ball found its way to a City player. Reclaiming it became an arduous task. Manchester City resembled a mythical beast, impenetrable and relentless. The Romans were baffled by this phenomenon, yet the Liverpool supporters nearby understood perfectly well. The explanation was quite simple. Before facing Roma, City had engaged in 2 grueling matches against Liverpool, a team renowned for its high-pressing expertise. Under the tutelage of such a formidable sparring partner, City's players had significantly enhanced their ball retention skills. Now, when confronted with multiple defenders and pressing opponents, they were less likely to panic or err. As long as the players maintained composure and made judicious decisions to distribute the ball, the probability of mistakes diminished considerably. The 15-minute halftime interval passed swiftly. It was unclear what the Roma coach conveyed to the players in the locker room, but as the second half commenced, Roma made a tactical adjustment. They substituted the diminutive midfielder, Cesarini, for the towering striker, Scherkel, standing at 191 centimeters. This change left the Manchester City players somewhat perplexed. Did the Romans truly believe that merely replacing a forward would resolve their issues? Were they under the impression that such a tall striker could dismantle City with aerial assaults? Such thinking seemed overly ambitious. City's defense was not intimidated by high balls. Moreover, without possession, how many opportunities for such aerial bombardments could they realistically hope to create? In practical terms, this substitution proved to be a miscalculation. In the 56th minute, Manchester City scored once more, this time with Lin providing the assist to Mbappe. The score had transformed to 4-0, and the outcome had long since ceased to be in doubt. As the spectators in attendance and those watching from their screens lamented the fate of Roma, they were also filled with curiosity about how many more goals Manchester City could potentially score in the remaining minutes. Judging by their demeanor, it seemed that Manchester City had no intention of retreating. They were eager to continue their scoring spree. The fact that Barcelona was eliminated despite a 4-1 victory over Roma at home underscores that even a 4-goal lead is not entirely secure. In the 62nd minute, De Bruyne found the back of the net. Positioned just outside the penalty area, he attempted a long-range shot when he saw limited opportunities within the box. Perhaps even De Bruyne himself was taken aback by the brilliance of his strike, as it soared into the net with stunning quality. Alisson, despite his valiant efforts, could only manage a fingertip touch, unable to alter the trajectory of the ball. Roma's goal was breached for the 5th time. A scoreline of 5-0 certainly qualifies as a catastrophe. Although their opponents were not on par with Manchester City, Roma is nonetheless a reputable team in Serie A. Many had predicted a Roma defeat, yet few anticipated such a humiliating margin. And this was merely the 62nd minute, given Manchester City's efficiency of scoring approximately every few minutes. It was plausible that they could inflict further damage on Roma's defense. As if to confirm this dread, in the 69th minute, Manchester City earned a corner. Lincoln delivered the corner to the far post, where Van Dijk managed to meet it first, but his close-range effort was heroically saved by Alisson. Unfortunately for Roma, the rebound fell to De Bruyne just outside the penalty area. Noticing the absence of defenders around him, he deftly nudged the ball and unleashed another long-range shot. Alisson, quick to react, had barely regained his footing when he leapt to make a save. Regrettably, De Bruyne's shot was even more cunningly angled than his previous attempt. And despite Alisson's utmost efforts, it proved futile. The ball found its way into the net for the 6th time, bringing the score to 6-0. A 6-goal deficit equaled Roma's record for their largest margin of defeat in history. Despairingly, the match was not yet over, and Manchester City had ample time to extend this ignominious record. On the sidelines, the legendary Totti, who hung up his boots last summer, watched in anguish as his team crumbled on the pitch. He appeared both anxious and dejected, almost yearning to shed his suit and join the fray. Yet, even if he had taken to the field, it is doubtful that any change would have occurred. Such humiliating defeats are not unprecedented for Roma in the Champions League. Just 11 years ago in this very city, Roma suffered a 7-1 defeat at Old Trafford against Manchester United. They even experienced a 7-1 loss on their home turf during the 2014-2015 Champions League group stage against the then mighty Bayern Munich. On the pitch, it was evident that Roma's morale was on the brink of collapse. Despite the coach's repeated exhortations from the sidelines and attempts to invigorate the team through substitutions, the impact was minimal at best, offering little more than a semblance of hope. On the other hand, Pep Guardiola observed his players displaying an exuberance akin to madness, as they relentlessly netted 6 goals against their opponents. He began to contemplate whether to substitute some of the key players on the pitch, allowing them to rest adequately. In truth, scoring 4 goals would have already fulfilled Guardiola's expectations. Now, not only had they met those expectations, but they had surpassed them, solidifying his resolve to make substitutions. He instructed Leroy Sane, Erling Haaland, Phil Foden, Gabriel Jesus, and Ilkay Gundogan to warm up together. He had no intentions of altering the defensive line, as several forwards had recently played numerous matches and could benefit from a breather. In the stands, Manchester City supporters, noticing the substitutes warming up, expressed their concerns that the team might struggle to score further goals once the starters were replaced. They eagerly shouted towards the pitch, "Score another. Let us have a 7-goal feast. Help the Romans break a record. You're doing splendidly." Hearing the fans' fervent calls, the Roma supporters felt a wave of anxiety. They fervently hoped that no further goals would be conceded. Should the century-old record of Roma be shattered, they would find themselves forever marked with disgrace. Upon hearing the fans, Lin Quan exchanged smiles with Kevin De Bruyne. In the 72nd minute, before being substituted, Lin Quan attempted a breakthrough. Though he succeeded in his endeavor, his shot veered off target. Alas, the record-breaking task would have to be entrusted to the substitutes. "Fear not, boss. We assure you that we will help them achieve a new record and return home joyfully," Haaland declared, thumping his chest with confidence. Lin Quan chuckled at his words. This lad was quite mischievous. After all, he was aiming to break the record for the most significant defeat, and should they succeed, the Romans might harbor a lifelong grudge. The substitutes, however, were undeterred. Having finally been given the opportunity to play, they were determined to score 1 or 2 goals, lest their efforts be in vain. If they failed to find the net, how could they compete for a starting position? The substitutes were fervently eager to make their mark, leading them to display even more tenacity than the regular players. The Romans were nearly in tears, bewildered by this pack of young wolves. Though they were relatively youthful, their ferocity on the field was undeniable. Guardiola initially believed that substituting the main players would significantly diminish the team's attacking prowess. Yet, the substitutes' fervent performance on the pitch completely contradicted his assumptions. In the 82nd minute, Haaland orchestrated a play just outside the penalty area, and in advancing Jesus unleashed a powerful strike, altering the score to 7-0. In the 89th minute, Sane, utilizing his speed, skillfully overcame the opposing wingback. After successfully cutting into the penalty area, although his shot was parried by Alisson, Haaland, ever alert, deftly redirected the ball into the net. The score transformed to 8-0. This group of substitutes truly fulfilled their promise, assisting Roma in surpassing their historical record. Indeed, they elevated it by 2 goals. The score of this match swiftly spread across the internet and social media, resonating throughout Europe and the world. The entire football community was astounded by this exaggerated score. The reigning champions, Real Madrid, trembled in fear upon learning of this result. The mere thought of such a formidable adversary seeking vengeance kept them restless. The chapter concludes with the anticipation of the third encounter between Real Madrid and Manchester City in the UEFA Champions League final. Is this a bit excessive? Indeed it is. As the players of Roma exited the field, their faces ashen, the Manchester City players were gripped by a sense of guilt. The defeat was so humiliating that Kolarov refrained from reminiscing with them and instead departed directly with the team, leaving behind the sorrowful city of Manchester. For the Romans, it seems they will not wish to return to Manchester for quite some time. In contrast to Manchester City's flamboyant dismantling of Roma, another match unfolded with much more tension. At the Allianz Arena, Bayern Munich and Real Madrid mirrored each other with an identical formation of 4-1-4-1. Both teams boasted formidable attacking prowess, with a luxurious front line. Many anticipated a goal fest. However, the reality was rather surprising. The match saw a total of 3 goals, culminating in a score of 1-2, with the home team first and the visitors second. Despite Bayern initially breaking the deadlock and relentlessly attacking, Real Madrid executed a textbook defensive counterattack, overturning the odds to triumph over their formidable rivals on Bayern's home ground. Throughout the match, Bayern held a staggering 60 possession, with double the number of shots compared to Real Madrid and more than thrice as many corner kicks. Other metrics, such as dangerous attacks and free kicks, revealed at least double the advantage for Bayern. Their offensive onslaught was undeniably fierce. Yet, Real Madrid stood resilient amidst the tumultuous waves, like a steadfast rock resisting the tide. They absorbed wave after wave of attacks, capitalizing on their opponent's errors to deliver two swift counterattacks that sealed Bayern's fate. This match showcased the formidable strength of the defending champions, elucidating why they could snatch the UEFA Champions League title from Manchester City. Anyone who witnessed this contest would no longer harbor doubts regarding their prowess. This Real Madrid side is undeniably capable of retaining their title. Having suffered a home defeat and the injury of their key player Robin, Bayern now finds themselves in a precarious situation. The scheduling of home and away matches is inherently unfavorable for them, and losing at their most promising venue has further diminished their prospects. Many now believe their chances of advancing to the final have dwindled to less than 30. With the upcoming match at the Bernabeu presenting an almost insurmountable challenge against Real Madrid. Considering the outcome of the other match, it appears that the forthcoming UEFA Champions League final will, barring unforeseen circumstances, pit Manchester City against Real Madrid once again. This marks the third consecutive year these two teams have met in the final, affirming their status as the most formidable clubs in contemporary football. Following the conclusion of the first leg of the UEFA Champions League semifinals, fans shifted their focus back to the league. As the season approaches its climax, the competition for next season's Champions League spots becomes increasingly intense. Tottenham has recently experienced a disappointing run, with one loss and one draw in their last two matches, allowing Liverpool to close in from behind, causing them to slip to fourth place in the league. This situation has instilled a sense of urgency among the Spurs, as falling another position would mean they could drop out of the Champions League zone. Moreover, the fourth-place team in the Premier League must participate in a qualifying playoff for the Champions League, rather than advancing directly to the main tournament. And the opponents drawn for the playoff are purely a matter of chance. If fortune does not favor them, and they face a formidable adversary, they could very well falter, as evidenced by two teams from League One that stumbled in last season's Champions League playoffs. Thus, to ensure direct qualification, they must secure a top-3 finish. On the other hand, Chelsea has ceased to entertain dreams of claiming third place. Their focus now rests on simply overtaking one team, anyone at all, to ascend to fourth position, which would bring them a sense of satisfaction. However, Chelsea fans were disheartened to see that Tottenham did not falter in this round. Competing at home, they achieved a decisive victory against mid-table Watford, who were devoid of ambition. Typically, as the season draws to a close, the most challenging matches are those against relegation-threatened teams, as they will employ any means necessary to secure a win. Even if one manages to defeat them, it often comes at a cost, risking injury to key players, which could lead to despair. Conversely, mid-table teams that are safe from relegation yet have no hopes of European competition tend to be easier opponents. As the season wanes, many of their players' minds wander elsewhere, some contemplating a transfer to a more promising club, while others dream of summer vacations, resulting in a lack of focus on the pitch. In stark contrast to Chelsea's grueling battle against the relegation-threatened Swansea, Tottenham's victory came with relative ease. Following this triumph, Tottenham's points tally surpassed Chelsea's by 7. With only 2 rounds remaining in the league, it is now impossible for Chelsea to catch up to Tottenham. However, there is a silver lining. While Tottenham did not stumble, Liverpool did. The formidable Reds, playing at home, surprisingly failed to score against Stoke City, who sits second from the bottom in the league. Despite fielding their strongest lineup and attempting a staggering 20 shots on goal, they could not find the back of the net. The previously impressive Salah and Firmino were utterly ineffective. Although Stoke managed to defend their goal, they were unable to counterattack against such relentless pressure, resulting in a stalemate that left both teams with a sense of mutual defeat. This failure to secure victory has left Stoke's hopes of survival hanging by a theoretical thread. For Liverpool, this unexpected draw has allowed Tottenham to overtake them once more in the standings, pushing them down to 4th place. They now lead Chelsea by a mere 5 points, leaving the door open for Chelsea to entertain a theoretical comeback with 2 rounds still to play. As for Manchester City, they concluded the match with a modest yet effective score of 3-0, fielding a lineup that was a blend of first-team regulars and substitutes. The trio of Zidane, Haaland, and Jesus accounted for all 3 goals. Notably, Guardiola's decision to pair Haaland and Jesus as dual forwards yielded unexpectedly favorable results, with their first-team players enjoying ample rest. Manchester City prepared to deploy their full strength in the second leg of the UEFA Champions League semi-finals against Roma. They continued their impressive form from the previous match, asserting their dominance even in an away game, attacking with vigor as if they were still on home soil. In the 9th minute of the first half, Lin Quan opened the scoring, giving his team the lead against Roma. By the 25th minute, David Silva added a second goal. Everything seemed to revert to a familiar script, as the match unfolded similarly to the last encounter. However, the home side, Roma, was determined not to let a repeat of the previous debacle occur. After initially being stunned by Manchester City, they quickly regrouped and launched a resilient offensive. In the 55th minute of the second half, Dzeko finally broke Roma's scoring drought, liberating them from the threat of humiliation. This goal significantly boosted the morale of Roma, and amidst the cheers of tens of thousands of fans, they surged forward, momentarily pinning the formidable Manchester City in their own half. In the 77th minute, former Manchester City player Kolarov delivered a cross that assisted Nainggolan in scoring Roma's second goal, leveling the match at 2-2 and igniting hopes of victory. However, the glimmer of hope for Roma quickly dimmed. Following Nainggolan's goal, Manchester City responded immediately. Lin Quan scored directly from a free kick, restoring their lead once more. With time running short, despite Roma's desperate attempts to equalize, they ultimately succumbed again at home, losing 3-2 to Manchester City. Thus, Manchester City achieved a double victory over their opponents, advancing to the final with an aggregate score of 11-2. This marked their 5th consecutive appearance in the Champions League final, setting a new record for the club. Although Roma faced defeat, they demonstrated commendable resilience. After suffering a heavy loss in the away leg, they nearly overturned the deficit on their home ground, showcasing their tenacity akin to a pack of wolves. The contest between Manchester City and Roma was intensely competitive, yet when compared to the match at the Bernabeu, it seemed almost trivial. Meanwhile, while Bayern Munich faced skepticism from pundits, they delivered a remarkable performance on the road. This encounter mirrored the previous one, with Real Madrid adopting a defensive counterattack strategy at home, while Bayern, in urgent need of goals, boldly initiated their own offensive. In this match, Bayern recorded even more shots than in the last, but crucially, their attacking efficiency was significantly improved. James Rodriguez, nearly eliminated by Real Madrid, showcased a performance reminiscent of his stellar displays during the Brazil World Cup, proving pivotal in this critical clash against his former club. In the 3rd minute of the match, he orchestrated a goal, swiftly propelling his team ahead. This very goal, scored in the 3rd minute, nearly cost Real Madrid the match. Fortunately, they steadied their course and, in the 11th minute of the first half, seized a counterattack opportunity, with Marcelo assisting Benzema to equalize the score. The first half concluded with both teams at 1-1, maintaining a favorable situation for Real Madrid. As the second half commenced, Real Madrid mirrored Bayern's first half tactics, abandoning their previous defensive posture and launching a fierce attack, catching Bayern off guard. Merely 1 minute into the second half, capitalizing on an error from the opposing goalkeeper, Benzema scored once more, bringing the score to 2-1. At this juncture, the aggregate score stood at 4-2, with Real Madrid not only leading by 2 goals, but also benefiting from the away goals rule, making their victory seem inevitable to all observers. However, their adversary was Bayern, a team that should never be underestimated. In the face of adversity, Bayern mounted a valiant counteroffensive. In the 66th minute, Rodriguez fired a shot within the penalty area, which the goalkeeper fumbled, allowing him to score on the rebound and level the match. Bayern's away goals now matched those of Real Madrid, trailing by just 1 goal. Should Bayern score again, they would overturn the deficit, advancing at the expense of Real Madrid. Thus, despite Real Madrid's lead in the aggregate score, they found themselves precariously perched on the edge of a precipice. Rodriguez's goal significantly invigorated Bayern's morale, prompting them to exert greater effort in their movements and adopt a more aggressive offensive approach, unleashing wave after wave of attacks on the field. In a bid to thwart their opponents' advances, Real Madrid's players defended with utmost determination, resorting even to tactical fouls to impede Bayern's progress. Modric, Kroos, Lucas, and Varane received cautions in quick succession, placing Real Madrid in a precarious position akin to a tightly stretched string on the verge of snapping. The suffocating atmosphere left the Real Madrid fans at the Bernabeu on edge, scarcely daring to breathe. Observing the opposition's goal, Zidane promptly made substitutions, replacing Benzema and Kovacic with Bale and Casemiro. With Casemiro's entry, the defensive intensity in Real Madrid's midfield escalated significantly. Modric, Casemiro, and Kroos executed their roles with clarity and synergy, consistently stifling Bayern's attacks in midfield. As the match neared its conclusion, Bayern exhausted every conceivable tactic, yet remained unable to breach Real Madrid's defenses. They were just a single goal away from the finals. Yet that elusive goal remained a distant dream. Ultimately, after a grueling contest, Real Madrid resolutely defended their goal, eliminating Bayern with a total score of 4-3 and advancing once more to the Champions League final. This marked their third consecutive appearance in the finals, as they aimed for the 11th Champions League trophy in their storied history. Following the conclusion of the Champions League semifinals, the media promptly reported on both matches. The front page headline of Marca, the mouthpiece of Real Madrid, reads, "The third encounter, Real Madrid and Manchester City meet again in the Champions League final." Indeed, it is Real Madrid. Upon learning of Real Madrid's triumph over Bayern, Guardiola let out a deep sigh. He was not surprised by the outcome. For an analysis of the two teams' raw strength reveals that Real Madrid holds the upper hand, especially given that they are playing on home turf, which naturally increases their chances of victory. Facing Real Madrid is not entirely daunting, as we have engaged with them for 3 consecutive years, allowing us to develop a certain familiarity and understanding of how to counter their tactics. Although Arteta does not regard a match against Real Madrid as particularly advantageous, he perceives little distinction in the challenge. Perhaps confronting Bayern in the final would pose more complications, as their style of play somewhat counters Manchester City's approach. Nonetheless, we must not place our hopes of victory solely on the identity of our opponent. If we are sufficiently formidable, we can contend with anyone. Having led the team through numerous Champions League finals, Guardiola possesses an abundance of experience. Furthermore, he is filled with confidence in the prowess of his Manchester City squad. In Guardiola's eyes, this Manchester City side rivals the peak Barcelona team of yesteryear. This year's Champions League final will take place in the capital of Ukraine, Kiev, with approximately 25 days remaining before the decisive match, allowing ample time for Manchester City to prepare thoroughly. However, prior to that, they must first complete their final 2 league matches. The opponents in these encounters are not particularly strong, providing Manchester City an opportunity to refine their lineup and tactics in anticipation of the final. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 262, 103 points. Manchester City breaks the record for highest points in the top 5 leagues. In the penultimate round of the Premier League, a Manchester City team featuring substitutes drew 0-0 at home against relegation-threatened Huddersfield. Although victory eluded them, this draw elevated Manchester City's season tally to 100 points, marking the first time in Premier League history that a team has reached a 3-digit score. Meanwhile, Huddersfield secured their Premier League status with this draw, a remarkable achievement for a team that ascended from the Championship as 5th-place finishers through the playoffs last season. Consequently, players from both teams celebrated after the match. Manchester City rejoiced in their 100-point season, while Huddersfield celebrated their survival. The broadcasting revenue in the Premier League is significant. Thus, for many teams, the ability to remain in the league is a matter of life and death. A relegation would result in the loss of substantial broadcasting income, leading to financial turmoil, player departures, and an imminent collapse of the team. Numerous clubs have suffered similar fates, struggling to regain their footing after being relegated to the Championship. Alongside Huddersfield, Southampton, a club affiliated with Liverpool, also managed to secure its place in the Premier League. Interestingly, Southampton faced Everton, a club connected to Manchester United. In this round, the long-standing rivalries between the leaders of both teams seem to have echoed into the realms of their respective junior squads. In this crucial match for Southampton, Everton showed no signs of leniency, fiercely challenging Southampton. The match saw the issuance of 9 yellow cards and 1 red card, with 7 yellow cards awarded to Southampton alone. In the dying moments of the game, Southampton's centre-back Maya Yoshida was sent off with a red card, prompting Everton to unleash a vigorous offensive that culminated in a goal during extra time, snatching away what seemed to be a secured victory for Southampton. Following this draw, although Southampton maintained a 3-point cushion above the relegation zone, their survival was not yet guaranteed. However, considering their goal difference was 9 greater than that of the third-from-bottom Swansea. As long as they avoid a catastrophic defeat in their next match, relegation appears unlikely. Yet, despite being in a position of relative safety, such turmoil at the last moment deepened the rivalry between Southampton and Everton. Everton's junior did not secure a win, nor did their senior, Manchester United. The away team, Manchester United, suffered an unexpected defeat to Brighton, another subordinate of Liverpool, which was quite embarrassing. Fortunately, Liverpool also fell to Chelsea, preventing the gap between them from narrowing. With only one round remaining in the league, Manchester United held a 4-point lead over third-place Tottenham, having already locked in second place in the league. Of course, whether they finish second or third holds little significance for Manchester United. Their true desire remains the league title. However, glancing at the staggering gap between them and Manchester City, a sense of despair envelopes the United supporters. The chasm is simply too vast to bridge. As for Liverpool, following their loss to direct rivals Chelsea, the situation has grown precarious for them. With just one round left, Liverpool's points lead over Chelsea is a mere 2 points. Given Liverpool's current goal difference advantage, a draw in their next match would secure them fourth place in the league. Yet, the notion that a draw guarantees advancement seems to be a curse in the football world, as many teams have stumbled in its wake. Fortunately, Liverpool need not be overly concerned, as their final opponent is Brighton, a loyal subordinate. In a crucial moment for their own aspirations of a top-4 finish, Brighton is expected to cooperate wholeheartedly. This has led to Chelsea expressing dissatisfaction, repeatedly emphasizing fairness and integrity in the league through the media, aiming to pressure the FA and Premier League officials to prevent any potential collusion between Liverpool and Brighton. Chelsea's strategy hinges on public opinion, compelling Liverpool and Brighton to engage in a genuine contest. Given Brighton's recent victory over Manchester United, their form seems promising. Should they replicate such performance against Liverpool, there might indeed be a chance to thwart them. Meanwhile, Chelsea's next adversary is Newcastle United, a team with ambiguous ties to Chelsea, often considered part of their faction. The Chelsea supporters harbor considerable optimism regarding their upcoming match. Should Brighton perform admirably and triumph over Liverpool, they could potentially usurp Liverpool's position and secure a coveted spot in the next season's Champions League. However, such hopes remain merely fanciful. In the final round of the league, Liverpool achieved a resounding 4-0 victory against Brighton on their home turf. Throughout the match, Liverpool dominated possession with an astounding 78, and their attempts on goal far exceeded those of their opponents. The contest was thoroughly one-sided. Brighton, fresh from a victory over Manchester United, found themselves utterly powerless against Liverpool, offering little more than token resistance before capitulating entirely. In stark contrast, Chelsea's performance was disheartening, ending with a score of 3-0. But the 3 goals were netted by Newcastle United, not Chelsea. As both matches commenced simultaneously, the news of Liverpool's 2 first-half goals shattered Chelsea's morale. The players faltered in their composure, succumbing to a barrage of goals from Newcastle. At this juncture, Chelsea's players realized the unsettling truth. Wait, aren't you supposed to be our underling? Why are you exerting yourself so vigorously against us? Indeed, just 2 or 3 years prior, Newcastle could have been regarded as Chelsea's subordinate. However, in recent years, as Manchester City has risen to prominence, Chelsea's fortunes have waned. This shift has invigorated Newcastle's ambitions, leading them to perceive Manchester City as a more formidable ally. If they are to align themselves with a powerful club, they might as well embrace the Sky Blues. Especially given the wealth of talent within Manchester City, should any of these exceptional players consider transfers in the future, Newcastle may benefit from their amicable relations with the club. Thus, upon recognizing the reality of their circumstances, Newcastle decisively severed ties with Chelsea. Poor Chelsea, who had once entertained a glimmer of hope, found that these aspirations were but figments of their own imagination. In the concluding round of the league, Manchester City secured a narrow 1-0 victory against Southampton, elevating their total points this season to an impressive 103. This achievement not only marks the highest point total in Premier League history, but also shatters the records across the top 5 European leagues. The previous record of 102 points was established by Juventus in the 2013-2014 Serie A season, which Manchester City surpassed by a single point. Throughout the 2017-2018 season, Manchester City amassed an extraordinary record of 33 wins, 4 draws, and just 1 loss. They not only broke the Premier League's highest points record, but also established the record for the longest winning streak. both of which seem unlikely to be surpassed in the foreseeable future. Following a tumultuous previous year, Manchester City returned with renewed vigor, decisively asserting their dominance over rival clubs and reclaiming the pinnacle of the Premier League. Now, they stand on the precipice of announcing their triumphant return, with only the prestigious Champions League trophy remaining to complete their conquest. After the conclusion of the Premier League's final match, Guardiola granted the team a 3-day respite, allowing the players to rest and rejuvenate. Competing in the Premier League is a formidable challenge for any player, testing not only physical endurance, but also mental fortitude and willpower. Due to the absence of a winter break, players in the English Premier League find themselves competing for an additional month compared to their counterparts in other leagues. This year, coinciding with the World Cup, a significant number of Manchester City's players are key figures in their respective national teams. Consequently, the opportunity for a restful summer off-season has been denied to them. Moreover, the intensity of World Cup matches surpasses that of both League and Champions League games, rendering players particularly susceptible to injuries. The lack of adequate rest and relaxation, coupled with the relentless pressure, exacerbates the risk of injuries. The coach harbors no desire to witness his team burdened with injuries post-World Cup. However, such matters are beyond the control of a single club's manager. Players worldwide, including the tenacious Chinese athletes, are fervently eager to participate in the World Cup and serve their nations. The Brazilian star Kaká, for instance, forsook his career to play for his country, enduring significant physical strain to do so, which left him with lasting injury risks. This vividly illustrates the allure of the World Cup and its potentially devastating impact on players. Therefore, despite the known risks of injury, players will undoubtedly compete with unwavering determination. In response, Guardiola can only strive to provide them with ample rest, alleviate their burdens, and do his utmost to shield them from injuries. As the top 5 leagues conclude, the 32 teams participating in the 2018 FIFA World Cup in Russia gradually unveil their respective 23-man rosters. On May 21st, just 6 days after Manchester City's intense preparations for the Champions League final against Real Madrid, the Spanish Football Federation convened a press conference to announce the 23-man squad for the Spanish national team. Goalkeepers: De Gea, Manchester United; Reina, Napoli; Kepa, Athletic Bilbao; defenders: Alba, Barcelona; Nacho, Real Madrid; Carvajal, Real Madrid; Azpilicueta, Chelsea; Odriozola, Real Sociedad; Pique, Barcelona; Ramos, Real Madrid; Monreal, Arsenal; midfielders: Thiago, Bayern Munich; David Silva, Manchester City; Iniesta, Barcelona; Saul, Atletico Madrid; Busquets, Barcelona; Koke, Atletico Madrid; Lucas Vazquez, Real Madrid; forwards: Inaki Williams, Athletic Bilbao; Isco, Real Madrid; Asensio, Real Madrid; Rodrigo, Valencia; Diego Costa, Atletico Madrid. In comparison to the previous World Cup, this roster features the absence of many familiar faces. The likes of Xavi, Alonso, Villa, and Torres, long retired from international duty, are notably missing. The seasoned goalkeeper Iker Casillas, a stalwart of the national team, regrettably did not make the cut, marking his 5th World Cup exclusion. The news sparked considerable sorrow among countless Spanish fans, some of whom even protested at the Spanish Football Federation, hoping to see Casillas included. The final roster has been revealed, and with less than a month until the World Cup commences, there is no possibility for Spain to make further adjustments to their lineup, unless a significant injury befalls one of the selected players during the preparatory phase. Aside from the unexpected exclusion of Iker Casillas, the most surprising omission is that of forward Alvaro Morata. For years ago, Morata was highly regarded, and coach Vicente Del Bosque afforded him ample opportunities, consistently including him in major tournaments. However, after leaving Real Madrid for Chelsea last year, Morata's performance significantly declined, resulting in a drastic reduction in his playing time. This disappointment ultimately led Del Bosque to make the difficult decision to exclude him from the squad. In addition to Morata, other notable absences include José Callahan, who excelled in Serie A and even claimed the title of Assist King, as well as Javier Martinez, who performed admirably in the Bundesliga. Although Martinez had been impressive at Bayern Munich, Del Bosque ultimately decided against including him in the national team roster, taking into account his condition and injury history, a decision made in the interest of player welfare, albeit one that may not seem entirely fair to Martinez. Regarding the national team's roster, Lin Qian refrained from expressing any strong opinions. If compelled to comment, he would note that the current players pale in comparison to his teammates from the last World Cup. If the previous squad could be deemed a glamorous ensemble, this year's team resembles more of a dilapidated vehicle. While there appears to be a number of stars within the squad, their ages have rendered them less formidable than in their prime. As for the newcomers, they lack sufficient experience on the grand stage, making their potential performance in the World Cup uncertain. Nonetheless, this Spanish team remains a favorite to win the championship according to various pre-tournament predictions, largely due to the presence of Lin Qian. However, football is a team sport, and relying solely on one individual will not lead a team far. Upon learning of Spain's 23-man roster, Pep Guardiola initially sighed with relief, only to soon be enveloped in dismay. This stark contrast in his demeanor left Lin Qian perplexed. Alas, Rodri has been omitted. Under Lin Qian's inquiry, Guardiola finally revealed the reason. Who? Upon hearing the name, Lin Qian was momentarily taken aback. Ah, it is Rodri, the defensive midfielder from Villarreal whom we previously scouted. Suddenly enlightened, Lin Qian recalled that Rodri, aged 22, had briefly been included in the national team roster for the World Cup in March. At that time, many media outlets speculated that the squad announced in March might very well be the final lineup for the World Cup. Consequently, numerous individuals believed Rodri would represent Spain in this year's tournament. Yet predictably, he ultimately did not make the cut, despite his commendable performances, which earned him Del Bosque's attention. The coach was hesitant to place his trust in a young midfielder during such a pivotal event, fearing that a lack of experience might lead to costly mistakes. In the position of a defensive midfielder, any mistake leaves no opportunity for redemption. Thus, he opts to place his trust in seasoned veterans or players who have proven themselves on grand stages. Rodri, having not participated in the European Championship 2 years ago, naturally does not belong to this category of players, making his omission entirely reasonable. However, given his current performance, the likelihood of his selection for the European Championship 2 years hence appears exceedingly high. Chapter Conclusion. Chapter 263. The Champions League Final, Cristiano Ronaldo's farewell match at Real Madrid. On May 27, 2018, at the Olympic Stadium in Kyiv, the Champions League Final for the 2017-2018 season is set to commence. The weather in Kyiv today is splendid, with nighttime temperatures hovering around 15 to 17 degrees Celsius and a gentle breeze at level 3. Such conditions are perfect for a football match. Both Manchester City and Real Madrid have arrived at the stadium, engaging in their final preparations. In Manchester City's locker room, Guardiola leans against the wall, calmly observing his disciples as they arrange their equipment and make final adjustments. Typically, prior to significant matches, coaches deliver motivational speeches to instruct their players on what to expect. However, today, Guardiola has no intention of doing so. After a moment, once he notices that the players have nearly completed their preparations, Guardiola opens the locker room door, allowing the vibrant sounds from the pitch to cascade into the room. The players, having observed his action, cannot help but notice him, as he has been stationed by the door. "Do you hear that?" he inquires, prompting the players to nod in unison, despite their uncertainty regarding his intent. Go forth and captivate this stadium with your performance, ensuring that both the fans present and those watching worldwide remember your essence and prowess on the field. In 2 hours, I hope that each of your names resonates throughout the arena, compelling every spectator to be utterly enamored by you. With this single statement, Guardiola steps aside, having said little, yet igniting a fervor within the players that requires no further encouragement. Standing at the entrance, he high-fives each passing player, affirming, "You are the best. Keep it up." When Lin passes by, Guardiola repeats this phrase, but Lin can discern that it is not mere encouragement. It is heartfelt affirmation. In Guardiola's eyes, Lin is undoubtedly the best. As the Manchester City players exit the locker room, the door to Real Madrid's locker room swings open next door. As they pass by, they can hear the synchronized chants of the Real Madrid players. Although the match has yet to commence, both teams stand in the tunnel, awaiting their entrance. A palpable tension began to permeate among the 22 players, even affecting the seasoned veterans who had previously basked in the glow of numerous finals. As the captain of Manchester City, Lin Quan stood resolutely in the front row. Opposite him was Ramos, the captain of Real Madrid, with Cristiano Ronaldo positioned just behind him. Though only a step behind Lin Quan, this slight distance rendered him unable to escape the shadow of Lin Quan's presence. despite having led his team to victory against this very opponent in the past. The prospect of facing them once more on the grand stage stirred an undeniable anxiety within Ronaldo. This year's Manchester City was formidable beyond measure, and as the final approached, the tension within Real Madrid intensified, their unease palpable as they grappled with the challenge of overcoming such a powerful adversary. They had yet to devise a strategy to conquer Manchester City, and thus could only strive to excel in their own strengths, performing to the best of their abilities. As for the outcome, it was a matter of doing their utmost and leaving the rest to fate. Born in 1985, Ronaldo was now 33 years old. At this stage in a professional athlete's career, the inevitable decline in physical prowess begins to manifest. No matter how much he resisted the passage of time, the laws of nature were inescapable. Ronaldo was known for his rigorous self-discipline, maintaining strict control over his training, diet, and daily routine. This disciplined lifestyle had allowed him to sustain an impressive level of athletic performance. However, the effects of age were gradually becoming evident, as his dribbling skills, explosiveness, and sheer speed began to diminish. In a year or two, his stamina might swiftly wane, casting doubt on his ability to endure an entire match. Moreover, Real Madrid's stance towards Ronaldo had grown ambiguous. With his contract nearing expiration, negotiations for renewal were proving challenging. Ronaldo sought a salary commensurate with his status as a superstar, particularly since his contemporaries at other clubs were earning significantly more. From Ronaldo's perspective, his request was entirely reasonable, yet from the club's viewpoint, it appeared excessively greedy. At 33, securing a lucrative contract for an aging player was a daunting task. Merely maintaining his current salary without a reduction would be commendable, yet he audaciously sought an increase. While it was not unreasonable for the club to make some concessions, given Ronaldo's status as a key player, his demands were perceived as excessive. He aspired for a salary on par with Zidane and Messi, a stipulation that Real Madrid deemed utterly unacceptable. Consequently, the initial negotiations reached an impasse. Eventually, both parties compromised. Ronaldo lowered his expectations from a sought-after annual salary of $50 million to a request for $25 million after tax, along with $7.5 million in Champions League bonuses. To Ronaldo, this represented a significant concession, yet Real Madrid remained dissatisfied. Particularly, Florentino had set his sights on Neymar from Paris Saint-Germain, seemingly contemplating a potential exchange involving Ronaldo. It is widely acknowledged that Paris Saint-Germain has long pursued elite talents, yet has found themselves frustrated in their endeavors, ultimately resorting to a costly acquisition of Neymar. While Neymar's prowess is indeed formidable, the team has garnered little success since his arrival, leaving the Qatari ownership somewhat disillusioned. Consequently, they have contemplated leveraging Neymar as a bargaining chip to secure other superstars from rival clubs. The only club seemingly amenable to such an arrangement is Real Madrid. With Manchester City's Zidane deemed untouchable and Messi temporarily off the market for Barcelona, the likelihood of either departing their respective teams remains slim. Real Madrid has long coveted Neymar, having previously vied with Barcelona for his signature, only for Neymar to opt for the latter. Now, having matured into a top-tier talent, Neymar has validated Real Madrid's initial judgment. Furthermore, given his youth, he is poised to sustain his peak performance for at least another 6 or 7 years, making a trade that exchanges an aging player for a youthful one particularly appealing. Acquiring a former Barcelona player would also serve to severely undermine Barcelona's morale, reminiscent of the impact Luis Figo's transfer had, from both a long-term developmental perspective and a political strategy to weaken direct competitors. Such a transaction appears advantageous. Upon learning of this potential deal, Cristiano Ronaldo was incensed, suspecting the veracity of the rumors. His pride would not allow him to be treated as a mere bargaining piece in a transfer. Consequently, Ronaldo's team has issued an ultimatum to Real Madrid. If their demands are not met by the end of June, they will seek a transfer. Current indications from Real Madrid suggest a facade of earnestness in retaining their celebrated player, yet they have not made any substantive concessions. To put it plainly, Real Madrid lacks sincerity in this matter. This effectively seals the fate of Ronaldo's future with the club, barring unforeseen circumstances. This summer is likely to mark his departure from Real Madrid. Thus, this match may very well be Ronaldo's final appearance representing the club. With this thought in mind, Ronaldo's resolve to secure a victory has intensified. As it is his farewell performance at Real Madrid, he is determined to leave an indelible mark. He wishes to ensure that the team remembers the man who brought them 2 Champions League trophies, the one who was invincible on the pitch. At 2040, under the guidance of the chief referee, the 22 starting players from both teams began to emerge onto the field. The moment they stepped into the arena, a tremendous roar erupted from the crowd, surging forth like a tide, enveloping them entirely. The enthusiasm of the fans here is truly commendable. Regrettably, a few years hence, this very place will transform into a battlefield. Lin Quan mused with a sense of longing, recognizing that the Ukrainian league boasts several formidable teams, such as Shakhtar Donetsk and Dynamo Kiev. These clubs have repeatedly made their mark in the Champions League, often becoming regular contenders in the knockout stages. Though their stars may not rival the illustrious names found in the top 5 leagues, they possess the advantage of home ground, allowing them to engage in a fierce contest with any visiting team. During the pre-match coin toss, Manchester City opted for possession while Real Madrid chose to defend a half. At precisely 20:45, with the referee's whistle, the match commenced. Aguero gently passed the ball to Lin Quan, who promptly returned it to De Bruyne behind him. Real Madrid's players surged forward, with Cristiano Ronaldo already crossing midfield, heading straight for De Bruyne. In the face of Real Madrid's aggressive pursuit, Manchester City remained unperturbed, as if they had anticipated such a maneuver from their opponents. De Bruyne continued to shift the ball backward, passing it to his central defender, Van Dijk. Positioned slightly ahead, Van Dijk took a few lateral steps before transferring the ball to the flanks. At this moment, due to the players pressing, Real Madrid's formation had become stretched. City's left back, Walker, received Van Dijk's pass and relayed it to the dropping David Silva. After controlling the ball, Silva lifted his gaze to assess the opposing player's positioning, identifying a gap behind Benzema, beside Isco, and in front of Modric that was ripe for a pass. Without a moment's hesitation, Silva dispatched the ball into this space. Lin Quan, active on the right, had already begun his run as Silva glanced in his direction. As the ball soared towards him, he perfectly arrived at the designated spot, as if he had foreseen the trajectory of Silva's pass. On the sideline, Real Madrid's coach Zidane smiled upon witnessing Silva's pass. But that smile quickly faded as he observed Lin Quan's movement. The young man's football intelligence and spatial awareness were remarkable. He had anticipated the play, thwarting his team's carefully laid trap. This apparent gap, perceived by Manchester City, was in fact a deliberate ploy by Real Madrid, intended to draw the opponent into a false sense of security before swiftly intercepting the pass, with the lurking Modric catching them off guard. Modric's exceptional mobility and extensive coverage make him a vital participant in defense. Often, he serves as the outermost line of defense for Real Madrid. His proactive tackling and interceptions have diffused numerous opposing attacks. Just as Lin Quan received the ball, Modric had already positioned himself behind him. Had Lin Quan not anticipated the movement, the ball would likely have fallen into Modric's control, allowing Modric to gain possession in such a critical area, particularly facing the attacking direction, with several Real Madrid forwards having crossed into City's half, posed a grave threat to Manchester City's goal. Despite being within Real Madrid's half, the team's capacity for swift forward progression meant that just a few passes could bring the ball into City's penalty area, enabling top strikers like Benzema and Ronaldo to take a shot. This season, Real Madrid has executed such attacks numerous times. Regrettably, their initial plan did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. The ball remained under the control of a Manchester City player, specifically, the individual posing the greatest threat to Real Madrid's defense. Modric, showing no hesitation, immediately dove to the ground for a tackle upon realizing he could not reach the ball. While renowned for his offensive playmaking, few are aware that Modric is also a formidable defender. He possesses exceptional anticipatory skills and positioning ability, but what is even more commendable is his prowess in tackling. Lin Quan observed Modric's slide tackle with a furrowed brow. He sensed that the tackle was aimed at his ankle, a feigned attempt to play the ball that concealed a more sinister intent. Given his standing within Manchester City, if Modric were to injure him, the team would face dire consequences in their forthcoming matches. With less than 2 minutes gone in the game, losing their offensive linchpin so early would significantly diminish Manchester City's chances of victory. As for Modric, there was a possibility he might receive a card for the foul. Though a red card seemed unlikely, a yellow card was more probable. Sacrificing a yellow card to remove an opponent's key player would greatly enhance their prospects of winning. Such an exchange would undoubtedly be a lucrative trade. Thus, One wonders whether this was a personal decision by Modric or part of a broader tactical strategy devised by Real Madrid. While Lin Quan engaged in this mental deliberation, his feet continued to move. He deftly nudged the ball aside, evading Modric's tackle. Modric made contact with the ball, albeit imperfectly. His studs grazed the edge of the ball, causing it to be dislodged but not to roll far. Having already committed to the slide, Modric was unable to reclaim the ball before Lin Quan, who emerged victorious in their initial encounter. Chapter conclusion. In this scenario, allowing Lin Quan to gain possession posed a significant challenge for Real Madrid's defense. As a key defensive midfielder for the team, Casemiro wasted no time in rushing towards Lin Quan upon witnessing Modric being bypassed. He understood all too well the grave consequences of permitting Lin Quan to advance toward their penalty area. It was imperative that he establish an additional barrier beyond the defensive line, striving to neutralize the threat as early as possible in midfield. Not only did Casemiro recognize the danger, but Isco and Carvajal also grasped the potential ramifications of Lin Quan occupying that space unchecked. They swiftly converged on Lin Quan, and with Modric having risen from the ground, Real Madrid rapidly formed a multiplayer encirclement around him. If Casemiro could momentarily impede Lin Quan's progress for just a second or two, this quartet could effectively stifle all of Lin Quan's passing and dribbling avenues. Diffusing this Manchester City offensive surge, Real Madrid exhibited textbook defensive organization, while Manchester City appeared ensnared in their trap, with Lin Quan surrounded. The ball seemed destined to be lost. In the broadcasting hall of CCTV, Hiway observed how Real Madrid swiftly mobilized their forces to encircle Lin Quan. Feeling an immense sense of admiration, their defensive prowess this season was truly remarkable. Particularly, the synergy among the trio in the central area was nothing short of extraordinary. It was as though they shared a singular consciousness, each player instinctively understanding his teammates' intentions, their movements almost perfectly synchronized, creating an impenetrable unity devoid of any vulnerabilities. The opponents positioned themselves defensively with remarkable speed, and Lin Quan quickly sensed the impending danger. Yet, instead of succumbing to panic, he began to contemplate his strategy. Casemiro's interception skills were formidable. In a one-on-one scenario, Lin Quan was confident he could surpass him. However, at that moment, he found himself ensnared by multiple defenders, making it futile to merely bypass Casemiro, as the supporting Real Madrid players would promptly fill the void he left behind. Moreover, as he attempted to maneuver past his opponent, those closing in from the flanks or behind might very well disrupt his efforts, leaving him overwhelmed and unable to retain possession of the ball. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to pass the ball. Yet, Cruz had already discerned Lin Quan's intentions and consciously obstructed his passing lane, leaving him without a suitable recipient. Most individuals would likely concede defeat in such a predicament. Nevertheless, Lin Quan astutely identified a flaw in the opposing defense. Observing Cruz's position, he deftly redirected the ball laterally, evading the direct challenge from Casemiro, and advanced toward Cruz's location. Upon witnessing Lin Quan's decision, both Casemiro and Cruz felt a sense of foreboding. What had originally been a stalemate suddenly regained vitality due to Lin Quan's lateral movement. Real Madrid had stationed a heavy contingent on the left side to intercept and encircle Lin Quan, leaving their right side somewhat vulnerable. As Lin Quan advanced the ball to the right, he seized upon this weakness. Moreover, a more critical factor emerged: the right winger and right back of Manchester City, upon noticing Lin Quan's maneuver, resolutely surged forward. Consequently, Manchester City established a numerical advantage on the right flank, rendering Real Madrid's remaining left back and Cruz incapable of fully containing the offensive thrust of three opponents. As for Casemiro in the center, he should have continued to track Lin Quan's movement. However, after Lin Quan's lateral dribble, Manchester City's midfield stalwarts, David Silva and De Bruyne, had already occupied the position Lin Quan had just vacated. Casemiro was compelled to shift his focus to these two players, for the uncertainty remained whether Lin Quan's advance to the right was a ruse. Should he feign a move and suddenly redirect the ball back to the center? With no one closely marking De Bruyne and Silva, the City forwards in the penalty area could very well capitalize on the situation. Casemiro hesitated, and naturally, a numerical disadvantage emerged for Real Madrid on the right side. At that moment, Zidane on the sidelines felt a profound regret, questioning his decision to adopt the 4-3-1-2 formation. Would it not have been wiser to simply employ a 4-3-3? In the midst of the unfolding drama, one side must lean towards the other, or else issues are likely to arise, especially when confronting a formidable team such as Manchester City. With this thought in mind, Zidane fixated intently on Lin Quan's retreating figure. That wretched little brat has effortlessly identified the vulnerabilities within Real Madrid's formation. A twinge of envy flickered as he cast a glance at Pep Guardiola, the manager of Manchester City, coveting the latter's exceptional son. If only my son possessed even a fraction of Lin Quan's prowess. Casemiro's concerns were not mere overthinking. In fact, Lin Quan harbored such intentions. If Casemiro were to follow him, he would promptly pass the ball to De Bruyne, aiming to strike Real Madrid with a counterattack. Should De Bruyne deliver the ball to the forward, and if Aguero found no opportunity to shoot, Lin Quan could surge in from the center to receive Aguero's layoff for a shot, unless Casemiro adhered closely to him after his pass. The probability of scoring would remain significantly high, provided Manchester City executed their attacking strategy effectively. Regrettably, Casemiro did not fall for the ruse. He opted to mark De Bruyne instead. Thus, Lin Quan, feeling compelled by the circumstances, abandoned the notion of passing to the center and instead directed the ball towards the flank, reaching the fullback, Walker. Upon receiving Lin Quan's pass, Walker immediately slowed down, raised his head to assess the positions and movements of his two teammates ahead, and chose to return the ball to the inwardly positioned Lin Quan. Real Madrid's left back, Marcelo, found himself in a quandary, unsure whom to mark, the agile winger or the opposing number 10. Time was of the essence, and Marcelo, without the luxury to ponder, decided to focus on the ball-holding Lin Quan. Lin Quan's position was perilously close to the penalty area. With a few more strides, he would be within striking range. If Marcelo did not advance to intercept and block, this young man might very well unleash a shot. Marcelo's choice was not misguided. But just as he fixed his attention on Lin Quan, the latter passed the ball. Unmarked, Mbappé received Lin Quan's delivery and immediately opted to cut inward. The Real Madrid goalkeeper hastily emerged from the goal to obstruct Mbappé's shooting angle. The angle for Mbappé's shot was already narrow, and with the goalkeeper's intervention, it became even tighter. In such circumstances, a player may choose to shoot or selflessly pass to a teammate. Mbappé, however, chose the latter, driven by an overwhelming desire to win. The haunting memory of last year's Champions League final, where he succumbed to Real Madrid, lingered ominously in his mind. If he could not exact revenge upon Real Madrid, it would likely become a lingering affliction throughout his life. Mbappé swept the ball into the center, but his control faltered, causing the ball to speed towards Real Madrid's goal. In the chaos, it was difficult for the on-site cameras to discern whether he was shooting or passing. Aguero and Lin Quan, who had just penetrated the penalty area, instinctively threw themselves to the ground in an attempt to deflect the ball into the net upon seeing Mbappé's cross. Lin Quan was positioned at a distance, with Mbappé stationed nearby. As he fell, the ball had already rolled away. Aguero, closer to the center of the goal, made a desperate lunge and managed to graze the ball with his toe. However, the force of the shot was substantial, and his slight touch did not significantly alter the trajectory of the ball. It struck the far post with a resounding thud and was cleared away by Real Madrid's defender Varane with a powerful kick. A collective sigh arose from the stands. Many Manchester City fans and neutral spectators, who had stretched their necks in anticipation, could not help but exhale in disappointment after witnessing the clearance. Alas, had that shot found the back of the net, it would have surely been the fastest goal in the history of the Champions League final. Real Madrid supporters, in contrast, breathed a sigh of relief. Many, upon sitting down, wiped their backs to discover they were drenched in sweat from tension. That moment had been perilously close. Had Manchester City scored so swiftly, it could have spelled doom for Real Madrid in this contest. Teams that rely on counterattacks dread falling behind. Once the score tilts against them, the initiative lies firmly with their opponents, rendering their tactical prowess ineffective. Manchester City's early display of dominance heightened the alertness of both the players and staff of Real Madrid. For the ensuing minutes, they played with utmost caution. Even when opportunities arose for a more audacious play, they opted for prudence, wary that City could capitalize on any offensive lapses with rapid counterattacks. The unfortunate soul who missed the penalty in last year's final had transformed into a sharp dagger on City's frontline this year. Any lapse in vigilance from Real Madrid could result in a painful strike from this weapon. While Real Madrid adopted a conservative approach, Manchester City seized the opportunity to press forward, engaging in possession play within Madrid's half. This tactic suited Real Madrid perfectly, prompting them to initiate aggressive pressing to disrupt City's passing and create opportunities for counterattacks. While City's defense was on high alert, Real Madrid hesitated to attack. However, as City's formation advanced, their backline became vulnerable, alleviating Madrid's concerns. Though every Real Madrid player is a star of considerable value, they executed their laborious tasks with diligence, matching the effort of any other team. Having already faced the challenge posed by Liverpool, Manchester City's players displayed greater composure and confidence against the high press. However, Real Madrid's pressing was even more intense than Liverpool's. While Liverpool pressed all over the pitch, Real Madrid focused their efforts within their half. Despite the equal number of players committed to pressing, the reduced space in the half made Real Madrid's intensity significantly more formidable. As Manchester City began to lose possession, Real Madrid's offensive efforts were met with a series of offside calls from the linesmen, disrupting their momentum. Evidently, Manchester City approached the match with meticulous preparation. Among the trio in Real Madrid's forward line, aside from Isco, both Cristiano Ronaldo and Karim Benzema exhibit rather mediocre abilities in dribbling and long-distance surges. Their most suitable offensive strategy involves accelerating to receive passes from teammates, resulting in direct shots on goal. This approach not only capitalizes on their speed, but also conceals their respective shortcomings in dribbling prowess. However, Manchester City's defense was astutely targeted. They allowed Ronaldo and Benzema to operate while focusing their efforts on neutralizing Isco. Isco's physicality is not robust, and when subjected to tight marking, he struggles to deliver quality passes. Furthermore, Manchester City's meticulously crafted offside trap rendered Benzema and Ronaldo repeatedly ineffective, presenting opportunities that ultimately went uncapitalized. On the sidelines, Zidane began to furrow his brow. Isco failed to fulfill the expectations placed upon him, and during those fleeting minutes, his performance was dismal, falling short of his own ambitions. The opponents had evidently conducted a thorough analysis of Real Madrid's tactics. By restricting Isco's distribution, they effectively stifled the team's counterattacks. Indeed, Manchester City proved to be a formidable adversary. The strategies that had worked against other teams fell flat when applied to them. A comprehensive adjustment seemed imperative. Perhaps it was time to substitute Isco? Zidane glanced at the match timer on the large screen, noting that only 15 minutes had elapsed. Substituting a player so early appeared ill-advised. Thus, he momentarily set aside this notion and called Isco over during a stoppage in play, imparting tactical instructions with earnestness. Isco nodded solemnly, likely recognizing that his prior performance had disappointed the coach, compelling him to adhere strictly to the tactical directives moving forward. Zidane had initially hesitated to make a substitution, yet unforeseen circumstances dictated otherwise. In the 34th minute of the first half, Real Madrid's right back, Carvajal, sustained an ankle injury after being stepped on by a Manchester City player, forcing him to depart the pitch. Tears welled in Carvajal's eyes as he exited. Fully aware of the significance of the match he was missing and the profound impact his absence would have on the team. On the sidelines, Zidane's brow furrowed deeply. The situation was indeed dire. The team found themselves in a precarious position, with a key defender sidelined due to injury. Was it possible that fate itself was favoring Manchester City? It seemed as though divine intervention responded to Zidane's silent plea. Less than 2 minutes after Carvajal's departure, Manchester City suffered a setback of their own. David Silva landed awkwardly on his shoulder while contesting a challenge with Cruz, his expression one of evident agony. The referee approached to assess the situation and signaled for a stretcher, clearly indicating that David Silva could no longer continue. Guardiola's expression turned sour as he was compelled to substitute Silva with Gundogan. With both teams having lost a key player, they returned to an equal footing, each side deprived of an advantage. In the 43rd minute, Manchester City orchestrated the most threatening attack of the first half. As Mbappe surged down the flank and delivered a cross, Lincoln deftly extended his foot, sending the ball into the net. However, the referee ruled it offside, rendering the goal invalid. The slow-motion replay displayed on the large screen revealed that, at the moment of Mbappe's cross, Ramos had taken a step forward, positioning Lincoln, who was initially not offside, in an offside position. Thus, the referee's decision was entirely justified. After comprehending the sequence of his offside, Lincoln cast a glance at Ramos, who happened to be looking back. Upon making eye contact, Ramos playfully winked at Lincoln, a moment captured by the cameras, eliciting laughter from the spectators in the stands. "Oh, Ramos, how cheeky you are." The first chapter concludes. Chapter 265. Bale's stunning overhead kick leaves everyone in awe. The first half of the match swiftly drew to a close, with the scoreline resting at 0-0, as neither side managed to find the back of the net. Compared to the previous year's Champions League finals, the intensity of this match was notably reduced. Nonetheless, both teams possessed formidable attacking prowess, making goals a distinct possibility in the second half. During the halftime break, the coaches of both teams took the opportunity to assess and adjust their strategies. Manchester City faced the challenge of formidable pressing from their opponents once they advanced into the opposition's half. This significantly hampered their offensive efforts, complicating their ability to organize attacks. On the other hand, Real Madrid struggled with a lack of cohesion in their formation, with a disconnection between the forward line and the midfield, resulting in missed opportunities and a lack of threatening plays during the first half. After careful consideration, Zidane resolved to substitute Bale into the match for the second half. With Bale's introduction, Real Madrid shifted to a 4-3-3 formation, with Modric taking on the role of linking midfield and attack, a task he was fully capable of executing. Furthermore, Bale's presence on the field would provide Real Madrid with the speed necessary for rapid counterattacks down the flanks. The plan was to exploit the space left by Manchester City's advanced positioning, which created ample opportunities for a player of Bale's caliber to shine. 15 minutes swiftly elapsed, and both teams returned to the pitch, poised for the impending second half. To confound Guardiola, Zidane opted against an immediate substitution, maintaining the formation while discreetly concealing his strategy. Guardiola cast a puzzled glance at Isco, still on the field, recognizing that Isco's performance had been subpar in the first half. Typically, Zidane would have substituted him during the break. It was unclear why he had not done so. However, this could prove advantageous for Manchester City, as Isco's presence might expose vulnerabilities in Real Madrid's defense, offering them opportunities to attack. In the 55th minute, after successfully regaining possession in their front line, Manchester City initiated a counterattack. De Bruyne's incisive through ball pierced through Real Madrid's defense, allowing Agüero to seize control and penetrate the penalty area. With composure, he slotted the ball past Courtois, altering the score to 1-0, with Manchester City taking the lead. Agüero, brimming with excitement, began to remove his shirt in celebration. But upon realizing that such an act would incur a yellow card, he quickly regained his composure and opted for a passionate slide on his knees to commemorate the goal. His teammates rushed in from behind, joining him in a fervent celebration. Guardiola, witnessing Agüero's goal, leapt into the air, exuberantly embracing his coaching staff. On the sidelines, Zidane was poised to send Bale onto the field for warm-up, only to be struck by the sudden realization that his team had conceded. Frustrated, he felt as though he could tear his own thigh apart. If only he had substituted Isco earlier, this predicament could have been avoided. Why didn't he replace Isco? Zidane wished he could consume a pill of regret, but alas, such a remedy does not exist in this world. Nevertheless, it is never too late to mend one's ways. Once Bale concluded his warm-up, Zidane acted decisively, substituting Bale into the match. With Bale's entry, Real Madrid's attacking threat significantly intensified. In the 59th minute, Real Madrid launched an offensive from the right flank. Bale, leveraging his speed, surged forward, reaching the byline before glancing into the penalty area and delivering a quality cross. Ronaldo, making a well-timed run, soared high to meet the ball, heading it powerfully towards Manchester City's goal. Ronaldo's aerial prowess was undeniable. The shot was impeccable in both angle and force. However, fortune seemed to evade him as the ball struck the crossbar and ricocheted out of play. A collective sigh echoed through the stadium, and Ronaldo, dejectedly cradling his head, expressed his disappointment. He felt certain about the outcome of his header, only to be thwarted by the frame of the goal. Bale exchanged a glance with Ronaldo, but said nothing. Yet, he was already eager for the next opportunity. Should a chance arise, he intended to take it himself. The match unfolded at a rapid pace, moments after Real Madrid's attack had posed a threat to Manchester City's goal. The scene shifted as City swiftly initiated a counterattack following a goal kick. Maneuvering around Real Madrid's steadfast central defense, they exploited the flank where Bale was positioned. Lincon advanced the ball, and upon encountering Nacho's interception, he passed it to Laporte on the wing. Laporte, reaching the byline, executed a cutback cross, which Lincon met with a powerful shot from just outside the penalty area, delivering a high-quality long-range effort. Yet this time, Real Madrid's goalkeeper Courtois rose to the occasion. He leapt high, deflecting the ball onto the crossbar, thereby averting a significant threat. This spectacular save buoyed the team's morale, with several teammates rushing to high-five Courtois. He felt a sense of pride, knowing he had thwarted Lin Quan's shot, a feat he could boast about for quite some time. Unfazed, Lin Quan conferred with De Bruyne and ultimately decided that De Bruyne would take the ensuing corner kick. De Bruyne lofted the ball to the far post, where Van Dijk contested for its descent, yet his header went awry, failing to pose any threat. As the second half commenced, the offensive tempo of both teams intensified. They adeptly circumvented the heavily guarded central area, opting instead to exploit opportunities along the flanks. At this juncture, crosses from the wings became the primary offensive strategy for both sides. It was a contest of whose fullbacks possessed superior crossing ability and whose players excelled in heading the ball. Players like Agüero, who are diminutive and find it challenging to contest aerial duels, gradually faded from prominence. Guardiola astutely recognized this, unhesitatingly signaling for Haaland to take action. "Erling, do you wish to play in the Champions League final?" Upon hearing Guardiola's words, Haaland sprang to life as if propelled by an unseen spring. "Yes, coach. I want to play." After all, this was the Champions League final, a stage where one could achieve renown and glory. Despite his youth, Haaland was no fool. Seizing this opportunity could significantly enhance his future career prospects. After all, how many players have graced a Champions League final at the tender age of 17? It was time to warm up. Guardiola was exceedingly pleased with Haaland's eagerness. The young man brimmed with vitality and ambition. Eager to make a name for himself, this was a positive sign. If he were to resemble the jaded veterans of the team, it would spell disaster. Although Haaland was eager to take the field immediately, he understood the importance of patience at this moment. Rushing onto the pitch without adequately warming up could lead to an injury, which would be a regrettable misstep. 5 minutes later, Haaland completed his warm-up. True to his word, Guardiola substituted him in, replacing Agüero. As Agüero left the field, he appeared sullen, feeling that his performance had not been lacking. After all, he had scored the only goal thus far. Why did the coach not continue to place his faith in him? It was entirely natural for Agüero to feel this way. Anyone performing well would feel disgruntled at being suddenly substituted. Typically, Guardiola might have taken the time to explain his reasoning, but today he lacked the leisure for such discussions, as he needed to closely monitor the unfolding situation and make timely adjustments based on the match's dynamics. In football, a key criterion for evaluating a coach's prowess is their ability to manage in-game decisions. In this regard, Ferguson, Ancelotti, and Mourinho are all exemplars. Conversely, former Arsenal coach Wenger often received criticism for his indecisiveness during matches. Guardiola's own score in this area was not particularly high, which contributed to his occasional misfortunes in the Champions League. Upon witnessing the introduction of a young forward not yet 18, the Real Madrid players exchanged glances, questioning, "Who is this individual? What is Manchester City up to?" Agüero was performing admirably, so why was he suddenly substituted? While Real Madrid fans may not be well acquainted with Haaland, the Liverpool supporters watching the match felt an immense sense of anguish. It was truly heart-wrenching. This young lad scored twice against Liverpool, and their fans may never forget him throughout their lives. Zidane, evidently, has studied Haaland as well, despite the player's youth. His abilities, while commendable, do not yet rival those of the elite stars. However, Haaland is one of the few towering forwards in Manchester City's lineup, and his heading prowess is remarkable. Guardiola's decision to bring him onto the pitch was blatantly clear. He aimed for him to contest aerial duels in the penalty area. Realizing this, Zidane hurriedly called out to his players on the field, instructing them to be wary of Haaland and not to be deceived by his appearance. Following the coach's directive, Ramos took it upon himself to closely mark Haaland. With a wealth of defensive experience and in commendable form during the match, Ramos felt confident in his ability to contain Haaland alone. However, as the two began to engage in physical confrontation within the box, Ramos quickly sensed something amiss. What was happening? This young man felt as solid as a rock. He was utterly immovable. Just as Ramos stood in shock, Haaland pushed him aside, retreated a couple of steps, leaped backward, and deftly redirected the incoming ball with his head towards the goal. The strike was remarkably astute. Haaland had anticipated the goalkeeper's positioning near the near post and deliberately avoided jumping, instead opting to head the ball towards the far corner. Although Haaland's intentions were commendable, he underestimated Courtois' speed and reach. Upon realizing Haaland's plan, Courtois swiftly moved laterally and, with arms outstretched, narrowly deflected the ball away. Haaland was left dumbfounded. How could that shot be saved? Was the opposing goalkeeper a Superman? Lin Quan stood not far behind Haaland, observing the entire sequence of the shot. Noticing Haaland's astonished and puzzled expression, Lin Quan approached and patted his shoulder. Silly boy, next time, smash the ball down hard. A rebound is the most unpredictable for a goalkeeper to anticipate and save. Haaland nodded repeatedly, learning yet again. Upon reflection, he realized that while his shot angle was indeed good, the ball's speed was far too slow, granting the goalkeeper ample time to react. This was Courtois. Had it been a quicker reacting goalkeeper like Casillas or Oblak, the outcome might have been even more disastrous. Just as De Bruyne was rolling up his sleeves, ready to implement what he had learned from Lin Quan, Real Madrid launched a rapid counterattack down the left flank. Marcelo carried the ball to the byline and delivered a cross from a tight angle near the penalty area. At the moment of his pass, there were as many as 4 Manchester City defenders inside the box, while only Cristiano Ronaldo and Bale advanced into the area for Real Madrid. With a defensive formation of 4 against 2, Manchester City players positioned themselves optimally, and it appeared that the ball should have been intercepted. However, upon observing the opponent's arrangement, Bale decisively abandoned the conventional shooting option. Instead, he executed an extraordinarily challenging bicycle kick. Players within the penalty area, as well as fans in the stands and those watching on television, were left wide-eyed at Bale's remarkable leap and the elegance of his acrobatic strike. The ball traced a beautiful arc, piercing through the right corner of the net. Real Madrid equalized the score. Following this astonishing goal, a profound silence enveloped the stadium. Countless fans were rendered speechless in disbelief. Not even Zidane, who had once performed miraculous feats himself, could contain his astonishment at Bale's strike. His mouth agape, as if a chicken egg could fit inside. Was this truly a feat achievable by a human? Could he possibly be an extraterrestrial? Bale's goal was a tremendous boost to morale, as it not only leveled the score for Real Madrid, but also significantly dampened the spirit of their adversaries. Bale himself seemed taken aback by the beauty of his own goal. After falling to the ground, he leaped up in exhilaration upon witnessing the ball sail into the net, spreading his arms wide like a glider as he sprinted across the pitch. The other Real Madrid players followed him like a squadron of support aircraft, joining in the frantic celebration. Cristiano Ronaldo, however, did not partake in the jubilant run with his teammates. He glanced at the still rolling ball in the penalty area, then at the triumphant Bale, shook his head slightly, and turned to walk toward the center circle, awaiting the restart. Having just entered the match, Bale scored, while Ronaldo, who had been on the field for 60 to 70 minutes without finding the net, felt a deep sense of frustration. This was his final match with Real Madrid, and he yearned to conclude his 9-year tenure with a perfect finale. His desire to score was palpable, yet, regrettably, he had not been presented with any significant opportunities thus far. Sometimes, the more one wishes to score, the more elusive it becomes. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 266. A second goal. The celestial being descends. Bale's bicycle kick was executed with such beauty that even as an opponent, Lin Quan could not help but commend him. Perhaps if Bale were to attempt it again, he might struggle to replicate such brilliance. Following Bale's goal, both teams returned to an equal footing. With renewed vigor, Real Madrid, upon resuming play, launched a ferocious assault against Manchester City. Their offensive did indeed place considerable pressure on City, with the exuberant Bale and the eager Ronaldo momentarily causing panic within Manchester City's defense. However, City quickly adapted their strategy, pulling their forwards back, fortifying central interceptions, and coordinating their defensive midfielders with fullbacks to exert pressure on Real Madrid's wing players, effectively stifling their crossing attempts. Consequently, Real Madrid's offensive threat began to wane, and the game commenced to stabilize. During this period, both teams had several opportunities. In the 69th minute, Manchester City executed a series of wall passes in the attacking third. Lin Quan, after skillfully maneuvering the ball at the edge of the penalty area, unleashed a sudden strike, sending the football skimming along the grass towards the lower right corner of the goal. At this moment, Courtois' height became a disadvantage. Faced with such a ground-level shot, his reaction time lagged behind that of a shorter goalkeeper. It was this fractional delay that prevented Courtois from executing the save. As he resigned to defeat, the Manchester City players nearby could no longer contain their excitement and began to raise their arms in celebration. However, just then, a resounding bang echoed as the football struck the post once more, ricocheting back into play. The Manchester City supporters in the stands lamented, "Not the post again." How many more shots will be thwarted by the woodwork in this match? Just as the Manchester City fans felt despair and the Real Madrid supporters breathed a sigh of relief, believing their team had narrowly escaped disaster, a blue figure darted forward, seizing the opportunity to score before a Real Madrid defender could clear the ball. Varane, who was poised to clear the ball, swung and missed, landing heavily on the ground. Ignoring the pain from his fall, he quickly turned to see who had snatched the ball from under his feet. In his line of sight was the back of the opposing number 10. The one who completed the follow-up shot was none other than Lin Quan himself. Perhaps sensing that luck was not on Manchester City's side that day, Lin Quan was immediately ready for a rebound after taking the initial shot. Hard work pays off. And indeed, he managed to capitalize on the opportunity. It can only be said that what is meant to be yours will ultimately be yours. In the distance, Cristiano Ronaldo shook his head in resignation, thinking, is this really happening? It seems I must become more proactive in seeking scoring opportunities. Lin Quan's goal transformed the dynamics of the match. The score shifted from a draw to 2-1, with Manchester City regaining the lead. At this point, the match had entered the 70th minute, leaving approximately 20 minutes until the regular time concluded. Time was running short for Real Madrid. Attack, we must attack. Zidane glanced at the clock, impatiently removing his tie. This infernal accessory was constricting his breath. The Real Madrid players on the field clearly sensed the urgency of the situation and became increasingly desperate to equalize the score. However, Manchester City had begun to tighten their formation, and Real Madrid's relentless offensive attempts not only failed to yield a goal, but instead allowed Manchester's defensive shape to become even more formidable. Elite teams typically disdain a defensive formation, but under the circumstances of the last 20 minutes of a Champions League final, they would do anything to protect their lead, even going so far as to wish to weld the entire goal shut if the rules permitted. With the opponent employing a compact defense, Real Madrid's quick counterattacks proved ineffective, and their short passes through the center failed to penetrate. Thus, their attacking options dwindled down to set pieces and aerial duels. This was precisely the domain in which Cristiano Ronaldo excelled. Consequently, from the 70th minute onwards, Ronaldo became exceptionally active, contesting headers within the penalty area and taking free kicks from outside it. Regrettably, today, the formidable Virgil van Dijk of Manchester City's defense is closely monitoring Cristiano Ronaldo. Van Dijk, possessing an impressive height, strength, and jumping ability, proves to be on par with Ronaldo, and moreover, he is considerably younger. Under his vigilant defense, Ronaldo finds it exceedingly challenging to capitalize on opportunities. Despite his relentless efforts to leap, he is yet to execute a comfortable header on goal. As time ticks away, the players from Real Madrid grow increasingly anxious, their movements becoming more frantic. In the 82nd minute, Marcelo fouls Mbappe on the flank. Manchester City swiftly takes the free kick. De Bruyne, advancing with the ball, glances at Lin Quan's position and delivers a signature 45-degree cross. The quality of the pass is exceptional. The ball elegantly bypasses the defenders around Lin Quan, landing precisely in front of him, allowing him to receive it without losing momentum. Remarkable. Lin Quan cannot help but silently commend De Bruyne, for only he can deliver such a penetrating and comfortable pass. Seeing no chance to intercept, Varane, in a moment of desperation, resorts to pulling Lin Quan with his hands. However, he seems to forget that they are currently within Real Madrid's penalty area. The referee, upon witnessing Varane's actions, places the whistle to his lips, poised to blow at any moment. Yet, Lin Quan, undeterred by Varane's grasp, skillfully maneuvers his body to escape, pushing off the ground with his right foot, and, just ahead of the advancing Courtois, he unleashes a powerful strike with his left foot. The ball soars like a cannonball, whistling past Courtois and crossing the goal line, nestling into the net. The force of the shot is so immense that it pushes the net backward, as if attempting to break free from its restraints. The score becomes 3-1. In a sudden surge during the second half, Manchester City has struck twice, leaving Real Madrid disoriented. Following the goal, Lin Quan dashes to the corner flag, facing the stands with arms wide open, reminiscent of a deity descending upon the earth. This celebration is reminiscent of Bellingham's classic gesture, though many before him have employed similar displays. Witnessing Lin Quan's exultation, the fans in the stands erupt with deafening cheers. The roof of the Olympic Stadium in Kyiv seems nearly ready to be lifted by the overwhelming roar of celebration. Lin, Lin, Lin. The attendees chant his name, expressing adulation akin to that of worshipping a heroic savior. Among the neutral spectators, Many are ardent fans of Lin Quan. For them, witnessing such a thrilling match in their hometown, alongside their favorite star's spectacular performance, makes every penny spent worthwhile. If only they could witness Lin Quan execute his iconic collar-raising celebration, surveying the field, it would be even more rewarding. Score another. It is unclear who initiated the chant. But soon, calls for Lin Quan to net another goal resonate throughout the stadium. Upon hearing the fans' fervent requests, a smile graces Lin Quan's face. He cast a glance at Real Madrid's goal, pondering whether another would be scored. It seemed quite a challenge. With little time left in the match, the opportunity appeared slim. However, as a fervent supporter of his fans, he felt compelled to attempt it, given their fervent demands. It seemed that Courtois, the Real Madrid goalkeeper, sensed Lin Quan's piercing gaze, causing him to instinctively shudder. Trouble loomed. It felt as though a fierce beast had fixated on him. Lin Quan's second goal sent the dynamics of the match spiraling downward. Just 20 minutes prior, Real Madrid was in a favorable position. Yet now despair reigned among their ranks. Even the most optimistic of Real Madrid fans had begun to feel a twinge of anxiety. With under 10 minutes remaining in regular time, and accounting for injury time, they had at most 13 or 14 minutes to score 2 goals to equalize, or 3 to secure victory. Such a feat was undeniably daunting, even for a top-tier team like Real Madrid. This thought weighed heavily on the hearts of their supporters. After all, the championship trophy, painstakingly seized from Manchester City the previous year, seemed destined to be relinquished once more. How disheartening. This sentiment resonated deeply with the players on the pitch, especially for the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo and Gareth Bale. Bale had only just entered the game. Had he not yet had his fill of play, only to face defeat? As for Ronaldo, his rival Lin Quan had netted 2 goals, while he himself had yet to score even one. This was simply unacceptable, particularly as this match marked his farewell from Real Madrid, making the prospect of loss even more intolerable. If Real Madrid were to lose and he departed, would he not be branded a deserter? The competitive spirit within them ignited swiftly. At that moment, all previous grievances evaporated, as they united under a singular goal, to win the match. Seemingly, the substantial advantage of a 2-goal lead had caused Manchester City's players to let their guard down. In the 84th minute, Real Madrid successfully intercepted the ball near the center circle. Bale surged down the flank, cutting in towards the edge of the penalty area before lofting a pass to Ronaldo within the box. The delivery was less than ideal, soaring high and making it difficult for Ronaldo to control. Yet, unwilling to relinquish this chance, Ronaldo abruptly halted his run, bending low in an awkward posture to direct the ball towards the goal with his head. The proximity to the goal left Navas with minimal reaction time, compounded by an erroneous judgment of direction. Ronaldo's header found its mark, altering the score to 3-2. Real Madrid had pulled one back, and Ronaldo had finally achieved the goal he had long sought. What a splendid pass, rising from the ground. Ronaldo glanced back at Manchester City's goal to confirm the validity of the score before leaping in excitement, retreating while pointing towards Bale on the opposite side, signaling him to join in the celebration. Bale, with a shy smile, might have previously merely applauded from a distance, refraining from joining in the festivities. However, upon witnessing Ronaldo's jubilant gesture, Bale dashed over to envelop Ronaldo in a fervent embrace. As a favored individual of Florentino, Bale seemingly possesses insider knowledge. Consequently, the previously strained relationship between the two has finally begun to mend. What a remarkable shot, indeed, our president. In critical moments, one can always rely on the president to rescue the team. Such a president, who could possibly not adore him? Cristiano Ronaldo's admirers, upon witnessing their idol score, erupted in exuberance, showering forth a cascade of praise as if it were freely given. Scoring on the grand stage of the Champions League final is a formidable achievement, particularly under the dire circumstances of trailing in the match and delivering such a pivotal goal. Zidane and the Real Madrid players, upon Ronaldo's strike, seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope. They were now only 1 point adrift. In the Champions League final, there is no away goals rule. Should they net another goal, they could force the match into extra time. In the previous Champions League final, Real Madrid clinched victory by dragging the game into extra time and prevailing in a penalty shootout. This time, if they could similarly draw Manchester City into extra time, they might have the opportunity to replicate last year's triumph. As the Real Madrid players surged with renewed vigor, Manchester City began to feel the pressure. When enjoying a 2-goal lead, players often bask in a profound sense of security. Their their mindset typically relaxed. However, with only a one-goal advantage. Particularly as the match nears its conclusion, the psychological strain on the leading team intensifies significantly. A single-goal lead is precarious, as it could be easily equalized by the opposition, leading to a heightened sense of anxiety rather than comfort. This leads to a hesitance in attack, as they fear relinquishing their slender lead, opting instead to defend their advantage. Yet, the more they withdraw, the greater the likelihood of conceding. Ultimately, offense is the best defense. A complete lack of threat against the opponent's defense allows them to unleash their full attacking potential. In such circumstances, passive defense is the least favorable strategy. Lin Quan is acutely aware of this. Thus, upon the resumption of play, he proactively sought the ball, attempting to sustain the offensive while alleviating the pressure on his teammates. At this juncture, everyone felt significant psychological strain, often defaulting to pass the ball to teammates they deemed safer. Should Real Madrid apply more pressure, they could very well intercept the ball just outside Manchester City's penalty area. If possession is lost at that location, it becomes perilous, as the opponent can strike directly at goal with minimal reaction time for the goalkeeper and defense, significantly increasing the odds of conceding. On the sidelines, Guardiola clearly recognized the necessity of maintaining aggression. Observing Lin Quan's initiative, he immediately urged his players to advance, to support and collaborate with Lin Quan. Allowing Lin Quan to attack alone would be unwise. Should the opposition surround him, even his prowess would not prevent the loss of possession. Real Madrid had become relentless. Once they gained possession, they would surge forward, their minds consumed by the singular goal of attack. It is imperative that the ball possession remains firmly under Manchester City's control. Chapter 267. Defeating Real Madrid, reclaiming the championship. We are the champions. Manchester City's intentions were glaringly apparent, and Real Madrid's players immediately reacted. Foul quickly. Tackle him. The urgency of the Real Madrid fans escalated as they witnessed Manchester City attempting to maintain possession. Casemiro promptly opted for a tackle, noticing the ferocity of his approach. Lin Quan relinquished the ball, allowing him to send it out of play. Consequently, Manchester City retained possession, and the players on the field understood the captain's and coach's intentions. Upon seeing the assistant referee raise the flag to award them the throw-in, they approached calmly, leisurely retrieving the ball to prepare for a throw-in. Real Madrid's players hurriedly positioned themselves to defend and intercept the ball in order to launch an offensive. However, the Manchester City player, while preparing for the throw-in, glanced left and right before ultimately passing the ball to the fullback in their own half. Upon receiving the ball, Kyle Walker immediately faced pressure from Benzema, prompting him to pass it back to the goalkeeper. Noticing the pass, Benzema abandoned his pursuit and continued towards the goalkeeper. In Manchester City's previous match against Liverpool, Lin Quan had successfully capitalized on a mistake by Liverpool's goalkeeper Karius, inspiring other forwards from different teams. Sometimes, such unexpected movements can yield surprising results, as not every goalkeeper possesses a steady nerve. If the goalkeeper becomes anxious or inadvertently misplaces a pass, it could lead to an easy goal for them. Benzema's strategy was commendable, but unfortunately, the goalkeeper he faced was not Karius, but Ederson. As Ederson saw Benzema charging towards him, he calmly nudged the ball to the left, waiting until the opponent was nearly upon him before distributing it. Van Dijk received the pass, and Ronaldo immediately closed in on him, while on the opposite side, Bale positioned himself between Van Dijk and Laporte, obstructing any potential pass to Manchester City's left-back. Real Madrid had evidently invested effort into their pressing tactics in the attacking third, with their three forwards utilizing relentless running and pressure to gradually constrict their opponent's space for holding and passing the ball, eventually forcing them into mistakes and then launching counterattacks off those errors. The strategy was sound, but Van Dijk, receiving the ball sideways, noticed that his route to the flanks was blocked. He swiftly turned to face the goal and played the ball to the right side. With Benzema vacating his position, there was a significant gap on Kyle Walker's side. Observing his teammate under intense pressure from the opponents, he consciously withdrew to provide support, positioning himself deep in the field, where Real Madrid's midfielders could not afford to extend their coverage to restrict a full-back who was off the ball. Moreover, Walker was retreating to receive the ball, nearing the baseline. In such a deep position, it was unlikely that even forward players would venture there, let alone midfielders. Thus, Real Madrid's pressing effort ultimately failed. Benzema, that foolish player, was completely outwitted by his opponents. Did he not consider marking Walker? It is entirely Benzema's fault for wasting yet another minute. I can hardly bear it. When will they substitute this foolish donkey? Some impatient fans, witnessing Real Madrid squander time and energy without seizing the ball, erupted in exasperation. Although the burden of this play does not rest solely on Benzema, it was indeed Walker, his direct counterpart, who received the ball. Thus, Benzema must bear this blame. After receiving a pass from Van Dijk, Walker noticed that the opposing formation had advanced, leaving ample space in Real Madrid's half. Consequently, he attempted to launch a ball behind the defense. Observing Walker poised to strike, the Manchester City players halted and swiftly retreated towards Real Madrid's half. The Real Madrid players also recognized the imminent danger and began to reposition defensively. At that moment, Walker released the ball. Instead of targeting his teammate Mbappe ahead of him, he opted for a diagonal pass to the other side, to Lin Quan. In Walker's subconscious, passing to Lin Quan felt like the safer option. Although theoretically, a pass to Mbappe, with his speed, might have increased the chances of a goal, Manchester City's current mindset favored caution, and Walker dared not take unnecessary risks. Lin Quan was taken aback by Walker's decision to pass to him. His pace was not rapid, and upon receiving the ball, the opposing defense had ample time to position themselves. However, this was not a dire situation. They could merely replicate the previous sequence. While Lin Quan paused to control the ball, Real Madrid's fullback Nacho and midfielder Modric converged to attempt a double team to intercept it from Lin Quan's feet. Their intentions were glaringly obvious. Upon noticing Modric vacating his position, Lin Quan passed the ball to the center, finding Gundogan. The moment Gundogan received the ball, Casemiro charged forward. He quickly distributed the ball to De Bruyne and continued his advance. De Bruyne, with Kroos behind him, was unable to turn around and thus continued passing, sending the ball to the flanks where Mbappe awaited. At this juncture, Mbappe's speed had diminished. In a positional battle, his tactical threat significantly waned, and Marcelo no longer regarded him with the same trepidation. Marcelo's defensive stance grew notably aggressive. It appeared he intended to snatch the ball from Mbappe's feet and surge forward to deliver another assist, aiming to alter the course of the match. The ambition was commendable, yet he underestimated Mbappe's capabilities. Mbappe, who initially had little opportunity, found an opening due to Marcelo's overzealous advance. Seizing the moment, Mbappe executed a nutmeg, propelling himself forward as if equipped with rocket boosters, transforming into a whirlwind racing towards Real Madrid's penalty area. Marcelo, clearly taken aback by Mbappe's ability to bypass him, frantically attempted to grab hold of Mbappe, striving to thwart this breakthrough. However, Mbappe's explosive speed rendered Marcelo's efforts futile. His outstretched hand grasped only at air, failing to even brush against the hem of Mbappe's garment. A sudden turn of events on the pitch left both teams utterly taken aback. Real Madrid had just stabilized their formation and were poised to regain possession through pressing, ready to mount another attack. To their astonishment, however, the opponents executed a breakthrough down the flanks, placing their goal in jeopardy. The first to react were Real Madrid's two fullbacks, Ramos and Varane. Gritting their teeth, they sprinted back in a desperate attempt to intercept Mbappe before he could penetrate the penalty area. Yet, at that moment, Mbappe had already reached full acceleration, his speed akin to lightning, while Ramos and Varane appeared to move as slowly as snails in comparison. Not only did they fail to catch up to Mbappe, but the distance between them widened with each passing second. Even though they ran in a straight line while Mbappe took a diagonal path, the gap between them was glaringly evident, rapidly expanding. Courtois had made the decision to advance. He could no longer remain in his goal, for no teammates were around to shield him. He was left to fend for himself against the impending crisis. Here he comes. Courtois spread his arms wide, slightly bent his legs, adjusted his center of gravity, and focused intently on the opponent's movements, fully prepared for the save. However, Mbappe was unperturbed by Courtois' stance. Upon entering the penalty area, he merely cast a fleeting glance at the goalkeeper before executing an astonishing feint, changing direction in front of the thousands of spectators. Courtois was caught off guard by this maneuver. The opponent's deception was so convincing that it sent him off balance. Thud! Courtois lost his equilibrium and fell onto the grass within the penalty area. Swish! Simultaneously, the sound of the ball meeting the net echoed through the stadium. In despair, Courtois glanced back, only to see the ball nestled within his own goal. Manchester City had scored again. Mbappe netted a crucial goal that could be deemed match-defining. The score now stood at 4-2, re-establishing a 2-goal lead for Manchester City. The City supporters in the stands erupted in jubilation, with some shedding their jerseys, leaping onto their seats, and waving their shirts while shouting exuberantly. Others, in a more fervent display of excitement, climbed the barriers at the edge of the pitch, ready to rush onto the field. On the pitch, after confirming the goal was valid, Mbappé dashed toward the sidelines, sliding on his knees in a fit of passion, covering his head, tears streaming down his face. I did it. I truly did it. For the past year, he had been haunted by the loss in last year's final, vowing to seek revenge against Real Madrid and reclaim the championship that rightfully belonged to them. Today, that wish had finally come true, and he had achieved it himself. How could one not be overwhelmed with emotion? That dribble was simply magnificent. Kylian, well done. You are truly remarkable. Haha. I knew you could do it. Teammates rushed from all directions, encircling Mbappé, showering him with accolades. Thank you all. Thank you. I shall forever cherish the memories of everyone. With tears glistening in his eyes, Mbappé smiled as he earnestly committed the visage of each teammate to memory. Upon hearing Mbappé's words, Lin Quan cast a glance his way, sensing a tone akin to farewell. Indeed, Mbappé's long-cherished ambition for vengeance had been fulfilled, leaving little to ponder. The terms offered by Paris Saint-Germain were exceedingly generous, making it difficult for a mere 19-year-old prodigy to resist such an alluring proposition. Furthermore, at PSG, he could assume a leading role, whereas at Manchester City, he would eternally remain in competition for a starting position. The comparative advantages were glaringly evident. Lin Quan had always refrained from intervening in others' decisions, choosing instead to extend his respect and blessings towards each individual's choices. In this world, myriad paths exist, each uniquely belonging to its traveler. Mbappé's goal inflicted a severe blow to Real Madrid's morale, occurring in the 87th minute of the match. By the time Manchester City finished their celebration, the clock had already ticked to 89 minutes. On the sidelines, the fourth official indicated 6 minutes of stoppage time, which meant that Real Madrid had a mere 7 minutes left to score 2 goals, a task bordering on the impossible. Upon resuming play, Real Madrid launched a frenzied assault. The trio from BBC exerted themselves tirelessly, pulling and positioning in a desperate bid to find an opportunity for a shot. Yet, all their efforts proved futile. Real Madrid's advances were thwarted, with long-range attempts either straying wide or colliding with defenders. Manchester City's goal remained an impregnable fortress, and their defensive organization within the penalty area displayed no signs of panic. Zidane let out a deep sigh, confronted by a team that was busy yet composed. Real Madrid's offensive strategy seemed utterly ineffective. In the 92nd minute, Kroos's distant strike from outside the box veered off target. In the 94th minute, Ronaldo's header was parried away by Ederson. In the 95th minute, Benzema, receiving a pass from Modric, turned and shot within the box only to be thwarted by Ederson once more. Real Madrid's corner kick was cleared by Van Dijk. In the stands, fans from both sides had risen to their feet, unable to remain seated. As the match drew to a close, the referee frequently glanced at his watch. Nevertheless, Real Madrid persisted, seizing every opportunity to mount an attack against Manchester City. Truly, they were a tenacious team. Indeed, while Real Madrid played commendably, they found themselves up against a superior opponent. The adage, "Why must one be born to overshadow another?" resonates deeply here, as this formidable Real Madrid encountered the ascendant force of Manchester City. Had circumstances been different, they might have secured a 3rd consecutive Champions League title. Neutral fans, including a small faction of Manchester City supporters, felt a twinge of sympathy for Real Madrid. To reach the Champions League final 3 consecutive years amidst a sea of powerhouse teams speaks volumes of Real Madrid's formidable prowess. To seize a Champions League trophy from the hands of Manchester City is indeed a remarkable feat. However, it is regrettable that the opponents proved to be even stronger. Almost overwhelmingly so. The might of Real Madrid, in stark contrast to the formidable Manchester City, appeared somewhat tragic. In the 97th minute, after Bale's attempt at an acrobatic kick yielded no results, the referee finally blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, a minute past the allotted stoppage time. Lin Quan sent the ball soaring into the stands. Arms outstretched, he rushed towards the sidelines, enveloping Guardiola in a grand embrace. The impact toppled Guardiola to the ground. As players surged forward one after another, piling onto the two, their cries echoing, "It's broken, it's broken. If you press any harder, it'll snap." Holland, Get up, you're the heaviest. Foden, are you still trying to jump? Are you attempting to crush me? The usually composed Guardiola, in that moment, was truly exasperated. Calling out to each player in rapid succession, his words flying like bullets from a machine gun. Laughter erupted among the players, and after a brief frolic, they helped the pinned individuals back to their feet. Just as Guardiola rose, unprepared to settle the score, he was once again seized by players, some clutching his arms, others his legs, and with a count of 1, 2, 3, he found himself airborne. I'm afraid of heights. Don't throw me. Put me down. Echoed Guardiola's terrified cries from the skies. As the players prepared for another round of playful tossing, a throng of fans surged over the barrier from the stands, charging towards them. Alarmed, everyone fled, abandoning Guardiola on the ground. He felt as though he had been utterly flattened, grumbling as he stood, supporting himself with one hand while cursing under his breath. In no time, he was encircled by the exuberant fans, and to his dismay, his clothes were swiftly stripped away. Nearby, Lin Quan facepalmed, realizing that Guardiola's reputation was thoroughly tarnished. Lin Quan, still caught up in the excitement, suddenly noticed that the fans had shifted their focus and were now rushing towards him. Startled, he too took flight alongside his teammates. However, the antics of his companions were truly reckless. Upon returning to the locker room, they locked the door behind them, leaving Lin Quan alone outside. Unbeknownst to whether this was intentional or accidental, he found himself isolated as the frenzied fans surged into the players' tunnel, with the security personnel failing to intervene. Confined outside, Lin Quan was left bewildered in the wind. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 268. Preparing for the 2018 World Cup, 5 days have elapsed since the conclusion of the Champions League final. As June unfolds, the commencement of the 2018 World Cup in Russia draws ever closer. The 32 participating national teams are currently engaged in intense preparations. Having just participated in the Champions League final, Lin Quan and David Silva reported to the national team later than their peers. Bosque, recognizing that Lin Quan and the others had just emerged from a grueling battle and had yet to fully recuperate, granted them a 3-day respite before reporting back to the team. However, a mere 3 days is insufficient to erase the exhaustion accumulated over an entire season. After all, the merciless Premier League does not grant a winter break. David's injury is rather troublesome. He may require a rest of 3 to 4 weeks, potentially missing the group stage. David Silva's unexpected injury in the Champions League final has rendered him absent from the team's pre-tournament training. Should we consider bringing in a replacement? The coaching staff sought Bosque's opinion. With the World Cup yet to commence, there remains time for personnel adjustments. But once the tournament begins, substitutions will no longer be possible. Forget it. Let us take him along, Bosque sighed, recognizing the difficulty of replacing him in that position. The only player capable of alternating with David Silva is Iniesta. The abilities of others simply do not compare, rendering them inadequate substitutes. Moreover, with Iniesta already 34 years old, his stamina and form no longer suffice to sustain him for the entire match. Thus, David Silva's significance becomes evident. His long-standing synergy with the team's core player, Lin Quan, enhances their combined effectiveness, contributing greatly to the team's offensive prowess and potentially rescuing them in critical moments. Therefore, even if he may not be able to compete in the group stage, Bosque insists on including him. Once his injury recovers, he can be deployed in the knockout stage. Very well, then we shall submit the final roster without adjustments, he concluded. The national team's list must first be submitted to the Spanish Football Federation, which will then relay it to FIFA for confirmation. Bosque absent-mindedly nodded, his focus entirely on the training ground. The team on the practice field felt somewhat unfamiliar to him, despite having meticulously selected each player. Yet, with many familiar faces missing, Bosque felt a twinge of insecurity. It was only upon seeing the familiar figure of Lin Quan that he felt a slight sense of relief. Overall, this national team does not measure up to the squads of the previous 2 World Cups. Nevertheless, fans in Spain and around the world harbor elevated expectations due to Spain's status as the reigning champion. Many regard the Spanish team as the frontrunner for the title. But for those like Bosque, who understand the intricacies of Spanish football, leading such a team to victory appears exceedingly challenging. At 68 years of age, Bosque intends to retire after this World Cup. He will be 70 during the next European Championship and 72 for the Qatar World Cup. Such an age is simply not conducive to carrying the burden. even if the national team's responsibilities are somewhat lighter than those of a club. Furthermore, even if he fails to secure back-to-back championships, he has already garnered 2 World Cup titles. Among the multitude of esteemed coaches in world football, how many can claim the achievement of winning 2 World Cups? One should learn to be content. Having achieved numerous honors and accomplishments, he is already satisfied. It is now time to pass the torch to the younger generation, with Manchester City's Guardiola being a favored candidate. Of course, Enrique, who departed from Barcelona last year, is also a potential option. The rationale behind selecting these 2 individuals is straightforward. They have both managed Barcelona and are well acquainted with its tactical approach. Given that the core of the Spanish national team comprises players from Barcelona, it is essential for the national coach to be familiar with Barcelona's strategies to effectively lead the team. However, this situation may evolve in the future, as Barcelona's dominance in La Liga has waned. As the golden generation of La Masia graduates retires, Barcelona's representation and influence within the national team will gradually diminish, thereby broadening the pool of candidates for the national coach. Upon Lin Quan's arrival at the team, Bosque promptly arranged for competitive training sessions between the starting players and substitutes. During the training phase, the so-called starters do not necessarily reflect the final lineup. The coach will consider various factors, such as the players' performances and attitudes during training, before determining the 11 who will take the field. Nonetheless, a few positions are unlikely to change easily. Lin Quan in the forward line, Iniesta in midfield, Ramos in defense, and De Gea in goal. As long as these 4 do not encounter significant injuries, their starting positions remain secure. After several training sessions, to assess the team's progress, Spain scheduled a friendly match against Switzerland. The Swiss team is also participating in this World Cup, having been placed in Group E alongside Serbia, Brazil, and Costa Rica. Each of these teams possesses formidable strength, particularly Brazil, who remains one of the favorites to win the tournament. Although not as heavily favored as 4 years ago, the Samba squad has consistently been a powerhouse, and none would dare underestimate them. Given Brazil's formidable attacking prowess, Switzerland is eager to find a similarly strong opponent for practice to evaluate their defensive capabilities. While Switzerland's offensive strength is limited, their defensive skills stand out. During the South Africa World Cup, Spain had previously suffered a setback against them. In this match, the Swiss players appeared to be more earnest than their Spanish counterparts. After all, with Spain's caliber, advancing from the group stage should not pose a significant challenge. However, Switzerland's situation is less favorable, as they are unlikely to secure a victory against Brazil. Consequently, their primary targets for points are the other 2 opponents in the group, Serbia and Costa Rica. Both possess considerable strength, and given Switzerland's limited offensive capabilities, they must focus on solidifying their defense, capitalizing on the opponent's mistakes, and seizing opportunities to score. After half an hour of play in the first half, the score remains 0-0. Though merely a friendly match, the outcome is of little consequence. However, witnessing the team's offensive play falter so disjointedly, Bosque found himself unable to remain seated. In a friendly match where substitutions are not limited, the Spanish team struggled to exhaust their opponent's stamina through possession play, thereby seizing opportunities for counterattacks as fatigue led to increased errors. Consequently, the primary focus of this match was to practice structured offensive strategies. However, executing a successful positional attack requires a high degree of synergy among players. As they typically represent different clubs with distinct styles, the players must observe and adapt to one another's habits while playing, adjusting in real time until they are all on the same wavelength, thus achieving the desired cohesion. While this is not inherently difficult and lacks any particular secret, it simply demands time, something that national teams, often assembled temporarily with limited training periods, find most elusive. Therefore, the dismal performance is hardly surprising. Rather than lamenting the situation, it would be more productive to contemplate improvements. After observing for a while, Bosque decisively made a substitution, replacing Iniesta with Atletico's versatile midfielder Saul. At just 23 years of age, Saul possesses remarkable stamina and a strong capacity for movement, covering a vast range on the pitch. Moreover, his speed and explosiveness are commendable, allowing him to effectively act as a winger when necessary. Within the national team, Saul is a young player Bosque holds in high regard. If he maintains his current form, he is poised to become a key player in the next World Cup. In Bosque's strategy, Saul is primarily tasked with supporting Lin Quan, and his introduction aims to create space in the midfield for Lin Quan to enhance organization and offensive efforts. Meanwhile, the other midfielder, Isco, has a straightforward role: to distribute the ball, utilizing his expansive vision and creativity to deliver passes to the strikers, ensuring his teammates receive the ball effectively. Following this reorganization of the midfield, the quality of Spain's offensive play improved significantly. In the 38th minute, Lincoln assisted Diego Costa in scoring a goal, prompting a grateful smile from Bosque. It seemed this combination yielded positive results, worthy of notation for potential use in the upcoming World Cup. After conceding a goal, the Swiss team did not rush to counterattack blindly. The disparity in strength between the two teams was substantial. If they dared to press forward, their vulnerable defense would be mercilessly perforated by Spain's formidable firepower. Since the outcome was inconsequential, they opted to continue their role as defenders. The Swiss had never expected to win or even draw against Spain, yet sometimes circumstances unfold in peculiar ways. In the 62nd minute of the second half, Switzerland capitalized on a blunder from the Spanish team to launch a counterattack, resulting in an unexpected goal. This was the sole shot on target for Switzerland throughout the entire match, yet their efficiency was astonishing, scoring with their only attempt. De Gea wore a look of frustration. It wasn't a lack of effort on his part, but rather the opponent's ingenuity that proved decisive. In the remaining time, neither side managed to score, culminating in a draw for Spain's first warm-up match. In stark contrast to Spain's lukewarm performance, the French national team triumphed decisively over Italy with a score of 3-1. Young stars like Mbappé, Griezmann, and Dembélé found the back of the net, showcasing the formidable prowess of the French youth brigade. Although merely a friendly match, the encounter was highly regarded due to the legacy of their formidable adversaries, Italy. Consequently, numerous pundits lauded the French team, with many legends proclaiming their potential for championship glory. It is no wonder they sing praises, considering the caliber of players within the squad: Dembélé, Griezmann, Mbappé, Pogba, and Kanté, each a household name in the footballing world in recent years. Apart from Kanté, whose valuation is comparatively lower, the remaining four players boast market values exceeding €100 million each. Collectively, their worth surpasses that of the majority of teams participating in this World Cup. Kanté, despite his lower valuation, is universally acknowledged as the best midfielder in the football realm. This French team possesses not only immense value but also undeniable talent, and most importantly, they are remarkably young, exceedingly young. Even if they do not clinch the championship in this World Cup, they will undoubtedly remain strong contenders in the next. With an abundance of talent, France is destined to ascend the podium and lift the coveted World Cup trophy. Ignoring the external criticisms, Bosque steadfastly continued his preparation regimen. On June 10th, with less than 4 days remaining until the World Cup opener, Spain faced Tunisia in their final warm-up match. Eager Spanish fans flocked to the venue, hoping to witness the fruits of the team's preparations. However, they were met with disappointment as Spain's performance was even less impressive than in their previous outing. The attack could only be described in terms such as simplistic, crude, and inept. While the players clearly exerted effort, their coordination was painfully lacking. Bosque made a flurry of substitutions, as if attempting various combinations, yet the results were far from satisfactory. Ultimately, Water God salvaged the situation by scoring a header as the match neared its conclusion, securing a victory for the team. Nevertheless, the fans who witnessed the match wore expressions more akin to those of a losing side. This disappointment was understandable, as their high expectations prior to the match had been thoroughly dashed by the actual performance. The current Spanish football fans are beginning to feel a sense of unease. Given the team's present condition, how can they possibly compete in the World Cup? There is growing apprehension that the team may face elimination in the group stage. Fortunately, Spain's draw is relatively favorable. The remaining 3 opponents in Group B are not particularly formidable. Aside from their old rivals Portugal, the other 2 teams are Iran and Morocco, hailing from Asia and Africa respectively. Both of these teams lack significant strength and have had disappointing records in the World Cup. Although Iran has participated in 5 World Cups, they have never advanced beyond the group stage. Likewise, Morocco has only reached the round of 16 once, failing to progress in the other 5 attempts. Confronting such rivals, even if Spain's performance is subpar, advancing to the round of 16 seems quite assured. However, the fans are not merely aiming for the round of 16. Their hearts yearn for the coveted World Cup trophy. Yet, the current state of the team offers little hope for such aspirations. This stark reality is the root of the fans' profound disappointment. It is no wonder that no team has ever achieved a three-peat in the World Cup. The difficulty of attaining such an accomplishment is indeed formidable. Chapter 269. The World Cup unveiling. How does it feel to be part of the national team? Following 2 friendly matches, public sentiment towards the Spanish national team has turned pessimistic. This viewpoint has rapidly spread among Spanish fans, reaching even Guardiola, who is vacationing in Asia, prompting him to call Lin Quan. It feels much the same as before, nothing particularly special. If I had to say, it's perhaps that there are more young players, which has inadvertently elevated my status as one of the veterans in the squad. Upon hearing Lin Quan's lighthearted remarks, Guardiola felt a sense of relief. The ability to joke indicates that the situation is not dire. Perhaps the media's reports are somewhat exaggerated. While the Spanish team indeed faces serious issues of aging and a lack of transition, it is not as dire as it seems. With Lin Quan, aged 22, anchoring the squad, Spain's baseline performance should remain decent. Nonetheless, the media's assertions hold some truth. While it may be relatively easy for Spain to reach the knockout stage, the path to claiming the championship is fraught with challenges. In Guardiola's estimation, the primary contender for this World Cup is likely the French team. However, the nature of knockout tournaments is inherently unpredictable. Even the frontrunners can face unexpected defeats if their performance falters or unforeseen circumstances arise. Therefore, until the final moment, no one can ascertain the rightful champion. After conversing with Guardiola for a while, he mentioned that he had already booked a flight for the 14th, clearly intending to witness Spain's opening match. Whether as a coach, a father, or a fan, Guardiola will not miss such a significant event. However, if he arrives on the 14th, he will unfortunately miss the opening match of this year's World Cup. On June 8th, the Spanish team took a flight and arrived in Krasnodar, Russia. In the forthcoming month, this location shall serve as the training ground for the Spanish national team, contingent upon their survival in the tournament until the very end. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, a throng of enthusiastic supporters awaited at the airport. When these fans glimpsed the likes of Busquets, Iniesta, and Piqué at the forefront, they erupted into cheers, vociferously chanting the names of the players alongside that of FC Barcelona. Despite Barcelona's recent decline in performance, the substantial fanbase cultivated during the era of the Dream Team cannot be underestimated. These individuals, ostensibly present to welcome the national team, were primarily there to celebrate the presence of several Barca players. As Ramos passed by, the supporters continued to chant the name of Barcelona, oblivious to the rising irritation of the Real Madrid player, who shot a disapproving glare at the loudest among them. The fan, seemingly startled by Ramos's gaze, abruptly fell silent. As a player of Real Madrid, Ramos harbors a disdain for Barcelona, given the deep-rooted rivalries and conflicts that have historically marred their encounters in the league. However, it is worth noting that, within the national team over the past decade, the influence of the Barcelona contingent has eclipsed that of their Madrid counterparts. In contrast to Real Madrid, Barcelona places greater emphasis on youth development. La Masia's remarkable success over the past several years has produced a plethora of exceptional talents, solidifying their dominance within the Spanish national squad. Real Madrid, under the policies of Zidane and Pavin, has leaned towards acquiring established stars from abroad to serve as the face of the team, relegating less prominent positions to newcomers and youth players. Eventually, even these roles were bestowed upon foreign players, transforming Real Madrid into what resembles a mercenary outfit, with most key positions occupied by non-nationals. Consequently, it is only natural that the Barcelona faction would overshadow their Madrid rivals in the national team. However, this year marks a notable shift, as the number of Real Madrid players has surpassed that of Barcelona players for the first time. Among the 23-man squad selected, 6 hail from Real Madrid, while only 4 represent Barcelona. This disparity has undoubtedly contributed to Ramos's discontent. When the numbers were fewer, he had little cause for complaint as the Barcelona contingent stole the limelight. But now, with an increased representation from Real Madrid, it seems unjust that they still find themselves overshadowed. In comparison to the players from Real Madrid and Barcelona, those representing other leagues or clubs exhibited little reaction to the fans' antics. The long-standing rivalry between these Spanish giants holds little relevance for them. The primary concern lies in whether the ongoing friction between the Barcelona and Real Madrid factions might jeopardize the team's unity and fighting spirit. Following the Barcelona players were those from Real Madrid, yet the reception from the audience was rather tepid, aside from the mild applause and cheers garnered by Ramos and Isco. The remaining players received scant acknowledgement. It is indeed unsurprising that, despite Real Madrid being the reigning Champions League title holders, several of their players selected for the national team, such as Nacho, Carvajal, Lucas, and Asensio, find themselves either as substitutes or in positions that do not afford them much visibility, thus diminishing their exposure. In stark contrast, when Lin Quan made his appearance, he immediately ignited the atmosphere, receiving an enthusiastic ovation from the throngs of fans present. As he walked alongside Thiago from Bayern, sharing laughter and camaraderie, he was taken aback by the sudden and resounding cheer that erupted around him. Upon looking up, he realized the applause was directed at him, and a smile swiftly graced his face. He waved to the fans and greeted them. Though he was not fluent in Russian, he had learned a simple phrase to say hello before arriving, which proved fortuitous in this moment. Despite his pronunciation being less than perfect, the fans were delighted to hear it, prompting their cheers to rise several decibels, drawing the attention of those around the airport. Who is that? What a spectacle! It seems to be the Spanish national team. No way, really? Does that mean Lin Huang is among them? Surely. You must have seen the banners and signs the fans are holding. What luck! Let us go see. I've heard Lin Huang enjoys signing autographs and taking pictures with fans at the airport. Perhaps we'll get lucky too. Many shared this sentiment, as Lin Quan, known as a beloved figure among fans, typically does not refuse requests for autographs. However, today as circumstances were somewhat different. The security personnel at the airport were keen to avoid complications. With so many fans congregated in one place, any misstep could lead to chaos. If, by chance, a criminal were to exploit the situation for nefarious purposes, the consequences could be dire. Thus, they meticulously separated the fans from the players, leaving no opportunity for interaction. Consequently, after disembarking from the plane, the Spanish players boarded their team bus and were taken directly to the training facility. Upon arrival, Coach Bosque instructed the players to promptly assign their rooms and acclimate to the surroundings. There would be no training today, after a night of rest to replenish their energies. They would resume comprehensive training the following day. With the World Cup still on the horizon, Spain had several tactical strategies to practice. As the Spanish team arrived in Russia, several other title contenders, including Brazil, Germany, Argentina, and France, began to arrive in succession. Alongside them came fans and journalists from around the globe. In a flash, the streets of Moscow were filled with supporters clad in various national team jerseys. The atmosphere of football began to intensify, drawing the entire footballing world's focus to this location. With the World Cup yet to commence, major media outlets initiated their pre-event activities and promotional campaigns. On June 9th, German media were the first to unveil a list compiled by football legends and experts, identifying the top 5 favorites for the upcoming World Cup. In this list, the German team, known as the German Machine, stood at the pinnacle as the foremost contender for the championship. The lineup is splendid, with an overall value surpassing that of Spain, while the young and dynamic French national team ranks second. The two-time defending champions, Spain, find themselves in third place, followed by the Latin American powerhouses, Brazil and Argentina, in fourth and fifth, respectively. Perhaps out of consideration for the host nation's oil wealth, the Germans showed leniency, placing Russia within the top 8. The announcement of Germany's ranking naturally sparked fervent discussions among fans. Many believe that Germany's self-promotion in claiming the top spot is rather audacious. However, there were few objections regarding other rankings, and opinions varied widely on who the leading favorite might be. Some favored Germany, others France, yet none considered Spain a contender. Is it truly so dire for Spain, merely due to 2 friendly matches? Supporters of the Spanish team were disheartened, feeling that others underestimated the team's capabilities. While the current Spanish squad may not match the prowess of those in the last 2 World Cups, it is far from the abysmal portrayal by critics. A simple analogy suffices. Who is stronger, the 2018 version of Lionel Messi or the 2014 iteration? If comparing is challenging, one might juxtapose the 2018 Messi with the 2018 Spanish team, which, when pitted against Argentina's current squad, one that heavily relies on Messi's contributions, reveals a disparity. Argentina's present strength pales in comparison to Spain's. Despite Argentina's position among the top 5 favorites, how could Spain possibly rank lower than third? Such sentiments, however, garnered little support. How could one argue that Spain could displace either Germany or France? Spanish fans might assert that both teams have previously fallen to them. Yet their encounters date back several years, with little recent competition to bolster their claims. Thus, many retracted their comments. leaving only a resolute statement. The true measure will be found on the pitch. The outcome of matches is not determined by fan disputes, as the saying goes. Only through experience can one truly discern the merit of a horse. On June 14th, the 2018 World Cup commenced with the opening match featuring host nation Russia against the Asian team, Saudi Arabia. Given the German predictions that placed the hosts in the top 8, many anticipated a Russian victory in this encounter. After all, despite any shortcomings, Russia is still a European team, whereas Saudi Arabia is merely an Asian squad. The previous World Cup saw Asian teams perform dismally, prompting calls within the international football community for FIFA to reduce the allocation of World Cup spots for Asia. Yet, some gamblers chose an unconventional path, believing that greater risks yield richer rewards. With the consensus favoring a Russian win, they opted to wager on Saudi Arabia instead. As the adage goes, in football, betting against the odds can lead to unexpected fortunes. However, another saying rings true: gamblers risk everything and may end up with nothing. Everyone is optimistic about Russia's victory, and there are justifiable reasons behind this sentiment. In the opening match, Russia delivered a stunning 5-0 defeat to Saudi Arabia, leaving many in utter disbelief. This unexpected turn of events resulted in significant losses for those who had gambled recklessly. Initially, the Saudi crown prince, present at the match, maintained a facade of composure despite witnessing his team's dismal performance. However, as the goals continued to pile up against his side, his restraint finally crumbled. "What on earth is this performance?" he exclaimed in frustration. In stark contrast, the Russian president beamed with delight, clapping like a child, seemingly unable to contain his joy. Meanwhile, FIFA President Gianni Infantino found himself caught in an awkward position, as Russia, not traditionally regarded as a powerhouse, had just overwhelmed Saudi Arabia. The lack of competitive strength from Asian teams became glaringly apparent. It is inevitable that calls for a re-evaluation of World Cup allocations will resurface following this match. Nevertheless, to promote and develop football, it is imperative to preserve the current number of slots allocated to Asia. After all, the existing 45 slots already make it exceedingly difficult for the two most populous nations to qualify for the World Cup. Further reductions would likely extinguish their hopes indefinitely. However, maintaining Asia's slots may provoke unrest among nations from Europe, Africa, and other regions. Just contemplating this situation is enough to induce a headache. At this moment, he began to seriously consider the previous proposal regarding the expansion of World Cup slots. By increasing the number of participating teams to 48, would dissenting voices diminish significantly? Moreover, a broader allocation would allow more teams from Asia to participate, thus enhancing the prospects for those two populous nations. Yet, while this notion is straightforward in theory, its implementation proves to be quite challenging. Support for expansion exists, yet there are also staunch opponents. Additionally, adjusting the tournament to accommodate 48 teams would necessitate a revision of the existing schedule, complicating the coordination with national leagues and clubs. Following the opening match, the second game took place, featuring Uruguay against Egypt in Group A. Although Egypt is not a traditional powerhouse, the team garnered considerable attention in this World Cup, primarily due to the presence of a star player named Salah. Salah had an exceptional performance in the previous season, rising to prominence as a highly sought-after football star, and is a household name in Egypt, idolized by many young fans. Unfortunately, in this match, Egypt succumbed to the stronger Uruguay team. This outcome reaffirmed the notion that football is a team sport. Individual brilliance alone is insufficient. Chapter Conclusion. Chapter 270. The first World Cup match, Portugal vs. Spain. The day following the opening match, the B group matches commenced, featuring a face-off between the two weakest teams in the group, Iran and Morocco. This contest may very well represent the only opportunity for either team to secure a victory in this World Cup. If they could clinch this win and perhaps manage a draw against either Spain or Portugal, they might still have a chance to advance from the group stage. Consequently, both teams played with remarkable intensity, vying for this glimmer of hope. The two teams exhibited closely matched capabilities, resulting in a fiercely contested match. As the regular time drew to a close, the score remained a stalemate at 0-0, just as it seemed a draw was imminent. An unfortunate own goal by a substitute forward from Iran during the stoppage time gifted the opposing team a golden opportunity. With this own goal, Morocco triumphed over Iran with a score of 1-0. Iran's defeat further marred the performance of Asian teams in the World Cup. following a previous tournament where they failed to secure a single victory. In this World Cup, both Saudi Arabia and Iran, who were the first to compete, faced losses, intensifying the pressure on upcoming teams like Australia, South Korea, and Japan. Following the conclusion of the match between Morocco and Iran, the tournament was set for a highly anticipated clash between Spain and Portugal, a reenactment of the last European Championship final. In their previous encounter, Spain emerged victorious, but the outcome of this match remained uncertain. Pre-match sentiments favored Spain, given their historical advantage over Portugal. Although Spain's lineup may not possess the same strength as in previous years, they still held a discernible edge over their rivals. However, the unpredictable nature of football means that superiority does not guarantee victory. Shortly after the match commenced, Cristiano Ronaldo scored for Portugal. Just 2 minutes into the game, Portugal launched an attack, resulting in Ronaldo being fouled in the penalty area by his club teammate Nacho. The referee awarded a penalty, which Ronaldo confidently converted, altering the score to 1-0. This swift goal significantly shifted the dynamics of the match, visibly impacting Spain's mentality as players hurriedly sought to equalize, leading to a frantic pace of play. Seizing the moment, Portugal executed several counterattacks, nearly scoring again. Fortunately, Lin Quan stepped up, taking control of the game and deliberately managing its tempo, striving to keep possession and thwarting the effectiveness of the opponent's defensive counters. Lin Quan's leadership instilled composure in the youthful Spanish players, allowing the team to revert to their familiar possession-based football. As Spain regained their footing, their attacking threats began to escalate. In the 10th minute, Alba delivered a cross from the left, which Lin Quan attempted to volley but missed. By the 17th minute, Lin Quan executed a wall pass with Isco, penetrating the penalty area without being offside. Regrettably, Isco's pass was slightly too powerful, allowing the Portuguese goalkeeper to intercept, causing Spain to squander another scoring opportunity. Merely 2 minutes later, Spain mounted another offensive. Lin Quan surged down the right flank, delivering a delicate pass into the penalty area, where Diego Costa's header was thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper. Following the corner kick, Ramos managed to reach the ball's trajectory, yet fortune was not on his side, as his header struck the crossbar and rebounded away. During this period, Spain's offensive onslaught was relentless, leaving the Portuguese team gasping for breath. The Portuguese fans in the stands were tense, scarcely daring to exhale. Despite being the team in the lead, the pressure they felt was greater than that of their adversaries. In a situation where prolonged defense often leads to failure, Portugal's backline, akin to a taut string, ultimately succumbed after withstanding continuous attacks. In the 23rd minute, noticing the density of the opposition's defense, Lin Quan intentionally withdrew slightly, enticing the defenders to advance. He then gently passed the ball to Sergio Busquets, simultaneously signaling him discreetly. Busquets, having perceived Lin Quan's gesture and glanced at Diego Costa's position, swiftly delivered a long pass. As the Portuguese players moved outward, the ball unexpectedly soared towards their penalty area, catching them off guard. Diego Costa, having recognized Lin Quan's signal, had already begun his run back as Lin Quan passed to Busquets. This reverse run was executed splendidly, allowing him to easily evade the opposing defenders and receive Busquets' pass near the edge of the penalty box. The Portuguese goalkeeper opted to charge out, but was deftly maneuvered around by Diego Costa, who then unleashed a powerful shot into the net. The score was now 1-1. Following the goal, the strikingly handsome player raced towards the sidelines, exuding an air of confidence as he celebrated with an assertive gesture. On the sidelines, the Portuguese coach, witnessing the defensive blunder, could not help but shake his head. How could they have been so easily deceived by their rivals? Did they assume that Spain, having predominantly employed ground attacks without resorting to long passes, would not attempt such a tactic? How naive. Yet, the execution of this play by the opposition was indeed clever. Lin Quan's withdrawal created an illusion of stagnation after prolonged pressure, only to catch Portugal off guard in a sudden change of tempo. This crafty little fox was rather cunning. Busquets delivered a magnificent pass. Upon seeing Diego Costa score, Lin Quan smiled as he exchanged high-fives with Busquets. Although the idea for the goal originated with Lin Quan, the final pass was executed by Busquets. The professor's long passing technique was remarkably precise, surpassing Lin Quan's expectations. This cerebral approach to the game was precisely to Lin Quan's liking. He eagerly awaited any further ingenious ideas Busquets might have. With a high football IQ, Busquets excelled at collaborating with teammates to devise astonishing offensive strategies. For instance, his legendary assist to Messi appeared deceptively simple, as he merely acted as a wall, redirecting the ball back to Messi's feet. In reality, Busquets had positioned himself expertly to obstruct the opponent's defensive midfielder, facilitating Messi's path directly towards the Real Madrid defenders without losing momentum. Professor Bu's work may appear inconspicuous at first glance, yet to those who truly understand the game, his significant role becomes evident. This is precisely why Busquets is often referred to as the filter for the blind footballers. Those knowledgeable in the sport recognize his extraordinary prowess, while the uninitiated may view him as inconsequential. Following Spain's equalizer, the team's morale surged, and they continued their relentless offensive on Portugal's goal. In the 26th minute, Lin Quan evaded the opposing midfielder's grasp and delivered a precise through ball. Isco, upon receiving the pass, unleashed a powerful shot that struck the crossbar yet again. The rebound fell within the penalty area, and Spain's fullback Alba surged forward to execute a follow-up shot. Regrettably, it was directed too centrally, allowing the opposing goalkeeper to secure the ball effortlessly. In the 35th minute, after a series of quick exchanges on the left flank, Spain suddenly increased their tempo, passing the ball across to the penalty area. Iniesta received the ball and aimed for the far corner with a sweeping shot, but his aim was slightly off, causing the ball to glide past the goal. Seizing the opportunity, Portugal launched a rapid counterattack. Ronaldo advanced into the attacking third and made a horizontal pass to the center, but Gedson's delayed response caused him to miss a prime scoring chance. 2 minutes later, Silva executed a successful dribble down the flank and passed to the center, where Ronaldo attempted a shot that was deflected by a defender. Gradually acclimatizing to Spain's attacking rhythm, Portugal's offense began to show signs of improvement, no longer remaining passive. However, the overall dynamics of the match still favored Spain, who had 2 shots on goal for every 1 opportunity Portugal managed to create. The contest had now shifted to one of efficiency and the ability to capitalize on chances. In the 42nd minute, Isco once again received a through ball from Lin Quan on the right flank. Initially intending to shoot, he quickly opted to pass as the opposing defender closed in, delivering the ball to Diego Costa inside the box. With a powerful strike, Costa found the back of the net, turning the score to 2-1 in favor of Spain. Costa, having scored twice, exuberantly blew kisses to the Spanish fans in the stands, relishing the comfort of such a performance after joining the national team. Indeed, having a world-class midfielder behind him made all the difference. On the sidelines, Busquets expressed great satisfaction with his players' performance, rising to applaud them while urging caution against the opponent's counterattacks. As the first half drew to a close, Portugal would undoubtedly seek to exploit the remaining time for a vigorous assault. Otherwise, they would head to the locker room, trailing by a goal. Busquets' predictions proved accurate, as Portugal, upon resuming play, deviated from their usual defensive strategy and launched an aggressive attack against Spain. In the 44th minute, once again on the right flank, Silva delivered a crucial cross, sending the ball diagonally to the edge of the penalty area. Portugal's forward Gedson chose not to shoot, but instead passed to the awaiting Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo, receiving the ball at the top of the arc, struck it with precision. The trajectory of the shot was low, skimming the grass as it sped towards the goal. De Gea misjudged a save, and the ball ricocheted off his knee and into the goal, altering the score to 2-2. Cristiano Ronaldo completed a brace, breaking the curse of having scored only once in the previous World Cup since the 2006 tournament. Remarkably, he achieved this feat in just 1 match. At the age of 33, Ronaldo emphatically dispelled the rumors of his decline with these 2 goals. The Portuguese fans in attendance waved their flags excitedly, fervently chanting Ronaldo's name. In this moment, he embodied the pride of their nation. On the sidelines, Vicente del Bosque appeared somewhat speechless. He had just cautioned his players to be vigilant, and in an instant, the opposing team found the net. The blame for this lapse undoubtedly fell squarely on De Gea's shoulders. Such a critical error in a match of this magnitude was simply unacceptable. He found himself reminiscing about Iker Casillas during the previous 2 World Cups. Having Casillas in goal brought him immense reassurance. De Gea, feeling remorseful, apologized to his teammates, exclaiming, "My fault. That was on me. I'm sorry." Although his teammates bore him no ill will, their frustration was palpable. By the time the Portuguese team concluded their celebrations, little time remained in the first half, and ultimately, the 2 teams went into halftime tied at 2-2. For the fans of both sides, this scoreline was rather ambiguous. However, for neutral spectators, The first half was undoubtedly a thrilling encounter, arguably the most exhilarating match of this World Cup thus far. It was no wonder it was dubbed the Marquee Clash. It truly delivered. Ronaldo was particularly fierce today, having scored 2 goals in the first half. Could he possibly achieve a hat-trick in this World Cup? Observing his form, the likelihood seemed quite high. Indeed, the maestro exhibited a strong desire to survive and an aggressive appetite for attacking play. During the halftime break, discussions erupted online among Ronaldo's fans regarding his current form. This season, Ronaldo had consistently performed well, whether in league matches or the Champions League. Though he ultimately garnered no trophies, this did not diminish his commendable displays. What more can one expect from a seasoned veteran at 33? One can only hope that the Portuguese team progresses further in this World Cup. However, let us not get ahead of ourselves. First, they must secure victory in this match. The opponent's form is also commendable. For Portugal to triumph over Spain, the prospects appear rather slim. Indeed, the Spanish team demonstrated remarkable teamwork today, and it seems that Marco Asensio has yet to unleash his full potential. It is evident to any keen observer that his shooting opportunities have been few and far between during this match. Although he is playing in a midfield position today, he certainly has ample opportunity to take shots, given that the ball is often at his feet. Yet, he has suppressed his attacking instincts, opting instead to create chances for his teammates through passing. Nonetheless, one cannot predict whether this state of play will persist. If he were to unleash his prowess in the second half, Portugal might find themselves in a precarious situation. This match has drawn a considerable number of Asian football enthusiasts. Despite the absence of their national team, the presence of numerous familiar star players from both competing teams, coupled with the high caliber of the match, ensures that fans from all nationalities are unwilling to miss such an event. Alas, observing the matches of formidable European teams and then turning to those of our Asian squads, one might question whether we are indeed playing the same sport. We must first focus on enhancing our domestic leagues. With little progress at home, aspirations for rapid advancement are futile. The AFC Champions League, which represents the pinnacle of Asian football, pales in comparison to the UEFA Champions League, falling several tiers short. Additionally, the siphoning effect of the top 5 leagues has led to the exodus of nearly all elite Asian players. This has resulted in a lack of attention and excitement surrounding the AFC Champions League, further exacerbated by the peculiar regional division system that imbues the league with an unusual character. Consequently, if the domestic league fails to thrive, the national team's performance will inevitably suffer. Of course, we might hold some hope for overseas players plying their trade abroad, yet they remain a mere handful. End of chapter.